Chapter 108, Belle Training with Beowulf. 2.5 months later. A boy gasped for breath while running for his life on the 5th floor of the dungeon. His usual prey of kobolds and goblins had been replaced by a terrifying minotaur. Lost in a three-way intersection, he screamed, "Why is there a minotaur on the 5th floor?" as he desperately tried to escape. Panting heavily, he made a right turn, only to find himself in a dead end. He quickly turned around, but the monstrous minotaur blocked his way, causing him to recoil in shock. In his panic, he stepped on a protruding rock, losing his balance. It turned out to be a stroke of luck, as the minotaur's fist flew harmlessly above him due to his clumsy action. Crouched in a fetal position, he covered his head with his hands, listening to the minotaur's triumphant roars. Accepting his fate, he closed his eyes, silently praying to Lady Hestia for forgiveness. Splash! The sound of cutting flesh reached his ears, and a splash of blood splattered on his face. The sensation was sticky and vile, with a putrid smell of an animal. Opening his eyes, he saw a girl in white armor and blonde hair fighting the minotaur. He was mesmerized by her graceful movements, unable to follow the slashes of the female adventurer. The boy can only think of one thing right now. The fear he felt was replaced by something else entirely. His heart beated non-stop, his jaw slightly opened. "Beautiful," he muttered as he stared absent-mindedly at the female's adventurer, who is gracefully killing the minotaur with ease and precision. With one last immaculate slash, the girl killed the minotaur, splashing blood all over the boy. He was awestruck, unable to take his eyes off the girl, who was now cleaning her sword without flinching at the foul smell of the minotaur's blood clinging to her skin. The girl had a statuesque presence, with eyes as radiant as the sun and hair swaying gently as she tucked a strand behind her ear. Her eyes seemed to sparkle, at least that's how he perceived it. The girl softly extended her left hand to help the boy up. "Are you okay?" she asked with a blank expression. I'm okay." The boy scrambled to his feet and ran, his destination being outside of the dungeon. His face was flushed, not just from the blood splattered on him, but also from the adrenaline rushing through his veins. The girl watched as the boy sprinted away, his steps uneven, and let out a yelp as he went. "Weird," the girl tilted her head in confusion. "Perhaps I might have scared him," she thought, sheathing her rapier to her side. A panting voice reached the girl's ears. She turned to see an elf, sweat-soaked and disheveled from running and chasing eyes. Her hair, a light shade of orange, was supposed to be tied in a neat ponytail. "Lefia," Eyes called back as the young elf caught her breath. "Why are you running so fast?" Lefia pouted, placing her hands on her knees. "Can you slow down a bit? Oh, you already killed it." "Yes," Eyes nodded and walked past the young elf, glancing back slightly to wait for her. "Let's go." The two female adventurers moved briskly, dispatching any monsters unfortunate enough to spawn in their vicinity as they searched for the rest of their party members. Not far from their location, they spotted the members of the Loki Familia and some people Eyes and Lefia recognized. The adventurers of the Heracles Familia, who had grown into a mid-sized familia with 10 new members over the past 2.5 months. Finn was talking to them, wearing a rare smile inside the dungeon. He heard a pair of footsteps and turned, waving at Eyes and Lefia. "Well, it was good running into you guys." Denki bowed at Finn and bid his farewell. He now exuded a maturity in his voice, a result of being thrust into a leadership role over the past 2 months. They had reached as far as the 27th floor during their daily dungeon dives, but were stuck due to only having 2 level 3. Finn nodded and smiled. "Likewise, don't be a stranger now." As Denki, along with the members of the Heracles Familia, started to make their way up, Bete's voice cut in, making them halt in their tracks. "Oi, how is he?" Bete's voice carried a harsh tone, but those who knew the werewolf could discern a slight undercurrent of worry and concern. Eyes and the rest of the Loki Familia also strained their ears to hear the young samurai's answer. They too were concerned about the savior of Orario. Denki glanced back, wearing an exhausted smile on his face, a face filled with pressure and commitment. "He's getting better," he replied as confidently as he could. "The same answer as always, huh?" Eyes thought as she clenched her fist. There was a pang in her heart when she heard Denki's tone. Finn caught a glimpse of the emotion that flickered across Ai's face. Well, I can't say I understand how you feel, Eyes. Losing a rival, he thought, forcing himself to withhold his sigh to avoid offending the members of the Heracles Familia. Tisk, Bite, on the other hand, wasn't subtle. Like Eyes, he considered August his rival as well. He turned around with an ugly scowl on his face and walked away. Denki let out a restrained sigh. He wanted to convey the message that even without their captain and strongest member, the Heracles Familia remained strong, and that August was on the path to recovery. Well, we must go now. We wouldn't want Lord Heracles to scold us for being late again. Denki smiled and bowed politely once more as he and the members of the Heracles Familia disappeared from Loki Familia's view. In the streets of Orario, a young boy covered in red sprinted through the streets, leaving a trail of blood drops behind him. Onlookers couldn't help but laugh at his appearance. Some vendors scowled and yelled angrily as blood splashed onto their wares, while children pointed and giggled as he passed. His image was undeniably amusing, a testament to his misfortune as an adventurer. His face beamed with a wide grin, even though his skin and clothes were stained with blood. One glance was enough to recognize him as an adventurer, albeit an unfortunate one due to his appearance. His destination? The Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild, a young elf with a bob cut was making her way in. She was one of the guild's employees. Miss Iana, a jovial voice rang out, making the elf turn. Belle, how was why she paused when she saw the young adventurer, covered in blood, running toward her, hands flailing in the air. Belle? Her surprise was evident, her smile fading into a cringe. Miss Iana, tell me everything you know about AISWLLNSTIN? Belle, seemingly oblivious to his appearance, continued running with a goofy smile on his face, his singular goal being to learn everything about his savior, Eyes Wallenstein. August's POV. I stared blankly as a large stone pillar pierced my chest. I felt my heart being impaled as I coughed up blood. You're getting better, Master. Beowulf's sarcastic voice echoed in my ears as I felt my body grow cold. But alas, not good enough. I glared at the pair of large golden eyes in the darkness. Don't you dare say it. I spat, my voice a mix of sarcasm and contempt. A huge grin appeared in the darkness, a set of large canine teeth visible as my broken body lay before it. Within moments, the words that had haunted me for years came again. You son of a bitch, I cursed, screaming, before darkness consumed my vision. In the blink of an eye, I stood there again, unscathed and undamaged in the empty abyss. I looked around, spotting the familiar faceless figures surrounding me, armed with a plethora of weapons, all aimed at me. When you said you'd train me, this isn't what I had in mind, you fucking moronic asshole. I growled as I quickly assumed my stance. I am a firm believer that combat is the most effective training, Beowulf's voice echoed around me. And you've been improving a lot. You've survived for over a year this time. Oh, fuck you. I yelled as I willed my mana to surge, red lightning coiling around my body as I dashed forward. I activated my mana dome, encompassing a large portion of the abyss within it, sensing every faceless figure inside. In a fraction of a second, I stood before the army of creatures. With another fraction, I mowed everything in my path, my spear blurring as a trail of red lightning followed my attacks. 6 faceless figures fell, their deaths swift and efficient. Beowulf's voice continued to echo. Your fighting style relies heavily on speed and precision, a foundation drilled into you since a young age. I twisted my body, shifting my center of gravity to the left, stabbing forward with my spear. Red lightning trailed my attack as I killed 6 more faceless figures in rapid succession. Beowulf's voice persisted. Your way of fighting is very controlled, yet your emotions continue to dictate your approach. Shut up! I roared as I grabbed the sword that had slashed my abdomen and pulled it toward me, impaling the faceless figure holding it. I sensed multiple enemies approaching my right flank, so I dug my feet into the ground, slashing my spear to dispatch them and sending their lifeless bodies flying. A sudden surge of adrenaline made the hair on my neck stand. My mana dome detected a bear-like creature charging at me with incredible speed. I swiftly turned to face the threat, narrowly dodging a set of large, razor-sharp claws. However, a massive boulder hurled by a giant faceless creature collided with me. Arghh? I grunted in pain, rolling on the ground to absorb some of the impact. I needed to move faster. My mind raced, calculating the best course of action as I sensed myself getting surrounded. See, you let your emotions cloud your judgment. Beowulf's voice continues to annoy me. His voice is more distracting than it is helpful. I jumped up trying to get out of the encirclement, only for me to be greeted by 5 faceless figures, all brandishing their respective weapons towards me. Their bloodlust and killing intent clings to my skin. My eyes narrowed as I calculate their attack trajectory, and within a fraction of a second, I decided on how I should deal with these annoying pests. You focus way too much on what's in front of you. I attempted to drown out Beowulf's voice as I channeled lightning onto my spear. Before I could attack, an ice pillar pierced my ankles, causing intense pain. Tunnel vision is never good, my master. Beowulf sounded amused while I grit my teeth in pain. I looked down to see a faceless figure wielding a staff, residual cold air surrounding it as it aimed the rod at me. The momentary distraction allowed 5 airborne enemies to attack, sending me crashing back to the ground. My body bounced as I spat blood, my vision blurring, and pain shot through every fiber of my being. My senses flared up, and my body moved on its own, just in time to dodge a giant bear-like creature that lunged straight to where I had been moments before. The impact shook the very space around us. I gulped, imagining the disastrous outcome if I hadn't dodged in time. An electrical shock made my body shift to the left, narrowly avoiding another blow. Almost instinctively, I slashed upward, cutting down the unseen assailant in half. My body seemed to move autonomously, guided by electrical currents and an innate instinct for survival. Well, what do we have here? Beowulf sounded curious. Looks like things are starting to get good. I didn't move right away. This was the first time I ever felt like this. It was so natural, as if everything fell perfectly into place. That feeling, it was intoxicating. I sensed 5 creatures entering my space. I chose not to move from where I stood, eager to experience that feeling once more. I waited, unmoving, but things didn't unfold as I expected. This time, my body didn't move on its own. Instead, I was stabbed by the 5 faceless figures, causing me to yelp in pain. My eyes widened as I stared blankly at the 5 protruding swords that was embedded in my chest. I coughed blood as my body started to get cold. I could feel the cold steel ripping my flesh. What the fuck was that? I could hear Beowulf's voice sounding confused. Well, he wasn't alone, I was as well. My body didn't move on its own like it did earlier. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you dodge? It must have been from the blood lost, or my imagination. But I swear I could see a vein popping out in the empty space just above its pair of golden eyes. I could hear a sigh, and the voice that haunted me for years echoed once again in the endless abyss. Again, and don't do something stupid this time. Chapter 109. Curiosity, Heracles' Familia. Bell sat looking down as Ina scolded him nonstop. Something about running in the street covered in blood isn't really an image that should be shown by an adventurer in public. Sorry, Bell could only apologize as he scratched the back of his head. Ina sighed, unable to stay mad at the cute adventurer who looked like a wet rabbit now that the blood was all cleaned up. So let me get this straight. You want to know everything there is about Eyes Wallenstein of the Loki Familia, right? Bell's face lit up as his eyes suddenly snapped in attention. A dazzling gleam sparkled as he nodded repeatedly. Well, what can I tell you that the public doesn't already know? She's a pretty private person, you know. A level 6 adventurer, she leveled up just 2.5 months ago. The elf paused as she clenched her hand and looked down. Eyes was able to level up due to her participation in the amphitheater incident, and for Ina, even talking about the event made her feel dark, crippling emotions bubbling to the surface. She shook her head, trying to erase the memory of that day, as she forced a smile back on her face. Known for her skill in the sword, she earned the alias Sword Princess. She is also one of the top executives of the Loki Familia. She looked at Bell, a look of pity momentarily showing on her face. I already know all of that stuff. Bell's voice sounded a bit down. Everything Ina said was standard knowledge that everyone in the city already knew. How about her likes, her favorite food, hobbies. His voice started to sound energetic again as he asked a torrent of questions. Didn't you hear what I just said? She's a pretty private person, and she's a member of the low-key familia. The elf sighed as she held a soft look toward Belle. Look, I know you know what that means, right? With you being a member of the Hestia familia. Belle's shoulders slumped slightly, disappointment evident in his eyes. I admire her a lot, you know. I want to be strong like her. Ina softened, understanding the earnestness in Belle's voice. I get it, Belle. Eyes is incredible, and it's natural to look up to someone like her. But remember, everyone has their boundaries, their secrets. Even heroes need their privacy. Belle nodded, absorbing Ina's words, though the longing in his eyes didn't waver. I guess you're right. It's just, I wish I could talk to her, learn from her directly. Ina gave him a reassuring smile. You never know, Belle. Orario is full of surprises. Maybe you'll get your chance one day. In the meantime, focus on your own journey. Who knows? Maybe you'll create your own path to becoming a hero. Belle's expression brightened a little at the thought. Right, Miss Ina. I won't give up. I'll keep training and working hard. Maybe one day I'll be strong enough to catch her attention. With newfound determination, Belle thanked Ina and stood up, his resolve evident in his eyes. I'll see you later, Miss Ina. Thanks for listening. As he walked away, Ina watched him with a mix of concern and hope. She knew that the path of an adventurer was challenging, but Belle's unwavering spirit was a beacon of light in the midst of Orario's darkness. Sigh honestly, I don't know what I'll ever do with you, Belle. Ina muttered as she watched the back of the white-haired boy as he joyfully walked out of the Adventurers Guild. Love you, Miss Ina. Belle glanced back and waved as he shouted gleefully toward the elf. Ina turned red as blood rushed into her face. The adventurers inside the guild started to chuckle and whistle, which made her even more embarrassed and red, resembling Belle when he was covered in blood. Belle. She quickly covered her face and apologetically bowed at the other patrons inside the guild, her eyes glancing at the exit where the young boy left. Moments after Belle left the guild, Denki and the rest of the Heracles familia arrived. The adventurers inside the guild quickly turned quiet as whispers and murmurs started to churn inside the building. This had been going on for months now. A look of pity was always thrown their way whenever they entered the guild halls. Denki at first hated it, but as the days had gone by, he had learned how to ignore those looks and be on his way. Oi, this is beginning to grow old now. One of the new members of the Heracles familia named Oswald grimaced as he walked beside Denki. Oswald Len was a level 2 mage adventurer who lost his Falna in the attack. He joined the Heracles familia not too long after, as he wanted to be a member of the familia led by the hero of Orario. Oswald had a slightly pudgy build due to his role as a backline mage. He had long hair tied in a bun and wore loose mage tunics. He was the party's main firepower due to his plethora of short chant magic. He was disappointed at first when he found out that August was in a coma because of the attack, but he still joined nonetheless. For him, this was a way to pay it back for August saving Orario against the creature. Most of the new members joined because of that very same reason. You said it, Caddy Prussia, another level 2 adventurer who joined the familia, chimed in. She was a petite Hume bunny, dressed in light armor and chainmail. She had a brown bob-cut chestnut hair that had a long braid in the front, reaching her chest. They should really mind their own business by now. The female adventurer had 2 sets of daggers on her back, as well as multiple throwing knives in her leg belt. She was the main scout of their party, as well as the attacking supporter. Ignore them, Denki said calmly. They are just worried about the captain. Yeah, I get you, Oswald shrugged. But it would be nice to not receive those gazes once in a while. Well, what can we do? As long as August Kaiser is stuck in that coma, they will continue to pity us, Helga Baldsworth chimed in. She was a level 3 adventurer from the same familia as Oswald, somewhat rough-looking, with copper-like skin and sharp eyes. Her body was toned and muscular, and on her back was a large kite shield and a claymore that she freely switched between, depending on the need of their battles. Sometimes, she'd use the shield to act as the main tank, or the claymore to aid Denki at the front. Denki gave Helga a look, which in turn made her raise her hand in surrender. Fine, I'll shut up now, she sighed. the other members awkwardly looked at one another because of the interaction between the two. Helga was someone who always questioned Denki's orders. She'd follow them, but not without some snide remarks or an annoyed look. The reason was, Helga believed that she was more suited to lead the familia with August's absence. Due to her having more experience than Denki, she was, after all, 32 years old and had been adventuring for more than 20 years. She was adventuring before Denki was even born. But alas, because Denki joined the Heracles familia earlier than she did, Heracles had appointed him as acting captain, something that didn't sit well with Helga. This had led to many arguments inside the dungeon, mainly due to them not agreeing with each other when it came to strategy. But when it came to battle, Helga was able to show her experience and provide teamwork within the party. She admitted Denki was way more talented than her. Being a level 3 at 19 years old was nothing to scoff at. But she still viewed him as inexperienced when it came to leading a team. At least with August, who was only 15, the public knowledge was that he was 16, but his birthday hadn't come up yet. Him being a captain was justified, due to him being level 5 and being the first member of the familia who was trained by Heracles since he was 6. And he had shown that he was capable. Helga had a huge amount of respect for the young adventurer, especially after his feat of killing that hellish creature. That was the main reason why he joined the Heracles familia in the first place. Many of the others who joined the familia felt that Helga should be the one leading them as well. After all, if any of them were asked who they would follow, a 20-year veteran or a 19-year-old boy who had only started dungeon diving 3 months ago, they would inevitably answer the 20-year veteran. That was primarily the reason why only 10 adventurers decided to join the Heracles familia. There were plenty of applicants who came knocking at their doors, but once they found out that an inexperienced 19-year-old would be leading them instead of the hero of Orario, those applications dwindled and backed out, leaving only 10 who committed to joining the familia without second thought, mainly out of gratitude and debt for what August did. Denki sighed. He was not dense. He knew how his teammates are seeing him. He knew that they don't trust him making the decisions inside the dungeon. He was essentially holding their lives, and being a newbie at this didn't help at all. There were numerous times where he asked his god to make Helga acting captain, but Heracles always refused, stating that he trusts Denki more. This would make Denki happy, but the pressure would be doubled as Denki didn't want to disappoint Heracles' trust in him. He really wished August was here. He was much better suited when it comes to leading. But then he realized that his captain would probably just watched at the back while making him and the other deal with the small fries, as he calls it. This made him chuckle a bit, as he remembered how August would always make him and Froke fight everything, while he points out mistakes at the back. He really was such a slave driver, he thought. But at least he was assured that no matter what happened, even if he fucked up, nothing would be able to kill him inside the dungeon. All because August Kaiser is watching his back. Froke, huh? The thought of Froke made Denki grimaced. Since the incident at the hostess, the hybrid had been avoiding him like the plague. No matter how much he approached her, Froke always finds an excuse to get away from him. The look on her face every time he saw her made Denki angry. He remembered the last time he and Froke talked. Her eyes were puffy, and there was a dark look on her face. Ever since then, Froke always dodged Denki, not even looking at his direction. He was planning on recruiting her to have a familiar face on his party, yet all of that was thrown out the window when the girl started to avoid him. He had made multiple attempts to talk to her, but it all ended the same way. One day, after a bad trip on the dungeon, Denki confronted her in anger, something he regrets to this day. Flashback about a month ago. Denki exited the dungeon feeling angry. They had suffered a huge loss in resources because of a mistake he made. The rest of the familia didn't blame him, at least not verbally, but he knows that they are scrutinizing him in their minds, especially Helga. He decided that he would be exchanging the cores alone. Caddy volunteered to come with him, but he insisted firmly on doing so on his own. He walked to the guild, with an ugly look on his face and a bitter taste in his mouth. Along the way, he saw a familiar face, walking alongside a party of 6 adventurers. It was Froke, and from the looks of it, she had joined another party to support. This made the young samurai snap. He thought that the girl just wanted time to cool off. after the incident in the Hostess of Fertility. But now, she's running alongside a new party. Denki quickly ran after them, and with an angry scowl, he called, "Oi, FROKE?" His voice carried a rough tone. The party of 6 stopped along with Froke, who looked back toward the young acting captain. "Denki," Froke muttered. "You okay here?" One of the 6 adventurers asked Froke, and she nodded, urging them to go along without her, that she would catch up later. The 6 shrugged and nodded, leaving Froke alone with Denki. "Denk." "What the fuck?" Froke flinched. She didn't even get to finish the word that was forming in her mouth as Denki cut her off angrily. "So you have a new party now, huh?" Denki spoke sarcastically, his tone mocking and angry. Froke didn't answer. She just looked at Denki, shocked at how the young samurai was talking to her. "After what we've been through, and here I thought we were friends. Here I thought that me and August actually meant something to you. We are friends, come on, Denk." "Bullshit," Denki cut her off again. "I needed you. We needed you. Over a month had passed, and not even once did you visit the captain. Is it because I can't pay you as well as the captain did? Are you avoiding me because the prestige of being a supporter of the great August Kaiser is now out of your grasp now that he's in a coma?" Denki then looked at Froke mockingly. "Well, that's to be expected from a money-hungry bitch." Slap. Denki's face snapped to the side. He felt a numbing tingle as a prickly sensation enveloped his right cheek. He scowled as blood started to rush to his head. He snapped his sight toward Froke, a fuming look on his face, but before he could let loose, he stopped. Froke's eyes glistened with tears. She had a broken look, biting her lips to the point of bleeding. A tear started to fall. She hurriedly wiped it down roughly. With a shaky voice, she spoke. "Fuck you, Denki." Her tone sorrowful. After that, she turned and ran away, leaving Denki stunned, standing in the street alone. "Fuck," he cursed as he clenched his fist, realizing what he had just said. End of flashback. He shook his head and made his way toward the reception. He's here to exchange the monster core they have collected, as well as to give an update to Sophie, who became his advisor due to August's recommendation. Sophie had been visiting the manor every chance she gets, checking on August without fail. Denki appreciated that, and because of it, he had grown close to the elf advisor. For the past 2 months and a half, this had been Denki's routine. This had made him mature and grow as a leader. He has to make adjustments because of the responsibility that was placed upon his shoulders. And every day, he will do his utmost best to keep the familia together, waiting for the day that his captain would finally wake up. Chapter 110, History. Hestia sat alone at the roof of Heracles' manor. She had been living, freeloading, at the right residence for over 3 months now. And if you ask her, she will tell you that Heracles had been slaving her, even though he pays her to do the chores around the manor for those 3 months. She gazed at the stars while spouting some nonsense about a certain girl and a stupidly dense white-haired youth that she had taken in as the first member of her familia. All because he received a skill, something that would help him grow, yet it bums her knowing what that skill meant. "Lyris Fries huh?" Hestia mutters to herself as she dug her face to her knees while pouting like a child. "Stupid Belle, even though he has me now. You know, the stars looks beautiful tonight, yet the look on your face just ruins the view." A voice snapped the goddess out of her melancholic mood, quickly sitting straight as she fixed her gaze at the open door that leads to the roof. "Heracles, what are you doing here?" Hestia asked, trying to hide the redness on her face. "Out of all the people who here, this big oaf is the one who saw me being all dramatic." She though to herself. "This is still my house, you know." Heracles chuckled as he walked beside Hestia. "Mind if I join you?" he casually asked while raising a bottle of fruit ale and 2 mugs. "As you said, this is still your house." Hestia shrugs, gesturing for the seat beside her. Heracles sat and poured a drink for him and Hestia, passing the full mug at the goddess, at which she received and chugged greedily. "So," Heracles opened. "So what? So why are you being so dramatic at this time of night?" Hestia spat the drink she was sipping and coughed as she repeatedly beat her chest. She looked at Heracles, who was calmly drinking from his mug. "The thing about this part rooftop, it is placed right above my office. Do you know how fucking annoying it is to work, listening to you go on and on about how stupid Belle and Eyes is, while repeatedly saying that he already has you?" Heracles asked, deadpan, while giving Hestia a side eye. Why you heard all of that? Hestia asked, stuttering while her neck, like a rusty machine, creaked to look towards the god. This place isn't exactly soundproof, you know. Heracles smirked knowingly, which made Hestia even redder. So care to share. Fine. Hestia begrudgingly nods as she proceeded to tell Heracles about what happened today when she updated the status of her child, how Belle received a skill, about how it worked. So, you're pouting because your child isn't as infatuated with you as you thought he was? Heracles playfully asked after the lengthy rant that Hestia spouts. An amused smirk rose on his face. Oh, shut up. The goddess dug her face on her knees, trying to hide the embarrassment on her face. You know, you should look at the bright side. Your child had gained a powerful skill that will no doubt aid him in the long run. Heracles stood up and stretched his back. I call that a win, and I for one think that you should be more happy about it. He continues as he turned back and head towards the door back inside. Since when did you become so smart, you big oaf? Hestia quipped, which made Heracles chuckled. What can I say? I guess I'm just more mature than you. Well, that's to be expected. Heracles looked back before entering. Stay up late, squirt. Muscle-headed gorilla. Hestia whispered to herself and drank on her mug just when Heracles entered. I heard that you big-titted lowly. Heracles' voice mad Hestia spat and cough, while remembering what Heracles said about the house not being soundproof. At the back of Heracles' manor. Arg, Belle roars as he dashed towards Denki, who calmly dodged his attacks. This had been happening for over a month now, where Belle would ask Denki to spar with him every night. Denki shifted his stance to the right just in time to dodge another one of Belle's slashes, and with a quick counter, he kicked the white-haired adventurer at the back of his knees, making him fall to the ground. Belle quickly rolled up to his feet and placed his dagger in front, guarding for any potential attack from Denki. He was breathing quite heavily, while dirt clings to his face due to the sweat. Well, someone's motivated. Denki playful tone reached Belle's ear. Anything interesting that happened to you today? The young samurai asked while maintaining a relaxed stance. Belle tightened the grip on his dagger as he moved forward. At the last moment, before reaching Denki, he jumped to the right and spun while changing the grip on his dagger into a reverse grip. He aimed for the samurai's side while maintaining a low stance, executing a good spinning attack. Denki's lips curved into a smile. He took a step forward, and that was all it took for Belle to miss his attack, as his hand was overextended. The only thing that hit Denki was his wrist and elbow. And with the young samurai being 2 levels ahead of him, the blow didn't even faze him one bit. So you wanna share anything with me? Denki asked as he extended his hand forward and grabbed Belle by the collar of his shirt. And with a smooth motion, he turned and executed a perfect judo throw, slamming Belle to the ground. Arg, Belle groaned as his body bounced hard on the solid ground. Denki was of course holding back, but the blow was enough to make Belle lose consciousness for a few seconds. The moment light came back to his eyes, a katana was placed right on top of his face, and his eyes saw Denki smiling down at him. Denki offered his hand up to Belle, which Belle received. The samurai pulled him up to his feet, and the white-haired adventurer wiped the dirt that were stuck on his body. I met someone, Belle muttered, his face turning slightly red. Inside the dungeon, I met a really amazing person. Denki's face morphed into an amused grin the moment he heard Belle. It's a girl, isn't it? Belle turned even redder as Denki poked him on his side. You sly dog, just a 2 months in Orario and you already have a girlfriend. Denki continues to poke Belle at his side while the white-haired adventurer did everything to get away from Denki. It's not like that, Mr. Denki, Belle panically denied. His voice then went a bit lower and down as he continues. I don't think she even know who I am. Belle's mind drifted back to the encounter with eyes in the depths of the dungeon. Her flowing golden hair, her piercing golden eyes, and the graceful way she moved, it was a sight etched into his memory. He found himself mesmerized, not just by her beauty, but by the strength and determination that seemed to surround her like an aura. As he recounted the moment to Denki, his voice carried a sense of awe. Her name's Eyes Wallenstein, he said, his words filled with admiration. She's amazing, Mr. Denki. I've never met anyone like her before. She defeated a powerful monster effortlessly like it was nothing. I couldn't help but watch in awe. Denki has a strained smile as he listened in to Bell and how he described his first encounter with Eyes Wallenstein, an adventurer who have quite an exciting history for his familia. The mention of Eyes unconsciously made Denki recall the fight she had with August, how it was one of the most exciting fight he had ever saw. Kai, me, Denki, Mr. DNKI? Bell's voice snapped Denki out of his nostalgia. He was looking at him confused while tilting his head to the side. Is everything okay, Mr. Denki? Yeah, hahaha, sorry, just got stuck on my thoughts there. Denki scratched his head while he smiled at Bell. So Eyes, huh? Denki looked at Bell with a bit of pity which he didn't see. You got quite a long road ahead of you, being a member of Hestia Familia and all that. Yeah, I heard. Bell's voice became down as he looked at the ground. Do Lady Hestia and Lady Loki really hate each other that much? Like oil and water, Denki shrugs. At least you're not a member of my familia. If you're a member of Heracles' familia, your chances with the Sword Princess would be practically zero. Denki pats Bell at the back while he chuckled to himself. Lady Loki might hate Lady Hestia, but she despised Lord Heracles even more. Let's just say my familia had a history with Loki's, specifically the captain. Huh, history? Bell asked curiously. What history? Denki smiled. It was the first smile Bell saw Denki gave that was filled with pride. The captain defeated Eyes Wallenstein in the tournament. Denki answered proudly, and destroyed a 300 million Durandal blade in the process. Ha ha ha. Bell's mouth hanged open. He couldn't believe it. From what he knew, Eyes was one of the strongest adventurer in the city. And yet she lost to the captain of Heracles' familia, a familia with only 12 members in total. Before he was curious on why many regarded the captain of Heracles' familia, August Kaiser, as the hero of Orario, now he was even more curious on how strong he really is. We are practically the reason why Loki familia is in such a great debt right now. That, and from what I heard, Lady Loki also made a wager to Lady Athena as well. So it's understandable why Lady Loki hates Lord Heracles so much. Ha ha ha, Denki continued while scratching his head. And with Lady Hestia living here along with Lord Heracles, I reckon Lady Loki hates her even more now than she did in the past. Bell stood like a statue on the ground because of the revelation. If you listen very carefully, you can hear his heart shattering because of the realization. He practically has no shot because of the history between Loki and Hestia, and when you add Heracles into the mix, Bell had just become part of the inner circle of Loki most hated gods in Orario. Sorry about that. Denki could only tap Bell at his shoulder, trying to console the white-haired adventurer as best that he could. Chapter 111, Trouble Arthur Daily Life. Denki and the rest of Heracles' familia faced a mob of monsters on the 25th floor of the dungeon. Denki employed the standard tactic for dealing with groups of over 5 monsters, ordering his party to take the diamond formation with Oswald, their mage, in the middle. They moved in tandem, ensuring they covered each other's backs. Denki's strategy was simple: push the monsters back, forcing them to group up for Oswald to rain down offensive magic on them. The assault team would finish the job once the monsters were weakened. Helga switched to the shield, Denki ordered as he dodged a harpy rushing straight at him. We need to take them out quickly, and you want me to switch to a shield? Helga argued as she cut off the arm of a blue crab monster. Seems counterproductive to me. We're breaking our formation if you go in for an attack. I thought I made it clear. Denki paused for a moment as he kicked a blue crab monster away and swiftly cut the head off a harpy flying too close to him. That we need to stick to the formation if we want to go deeper. Helga's ankle was grabbed by a siren, but she quickly cut off its hand with her claymore. She then stabbed it in the head, making the monster scream in agony. We're wasting time with that. We need to kill the monsters quicker to go deeper this time. The 2 level 3 members of their team kept arguing as the others tried desperately to thin out the mob. Oswald gulped down another mana potion, replenishing the mana he used from casting spells non-stop. Here they go again, he thought to himself, focusing his mana inside his body. Dazzling stars crossing the jet-black sky. Listen to my immature prayer, guide the flash come, shine of tears, defeat the filthy. Lumen Pleiades. Oswald cast a light elemental offensive magic, an orb of light glowing above him as it released beams that shot straight towards the monsters surrounding them. He was so concentrated on his spell that he failed to notice a harpy flying down towards him. The harpy shot a torrent of sharp feathers towards the mage, hitting him clean in the back and shoulder. Arg! He fell to his knees as the orb of light dissipated, the Familia's adventurers turning their heads towards him. "Caddy, first aid now," Denki ordered as he moved quickly to intercept another rain of feathers using his sword. "Switch to the shield and cover us." He barked angrily, making the others wince. Seeing one of her teammates injured, Helga clicked her tongue and sheathed her sword, grabbing the large kite shield on her back. She moved in front of Denki to block the barrage. Denki ran towards Helga, using her shoulder as a launching pad, jumping into the air and slashing the harpy in half. He didn't stop when he landed. He dashed towards the remaining monsters along with the others, giving out orders and ensuring no one from the Familia got injured further. Helga was not far behind. She charged forward, the shield in her hand glowing as she shoved her mana into it, slamming it towards the blue crab monsters, killing them with blunt force trauma. After a few minutes of fighting, Heracles' Familia finally wiped out the monsters in the area. "Set up the poison bags," Denki ordered, breathing heavily. The poison bags would make the monsters avoid their general area, giving them a chance to catch their breath and assess the damage to their team. One of the members nodded and quickly got to work. His name was Jugo, a level 2 adventurer who had joined roughly a week after the amphitheater incident. He had plain brown hair and a short sword at his side. Denki turned towards Caddy, who was tending to Oswald, who looked worse for wear. He seemed pale due to blood loss and the fear of almost dying. If the harpy had attacked even an inch higher, he would have died instantly. "How's the wound?" Denki asked. "It's deep and he needs a day or two of rest to recover," Caddy answered plainly, tying a bandage around Oswald's back. "I doubt we can go any deeper from here." What?" Oswald snapped his head towards Caddy, making him wince in pain at the sudden movement. "I can still go. I'm not one of the fighting force at the front. I can just stay in the back and chant spells," he argued, trying to act strong, but his face told a different story. "And we have potions. I can just drink some and recover in a few minutes," he continued. "Then we continue," Helga interjected. "He's right. He can stay in the backline and support us with offensive spells." "No," Denki answered firmly. "It's too risky." Denki's tired eyes scanned the dimly lit surroundings, his mind heavy with the burden of responsibility. The recent battle had taken its toll on the entire Familia, and Denki couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that they were pushing their luck too far. "Look around you, Helga. It's not just Oswald who needs time to recover. This dive is already over. Our luck was bad for meeting a mob this deep. We were lucky to get out of that without any casualties," Denki said, his voice carrying the weight of his concern. "We need to head back to the surface, regroup, and come back stronger. Oswald's injured, the others are battered and tired, and we can't afford any more risks." Helga, however, wasn't ready to yield. Her gaze hardened, and she squared her shoulders, her determination shining through. "We can't back down now," she argued, her tone resolute. "We haven't even met our quota. Our average in all of our divees is at the 27th floor. We've faced tougher challenges and emerged victorious. We can't let fear dictate our actions." The tension in the air was palpable as the two leaders clashed in their beliefs. Denki, rooted in caution and practicality, knew the dangers that lurked in the depths of the dungeon. Helga, fueled by her unwavering confidence, was willing to bet on their Familia's strength and resilience. "We can't underestimate the dungeon," Denki countered, his voice firm. "Every step we take here is a gamble with our lives. We need to retreat, heal, and come back prepared. Our Familia's safety comes first." Helga's eyes narrowed, her resolve unyielding. "We can't afford to appear weak in front of the other Familias," she argued back, her voice edged with frustration. "We're Heracles' Familia. Even now the others looked at us with pity, and I for one am tired with those looks. If we retreat now, we lose even more face. We need to press on. We can't afford to look weak in front of the other Familias." The other Familia members watched in silence, their loyalty torn between their two leaders. The weight of the decision hung heavy in the air, each heartbeat echoing the magnitude of the choice before them. Until another voice joined in. "Well, I for one vote to go back up." It was Caddy. He was done with bandaging Oswald's wounds. "Denki is right, you know. We have encountered such a bad luck facing a mob at this floor. If it was on the higher ones, then it would have been easy to deal with. But as we stand now, we only have 2 level 3s, the rest of us are tired and beaten, and the 2 strongest members of this party are arguing like fucking children's. Caddy's words hung heavy in the air, piercing the tension between Denki and Helga. The other members of the Familia glanced at each other, their eyes reflecting a mix of uncertainty and relief. Jugo, the level 2 adventurer, nervously cleared his throat, breaking the silence that had settled over the group. I agree with Caddy, Jugo stuttered, his voice surprisingly steady given the circumstances. We've pushed our luck far enough. It's not just about meeting quotas anymore, it's about survival. We can't afford to let our egos blind us to the reality of our situation. Caddy nodded in agreement, her eyes firm with conviction. We need to retreat, regroup, and come back stronger. Our familia's safety is paramount. We can't risk our lives needlessly, especially when we're not at our best. Denki sighed, his shoulders slumping with a mixture of relief and resignation. I understand your frustrations, Helga. I do. But Caddy and Jugo are right. We're not retreating because we're weak. We're retreating to be more prepared if ever we face this kind of luck again. We'll come back once we recover. But for now, we need to prioritize our well-being. Helga clenched her fists, her jaw tight with frustration. She glanced around at the faces of her Familia members, seeing the agreement in their eyes. With a heavy sigh, she finally relented. Fine, she said, her voice low. With their decision made, the Familia began their retreat from the 25th floor. Each step echoed with the weight of their choices and the unspoken determination to rise above their current challenges. As they ascended, they carried not only their wounded comrades, but also the lessons learned from this intense battle. As that was happening, a lone figure in the 29th floor was killing monsters left and right. It was Arthur, and in his right hand is a sword that shine a golden light, enveloping the area in extreme heat. The holy sword, Excalibur. Multiple bloodsaurus charged at the lone figure, only to be cut to pieces with each one smoking from the heat. You're starting to get the hang of it. A chiming voice sounded inside of the lone figurehead as he panted heavily from facing all of the monsters alone. Yeah, and I can do it even better without you yapping in my head with every move I make. Arthur spoke sarcastically, the blood on his sword evaporating. You're just a bundle of sunshine, aren't you? Excalibur's voice matched the sarcasm that its wielder exudes, making Arthur chuckle. Is this really necessary? Why do I have to solo dive the shit? Arthur asked, a bit annoyed due to fatigue. Well, to be honest, out of the 3 Thay Kuplo users, you're probably the weakest of the bunch. Well, thank you for the moral support. Arthur grunted as he sheathed his sword to the side. Why thank you, Excalibur chuckled. Arthur then stretched his body. He was feeling a bit rigid from moving non-stop now, and he was thankful because the Voltimiria, the monster that was guarding the 27th floor, hadn't revived yet when he ventured into the dungeon. That would have been a headache to deal with. BT-dubs, explain how I'm the weakest out of all the current users right now? Arthur asked curiously. I'm positively sure I'm stronger than the royal asshole. Why do you speak like that? Excalibur was not used to how his master is speaking. There were even moments where Arthur would say some stuff that completely baffles the god-killing weapon. Not the point, Arthur shrugs. Now why am I the weakest? Simple, you lack resolve. The prince is at least narcissistic to a point that he'll do everything just to be stronger than any one of you, and don't get me started on how lucky Death is for getting that monster as a master. Death? Arthur asked as he sat down beneath a tree to rest. I thought you say that the spear's name is Beowulf. The thing about us Thay Kuplos is that each one of us embodies an aspect, something that gives us strength. For me, it's absolute justice, for Misteltein, it's Dominus, and for Beowulf, he embodies death. Arthur pondered on what he had learned today, but it still bugs him. What do you mean I lack resolve? He asked with a tone that is both playful and a bit hurt by what Excalibur said to him. You lack obsession, unlike those two, who are willing to do everything just to get stronger. You go with the flow. The only reason you're even here in the dungeon is because the god literally ordered you to dive in. Well, Lord Buddha can be pretty persuasive. Arthur shrugs, and I don't need to be extremely strong to enjoy my life here. I already told you this when we first met. I just want a relax and carefree life. Then you shouldn't have plucked me out of my seal. Point taken. Arthur scratched his head a bit flustered. With the benefit of hindsight, I really should have just left this sword that was stuck on that stone. He thought to himself as he sighed. That's enough rest. Every day, those two are becoming stronger and stronger. I can feel it. You need to catch up with both of them. Excalibur urged Arthur to stand and continue diving deeper. I fear that something sinister is coming to this realm. The sword didn't say that part out loud. Truth be told, it liked this mortal. The way he lived is somewhat amusing. And with that said, it must make sure that this mortal is ready for what's to come, because in the first time in a long time, multiple Thay Kuplo are active and had found their master. And for Excalibur, those signs aren't really good. Fine, Arthur answered, forcing himself to stand back up, just when I was starting to get comfortable. He thought to himself, God damn it, times like this are making me miss a bottle of ice-cold Coke even more. Chapter 112. Helga Hestja's Worry, Pass Parade, Ripples. Denki and the rest of the familia arrived back home. The mood wasn't the best due to the unlucky experience they had in the dungeon. But when they arrived, they never expected for things to be quite hectic. Hestja is having a panic attack, and it looks like Belle had returned from the dungeon riddled with injuries. What the hell happened here? Helga asked while carrying Oswald on his back. The idiot went to the 6th floor solo and fought a mob all alone. Heracles answered. His voice carried a mix of intrigue and amusement. Without any armor on and only carrying a dagger. Heracles paused as he looked at his familia. What the hell happened to you? He asked Oswald, who is currently being given a piggyback ride by Helga. Mob, 25th floor, unprepared. Denki answered plainly as he moved past Heracles and went straight into his room. He really wasn't in the mood to socialize or to talk right now. Heracles stared at the back of Denki as he was climbing the stairs. This was so unlike him. Usually he'll go to the back after arriving to swing his sword or go to Heracles to give a report. That bad, huh? He muttered and looked at Helga, who by now had placed Oswald to the ground to stand on his own 2 feet. Yup, he pretty much already told you the gist of it, she shrugs. We were unlucky, we never expected to run into a mob at floor 25. Heracles nods and looked at the other member of his familia. They looked worse for wear. While only one was heavily injured, the look on their face was not good. He knew that moral right now was at an all-time low. Caddy, help Oswald to the infirmary. Keys, go to Babel and call for a healer. Yes, Lord Heracles. Keys, Loda answered, another new member of the Heracles familia who joined about a month ago. He was the freshest face in the familia and is quite young, only being 14, the same age as Belle. He is also a level 1, and he acts as the supporter, not really fighting and only carrying the equipment of the team. The youngster quickly ran out of the manor to follow Heracles' order, while the others moved to the infirmary to rest. Helga, Heracles' voice made Helga and the others stop to look back towards their god. Met me in my office. Heracles walked towards his office while his children stared at his back, wondering why he was calling for Helga. The veteran adventurer signed as she pushed the others to go to the infirmary and to rest up while she followed behind Heracles. Heracles entered his office and went straight into his table. Helga was not far behind, entering a few seconds after the god. Close the door. Heracles' voice made Helga a bit nervous. Usually it was Denki who talked to Heracles after their dive, and to be frank, it was only her second time being in her god's office. Helga gulped as she stood in front of the mountain of a man. Heracles might have been sitting, but the aura surrounding him made him feel as if he was an imposing wall. Relax, Heracles opened, E2 tense. Sorry, me lord. Helga answered. She didn't know why, but she was not usually this meek. I'm gonna go straight to the point. How is Denki when it comes to leading? Heracles asked, his voice serious as he looked straight into Helga. And I want your honest evaluation. Helga sighs and replied, to be honest, me lord, Denki is too green to lead. Helga answered, making sure to meet Heracles' gaze. He's way too passive and cautious on his approach, and it feels like he's carrying a huge chip in his shoulders, like he has something to prove. Heracles nodded and urges Helga to continue. He's a good fighter, don't get me wrong, talented to a T, and I'm honest enough to admit that he is more talented than me when it comes to pure fighting and martial prowess. But that's just that. He is way too inexperienced to see when to attack and when to defend. He always prioritizes defending, which makes our progress slow, like he is afraid to make a mistake. Helga took a breath before she continues. I understand that he doesn't want us to get killed by making the wrong decisions, but we know the risk of diving in the dungeon, and to be perfectly honest, it makes our fight rigid and unnatural. She finished. I see, so in short, the pressure is getting to him. Heracles sighed and leaned back in his chair, his expression thoughtful. Pressure can break even the strongest of wills. Denki needs guidance and support, not just from me but from the entire familia, and I trust you, Helga, to be that pillar for Denki. Helga nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of understanding and frustration. With all due respect, me lord, I've been an adventurer for 2 decades. I've faced countless challenges in the dungeon. I should have been the acting captain with my experience. Heracles regarded her seriously. Your experience is invaluable, Helga, and I recognize your dedication. However, leadership isn't solely about experience. It's also about potential and growth. Denki possesses the potential to lead, and I want you to guide him, to channel your experience into helping him become a capable leader that I already know that you are. Helga was taken aback. She expected Heracles to downright say no to her. But not only did the god acknowledge her experience, he even gave her a reason why he made the decision to employ Denki into the acting captain. Heracles stood up and walked towards Helga. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I understand your sentiments, Helga. I chose Denki not to undermine your capabilities, but to challenge him and allow him the chance to grow. I trust your judgment, and that's why I'm entrusting you to support him, to be the guiding force he needs. Helga looked up at Heracles, her eyes reflecting a mix of determination and acceptance. She knew that her god had a point, and she respected his decision even if it challenged her expectations. I understand, me lord, Helga said, her voice steady. I will do my best to guide Denki and help him become the leader our familia needs. I won't let you down. She took deep breath and continued. But if I see him faltering, if I see our familia in real danger, I won't hesitate to step in and take charge, she said, looking straight at Heracles' eyes. Heracles nodded, acknowledging her resolve. That's all I ask, Helga. Your loyalty and experience are our pillars of strength. Use them wisely for the sake of our familia. With a final nod, Helga left Heracles' office, her mind resolved. She would support Denki, but she would remain vigilant, ready to step in if the situation demanded it. As she walked out, she felt the weight of her responsibility settle upon her shoulders. The challenges ahead would test her patience, but she was determined to lead her familia through them, even if it meant taking charge when necessary. And so, with a mixture of determination and acceptance, Helga prepared to face the trials alongside Denki, her experience and wisdom ready to guide their familia through the darkest depths of the dungeon. As Heracles saw Helga off, the door in his office flung open and Hestia barged in. Yeah, come in, don't mind me. Heracles' tone was sarcastic as Hestia just rolled her eyes. Hestia plopped at the vacant seat, her face was all scrunched up, which made the god of strength smile at how the goddess looked like a little kid who lost her toy. So I take it Belle is all right now? Heracles asked as he pours himself a drink. More than all right, the child is practically beaming right now, she responded as she took the glass out of Heracles' hand and chugs the content of it. And you're in a bitchy mood because of that? Heracles asked, confused. Shut it, you muscle-headed gorilla, Hestia angrily snapped, slamming the glass on Heracles' table. More, I need alcohol. You know us gods can't get drunk, right? Not unless we drink an amount that would usually kill a mortal. Heracles chuckled as he poured another fill for Hestia. Hestia just glared at him, she then sighed deeply. Hey, you remember what we talked about yesterday, about Belle receiving a skill? Heracles nods, urging Hestia to continue. Well, it seems like that skill is even more unique than what I thought it was. Belle's status just jumped from I to F in just a day after receiving that skill, Hestia said, her voice serious. And I'm sure it's because of that Wallen-something girl. Heracles practically leaped up from his chair, his eyes bulged at the revelation. Impossible. Even August, who is wielding a Thay Kuplo, isn't anywhere near that fast. Hestia gulped another glass, hoping for some kind of placebo effect to take place. I just updated his status. All of it jumped from double digits, some even from 0 to practically 300. Heracles couldn't even say a word, his mouth hanged wide open, sweat started to pool up his forehead. This is unprecedented. If words of this come out, the other gods will do everything in their power just to have Bel in their hands. That's why I'm here. Hestia's tone became somber. She stared at Heracles pleadingly. I want you to take Bel into your familia. He will be much safer with you than W. No, Heracles cut her off before she could even finish her sentence. His eyes glared at Hestia, a look of disappointment apparent in it. He is your child, your responsibility. I will not be taking in Bel Cranel off your hands. But you said it yourself. Hestia stood up, her face scrunching as she growled at the god of strength. The other gods would do everything in their power just to G. And you're being selfish. Heracles' voice firmly cut her off. Does that child have anything to say with your decision? Heracles leaned in closer towards Hestia, on which the goddess dodged his stare. Selfish to a T, and here I thought you gaining a child would change that. His tone was a bit mocking, making Hestia bite her lips. What do you know? Huh, Hestia angrily yelled. I can't lose him, Heracles. Sooner or later this news will reach the ears of the other gods, and they will come for him. Tears started to well up at her eyes. You have experience with dealing with this problem. Remember when you had just arrived and everyone wanted a piece of August? I am not as powerful as you, not as feared. I'm the butt of many jokes for us gods. You on the other hand command fear and awe. They'll never touch Bel as long as he is with you. Idiot! Heracles lightly punched Hestia on her head, making the goddess wince and yelp. Heracles just chuckled at her reaction as he gently pats her on her head. You forgot one major detail. Heracles smirked. Living here with me, which makes you under my protection. And Bel doesn't have to be a part of my familia, I will protect him as well. Honestly, you're too fucking stupid to be a god. Hestia sniffed, she roughly wiped the tears that were forming in her eyes. Seriously, how fucking slow can you be? Heracles chuckled. Bel is your child and he will forever be your child. No god will ever change that as long as I'm around. If they do, Heracles smiled sinisterly. Well, they'll just have to face my wrath. Hestia hugged Heracles, her lips quivering into a smile. She's a bit pissed for being called slow and an idiot by him, but she was thankful for her friend. Heracles just smiled and pat the goddess in the head, but his mind is in turmoil. Looks like another monster is coming in Orario, he thought to himself, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Hurry and wake the fuck up now, August. You're gonna miss something interesting if you keep on sleeping like an idiot. Days passed, and with it a bunch of interesting things had happened. Helga, after her talk with Heracles, became much more receptive with Denki's order. Sure, they were still butting heads from time to time, but not to a point where she'll question Denki mid-fight. In doing so, Heracles' familia had finally passed the floor 27th barrier that was stopping their progress. They were even able to make it to floor 32, which was an achievement, especially since they only have 11 members, where only 2 are level 3. Hestia in the days that passed became extremely busy as well. Due to wanting to support Bel with the best of her ability, she swallowed her pride. Not that she had one to begin with, and went to Heracles to ask for help, asking the god of strength for money to buy Bel his first quality weapon. Heracles, who had known Hestia for years, smiled at her with the most sincere smile the god had ever done. And refuse. He knew full well that if he lends Hestia money, that it would be as good as gone. Hestia, of course, threw a tantrum, but Heracles quickly shut her up by threatening to kick her out if she continues to act like a spoiled child. So, with a heavy heart hand, after throwing a bunch of insult towards Heracles, behind his back of course, she went to her second option. Hephaestus. And with it, she had cried her way for a weapon, personally made by Hephaestus herself, a weapon that Hephaestus created with using the Thay Kuplos as an inspiration, a unique weapon. Hephaestus created it by using a strand of Hestia's hair and blood. It has the same status as the wielder and can only be wielded by a member of the Hestia familia, a weapon that grows with its wielder, like the Thay Kuplos. Such a weapon, of course, did not come cheap. It cost a whooping 200 million volleys, and it is to be paid off on a 35-year loan with 420 payments. And for that, Hestia now has to work for Hephaestus. But the goddess didn't care. as long as she can give Bell the weapon that he deserve. She called and named that weapon the Hestia knife. There was also the event on which monsters escaped. As Orario with Ganesha on the lead organized another monster furia, it was done to make the public forget about the amphitheater incident. But on the day of the celebration, multiple monsters had escaped. Luckily, Ganesha and his familia was fast enough to capture most of the monsters, with the other adventurers taking care of the rest. But alas, one monster had been tampered with. That monster was a silverback. It dodged other adventurers and managed to roam free on the streets of Orario, and it has a target, a certain white-haired adventurer. Bell was able to kill it due to the knife Hestia gave him. The adventurer made a connection with the weapon, making it truly his. The failed event should have been the highlight of Orario, but it paled in comparison to what came next. The news that shook Orario came from Bell. At only a month and a half, Bell was able to break the level 1 barrier, the fastest recorded time for an adventurer to reach level 2. The news made the gods salivate, wanting the young adventurer for themselves, just as Hestia and Heracles predicted. But there was a contingency, as Heracles made it clear at the DANMACHI that Hestia and her familia is under his protection. Not only that, but Buddha also chimed in, saying that if they touch Bell, he will unleash Arthur to all of them, making the gods sweat. He was only joking, of course, but the joke did not fly well with the other gods, especially Thor, who was still at odds with his two blood brothers, especially Buddha. At the same DANMACHI, Bell had earned his very own alias, the Little Rookie. There was also a debacle with the young Palom girl who had got close to Bell, named Lilaruka Ard, or Lily for short, and the Soma familia. But with the help of Denki and the rest of Heracles' familia, Bell was able to hide her within Heracles' manor. Denki at first was hesitant. He recognized Lily from his experience in the past, but Bell was able to convince him, and Denki was just too nice to begin with. And along the way, a blacksmith by the name of Welf Krazo joined Bell's party. He liked Bell due to him being an innocent and pure boy, not wanting to befriend him due to his talent in creating magic weapon and Krazo name, but to genuinely wanting to be his friend, he created a personal weapon for Bell. A crimson blade created from half of the Minotaur's horn. It also has a slight fire element. Welf had named it Minotaur, but Bell pleaded the young blacksmith to change the name. After a long banter, Welf finally relented, and the red dagger is now called Ushiwakamaru. A small party was made, with Bell, Lily, and Welf. The three of them are venturing to the dungeon together, forming a three-man cell. And in a blink of an eye, about 3 months and a half had passed since the amphitheater incident. Bell, along with Lily and Welf, are being surrounded by a mob of monsters at the middle floor of the dungeon. Multiple Almiraj had spawned near their area, and the three of them are having their hands full. There's too many of them, I can't even get a proper breather. Welf growled as he slammed his greatsword, killing multiple monsters in the process. There's no end in sight. Lily used his crossbow to shot the white rabbit monsters at their feet, incapacitating them for Bell to finish them off. Bell just silently killed the monsters, moving so quickly that they couldn't even keep up with him. Just a little bit more. He encouraged his party just as he stabbed one of the Almiraj straight through its head. In the other side of the corridor, another adventurer party are running for their lives. They are the adventurers of the Take Mikazuchi familia. Their captain Kashima Aoka carries on his back an injured Hitachi Chigusa, and not far from them are a mob of hellhounds, chasing them with the intention to kill. Hurry, we need to make it to the surface and lose the hellhounds. Yamato Mikoto, a level 2 adventurer, urged her teammate to move faster. But before she could continue, she stopped in her tracks. Her captain was just standing there, unmoving like a statue. What are you doing? We need to move fast, she paused as she followed the gaze of Aoka. Adventurers, she grimaced while muttering, this is bad. We can't pass here. If we do, we'll be dooming them. She thought to herself. Mikoto, W will be passing right through them. Aoka's face turned ugly as he said those words, shocking Mikoto. We can F. Your life and the life of the familia is more important than those strangers, Aoka said firmly, cutting Mikoto off before she can finish her words. We'll be passing right through them. Mikoto grimaced even deeper. She closed her eyes and forced herself to agree to her captain. Understood. She said blankly, as much as she hates it, Auka was right. Their life right now is more important than that of a stranger they don't even know. With the decision being made, they made a run for it, passing by Bel and his party. Bel was busy killing another Almiraj that pounced towards him, when he noticed multiple adventurers running towards their direction. He started at them and noticed one of them were injured. He quickly gripped his weapon. His intention was to help. Mikoto noticed this and Get-Face became even more ugly. She felt a bitter taste fill her mouth. Before Bel could move, Lily's voice cuts through the air. "Shit, we're trapped," she screamed, panic apparent on her voice. "It's a pass parade." At the surface, in Heracles' manor, a young boy, 15 years of age, was sleeping peacefully. That was of course the first thing that would come in mind if you saw him in his state. But the boy in question had been sleeping for over 3 months now. For 3 months he had been lying, unmoving on his bed. He was not injured, nor was he sick. The healers had made sure of that. Unmoving, he lays flat, until today. For the first time in 3 months and a half, August Kaiser moved. His fingers twitched, a small movement sure, but that movement was enough to send ripples of mana all throughout the Heracles manor. Heracles, who was busy arranging paperwork in her office, suddenly felt the hair at the back of his head stood. A prickly sensation was clinging to his skin. His eyes bulged. He recognized this mana. How could he forget? This mana belongs to the first child he ever invited to his familia. "August!" Heracles stood up from his seat, a huge grin plastered on his face. He quickly moved, exciting his office, practically running towards August's room. Any pretenses of holding back was thrown out the window. The door on August's room was pulled off its hinges when Heracles entered. But the god didn't care one bit. His eyes darts towards the direction of August. The ripples of mana became stronger and stronger. The closer you are, the more intense it was, and when Heracles laid his eyes on his child, he saw a steady stream of red lightning crackling all over the boy's body. The smile on his face grew even larger. "Well, it's about damn time," he happily exclaimed. "You have missed way too many interesting events, August." And in that moment, August's eyes opened, his mana shaking the entirety of the house. The red lightning burst out, scorching the walls of his room. He sat up from his bed and looked at the direction of Heracles. "Hey, old man, got any food? I'm fucking starving." Chapter 113, Reunion, August's Awakening. Denki and the rest of Heracles' familia were on their way back, climbing to the surface after 2 long days inside the dungeon. They were tired, especially during their ascent. Along the way, they encountered a total of 4 mobs. Despite their weariness, they all made it out, albeit not without injuries, especially Helga, who had acted as the primary tank. Now they were on the first floor, where every monster they encountered was unfortunate enough to cross their path. After one final turn, they finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Finally, Caddy raised her hands up in the air in joy. A hot bath and a good meal. The rest of the familia chuckled, all agreeing with the sentiment of the petite adventurer. "Yeah, nothing beats those things after a few days of staying inside the dungeon," Helga nodded in agreement. "Especially if meat is on the menu." Denki chuckled. "You said it," he agreed wholeheartedly. "Speaking of meat, Keys." Keys groaned when he heard his name being called. Being the newest, youngest, and the only level 1 member meant that he was usually the one being ordered around to run errands. Not just by Denki, but everyone in the familia. He tiredly stepped forward. Denki smiled wryly at Keys, remembering himself when he was the rookie in Heracles' familia, with August and Heracles both treating him as a slave. "Sorry about this, but I'm too tired as well." He passed the bag of their loot, mainly monster cores, to the poor lad. "Go exchange this at the guild and buy a feast at the hostess. You can do that, right?" "Do I have a choice?" Keys grumbled. After what they had been through, he also wanted to rest and lay down. "No," Helga was the one who answered, trying hard not to laugh at the scrumped-up face Keys was showing to everyone. "Fine," the poor lad answered. He really just wanted to get this over with and go home. Jugo, who couldn't stop himself, let out a chuckle. He was amused by the facial expressions Keys was showing to everyone. Denki, seeing this, smiled at Jugo. "Oh, and Jugo, go with him, will you?" Even though Denki was smiling, Jugo could only see a demon keeping him away from his bath and warm bed. He'll probably need some help carrying all that food back home. Denki continued as he turned away, walking towards the direction back home, followed by the other members of Heracles' familia, who all laughed at Jugo's dumbfounded expression as they passed by him. Jugo had his mouth hanging open, and after a few moments he screamed, "Son of a bitch." Keys, on the other hand, just whispered to himself, "Serves you right." Denki and the rest of the familia were only a few steps away from reaching Heracles' manor. But as they neared, they all came to a sudden halt. Boom! 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 Several violent explosions reached their ears. The sounds were coming from their home. "What the hell?" Oswald yelled. "Are we under attack?" Caddy hurriedly drew her weapon, her face snarling. "We need to move, now." Helga snapped to attention, willing her mana to move all over her body as she drew the claymore on her back. Everyone prepared to storm the house, determined to put a stop to whoever was causing the ruckus. Everyone except Denki. The members of the familia stared at the acting captain, who was stuck on the ground, unmoving. "What are you doing? Lord Heracles may need our help?" Helga yelled angrily and moved towards Denki. She placed both her hands on his shoulder and shook him, but she was shocked to see a tear forming in the young samurai's eyes. Denki. A smile slowly formed on Denki's lips. Throughout 3 months, Denki had been training non-stop and had now perfected Toga's technique, the mana dome. Even though it was not at the level of the old master or even his captain and eyes, he was able to make his mana dome large enough to reach the manor from where they were standing. When he heard those explosions that were still happening, he turned it on right away to see who it was. And what he felt shocked him. For the first time in 3.5 months, Denki smiled the most sincere smile he ever did, shocking everyone who saw it. They could feel it. A heavy weight had just lifted off his shoulders. "Aichi's awake," he muttered, his lips quivering. His eyes looked at Helga and tears finally fell from them. "He's back, the captain. He's awake." Helga and everyone's eyes widened. And just like that, the same expression Denki was having slowly morphed onto their faces. Without missing a beat, Denki ran with everything he had towards Heracles' manor. The others followed behind, but were unable to keep up with Denki at full speed. As he got nearer, he could feel it, the familiar mana, the one that always brought fear to everyone. He could feel the grasp of death clutching his heart, but he didn't care. After 3.5 months, he missed that feeling. The others, though, all fell to their knees. Sure, they had felt August's mana when he fought at the tournament, and more so when he fought the creature, but not this close. The closer they got, the harder it was for them to move, and one by one, starting from the weakest all the way to Helga, they dropped down from the pressure. But not Denki. He pushed himself, urging himself to move, heading straight towards the back of the manor, where there was an open space. And just like old times, he saw his god, Heracles, and his captain August, sparring full force, causing the space to shake at every blow they exchanged. "See, Captain," Denki stammered. He gulped as he saw August dodge Heracles' blow that was inches away from him. "Captain." The two stopped as they heard a cry. August pulled his mana back inside his body, and Heracles did the same, pulling his godly aura back, making the pressure vanish like it was not even there. "Yo," August turned towards Denki and raised his hand. "You sure have gotten a lot stronger, Denki." Denki couldn't hold himself back anymore. With tears, he ran towards August and pounced at him, hugging his captain as his emotions took over. All the pressure, all the weight he had on his shoulders, the stress, the pain, the tension, every emotional turmoil he had as he acted as the captain of the familia vanished. All because the man he admired the most had finally awakened. A few moments earlier. August's POV. I panted heavily, sweat pouring from my body as I moved so naturally, everything clicking in place. With one final slash of my spear, I beheaded the last of the faceless figures coming my way. I fell on my ass, trying to catch my breath. How many years had it been? I lost count at 40, or maybe I just stopped trying entirely. Well, there it is, killed every single one of those annoying pieces of shits. I grinned, looking at the empty space. "Well, do you want a medal or something?" Beowulf said sarcastically. After spending who knows how long inside this shitty world, the two of us had gotten a lot closer. "So, how do you feel?" it asked. "Like shit," I answered, my voice more forceful than I had intended. Well, training is never really fun. I could hear the smugness in its voice. After spending multiple decades with it, you could start to discern its tone, its emotion, and right now, the asshole was amused at my state. Training? I asked sarcastically. Training? That was fucking torture. I shuddered as I remembered every ounce of pain and misery I experienced. I fucking died so many fucking times. Do you have any idea how that fucking felt? I couldn't hold back any longer and started to rant at the empty abyss. And at the end of the day, you have grown stronger, did you not? I swore, this fucking asshole was doing this on purpose. And to tell the truth, it was right. A vicious smile formed on my lips as sparks of red lightning coiled around my hand. Strong, huh? To tell you the truth, I don't think anyone can even touch me right now. The red lightning subsided as I clenched my fist. I could feel the current of electricity moving inside my body. How about you? What do you think? Am I strong enough for you now? A pair of golden eyes and a menacing grin appeared in the empty space, right in front of me. That was enough for me to know that it approved. A small chuckle escaped from my lips as I stood up and stretched my back. Placing the spear on my shoulder, I looked at it dead in the eye and asked, "So, what happens now?" I suddenly felt my body getting heavy. Gods, how I missed this sensation. This was the feeling when my body was starting to leave the abyss. And just like that, I'm free to go? I asked. I know you well enough to learn that there's always a catch with you, so what is it? Not this time, master. This is purely out of my own desire. With you stronger, it will inevitably be useful to me in the long run, it answered, and continued. Our deal and game, after all, are still ongoing, and with you at your peak and strongest, it would just be beneficial to me once I take over your body. I laughed, shaking my head at the words that escaped its mouth. Do you honestly believe that I'm that much of an idiot? After how many years alone with you, I realized that you really don't want anything to do with my body. No, all you want is to be free. Free of your shackles, free of this spear that binds you. I let my mana roar, red lightning erupting from my body. A flash of red light illuminated the abyss, revealing a large black wolf, multiple chains holding it down in space. You just desire freedom from this prison, and the solution you came up with is taking my body for yourself. Isn't that right, Beowulf? A smirk formed on my face. I looked up at it as it stared down at me. If that's the case, why didn't you take the body of the previous owners? And the answer is simple. You can't do it. Beowulf did not answer. It only stared at me blankly, and I could feel that it was angry, fuming even. Because if you did, you'd actually be erasing the original soul inside the body, and in doing so, killing the host with you in it. I continued. You can take control, influence me for a few minutes like in the past, but you're not really free, are you? The original soul could still take over and bring you back here, in this space that you have treated as your prison. I said, gesturing at the empty abyss. All because you've been created as a tool to serve a master, a wielder. In short, me. My final words made Beowulf growl. I could feel its bloodlust creeping up my skin. Everything you said had been planned to make me stronger, to make me push myself, I said with the deepest sincerity I could muster. And for that, I thank you. And you're right, our game is still ongoing, but right now, at this moment, I have already won. A small smile formed on my lips. And don't worry, I intend to keep the promise that I gave to you. I will give you the freedom that you so crave. I felt the bloodlust suddenly faltering. A look of shock was apparent on the wolf's face. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of it. No, of him. From now on, this being was no longer just a mere tool for me to use. Our time together had made me realize that Beowulf was now a part of me, a part of my strength and arsenal. So what do you say, asshole? You in? I asked. H-H-H-A? The whole space vibrated as loud laughter echoed all over the abyss. You really are the best. Yeah, I'm in. You better not die on me, August, not before you give me my freedom, however you might achieve that. He grinned, showing me his sharp canines as the chains around his body rattled from his laughter. After that, you can die in a ditch for all I care. Well, that's not very nice. I chuckled as well, scratching the back of my head as the two of us smiled at each other. By the way, how long have I been here? Are Denki and the others still alive when I return? Well, by my count, you've trained inside here for 70 years. My jaw dropped as I heard those words. 70 years? That was such a long time. Wouldn't I just be an old man when I woke up? Relax, that's only inside here. Time moves differently in here than in the outside world. For them, it would be under 4 months, Beowulf said, amused by my reaction. I swear this asshole would be the death of me. Now leave, your face is getting annoying now. Fine, I don't want to stay in this place for much longer anyway. I rolled my eyes and turned away from Beowulf. With my back turned, I bid my goodbyes. Well, see you. Yeah, fuck off. And in an instant, my body started to fall, and in the next moment, I was lying on my bed. Well, it's about damn time. I heard the old man's voice, making me feel nostalgic for the sound. You have missed way too many interesting events, August. I opened my eyes, my mana bursting out of my body, red lightning leaving scorched marks all over the room. I sat up and looked at the side, seeing the old man, my god, Heracles, looking at me with the same crappy smile he wore whenever he was happy. Before I could greet him, I felt my stomach rumbling. I was so fucking hungry. Hey, old man, got any food? I'm fucking starving. Chapter 114, Heracles Familia. Here are the 10 new members of the Heracles Familia, who joined after the amphitheater incident. Some of them wouldn't be important to the story, but I wouldn't be comfortable if I don't give them any names or background, and who knows, maybe the plot would push them to have a greater roles moving forward. Helga Bladsworth. Helga is a level 3 adventurer. Her former god was one of the victims in the attack on Orario, which led to her losing her Falna. She joined the Familia due to feeling indebted towards August for protecting Orario. At first, she and Denki are always butting heads, as she felt that she's more qualified to lead being a 20-year veteran and an executive in her previous Familia. But after her talk with Heracles, she started to mellow down towards Denki. Sure, they still butted heads, but as times moves on, her downright questioning towards Denki's decision transitioned into suggestion, and now Denki fully relied on her to give him advice on how to proceed, becoming a vice-captain-like position when Denki was acting captain. She has a large, muscular build for a female, some scarring here and there. She's about 510 in height and weight approximately about 194 pounds. She has a plain brown tapered hair, sharp-looking eyes, and rough-looking face, almost masculine in look. Her weapon of choice is a 2-handed claymore, and a large kite shield almost as large as her body, which she freely changed depending on the situation. Her attitude is a little rough. Her tone is challenging and a bit manly when she speaks, but she never usually know it. She was just used to speaking like that. She never beats around the bushes and is brutally blunt with her words. Case in point, when she was talking with Heracles, she told him what she really think about Denki without hiding anything. Stats: SDR 388F, Dex 125H, AGI 98I, Mag 212G, End 426E. Oswald Len. Oswald, a level 2 adventurer and the Familia's only pure mage. He was on the same Familia as Helga before joining Heracles' Familia. He idolized August, and joined the Familia because of him. He is rather weak for a level 2, aside from his magic of course. His stats are rather low. He has a pudgy build, 57, and weight about 179 pounds. Due to focusing solely on magic, he never comes to the front line. He is still muscular but not as much as the other adventurer. He has a boyish look and soft-looking eyes, and his main weapon is a basic staff that amplify his magic, the standard one you can buy at any store, and a short sword which he always carry just in case only know the basic in swinging a sword. He is good-natured. He's rather passive though, never wanting to get in an argument with the other. But he always want to do the best he can when inside the dungeon. This was shown when he was injured and wanted to continue diving. Stats: SDR 76I, Dex 13I, AGI 8I, Mag 276G, End 103H. More details will be added in later chapters. Caddy Prussia, a Hume bunny demi-human and a level 2 adventurer, she also lost her god during the attack on Orario. One of the very first person who joined Heracles' Familia and joined solely because she wanted to meet the hero of Orario. She has a short bob-cut hair and a long braid at the front, has a petite build, standing only at 52, has a muscular legs due to her demi-human trait, and slim yet toned body. Her main weapons are the two short swords, only a little longer than a dagger, and uses it in combined with her natural speed. A bubbly and cheerful girl, but don't get it twisted now, she has an extremely prickly personality if angered, is not afraid to say what's on her mind, and the others steer clear of her once she starts ranting because she seemed to have no filter whatsoever. Stats: SDR 183H, Dex 276G, AGI 302F, Mags 93I, and 163H. More details will be added on the later chapters. Keys Loda, the youngest member and sole level 1 member of the Familia, unlike the others who joined after losing their Falna, Keys is a true rookie. He idolized August due to the rumors and achievement he has, especially after defeating the creature. He is quite tall for his age, standing 57, and has a solid 156 pounds lean build, although his muscles aren't fully developed yet. He has a messy dark orange hair that makes it look like he just got out of bed, and wore a store-bought leather armor. His weapon of choice is a spear, but rarely is able to use it due to his role as the supporter of the Familia, and the others not allowing him to fight in the front line just yet. Extremely sarcastic, and witty, will probably get along well with August due to this, has a headstrong attitude, and brave personality, always wanting to prove himself. But Denki, and even Helga, wouldn't even allow him to take a step at the front line due to his level and age. Stats: SDR 9I, Dex 13I, AGI 8I, Mag 5, and 19I. High just stat due to always carrying the Familia's equipment. More details will be added on the later chapters. Jugo, no last name. Jugo is an orphan who grew up in Orario, joined the Familia a little later than the rest. A level 2 adventurer with a penchant for cursing. Like the others, he joined because of August and had lost his god in the attack. He's quite tall, standing 64, but extremely lanky, only weighing in at 163 pounds, has a plain-looking face and short spiky blonde hair, prefers to wear light armor, as he felt suffocated wearing heavy armor. Has a short sword and buckler as a weapon, and has a counter-heavy fighting style. He uses his buckler effectively in that regard. The others all agreed that he has a shitty personality, but he doesn't seem to see it, has a huge crush on Caddy, and is another reason why he stayed at Heracles' Familia when he knew that August was in a coma. Stats: SDR 103H, Dex 143H, AGI 145H, Mag 21I, and 132H. More details will be added in the later chapters. Boar's no last name, a short and round, stocky human that is often mistaken as a dwarf due to his build, a level 2 adventurer, and is one of the older member of the Familia. He joined a little later and actually asked for his release in his former Familia. His god didn't die and go back to heaven. The reason is unknown, and if asked, he would just answer that he finds this Familia interesting. As stated above, he is quite short for a human, standing only 51, even shorter than Keys, but he is extremely heavy and stocky, weighing around 200 pounds. He has a brown, long, messy hair, and a beard. He wears a full set of armor when diving, carries a two-handed battle axe. A private person by nature, he likes to keep to himself, and everyone in the Familia really thinks that he has dwarven blood running in his veins due to him being an extremely heavy drinker. Likes it when people are confused by his lineage, as even he isn't sure if he is dwarf or human, as both of his parents are human, but at the same time, he looks nothing alike his two parents. Stats: SDR 583D, Dex 296G, AGI 288G, Mag 298G, and 526D. More details may be added in the later chapters. Ira Frost may change the last name, feels like 2 on the nose, open to suggestions for a last name. Ira is a level 2 adventurer and mage. She's a quiet and reserved mage who joined the Familia after losing her previous god during the attack on Orario. She possesses a mysterious aura and often keeps to herself. She has a azure-colored hair and feminine feature. She's quite tall for a woman, standing at 58, and has a slender and good body at around 132 pounds, which she often hid underneath her oversized mage tunic. Her weapon of choice is a staff with a crystal orb at its tip, which she personally had ordered on one of the blacksmith in Hephaestus Familia, channeling her ice magic through it. And unlike Oswald, Ira is a competent fighter and knows how to swing a sword if needed. Introverted, calm, and observant, she prefers solitude and spends most of her time studying magic, a mage, specializing in offensive and defensive ice spells to control the battlefield. Stats: SDR 92I, Dex 48I, AGI 71I, Mag 312G, End 134H. More detail will be added in the later chapters. Lysander Durin? Unlike the others, Lysander isn't an adventurer and is a former gladiator instead. He joined the Familia seeking redemption for his past mistakes. Despite his tough exterior, he harbors guilt and regrets from his previous life. More will be written on it, cannot reveal as of yet, may contain spoiler if I chose to pursue his storyline. Is currently level 2. He is large, almost as large as Heracles, standing at 68 tall and weighing in at 282 pounds. He is no doubt a powerhouse. Yet despite his size, he moves with finesse and precision, thanks in no small part due to his gladiator days. He is a frontline fighter, specializing in dual-wielding gladius swords and heavy armor for maximum protection. The twin gladius swords is a reminder of his days as a gladiator. Brooding, determined, and fiercely protective of his fellow Familia members, he struggles to come to terms with his past. Stats: SDR 422E, Dex 375F, AGI 358F, Mag 36I, End 493D. More details will be added in the later chapters. Nadia Vierna. Nadia is a skilled archer from the Elven lands who arrived at Orario around the same time as Belle. She joined the Familia under the recommendation of Mia when she was dining at the Hostess of Fertility. Her main goal is to explore the world outside her homeland. She possesses exceptional archery skills and a deep love for nature. When she arrived at Orario, she was already level 2. An extremely beautiful girl, thanks in part to her lineage. She has blonde hair that she likes to tie in a knot, and a seductive build. Whenever Heracles' Familia goes to the guild as a group, most of the men always stare at her. She stood 56 tall and weighed around. She's a little bit self-conscious about her weight. Graceful, compassionate, and in touch with nature, she values harmony and balance in all things. She's the long-range support of the Familia, utilizing her precision archery skills to provide cover and support from a distance. And her skill reminds Denki of Frok, which makes the young samurai a bit distant from her. Her weapon of choice is an elven longbow, intricately crafted and enchanted for increased accuracy and power. Stats: SDR 202G, Dex 323F, AGI 330F, Mag 312F, End 134H. More detail will be added in the later chapters. Thorn, no last name. Thorn is the most mysterious member of the Familia, as even Denki doesn't know anything about him. Only Heracles, who personally accepted him, knows anything about this mysterious person. Denki doesn't know why Heracles chose to accept him as a member, but he still treats him as one nonetheless. Level 2. He has black hair, which he leaves messy, and stood at around 62. He is lean, with a solid 192 pounds build. He specialized in using daggers, and would usually soak the blade in poison before diving in the dungeon. He acts as the secondary scout. Enigmatic, cunning, and resourceful, he keeps his past hidden and rarely opens up to others. But one thing is known by every member of the Familia, is that you don't play cards with Thorn unless you want all of your volleys gone and in his pocket. Stats: SDR 231G, Dex 392F, AGI 410E, Mag 112H, End 364F. Chapter 115, The Heracles Familia Welcoming Tradition. There was a jovial ambience at the Heracles Manor, as the members of the Familia stared in awe at the now awakened August. In the months following the amphitheater incident, August had become a legend in Orario, the hero who had faced the creature alongside his god. The new members couldn't be prouder to be part of this familia. So, I missed quite a lot, huh? August chuckled, scratching his head and looking awkwardly at the 8 new members. He knew nothing about Keys and Jugo are out doing an errand on Denki's order. Yeah, all because you were sleeping like an idiot, Heracles smirked, looking mischievously at August. This surprised the 8 new members. For them, Heracles was a stoic figure, always serious and rarely ever smiling. Give me a break, old man. I didn't exactly plan for that to happen, August retorted, earning him a punch at the head from Heracles. But before it could land, his body moved out of the way, smooth and fast, as if he was never there to begin with. Heracles had a look of shock momentarily plastered on his face, but he quickly hid it. His mind, however, was processing the movement August had just shown him. Like in our spar earlier, it felt like he knew exactly where my hits would be coming from, he thought. What the hell did he do inside the spear's dimension? August, oblivious to his god's thoughts, smirked at Heracles, a mocking expression that made a vein pop in the god's forehead. That smile made the god snap. He relentlessly tried and failed to smack August's head. As this happened, Denki had a nostalgic look on his face. This was something he was used to from the past, his captain and god bickering. But the others had looks of disbelief. They couldn't believe someone had the audacity to tease Heracles face to face. And they couldn't believe Heracles, someone they thought of as a god who never smiled, was actually grinning from ear to ear. Helga's illusion of August being this hardened warrior and unparalleled adventurer shattered. The more she looked at him, the more she realized that at the end of the day, August Kaiser was still just a child. This is the hero of Orario, the spear of mortal death. She questioned herself as her eyes twitched, watching the god and the boy exchange insults and banter like children, and Lord Heracles. Was he always this childish? The others felt the same way. There was a rumor that August Kaiser was the embodiment of death, someone who showed no mercy, whose spear was feared by everyone. Yet what they were seeing now was undoubtedly a child. Oh, by the way, has Denki ever mentioned the familia tradition to you guys? August asked, effortlessly dodging another punch without even looking at Heracles. Tradition? Oswald asked, confused. Denki never mentioned any tradition, sir. Oswald gulped as a sinister smile slowly formed on August's face. Denki was just as confused as Oswald was. He never remembered any tradition of the familia. Then it hit him, the very first day he met August as his captain. His face turned pale at the realization. TTT, that was a tradition? He yelled, looking at August as if he was looking at a demon. Well, it was how I welcomed you, August shrugged, and since I missed welcoming these guys, I reckon this time is a good time to do it. Again, he released that vicious smile. I'll be joining them as well, of course. I want to see how much you've really grown. You know, I'm really tired right now. All of us are. We just exited the dungeon and aren't at 100%, Denki said with a strained smile. But August just returned the favor with a polite smile. Well, I just woke up from a coma, he said, then turned towards Heracles. Old man, can we use the back? Heracles gave an exhausted sigh and nodded. Be sure to clean it all up after you're done. Yeah, I'll be coming to your office later, after I'm done with this. August waved Heracles off. Heracles could only shake his head, and as usual, you still lack respect. I'll be sure to fix that, he mutters as he walked towards his office. August smiled as he stared at Heracles' back. He then turned his attention towards Denki and the others. Well, bring your gear with you and met me at the back. We'll be now commencing the Heracles familia tradition. It wasn't a tradition to begin with. Denki raised his voice up, but August just downright ignored him and headed towards the back of the manor. Helga, who was now more curious about this so-called tradition, asked Denki, so, what exactly is this tradition he speaks of? Again, this wasn't a tradition, Denki frustratingly answered. But because everyone was looking at him and wanted a more clear answer, he sighed and opened his mouth. He'll probably spar with us. When I first joined Heracles' familia, it was the first thing he ever did. Suffice to say that he beat me to a pulp. A sparring with the gay bulg, huh? Well, that doesn't sound too bad. Hell, this is actually a great opportunity if I do say so myself. Helga had a look of excitement plastered on her face. The same sentiment could be felt on the other members. And to that, Denki just shook his head and muttered to himself, Ah, I had that same look once. Denki and the members of Heracles' Familia all moved together outside the manor towards the open space which by now has been considered as the training area. And there waiting for them is August, sitting at the middle of the field in a lotus position, with his eyes closed. Every member felt chills run up their spine. They gulped at the aura that was surrounding August. Holy shit! Helga couldn't help but utter. Sweat started to pour out of the female adventurer, and she was not alone. Oswald, Caddy, and the others all couldn't help but be at awe, their eyes drawn at their captain. Gone was the childish demeanor he showed when they first met him. Right now, they are standing in front of a predator. August opened his eyes, and everyone took a step back unconsciously. So I believe introduction is in order. August spoke nonchalant, relaxed and composed, his voice serene to their ears. Let's start with you. You seem to be the strongest of the new bloods here. He pointed towards Helga. Helga snapped to attention. She coughed a bit, clearing her throat, and formally introduced herself. My name's Helga Baldsworth. I'm currently level 3, the same level as Denki. It's a pleasure to meet you, Captain. She gave a curt nod and a smile at the end of her introduction. August nods in return and looked at the person besides her, urging them to continue. One by one, the new members of the Familia introduced themselves, some nervous, others tried to sound confident in front of their captain. Name's Oswald Len, a level 2 mage. I mainly stay at the back line and cast spell. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Gay Bulgser. August chuckled a bit with Oswald's introduction. He gave him a smile and turned his attention to the next person. I'm Caddy Prussia, a level 2, and I act as the main scout when we are diving. I hope we get along well. Caddy bowed respectfully after her introduction. Call me Bors, no last name, a level 2 adventurer as well. The introduction continued, and August greeted them all with a smile and a respectful nod. It's good to officially meet you all. August turned serious, making them tense up. He then bowed at them and looked at everyone sincerely. Thank you. Thank you for joining this small familia of ours. Thank you for being here, keeping the familia strong in the times that I wasn't here to do so. Everyone could feel the appreciation and sincerity in August's voice. They smiled warmly towards their captain, feeling prideful that such a powerful person is acknowledging them. But then, like a switch had been turned on, an eerie mana exuded out of August. A vicious smile morphed into his face, and with a smooth motion, he twirled his spear and got into his stance. Now, allow me to officially welcome you all to the Heracles Familia. All of you, come at me with everything you got. He's kidding, right? Thorn asked, a bit perplexed by the suddenness of it. Denki sighed and just pulled his katana. No, he isn't. You'll get used to it. He paused and looked at Thorn, a small smirk appearing on his face. Eventually. For Denki, he might have been against sparring earlier, but right now, a tinge of excitement had now took over. For 3.5 months, he had been pushing himself, and right now, there's a chance to see just how much he had improved. Thorn looked dumbfounded. And he wasn't alone. The rest of the familia all looked at each other, confused. What's the matter? Come on now, don't keep me waiting. I'll even let you guys have the first move. August taunted. The new members stared at each other, a look of understanding showing in their face. They give each other a nod and took their stance, gripping their respective weapons firmly. Well, if you insist, mind if we do? Helga pulled her claymore out, and with a quick burst, she dashed straight towards August. Denki followed suit. He formed a monodome that covered the whole area at the back of the manor. August smirked, unmoving from where he stood, waiting for the two who moved first. "NADIA," Denki screamed, as he was a mere step away from August, and on cue, 2 arrows flew right beside him, cutting the escape route of August whilst Denki went with a frontal assault. He raised his katana up and slashed down. The very picture of perfection was his slash. A good opening attack. August muttered. He couldn't move to the left or the right due to the arrow, and Denki's sword was heading straight at his head. By all accounts, he was cornered. Not only that, Helga also arrived right behind him, flanking him, as she slashed her claymore horizontally, aiming at August's back. But in an instant, just when their weapons was within a hair's length, August moved. He shifted his body, turning right, his eyes glued towards Denki, the katana, and the arrow passing by him harmlessly, and with that move, he also used Denki's own attack to block Helga's, making the two widen their eyes in surprise as their attack cancel each other's out. Without missing a beat, Thorn, Lysander, and Ira, who moved just a little later than the two level 3s, arrived to surround August. Thorn on the right and Ira on the left, while Lysander was up in the air, the former gladiator attacked from above. August stayed on his spot, moving so quick that his movement looked like a blur to his attacker. He stabbed his spear to the ground and stretched his two hands towards Denki and Helga. He grabbed Denki by the collar of his armor, and Helga by the arm. He then dug his feet to the ground as he spun, using his leg like a top. He tossed Denki and Helga towards Thorn and Ira respectively, sending them flying back. He then took one step back, just in time to dodge the two gladius that slammed to the ground, missing him completely. Fast, Lysander thought to himself, and his movement, it's so natural, it's mesmerizing to look at. He quickly got up and delivered a barrage of slashes towards August. August was surprised at the fighting style of Lysander. He expected another brute force fighter, someone who relies on his strength that their moves becomes dull, but the former gladiator is moving like a refined warrior. He's like the old man. He made a quick assessment, nodding his head as he dodged the slashes. Nadia kept her eyes peeled towards August. She took a deep breath, and with practice motion, let loose 3 simultaneous arrows, all flying true towards her captain. August, who was dodging the attack of Lysander flawlessly, suddenly spun, the arrow missing him by a hair's length, and with a smooth motion he extended his legs, delivering a kick straight towards the former gladiator's abdomen. Nadia's eyes couldn't believe it. August didn't even look at her arrows. In fact, she made sure to aim at his blind side, but not only did he dodge, he used the very same motion to deliver an attack to Lysander. Lysander was sent reeling back in pain, spatting up saliva as air was forcefully pushed out his lungs. Oswald, Nadia called out to the pudgy mage while knocking another arrow into her bow. Just stand there, hurry up and chant. Oswald was snapped back to attention. He was mesmerized by how easily August was dealing with the team that in his mind was one of the stronger ones in the city. So much so that when all of it was happening, he could only stare in awe. All right, he stuttered as he forced his mana to move inside his body. He aimed his staff towards August, glowing a faint white light. Unleash streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. Yo. Too slow, August practically just appeared in front of Oswald, grinning at the mage. But for him, it just looked like a demon was smiling down at him. That's why I'm here. Boars, who didn't go with the others to attack and opted to stay at the backline, jumped in front of Oswald, getting in between him and August. August just casually smirked at the short, stocky man. I was saying that for the both of you. He then jumped, dodging the axe that Boars swung at him. He flipped in the air and landed in the middle of the two. He then grabbed Boars by his hair with his left hand, and Oswald by the nape with his right, making sure he was holding back. He slammed the two head, causing both adventurer to groan in pain. It's basic knowledge that you should always take out the mage first. August shrugs and said it with a casual tone, and I don't think I need to continue what comes next in that phrase. He tilted his head, dodging another arrow, and with a lazy turn, he looked at Nadia. The elf felt chills run up her spine. She knew the basic of combat. It was to take out the mage first, and then the long-range archers. Meaning, her. She quickly pulled a dagger out. She scowled and jumped back, wanting to create a larger space between her and the monster standing in front of her. August shakes his head and clicked his tongue, a slight look of disappointment momentarily appearing on his face. With a quick burst of step, he arrived quickly in front of the elven archer. Her eyes widened at shock and fear. August then punched her at her stomach, holding back quite a bit as to not hurt her as much, but it was enough to send her reeling at the ground. You panicked. You discarded your best weapon in exchange of a shorter range dagger against a superior fighter. August smiled at her as he gave her advice. Meanwhile, Nadia was drooling on the floor at the pain. She was unconscious. August then looked back, noticing that Oswald is down for the count as well. But a small smile appeared in his face as he noticed that 6 individuals are still conscious and are still able to fight. Now then, August cracked his neck and turned to see Denki, Helga, Ira, Thorn, and Lysander, all aiming their weapon at him with their respective fighting stance. At the corner of his eyes, he could also see Bors, shakily pushing himself up. August walked towards his spear. He had stabbed it on the ground earlier and opted to fight them barehanded, but he was a little fired up, especially with the look those who are still standing is giving him. "I'm gonna go a bit more serious now." He pulled his spear off the ground. A spark of red lightning coiled around his body. His mana exploded, filling the air with a dense and sinister feeling. Denki, Helga, Ira, Lysander, and Bors gulped. They could feel a hand clasping their neck and grasping their heart. They all thought their mind was playing games with their head, as a giant wolf-like figure appeared right behind August, growling at them. They are his prey. That was the feeling that entered their hearts. This isn't the hero of Orario that they were facing, nor was it their captain, August Kaiser. "All of you, come at me with the intent to kill. I'm afraid that if you hold back right now and treat this as a spar, I might accidentally kill you." August twirled his spear. The red lightning burst everywhere, scorching the ground, prickling the skin of everyone in the area. And they realized it right now, at this moment. They are facing the spear of mortal death, Gibulg. Chapter 116, Facing Death Level Up. Denki gulped as he felt the overwhelming mana released by August. How is he this much stronger?" he muttered, his voice in utter disbelief. And he was right. Helga unconsciously lost her firm grip on her claymore. She knew that the boy standing in front of her had a level advantage. She knew that she was way below her league. But this is too much. Lysander was nailed to the spot, unable to move. The pressure August exuded was pushing him down. His heart beat fast, and chills ran up and down his spine. Bors, who had just gotten up, fell back down on his knees. The veteran could hardly breathe. Ira, the most sensitive of the bunch when it comes to mana, couldn't stop shaking. Her eyes held a look of disbelief. She had never felt mana as dense as this coming from a mortal. Thorn's instincts screamed at him, warning him to run, to leave. Then they screamed at him not to move, that if he does, he'll be cut. But perhaps the most affected out of everyone facing August was Caddy. She was hiding, her skill, stealth, allowing her to avoid detection as long as she concealed herself and hid her mana. She had planned on taking August by surprise, slipping away and hiding when the fight started. But all of that was thrown out the window when she felt his mana. She dreaded imagining what would have happened if she had gone with her plan. All of them could feel the grasp of death clenching their hearts, its scythe aimed at their necks. And what's worse is the realization. They all knew it as well. He was still holding back. "He's not serious, right?" Thorn asked, his voice shaky. This has got to be some kind of test." Denki gritted his teeth, trying desperately to control his breathing. He willed his mana to move as his katana glowed an orange autumn hue. "No, he is serious," he said, looking at the team he had now grown to trust. "Weapons ready," he issued his command. Thorn shook his head, chuckling as he gripped his daggers forward. As crazy as your captain," he muttered. "If you don't have any plans on coming," August's voice entered their ears, snapping them to attention. They all gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes peeled at their captain. And in an instant, August vanished from where he stood, appearing in the middle of the bundled-up group. "Then I'll be coming to you." His voice carried a frightening chilliness, making the hair of the group stand on the back of their heads. Lysander was the one who moved first. Due to his gladiatorial days, he was quick to adapt to every situation. He slashed forward, aiming for August's shoulder. The two level 3s had sprung to action as well, with Denki stabbing his katana forward, while Helga pushed both Ira and Thorn back, opting to protect their two weakest physical fighters from August, while also slashing her blade upwards, aiming for August's chest. "Great reaction time," August complimented. He then moved his spear to block Denki's blow, took a step forward, making Lysander hit him only with his wrist and not his blade, while also lifting his right foot up, placing his boots at Helga's hand, completely blocking her attack. He blocked and negated all three attacks at the same time, but by now, the group was not surprised by such a feat. They knew just how strong their captain is. "HELGA, shield." Denki's voice boomed as he pulled her blade back and spun right behind Helga. GOTIT, Helga didn't even think twice. With a quick and precise motion, she sheathed her claymore and took her shield out, placing it in front of her. Lysander, at the same time Denki moved behind Helga, also did the same. Great coordination. It would have been perfect even, but they failed to account for one thing. August had an approving smile on his face, but it quickly turned serious as he loaded his spear with mana. Have you forgotten? You're facing a level 5. He swung his spear forward, straight at Helga's shield. To be honest, he could have easily moved behind them, but he didn't want to break their spirits. A flash of red light erupted as a violent boom resounded, making the ears of the trio ring. Helga could feel the bones of her arms shaking at the force. She could feel her organs rattling, her feet lifting off the ground. Denki and Lysander, who were behind Helga, tried to support her, pushing forward, but the force was too much. The three were sent flying, crashing to the ground, and Helga's shield cracked and bent just from one hit. August nods. They took it quite well, he thought. He then sensed mana forming at his left. He turned, seeing Ira changing her weapon from a sword to her staff, pointing towards August. Freeze over as though the eternal permafrost, untold blades. Your envoy beseeches you, Undine, incarnate of water, queen of aqua, icicle edge. Ira quickly finished her chant, and with a yell of determination, she unleashed her spell straight towards August. August widened his eyes in surprise, not because the spell was powerful, it had all the power of a level 2 mage, but because of the nature of the magic. Is that spirit magic? He thought to himself. Well, isn't this a surprise? He chuckled to himself. But as said, the spell was just at the level of what the caster is capable of, and as it is now, it wasn't even a threat for August. With a simple slash of his spear, August turned the barrage of ice spikes to dust, slowly moving forward towards the azure-haired girl. Bors and Thorn moved while August was preoccupied with Ira's spell. Their weapons glowed as they attacked with coordinated precision. Bors from below, targeting his legs, and Thorn struck from above, aiming at his head. Naive, August slammed his spear to the ground, yanking the earth below. A huge chunk of soil flew in the air, on which August kicked straight towards Ira. The girl had no choice but to cancel her spell and roll to the side. While in the air, he grabbed Thorn by his hand and slammed him straight towards Bors. The two adventurers cratered in the ground as August landed on both of them, kicking them at their abdomen, knocking the two unconscious. But as he landed, Denki smiled. All according to plan, Caddy now. Caddy, who was hiding since the fight started, grimaced. She really didn't want to even come close to that monster. She got out of her hiding spot, her face growing furs as she entered partial bestiality. She pulled a dagger out and aimed it straight towards August's back. She moved as fast as she can. With the aid of her Hume Bunny trait, she moved like a blur, beaming straight towards her captain. Her dagger was wet from the paralyzing potion she had soaked it with while she was hiding, and her timing was perfect, her dagger a mere inch away from making contact. But suddenly, her vision darkened, and all she could remember was the ground moving closer into her face. Denki and the rest of the crew that were still conscious grimaced. That was their plan, to catch August by surprise and stabbing him with a dagger soaked in paralyzing potion. But in one swift move, he turned that plan to dust. Just as Caddy was about to stab August, he twirled and struck the Hume Bunny at her nape, knocking her out in one hit. Whoa, well, that was a surprise, August chuckled as he stared at the peaceful face of Caddy, who was knocked unconscious. A skill that could even avoid detection form the monodome, huh? I got to say, it was a well-thought-out plan. He then shrugged as he smiled sinisterly towards the rest of the crew. It would have worked, but... He picked up the dagger and sliced himself at his palm. You forgot to account that level 5 adventurers have a natural skill to deal with this sort of plan. Not that it would have worked even if I didn't have that skill. As you can see, he gestured towards Caddy. Denki, Helga, Lysander, and Ira gulped. They could feel August's killing intent enveloping the area. And you made another crucial mistake. Didn't I tell you guys? His voice turned cold as he glared at the remaining 4 adventurers that were still able to fight, to come at me with an intent to kill. They took a step back, wanting to create as much distance away from August. Well then, it seems you guys need a valuable lesson in following orders. He vanished and appeared right in front of the 4 red lightning coiling around his body. Let's continue, shall we? Not even a minute went by, as all of the members of Heracles' familia lay on the ground, some groaning in pain, while some are unconscious. Meanwhile, August had a refreshed smile on his face. That's a good welcoming if I do say so myself, he said happily to himself. Now clean this mess up before heading back inside. And by the way, when the other 2 return, we'll be welcoming them as well. You guys will be joining them, of course. Go to hell, Denki screamed angrily while holding his abdomen on which August slammed his spear into. I see you still have more energy to spare. We'll be resuming this later once they arrived. August's playful voice made the others shudder in fear. One thing is for certain, though, they now fully agreed when Denki once told them that August is a demon. August marched inside the house with a jolly smile, heading for Heracles' office. He wants his status to be updated when he welcomes the other 2 as well. I'm such a great captain for training my familia like this. He firmly believes what he was thinking with all his heart. August feels proud of himself. He felt like he did a good job as being a captain. This is after all what he learned when Heracles was training him, so if you really think about it, it was all Heracles' fault. At Heracles' office. Why, you've got to be shitting me. The god couldn't believe his eyes. How was this even possible? He stared at August's status, bewildered and in utter disbelief. Fucking prodigy, he cursed to himself. Name, August Kaiser. LVL, 5. Stats. SDR, 999S. Dex, 999S. AGI, 999S. Mag, 999S. End, 999S. Magic. Endless battle. The user enters a state of pure concentration in fighting, giving him a temporary boost in stats. The longer the fight continues, the higher the user's stat rises. This magic can only be activated once the condition has been met. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf. The user has to slay or injure the opponent for blood to be absorbed by Beowulf. The user must be fully immersed in battle and nothing else. Due to the recent battle experience, the user can now use the magic instantaneously as long as the user is fully immersed in battle. Note: if the user stops endless battle in any way, shape, or form, the stats resets back to its original, and the user may enter mind 0 depending on how long the use of endless battle is. Gi Bulg Beowulf, an extreme magic unique to Thay Kuplo, it allows the user to channel a vast amount of mana into Beowulf. The attack will always hit the target's heart. It will not miss, it will not falter, its aim always true. The mana inside Beowulf will then destroy the target from the inside out, starting from the heart. This magic will always bring death to the target. Plus conditions. The user must wield Beowulf to use the magic. The user must be in the state of endless battle to use the magic. The user can only use the magic once a day. Skills. Survivor's Drive. If the user survives or wins an unsurvivable situation, the user will receive a permanent boost in stats. Boost may vary on how unsurvivable the situation is. Beowulf's Call. The ancient weapon Beowulf has chosen the user to be its master. It allows the user to use, at a limited time, all the skills and experience of the previous user of Beowulf, using mana at the process. With every kill the user does with Beowulf, the user receives a portion of the slain mana back. As the battle goes on and more mana has been absorbed, the user will activate the magic Endless Battle. Beowulf Greed. The user can only use Endless Battle and Lethal Tempo if the user uses Beowulf. The effects of Lethal Tempo are dependent on the user's level. Monster Slayer. Heavily increases all abilities when fighting monsters, potentially making the user stronger than his actual level when fighting them. Adaptability. The user adopts with every battle he faces, gaining new experience which would trigger growth in existing skills and magic. Theiko Oplo User, Primal Spear Beowulf. The user is granted enhanced status when using the Primal Spear Theiko Oplo Beowulf. The amount of Excelia the user will gain is also enhanced. It also grants the user the use of healing power and spirit healing when the user holds the spear. The effects of this skill are double when the user uses Endless Battle. Lightning's Decree. The user's body is filled with a high amount of electricity, allowing the user to move in a split second on instincts alone. This could also make the user perform more faster and efficient as the effects double with the use of Endless Battle. Development abilities. Hunter. Hunter improves the user's abilities against monsters the user fought before and gained Exilia from. Lethal Tempo. The user gains temporary dex and AGI with every hit the user makes. Can only be used if the user is wielding Beowulf. The effects are dependent on the user's level. Charge. The user AGI and SDR stat increase temporarily when going in for an attack against multiple enemies or enemies that are stronger than the user. Abnormal Resistance. Resist the effects of abnormalities such as poison. Strong Body. The user has an extremely strong body due to training. Mana Manipulation. The user has full control over his mana and can wield it with high mastery. Healing Power. The user gains a healing factor that automatically rejuvenates the user's body. The condition for the skill is in proportion to the user's status. Spirit Healing. The user's spirit continues to heal as the user fights, automatically beginning to regenerate the user's mind and mana at a low rate after using magic. The condition for the skill is in proportion to the user's status. Heracles gulped. Just what did he do inside the spear's dimension? He lost count of how many times he had asked this question to himself. Is everything okay? August asked. Wrap it up already. I heard that Denki sent the other 2 members to get a feast from the hostess. Heracles sighed. With a serious tone, he opened his mouth. August, congratulations on reaching level 6. Heracles leveled him up as a bright white glow enveloped the whole room. Even August had his mouth wide open. He couldn't believe it. 6 months, that was all it took for him to reach level 6. He then sighed as he remembered that he spent 70 years inside that fucking hellhole. I really don't want to admit it, but his fucking training worked. He inwardly cursed Beowulf, remembering the nightmare he went through. Heracles just stared at August, wondering what was running inside his head. He was sure that the primal spear had already told him what it was. Should I talk about it? He shook his head. No, I didn't break the oath with Ganesha even when the truth was known by the others. August stood up and turned towards Heracles, a big smile plastered on his face. Well, aren't you gonna praise me more? He asked teasingly. You do know that this would only bring me headaches at the next Hiatus, right? Heracles deadpanned. He then chuckled as he tapped August on his shoulder. But nonetheless, I am proud of you, August. The two smiled at each other, not as god and familia, but as father and son. By now Heracles had already considered August to be his own, and the same could be said about the child. Now off you go. I'm sure the others are waiting for you now. Thanks for everything, old man. Be sure to show your face at the fest. August nodded and headed to the exit. The smile on his face couldn't be removed. He was happy. Well, who wouldn't be? He was now, after all, a level 6. Chapter 117. Feast, Hestia's Worry, Take Mikazuchi Revelation. Keys and Jugo arrived at Heracles' manor. A little bewildered at the exhausted look the rest of the familia have on their face, some even have a look of dread, while others are just laughing like an idiot at the corner of the room. What happened to them? Jugo asked, unsure why everyone looked devilish and exhausted. Hell if I know, Keys shrugs. Hey guys, got the food fresh and hot from the hostess. Keys called to them. Good, I'm actually starving. An unfamiliar voice made the two jump back. Looking up the stairs, they saw a young man, with dark red auburn hair, a loose black long sleeves and black trousers, going down the stairs. It's been so long since I had Mia's cooking. The two had their jaws dropped on the floor. They couldn't believe their eyes. August Kaiser? Jugo eyes bulged. He then stood to attention as he quickly introduced himself, stuttering as he goes. My name is J. Jugo, sir. No last name, a level 2 adventurer, sir. Keys, on the other hand, is speechless. He was now standing face to face with his idol, the very reason he became an adventurer, why he used the spear, and why he joined Heracles' familia in the first place. August Kaiser is the person he's striven to be. His hand that was holding the multiple food that he and Jugo brought slacked, but in a blink of an eye, August appeared in front of him, catching the food that was about to fall to the ground. "Whoa, easy there, we don't want to drop our feast now, do we?" August smiled and turned towards Jago. "And drop the salute, will you? Set up the tables, I'm starving." It's an honor and privilege to meet you, Mr. August." Keys bowed, his face had this goofy smile, he could just imagine it, him being trained by his idol who is now his captain. "Keys Loda, I want to be as strong as you, please train me," he bowed as he asked enthusiastically. The others, the 8 who spared with August, along with Denki, paled as they heard the innocent Keys asking August to train him. They all gulped, remembering what happened earlier. August smiled sinisterly, which Keys didn't see because he was bowing as he looked at the young boy. "Sure, I'll be happy to train you, all of you even." He looked back at the rest of the familia, they felt a cold chill ran past their spine. "You should all follow his example, look at him wanting to be stronger. Ha ha ha." Keys was smiling from ear to ear in his book, his idol just complimented him while the others had an ugly scowl in their faces, dreading the so-called training August will put them through. Jago, on the other hand, was confused by all of this. Why are the others looked like they just swallowed a bitter bug? He thought to himself. Why is Caddy shaking in fear? Weird. Clueless on why the other had this reaction. The feast went on as planned. When the table was set up, all of them eat like madmen who was devoid with food, especially August. The manor had a great atmosphere, as Denki and the rest share their experience within the dungeon towards August. Heraclea, who was watching the scene, had a serene smile on his face. He really liked how August is getting along with the others. August's attitude just meshed well the rest. He was playful, yet serious when needed, firm yet not overly strict, and he was quite young but has an air of maturity that the others respect. But perhaps the most important thing is, he is strong, extremely so, that the others all look up to him. At first, Heracles was worried that the others might find August intimidating. But after that, welcoming August did, the others started to see that August was just like them, an adventurer who strived for strength, and someone who they can rely on. The news of August leveling up to 6 had everyone in awe. Denki, who knew that August just reached level 5, a little over 5 months ago, was reminded of just how monstrous their captain was. His heart once again felt that pang of longing and jealousy at the talent August possesses. But he quickly pushed it back down. He was happy at the achievement he had reached. The others, who were clueless of this fact, just thought that August was another prodigy in along the League of Eyes, and if they knew just how fast he leveled up, they might have the same reaction as Denki. While that was happening, Hestia arrived back at the manor. She was tired after working all day at one of Hephaestus' shops. When she saw the feast, however, she quickly sat on the table, with no signs of ever being tired, shoving large amount of food in her mouth, shameless to the core. When she saw August awake, she spat the food. August," she rubbed her eyes, her face in disbelief and in joy. "Hello, Lady Hestia, long time no see." August greeted Hestia with respect, bowing to the goddess, much to the dismay of Heracles. After the meal, August once again called for them to the back, stating that he needed to welcome the 2 who were late due to the errands, and that they would be joining them as well. And it happened like it did earlier, with everyone except August, lying on the ground groaning in pain. And just like that, it was almost midnight, with Hestia waiting in front of the manor for Bel to return. Heracles walked beside Hestia, who was waiting at the gates, her face filled with worry, as she taps her foot on the ground restlessly. He usually never arrived this late. The fear in Hestia's voice was palpable. Bel is not strong enough to stay inside the dungeon for multiple days, even with the level up he had received. "I feel like something bad had happened," she uttered, shivering at the thought. "Bel's a strong kid, I'm sure he's fine, and he's not alone in there." Heracles tried to console his friend, placing his hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure he's on his way here as we speak." "I hope so, this is just not like him." Hestia couldn't shake the feeling that something must have gone wrong in Bel's dive, call it a hunch, but her instincts as a goddess are just all over the place. "Bel," she called, longing. As they stood restlessly, they spot multiple figures making their way towards the manor. Hestia strained her eyes, relief washing over her body. "That must be Bel. I swear I'll give her an earful for making me worry like this." Her tone haughty as she stomped her feet on the ground. Heracles, on the other hand, was quiet. Belle had gone to the dungeon with 2 other people. This group, however, contained over 5. The light finally revealed the group that was coming towards them, revealing the adventurers of Take Mikazuchi Familia along with their god. Hestia, seeing this, puffed her cheeks. She thought it was Belle. She wanted to nag Take Mikazuchi for getting her hopes up, but she noticed the look of regret in the god's face, as well as the guilt that his children had. Hestia's heart suddenly beated fast. The bad feeling she had skyrocketed, countless thoughts filled her mind, negative thoughts. She had knew the god of thunder and sword for a long time now, and are in fact good friends. She should have been happy seeing him, but a cold dread filled her being. Heracles noticed this. He added strength to his grip at Hestia's shoulder, trying his best to comfort the goddess. They must have come here for a visit. He lied to himself as well as Hestia. He knew that look. It wasn't a look of good news. Come on, let's greet them. Heracles tapped her shoulder, urging her to move forward. Good evening, Take Mikazuchi. Late night for a visit. Heracles opened, curtly nodding to the god. Hestia also nodded. She couldn't make a word, as the bad feeling she had made her unable to speak. Heracles, the god returned the greeting. He turned to Hestia, and the look on his face became even more ugly. He bit his lips and swallowed, wetting his throat. Hestia. His voice was strained when he mentioned the goddess' name. This made Heracles take a deep breath. He had seen this look before. When he talked with Ganesha in the past, he had the same look. The look of guilt. I'm Hestia, on behalf of my familia, I came here to apologize. Take Mikazuchi kneeled on the ground and Doja, his children behind him, followed suit. With his head glued to the ground, he forced his voice to have volume as he continues. As something happened inside the dungeon. One of my child got injured and were in a bad spot. His throat was dried. He couldn't even look straight at the goddess, opting to keep his eyes on the ground. Hestia had a look of shock in her face. Her mind tried to process everything. It was my fault. Auka butted in, his voice carrying the same amount of guilt as his god. I was the one who made the decision. He then explained what happened, how Hitachi Chugasa got hurt, how they ran desperately, how they fought for their lives, and how the path they took had Belle and his party there fighting a mob. His voice crumbled as he explained with extreme guilt how he did a taboo inside a dungeon. He committed a past parade, choosing the life of his familia over a stranger he didn't know, dooming them in the process. Tears started to fill his eyes, and the eyes of the member of his familia. Auka, the captain of the Take Mikazuchi familia, gritted his teeth and looked up towards the goddess. And if given another chance, I'll probably do it again for the sake of my familia. His voice was filled with guilt. He knew what he did is wrong, but he knew it was a must for him and his familia to survive. Take Mikazuchi grimaced. He couldn't possibly understand what his captain and child must be going through. The pressure of being a captain, keeping the familia safe, it was all foreign for a god. But he knew that the man is hurting, as guilt was eating him from the inside. He remained in a doja position. This was the only thing he can think of right now, apologizing with every ounce of sincerity towards his friend. Hestia had a blank look on her face. The usually emotional picture she had was gone. She walked towards Auka, who was by now crying silently for what he did. Get up, Hestia kneeled and placed her hand at the man's shoulder. I appreciate your honesty, and I know that making that choice must be hard for you. Her voice chimed inside Auka's ear, making the man look up and finally stare at the goddess' face. Hestia smiled at him. That smile was filled with emotions, sadness, understanding, and determination. Thank you for coming here, all of you. I know it must be hard for you. This made Auka and the rest wail. They expected for the goddess to berate them, to be angry. Not this. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Auka tears erupted as she cried for forgiveness. Hestia hugged the man, whispering, I understand, in his ears as she pat him at the back of his head. And don't worry, Belle is strong, and he's still alive. I can feel it. My connection with him is still intact. He's smart and resourceful. He must be hiding in the dungeon. Hestia's voice carried a sense of hope. Then we must go back and find him? Auka's voice carried a determination, one that wants to correct his mistake. The others firmly nod, determined to bring Belle back along with his party. And that we will, Heracles agreed, his voice firm. I'll arrange my familia to help as well. This should be fast, especially now that August is awake. Take Mikazuchi and his familia All had their eyes bulged at the news. Their mind inevitably returned at the amphitheater incident, at the creature, and how August Kaiser became the hero of Orario by killing that creature along with his god, Heracles. Just the mention of his name filled them with confidence. Heracles was right, with August here, everything would be fast and swift. Hestia as well nods, agreeing wholeheartedly. Thank you. She nods gratefully towards Heracles, thanking her friend. She wouldn't know what to do if he wasn't here. Now then, we move as soon as possible. I'll prepare my familia now. Meet us here after your familia are ready with their gears. Heracles looked at Takemikazuchi and Node, quickly moving inside the house. August, he called, his voice booming inside his manor. Get the others ready. He waited for a response, but instead of August, Denki was the one who ran towards him. Lord Heracles, the captain left. He said that he needed to pay them a visit. Denki then took a paper from his pocket and presented it towards Heracles. He left this letter. Heracles' brows twitched. He roughly took the paper out of Denki's hand, quickly skimming through the content. Old man, I'll be going out for a bit, visiting my family. Probably be back tomorrow or the day after. Your favorite child, August. Heracles crumpled the paper, his face turning red. With a loud yell, he screamed on the top of his lungs, the son of a bitch. As Hestia and Takemikazuchi waited outside, Heracles' voice made them flinch. The door of the manor opened forcefully, as Heracles marched into their direction. Change of plan. The look on his face made the two realize that he was quite angry. He presented the paper forward towards Hestia, urging for her to take it. Hestia timidly took the paper, her face scratching up as she read the content. With an exasperated voice, Heracles palmed his face. The idiot is not here. While that was happening, a line of red was moving quickly towards the east of Orario. It was August. He was running with a smile on his face. Oh, how he missed the cold breeze hitting his skin, the hard ground that vibrates whenever he takes a step, how the night sky looks. He was moving like a blur, invisible to the common folks, moving towards his childhood village, towards the grave of his family. How he relished the freedom he had missed. For the others, he might have been asleep for only 3.5 months, but for him, or was 70 years of only fighting and dying inside Beowulf's dimension. How he missed the feeling of being able to run free. And most of all, he promised to visit the grave of his familia once every year, and being trapped for 70 years, he felt like he had broken that promise. So, with his maximum speed, he rushed towards the village. The place where it all began, and the final resting place of his family. Chapter 118, Bell Rescue Arc 1. Morning. Hestia, Heracles, Takemikazuchi, and their familia had a collective ugly look on their face. The revelation of the past parade was a heavy pill to swallow, especially for the adventurers. It was a taboo inside the dungeon, as doing so may lead to a wipeout. This is bad. Denki scowled as he bit the nail on his thumb, a habit he gained when he was thinking he wanted to blame Auka and the rest of the Takemikazuchi familia for what happened, but then he realized that if he was the one who was given a choice, he might have probably done the same. I think the best possible odds for Bell and his party is for them to dive deeper. He grimaced, just thinking about it. 2 level 2s and a level 1 supporter wouldn't necessarily have the strength to survive in the middle floor. But if Auka's words were to be believed, the mob had blocked the way out, forcing Bell's party to run to the deeper floors. I agree. Helga nods. She gave a pissed-off look towards Auka, which made the man look down in guilt. The Palom girl is smart. She might have come up with that plan, and Bell seems to trust him. Then what are we waiting for? Keys screamed. He is angry. Bell was the only person his age that lived in the Heracles Manor. They might not be in the same familia, but they lived in the same house. They had developed a closeness with one another, akin to a brotherly rivalry. We SHOULD look for HIM right now. Keys, I agree with you, but we have to look at this logically. We don't have enough numbers to cover the entirety to the middle floors. Helga answered him. If we moved as a unit, we would inevitably be slow. We need to split up, and aside from me and Denki, all of you wouldn't survive in the middle floors if you encounter a mob. Helga's words were cold. They may have made it all the way to lower floor, but that was them moving as a unit. She was right, of course, and the others realize it as well. if they include the adventures of Takamkazuchi Familia, who are able to dive all the way to the middle floors, they would only number to 13, maybe 14, with only 2 level 3s. And with it, they need to cut their numbers even smaller by splitting up to search the entirety of the middle floors heading to the 18th floor. If they move as a 1 unit, they wouldn't be able to cover more ground quickly enough. What they need now is speed, and the only way to achieve that is to have a team of 4 adventurers, moving at different crevices inside the dungeon. But it would be extremely dangerous with only level 2s. Keys wanted to argue, but Bors placed his hand on his shoulder and shook his head. She's right. We were only able to make it deep because of Denki and her. He then sighed and continued. And to be honest, I'm not confident enough to survive at the middle floors with only 4 people. Keys bit his lips, strong enough for it to bleed. He looked around, seeing that everyone had a scowl in their face. Take Mikazuchi also joined in. In their current state, I can only send Aoka and Mikoto down at the middle floors, maybe Chugasa as well, but she could only act as a supporter. The rest, unfortunately, would only slow you down. The god sighed apologetically. She's right, we need more numbers. Key's face dropped down even more, but then he smiled and looked up, an idea forming in his head. The guild, we can ask for them to help. While it may be true, it will take time for them to arrange adventurers that would participate in a search party. Denki shook his head, and right now, time isn't really in our side. He then bit the nail on his thumbs again as he racked his brain to think of a solution. But perhaps. He looked at the leftover food they have bought yesterday from the hostess of fertility, set up in the table as a quick breakfast for them to eat. Helga looked at the young samurai. She followed his gaze. The same thoughts forming inside her head. You think she'll lend us a hand? She likes Belle quite a lot, and it's worth a shot. Denki looked towards Keys, a plan forming inside his head. He issued an order towards the young spear user. Keys, go to the Adventurers Guild and issue a quest. There might be other adventurers willing to help as well. But didn't you say that doing so may take time? Lysander asked, his voice sounding a bit confused. It will if we ask the guild to arrange the quest for us, but for a personal quest, especially from a god, some adventurers might be inclined to accept it. Denki answered. He then looked back at Heracles, his eyes asking for permission. The god understood Denki's intention. Using his name in the quest would garner interest for the others, especially if it means gaining his favor. Heracles nodded, giving Denki the green light. Add my name on it as well, Hestia chimed in. Belle is my child, and if the quest is from 2 gods, it would garner more attention. Understood, Denki nodded at Hestia. Keys, you heard her. Go to the guild and use Lord Heracles and Lady Hestia's name. On it, Keys rushed, running as fast as he can. The rest of you, prepare. We will be leaving at noon. Using 2 gods' name would probably bring 2 or 3 adventurer if we wait till noon to move. Denki looked at everyone, standing as the de facto leader of the expedition. He then moved towards the door, carrying only his katana with him. And where are you going? Thorn asked. You said that we should be ready by noon. I'm getting more firepower. Denki looked back and smirked. Belle, Welf, and Lily moved quickly at the middle floors. Every step was careful. Every turn was heart-pounding. Thankfully, they have a morble which repealed the monsters in their area, but it was still stressful knowing that one mistake in here may end in their demise. They were in a bit of a pinch. Welf had broken his ankle yesterday while they were running away from the monsters, and Belle was now helping him walk, using his shoulders as support for the blacksmith to lean on. The 3 of them breathed roughly. Every whiff of air hurted their lungs. Don't get it wrong. It was not because of fatigue. Sure, they were tired extremely, but the reason that they were breathing like this is because of the morble Lily is carrying to ward away the monsters. Lil Pup, can't you do anything with that smell? Welf asked. The smell of the morble was so disgusting, he lost count on how many times he gagged. A vein popped at the Palam's head. She looked back angrily at the redhead. I'm sorry, but I'm closer to it than you are. Why don't you hold it instead and do something about the smell? You're not the only one who smells it. I smell it too. A rapid-fire rant escaped the little Palam's mouth as Belle and Welf could only reel back helplessly, with Lily waving the morble at their direction. And she was still going. The 3 resumed their dive. A bit afraid of Lily in the process, Welf and Belle can only shut up and suck it in. the smell making them nauseous. This is our final lifeline. With this stench around us, the monsters will stay away. Lily kept on ranting, pouting as the smell enters her nostril. I know, but, Welf said, still grumbling about the smell, it just smells so bad. Belle smiled awkwardly as he helped Welf walk. We can't help it, he stopped at the middle of his words as he sensed a presence at their flank. They turned, seeing a lone hellhound. The monster began to take a deep breath as fire started to form in its jaws. Belle hurriedly gripped his weapon, but before he could move, Welf kneeled down in front of him, extending his hand towards the monster. Leave it to me, he exclaimed as he began chanting his spell. Burn out, dark magic, WLLOWISP. Before the hellhound could release its attack, the flame that was forming in its jaws was shoved back inside its body by Welf's magic, causing an ignis fatuus. The monster's body expanded as the mana inside it became unstable, and in the next moment, it exploded. Welf breathed heavily. He had used that spell multiple times by now in order to save Belle's strength. The white-haired adventurer quickly pulled him back up and used his shoulder for Welf to lean on. No matter how many times I see it, it always amazes me. A spell that uses the enemy's magic to make them self-destruct. Lily exclaimed, staring in awe at Welf. I never really thought of using it this way. It eats a lot of my mana. Welf sighed. Are you okay, though? You already used it a few times now, Belle asked, worried about his friend. Welf smiled confidently at Belle. Okay, don't worry. I can still use it a few more times. But his face told a different story as dark circles are now starting to form under his eyes. Belle sighed internally. He could see that Welf was tired, even more so because of casting the spell nonstop whenever they ran into a lone monster. Okay. He could only answer with a strained smile, trying to hide the fear and worry he has. The three of them continued to dive deeper. With the Morbol, they only ever encounter a lone monster here and there, with either Welf taking care of it with his magic, or Belle quickly dispatching it with his daggers. Meanwhile, in the surface, the hostess of fertility was filled with adventurers, drinking early in the morning, while some are having a late breakfast to start their day. The door opened with Denki rushing inside. He looked around, trying to find someone. And at the counter he saw her, the owner of the pub, Mamma Mia. Denki rushed in, cutting through the adventurers skillfully. He sat at the counter and called for the former adventurer. Miss Mia, his voice urgent, which grabbed the attention of the large female dwarf. Denki, how many times do I have to tell you to stop adding honorifics? Just call me Mia. She sighed as she came closer towards the young samurai. Anyway, what can I G? She paused when she saw the urgent look he has. What's wrong? It's Belle, we need your help. Denki proceeds to explain what happened, how Belle didn't return home last night, how the adventurers of Take Mikazuchi Familia told them what happened, how they are planning to sweep the middle floors but lacked numbers to do so, and how they needed help. Mia had a sour look on her face as she listened to Denki. She placed a hand on her chin, deep in thought and processing the situation as a whole. While I understand your plight, I'm afraid that I am already retired. It's been years since I even stepped foot inside the dungeon. I know that, but I don't think we can do it alone, especially with our numbers and levels. Denki pleaded, his voice sounding a bit desperate. Look, Denki, it's just not Poe. I'll come with you. A voice cut Mia off. The two of them turned to see who it was and saw an elf wearing a waitress uniform looking towards Denki and Mia. I'll help you find Belle. Adventurers Guild. Keys panted as he ran towards the counter, heading directly straight towards Sophie, which is his advisor. Most of Heracles' familia expect those who already have one chose Sophie as their advisor as well. Sophie was shocked to see him this early. Usually the adventurers of Heracles' familia go in the guild at dawn to exchange their loot. Before Sophie could ask, Keys spoke rapidly. Ilike Tapostack West, he said quickly, making Sophie jump back in surprise. A missing person questioned her Thenum. Sophie quickly cut her off. Whoa, slow down a bit. Breath. The silver-haired elf couldn't understand what Keys said due to how rushed the words were. Repeat it again. Keys took a deep breath, calming himself down. I like to post a quest, a search for a missing person inside the dungeon. Sophie's eyes widened when she finally understood what Keys was speaking. Wait a minute. She quickly pulled a piece of paper under her counter and a pair of ink and quill to write down the essentials of the quest Keys is requesting. Okay, explain the details carefully. Keys nod, trying to relax himself. He knew that panicking isn't the answer right now. Put the quest under Lord Heracles and Lady Hestia's name, add that time is of the essence, and the deadline for the meetup would be at noon at Heracles Manor. Sophie had a bitter look on her face. No matter how she looked at it, gathering many at the amount of time given is just impossible, even with 2 gods putting up the quest. Most adventurers are inside the dungeon, and not many are going in the guild at this hour. Sophie carefully wrote down the details of the quest. She then looked at Keys, a look of worry showing in her eyes. And who's the missing person that you're trying to find? The little rookie, Belle Cranel. Ina, who was eavesdropping at their conversation, everyone was after the mention of Heracles' name, quickly stood from her seat. The half-elf receptionist and advisor to Belle practically ran towards Sophie's section of the counter. What? Belle is missing. Ina's face was filled with utter dread. Since when? Last night, he didn't return home, and Take Mikazuchi Familia explained what happened inside the dungeon. Keys began to explain the whole details to the two. His face morphed to anger when he was at the pass parade part. He blames the Takheim Kazuchi Familia adventurers for what happened, and would continue to do so if anything bad happened to his friend. While that was happening, a blonde-haired man in a hat was listening in, a smile slowly creeping up his face. Interesting. He mutters to himself. Isfi dear, let's go. I like to talk to my dear friend Hestia and offer my assistance to her. Isfi sighed. By offering your assistance, you mean me doing all the heavy lifting for you, right, Lord Hermes? Don't say that. I'm just helping a friend in need. Hermes shrugged as he pulled Isfi out of the Adventurers Guild, his destination, the Heracles Manor. Deep in the middle floors, Belle, Welf, and Lily came to a sudden halt. The disgusting scent that they were smelling was now gone. The 3 gulped, fear slowly rising in their faces. Lily, Belle called nervously, the Palom girl slowly turning to him. Why yes, Lily, her hand shaking, slowly showed the marble towards Belle and Welf. The scent bag's effect had completely worn off. Her voice was filled with fear and dread. As she said that, multiple roars and shrieks of monster could be heard all around them. The 3 of them unconsciously moved closer together, their mind forming the idea of strength in numbers. Then the ground shook, the sound of thumping inching closer towards them. Oh oi, what the hell? Welf's voice was filled with resignation. What the hell is this? In front of them stood a mob of minotaurs, all snarling at their direction. Arghhh, Belle screamed, his voice filled with determination as he gripped his daggers and rushed forward. One of the minotaur roared. It raised its stone axe above its head, but Belle was faster. He cut its arm before it could even bring it down. Belle then proceeded to target its joints, slashing his daggers so fast that it looked like a blur. And with one final slash towards the minotaur's neck, the monster turned to dust as its blood sprayed at the white-haired adventurer. Belle then picked up its weapon. The stone axe was massive in his hands. The others started to rush in, roaring as they charged at the young adventurer. The whole area was suddenly filled with the sound of chiming bells, as a bright light engulfed the stone axe in Belle's hand. What is that? Welf stared in awe, his eyes glued at the back of Belle, as he stood there all alone facing the mob of monsters. Arghhh. With an angry scream, Belle took a step forward, his skill activating to the fullest Argonaut. Boom! The stone axe glowed so bright that white light enveloped the whole area, and with one full-powered slash, Belle destroyed every monster in front of him. Welf and Lily almost lost their balance at how strong Belle's attack was, but their eyes were glued at the back of their friend, who was now standing alone. The monsters gone and by now are starting to turn into dust. Belle was breathing heavily. He fell on his knees, tired after doing what he did. Amazing, Welf could only mutter in awe. Lily was speechless. She knew then that Belle was special, but now she realized that she was still selling him short. The image of Belle, alone in the middle while holding the stone axe of the Minotaur, and the corpse of the monsters he had slain slowly turning to dust, were stuck in their minds. To be continued. Chapter 119, Belle Rescue Arc 2. Minus 16th floor. A feral scream echoed through the deep middle floors of the dungeon as Bell charged forth, daggers poised to strike. With every move, a monster fell, and with every slash, blood splattered across him. A hellhound leaped at his back, but he quickly spun, delivering a powerful kick to its side. The monster snarled, preparing to unleash fire from its jaws. Burn out dark magic, Will-O-Wisp. Welf swiftly cast his spell, causing the fire in the hellhound's jaw to go berserk as it was forcefully shoved back into its body. With a resounding boom, the hellhound exploded into dust, instantly killed. Roar, a minotaur charged towards the red-headed adventurer, who was now in extremely bad shape. His skin was pale, and the dark circles around his eyes had deepened. He was on the verge of entering Mind Zero. "Watch out!" Lily shrieked as she released multiple arrows from her crossbow, aiming at the charging beast. Her arrows bounced off the minotaur's hard skin, but it provided enough distraction for Bell to jump in front of Welf. He slashed at the minotaur's neck, and then stabbed his other dagger straight into the monster's ear, piercing its brain and killing it before it could yelp in pain. The three of them were panting. For the past 2 hours or so, they had been running and fighting nonstop. Looking forward, the dark corridors of the dungeon blocked their views. One more floor, one more, and they would reach the 18th floor, the safe zone. By now, they were at their limits, especially Bell and Welf. Lily wasn't faring any better. Her level 1 body wasn't suited for going this deep into the dungeon. But they all knew they had to push forward. They all knew they needed to be strong to survive. At the surface, Heracles' Manor. 30 mins before noon. Denki returned, feeling quite pleased with himself for successfully gaining more firepower for their search. He opened the door, expecting more people to show up, but was shocked at the downcast faces of the individuals inside the manor. Before he could ask, a loud, angry yell echoed throughout the manor. "Are you fucking idiotic?" It was Heracles' voice, and by the sound of it, he was really angry. "Telemi, are you even thinking straight? You want to go inside the dungeon along with them? I know you have shit 4 brains, but not to this fucking extent. You don't understand. I need to do this. I need to make sure that Bell is safe." Hestia's voice made Denki understand why the room seemed so tense. He walked closer towards Helga, and with a whisper, he asked, "Lady Hestia's coming with us?" His voice sounded worried, knowing it is highly forbidden for a god to enter the dungeon. "Yeah, and Lord Heracles is trying to talk her out of it. Not only that, another god wants to come along with us as well," Helga answered, her voice serious. "Your plan to have Lady Hestia and Lord Heracles' name on the quest worked, perhaps a little too much. We were able to pull in a level 4 to join the search, but her god wanted to come along." "Damn, this is getting more complicated," Denki sighed. "Why did the captain have to go at this time?" Helga sighed as well, agreeing that this was starting to feel too complicated. She was grateful for the help, but bringing 2 gods inside the dungeon was outside her comfort zone. "How's your end? Were you able to ask Mia for help?" "She could only lend me 1 person. She's preparing right now as we speak and will meet us at the dungeon." Denki then looked at Helga, his eyes curious. "Who joined? You said she's a level 4. Helga smiled as she answered, "The item maker, Perseus, is Fial Andromeda." Denki's eyes bulged. He never thought such a big shot would actually join in the search party. But then he realized what it meant. "Then you mean, the other god that would be coming along with us is?" "Yes, Lord Hermes will be tagging along." "How about you? Who did Mia lend you?" Helga asked. She was curious as well. "Miss Ryu will be joining us inside the dungeon." "The elf waitress, are you sure about this?" "Yeah, she's strong. I saw it with my own eyes 3.5 months ago." Helga was surprised when she heard that Ryu was fighting in the amphitheater incident. Helga wasn't able to fight during Evelyn's attack due to her losing her Falna, but she trusts Denki, especially if he said that he saw how strong Ryu was. "Hestia, you must understand, going inside the dungeon is extremely dangerous. Don't be stupid and think for a minute." Heracles' voice was filled with frustration. "Why the hell are you so stubborn about this?" "Bell is my child. I need to do everything that I can to ensure that he's safe. Please, Heracles, I have to do this." "I really can't stop you, can I?" Heracles sighed. "Very well, but I'll have Denki and my familia prioritize your safety above all else. Do you understand? Hestia, with a serious look, nodded towards Heracles. And that means if your life is in danger, as well as Belle's, I will have them prioritize yours and leave Belle behind. Heracles spoke coldly, looking Hestia dead in her eyes. Do I make myself clear? Hestia wanted to argue, but the look Heracles gave her made her shudder. She had never seen her friend this cold and frightening. There was a hint of his aura in the space. It felt heavy. It was the first time Heracles ever directed his godly aura towards Hestia. She could only nod, too stubborn to back down, yet scared to argue with him. With the search party complete, a group of 11 people marched towards the dungeon. Isfi had made the call to cut their numbers to the bare necessity. This was done to hide the fact that they were traveling with gods inside the dungeon. The team consisted of Isfi, Denki, Helga, Lysander, Ira, Bors, Auka, Mikoto, Chigusa, Hestia, and Hermes. And waiting for them at the entrance was Ryu, with her full adventurer's gear. Keys wanted to come, but with his level, the team agreed that he would only slow them down. Oswald stayed back, along with Keys, as well as Caddy, Throne, and Jugo. They stayed back to monitor the surface, if ever Belle returned, and to see if any news of him inside the dungeon ever emerged. Minus 14th floor. The team was packed, and everyone knew they would need to move quickly. Monsters appearing in their paths were quickly disposed of, with only Denki, Helga, Ryu, and Isfi fighting. The others were in awe at how efficient they were at disposing of the unfortunate monsters that crossed their path. For the 4 of them, the 14th floor was a breeze. It wasn't even a challenge for them. It was just a massacre. Amazing, Mikoto was in awe, especially at Denki. She too used the Far Eastern style of martial arts and the katana. Seeing someone leagues above her made her feel a fire deep inside her heart. Can I do that too? It wasn't just because Denki was level 3. It was the fact that he was able to keep up with the 2 monsters, Isfi, Ryu, who had come along with them. Helga was no slouch either. She might not be as good as Denki, but she could hold her own, not being left far behind by the 3 of them. As a matter of fact, Helga's way of fighting was just efficient, only targeting the monsters close to her, saving her strength by not chasing and overextending. She had a space where if a monster entered, they would succumb to her claymore. Staying close to gods, she acted as the primary defender of them. With one final roar, all of the monsters in the area were killed. The 4 sheathed their weapons and moved on, as if it was natural for them. So, this is where it happened, huh? Denki asked as he kneeled down, picking up an empty bottle of potion. Can you remember where they ran to? He asked the 3 members of the Take Mikazuchi Familia. They headed towards that corridor, Auka answered, pointing south. After that, I'm not really sure. We were running as well. The team made their way towards the south corridor, stopping in their tracks when they saw a dead end. A cave-in, huh? Isfi looked around for any clues in the area, while Ryu climbed on top of the boulders that were blocking their path. They aren't here anymore, and the trail looks old. But this is the right direction. They moved through here. She made her assessment as she jumped to the other side, kneeling and picking up more empty bottles of potions. Isfi looked at Denki and nodded. Looks like your theory is right. They did head further down, opting to dive deeper towards the 18th floor safe zone. Yeah, and that's what I'm worried about. Denki grimaced, biting the nail on his thumb as he started to think. So my plan is to have us split up here. This is the last known location where Belle had likely gone through. I don't think that's a smart choice, Isfi disagreed. While it may be true that splitting up to find him would be optimal, at this point, we have a clear goal of where he is heading. At the 18th floor, there are plenty of tunnels that go down inside the dungeon, and Belle has likely taken one of them. We won't be able to find him, even if we split up. So we head straight to the 18th floor? Denki asked. What if we miss him? Then we split up from the 18th floor while climbing back to the surface. It would be much faster this way. Isfi kneeled to the ground, taking a map from her bag, one of her creations, and she set it up on the ground for everyone to see. As you can see, there are so many tunnels that Belle could have taken. Even with us splitting up, searching everything would take time. That's why I propose that we move as fast as we can towards the 18th floor safe zone. She looked at everyone as she continued to explain her plan. Once there, we can search for Belle. If he isn't there, we can leave the gods in the safe zone. This would allow us more freedom to search as quickly as we can coming back here on the 14th floor. Denki nodded. Isfi's plan was sound. He even mentally kicked himself for not thinking of that earlier. Very well, let's move with haste then. Minus 16th floor. Burn out dark magic, will-o-wisp. Welf once again chanted his spell, killing another hellhound. Bell, who was supporting the red-headed blacksmith on his shoulder, felt him go limp. Welf, he turned to the side and saw that Welf was now unconscious. Welf, he tried waking him up, but no matter what he did, he was out cold. Mind zero. Lily, we need to His words came to a halt. He felt a lump forming in his throat as he looked back and saw Lily lying face first on the ground. Lily? Li. She was unconscious as well. Bell's face fell as fear started to flood his heart. He was now truly alone, as both of his party were down for the count. A sense of hopelessness filled his being, as the sound of the monsters inside the dungeon echoed all around him. But then, the voice of her goddess echoed inside his head. It lit the fire in his heart, and gritting his teeth, he rushed besides Lily, placing Welf softly on the ground. Using his dagger, he cut the large bag she was carrying, and with bated breath, he lifted her up. He also lifted up Welf using his free hand, carrying his two party members in his hands. A look of determination plastered on his face. He won't allow them to die in this place. His feet digging deep into the ground at every step he took, his muscles screaming for him to rest, but he knew that he must go on. A few more steps, he found another tunnel leading further down. He took a deep breath, hyping himself up. And with a count of 3, he took the leap of faith, jumping down the tunnel, down to the 17th floor. To be continued. Chapter 120, Bell Rescue Arc 3. Will you explain already, Hermes, the reason why you want to help save Bell? The group walked along the dungeon, quickly but steady. Hiatus started to open up a conversation with her fellow god, who along with her came along inside the dungeon. It was his idea actually. Hermes wanted to go, but Hestia heard him talking with Isfi and threatened to whistleblow if she can't come with them. Her exact words were, "It's only forbidden if they knew right." With that said, it was only natural for Hestia to be curious about Hermes' intention. He isn't exactly a god who has a penchant for helping others. There's always a catch when it comes to Hermes. Hermes looked at Hestia and smiled playfully. "Hey, didn't I tell you that already?" He then made himself look regal as he raised his two hands to the side. "It's to help my dear friend." Enough of that, Hestia cut him off, not buying what he was saying. Hermes sighed, shaking his head. "I was asked by someone to check on young Bell's progress," smiling as he looked knowingly towards Hestia. "Someone?" Hestia stopped walking. She eyed the messenger god. Curiosity filled her eyes. "Well, I didn't just come because someone tell me to check on him." Hermes also stopped and looked at Hestia, his patented playful smile in full bloom. An interest in Bell as well. "I want to see with my own eyes, Hestia, if he's a worthy one for the new era." Minus 17th floor, at the Wall of Grief. Bell breathed heavily as he reached a large opening in the 17th floor. In his arms are the unconscious member of his party, Welf, and Lily. He paused, looking around. The area was a large open space, with a semi-translucent crystal at the side of the walls. The Wall of Grief. He mutters to himself, remembering what Lily told him when she was discussing the strategy of heading towards the 18th floor safe zone. The Goliath, huh? It should be dead now. If my information is correct, Loki Familia dived about a week ago, so they should have killed it already. And it would take a week for the Goliath to respawn again, so we should have plenty of time if we move in haste. Lily's voice echoes in his mind as he prepared to run, the door leading to the 18th floor safe zone glued in his eyes. As Bell ran with everything he had, he felt the ground shake as the crystal wall started to crack. The Goliath Rex was starting its revival. Bell didn't stop running. His eyes saw as the walls crumbled, revealing the face of the Goliath. Its red pupils in dark obsidian eyes started to show in the cracks as it released a violent roar that shook the whole space. "Arghch!" Bell screamed as he pushed himself to move faster, gripping his two unconscious party with all he got, refusing to let them go. His muscles strained at every step he takes, desperately moving towards the exit, towards their salvation, towards the entrance to the 18th floor safe zone. the monster started to pull itself out of the wall, sending chunks of boulder hurtling toward Bell. He moved side to side, dodging the large stones, his feet aching at every turn. Boom! The Goliath Rex had fully pulled his body out, fully reviving, its head turned towards the running Bell, as it slowly stood to its feet. Bell didn't look back, his face was laced with desperation. He put everything at the back of his head. His only thought right now is to run, to survive along with his party. Run, 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 run. He kept on repeating those phrases as if a mantra, thinking that every mention of the word run would make him move faster. Run, 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 RUNNN. He screamed on the top of his lungs as he moved closer towards the exit, the Goliath moving close to his heels. The monster raised its right hand up, clenching its first with the intention of pummeling Bell. RARRHHHHGGG. It roars as it brought its fist down on the adventurers. RUNNN? With a loud bellow, Bell jumped forward, putting all of his strength in his legs. He jumped towards the exit, just in time to dodge the mighty fist of the Goliath. The fist of the monster, only connecting with the entrance as it shook the space with its force. Bell lost his balance mid-air. He landed on the back of his head as he tumbled down the steep floor, rolling towards the 18th floor safe zone. He closed his eyes. With his willpower, he made sure not to let go of the two persons in his hand. Lily, Welf, Goddess, he thought as his body ached with every crash he had. He landed roughly on the ground, grimacing as he felt his bones shaking from the impact. He felt the sharp blades of grass caressing his face as he landed face first on the 18th floor safe zone. He slowly opened his eyes, seeing the bright light, blinding him momentarily. He tried to look around, but his neck was stiff from the tumble. He could only look straight. His vision, slowly becoming blurry as his conscience started to fade. He spotted a pair of blue boots standing in front of him. With shaky hands, he extended his right towards the person, and with a strained voice he begged, "Save, my friends, please." With those words, he succumbed to his injuries as his body finally gave out, his mind shutting down, with him falling unconscious. At a village east of Orario, a young, dark auburn-haired boy arrived at the ruins of his once childhood village. A look of nostalgia filled his eyes as he stared around. He remembers running on the field along with his brother as his father tends to their crops. He took a deep breath of the fresh mountain air, filling his lungs with the crisp scent of grass and leaves. He had been running all night and arrived just barely past noon from Orario to this nameless village. "I'm home," he whispers as he took his first step inside the village, heading for the large pillar at the middle, which serves as a monument for all the lives that were lost when this place was attacked. He could hear the birds singing, as well as the cicadas that were nesting on the trees, the cool summer wind blowing in his hair. Every step he took, memories of the past filled his mind. Why he yearned for strength, why he is determined to be the strongest, everything flooded back inside August. He arrived in front of the large pillar with a smooth motion. He stabbed his weapon on the ground and kneeled in front of the grave, paying respect for all those that passed, including his family. "Papa, Mama, Ludwig, Maya, I'm finally strong enough to keep my promise to you guys," he said softly, as his mana built up inside his body. The sound of nature all stopped. As his bloodlust encompassed the whole area, the birds stopped singing, the cicadas stopped buzzing, even the air halted, as if the world itself was afraid and stopped moving. Red lightning starts to flicker all around his body. "With this power, I'll kill every single one of those fucking monsters." His voice held deep hatred as he remembers that fateful day. "Do watch over me." With it, he stood up, feeling refreshed after the visit, ready to pave his way towards the new era. He gave one last smile. Before heading back towards Orario, the journey would take him half a day. If he moves at his maximum, this usually takes a caravan of horse-drawn carriage 2.5 days. This would be his last visit. He would not return to this place again, not until he fulfilled his promise of revenge. Minus 18th floor safe zone. Bell slowly opened his eyes, seeing an unfamiliar ceiling. He could feel that he was lying on a soft cushion. Suddenly, his memories started to return, his mind automatically going to the last thing he remembers. He was running with everything he has, with his friends in his arms, away from the monster Rex. His eyes suddenly widened. He quickly sat up in panic, his voice hoarse. "Lily, Welf," he called for his friends. Pain rushed into his head due to his sudden movement. He clasped it, grimacing as the pain slowly subsided. "Are you all right?" A female voice entered his ears. It sounded calm, serene, emotionless even. Belle looked to the side, seeing eyes on her knees, tilting her head as she looked at him. Belle felt a lump forming in his throat. He couldn't say a word, only releasing a wave of weird sound. "Feeling okay?" Eyes asked again, her face moving closer towards Belle. A small blush formed in the young boy's face, as he moved back shyly. "Miss A. Eyes, WHY are you here?" he stutters as he asked. "Our familia is returning from our expedition, and we are stopping here on the 18th floor." Eyes answered, her voice still carrying that somewhat emotionless tune. 18th floor, Belle repeated, "so we made it, huh?" he thought, as a sense of relief washed over his body. But then, panic took over again as he quickly stood. "Where are my friends?" He lost his balance due to moving quickly, slipping on the floors as his strength had not returned to his legs yet. He fell towards Eyes, his face landing snugly on her chest, his face burying in her soft mound. He slowly looked up, his face growing redder and redder as he could feel the blood rushing on it. He jumped back, falling on his ass, making weird sounds as he did. He turned his head to the side, ashamed of what he did, but Eyes still have that statue-like emotion on her face. As Belle opened his mouth to apologize, he spot Lily and Welf, lying on their respective cushion, soundly asleep. "Lily, Welf," Belle called to them. He wanted to hug them but stopped midway, seeing that they are still unconscious. Still, the sight of them safe made the tension inside Belle's body vanished. He let go of a huge sigh of relief as he began to relax. "They are fine. Riveria and the others healed them," Eyes said, which made Belle thankful for what they did. She then leaned closer towards him, extending her right hand to touch the bandage on Belle's head. "Your injuries were bad too." Belle became flustered due to the skin contact. He pulled his face away while stuttering as he speaks. Thank you for saving us. Really, thank you." Eyes shook her head, as if saying that it was no problem. She then stood up, while keeping her eyes at Belle. "Can you move?" "Why, yes," Belle nodded, still feeling a bit flustered. "I'm to inform our captain when you want up, so come with me." Eyes extended her hand forward, offering it to Belle. "We don't want to keep him waiting." After a short walk, the duo arrived at the main tent of the Loki Familia, where Finn, Riveria, and Gareth are all waiting for them. Finn sat in the middle. As Riveria and Gareth are standing beside him, their eyes moved to the entrance as Eyes and Belle entered. As soon as Belle saw the trio of level 6 adventurers, he quickly kneeled down and entered a doja pose. "Thank you for saving us," he said with sincerity and gratitude. "Hhha?" A hearty laugh echoes inside the tent as Gareth was moved by Belle's action. The other two had a warm smile on their faces as well. "You did all that, boy. All we did is took you in and heal your wounds. You were the one who traveled from the middle floors all the way here, and I'm impressed. Well done in escaping the floor boss lad." "No, I guess I was just lucky." Belle couldn't take the credit. He really think that he survived due to luck. "It was because of you guys that my friends and I are safe. Thank you." He bowed again, his head touching the ground. "I got the situation." Finn smiled at his action, but didn't want to make it a back and forth. He decided to move on to the next topic. "You will be our guests." Thank you for everything." Belle once again thanked them. Finn could only scratch his head and laughed awkwardly. "Well, you and Eyes are friends, right? If I have left a friend of Eyes to die, she'd never forgive me, right?" Finn chuckled as he gave a quick glance towards Eyes. Riveria and Gareth chuckled as well, as Eyes just nodded curtly. "Actually, some of our comrades got poisoned by a monster's venom." Finn continued, as Belle finally looked up. "Right now, our fastest members are heading up to fetch the antidote, so until the medicine arrives, we plan to stay here." The Palom then smiled at Belle. "And as our guests, you are welcome to stay with us until then." Belle was so grateful that he bowed once again, and before he could say thank you once again, Finn stopped him, saying that it was only natural for an adventurer to help each other out. And with that, their talk was over. with Bell now finding refuge for him and his party within the Loki Familia. After an eventful day, with Bell talking to rest of Loki Familia and giving them his thanks, he went back to the tent provided to him and his party. The 18th floor had now grown dark as nighttime came. The great thing about this place is that it emulates the time above the surface, mirroring the day and night cycle. As Bell entered, he hears the ruffling of cloth as his two party members started to stir awake. He rushed close, looking at the two of them with grateful eyes. Where are we? Welf was the first who woke up, groaning as he did. He spots Bell and asked where they were. Lily soon followed, starting at Bell and calling for him. Mr. Bell. Lily, Welf, are you okay? Do you recognize me? He asked, smiling at the two. I'll never forget who you are, Mr. Bell. Lily spoke weakly, but she was smiling as she stared at Bell's face. Yeah, if I can hear Lil Pips yammering, it means I'm fine. Welf, although feeling weak as well, decided to tease Lily as he answered Bell. Bell smiled at the two, his face lit up as now he was sure that the three of them had all made it. I'm glad. I'm so glad the two of you are okay. Chapter 121, Bell Rescue Arc 4. Minus 17th floor, Wall of Grief. Denki and the rescue party stopped at the familiar entrance. They stared at the Wall of Grief without any ounce of fear. For Denki, Helga, Ryu, and Isfi, the Goliath was little more than an inconvenience, especially with them fighting it together. Not to mention the other members of the rescue team, Lysander, Ira, and Bors, all having experience of facing and killing the monster Rex. The only weak link in their group are the trio from the Take Mikazuchi Familia, who for the first time had ever laid eyes on the Wall of Grief, as well as the gods, Hestia and Hermes, who are practically useless when it came to a fight. So what's the plan here? We can't really fight that thing, not the Lady Hestia and Lord Hermes around. Bors raised the question that's on everyone's mind. Denki bit his thumbnail as his brain starts to formulate a plan. We could stall. The six of us could hold it down, while Auka, Mikoto, and Chugasa escorts the two gods down the safe zone. We could also rush forward, prioritizing speed to outrun it, but the gods wouldn't be able to keep up. Helga watched Denki as he racked his brain. For her, this is where Denki is the best at. While she specialized in the on-the-spot decision-making, Denki excelled at strategizing and planning their moves. He always looks at a different angle and always comes up with a sound plan if given enough time. He sure has grown a lot, she thought to herself. While the young samurai was still green, he had proven himself capable and shown qualities a leader possesses. Isfi as well had a serious look on her face. She too realized that with the gods here, their movement would be limited. Right now, the two of them are the best strategists in the group, one born out of necessity, while other was molded with experience. Ryu, a level 4 as well, doesn't excel in this sort of skill. She was more like Helga, able to make decisions on the fly, and is a keen practitioner of the in-the-moment approach. I have a plan, Denki spoke up as he took his knife and kneeled on the ground. He started drawing the makings of his plan. There's two options, and I would like to have your opinions on it. He faced the group with a serious look. Option 1 is for me, Helga, Mrs. Fee, Miss Ryu, and the rest of Heracles' Familia to stall Goliath. He draws a huge circle, with 7x circling around it. He then pointed towards Auka. While the rest of you will run and escort the gods down the 18th floor. He then drew 3 squares forming a triangle formation outside 2 small circles. The problem with this plan is that we have to time it right, if the stalling team is a bit late, or if the escort team is a bit early. He continued, as he drew the big circle breaking the encirclement of X, the Goliath will break free as its aggro would probably target the gods. We have enough proof that the monsters here go crazy if they sense divinity. Isfi also kneeled down, looking at the plan seriously, her right hand covering her mouth as she thinks deeply. What's the second option? She asked. The second option is simple, yet more risky. We run for it with you and Miss Ryu, carrying the 2 goddess as you two are probably the fastest out of all of us here. Denki answered, he then sighed. But with no one stalling the Rex, there's a risk that it may catch up. And with the gods literally in your hands, you two wouldn't be able to defend the incoming blow. Helga and I are the only level 3 here. We might be able to manage and take 1 blow, but the rest of us would die in 1 hit. Isfi contemplated, she then looked at Denki and asked, Why me and Ryu? Couldn't you and Helga carry them instead? The two of us are better equipped of defending against the blows. Denki shook his head. That's my first thought as well, but we would be a tad bit slow in the process. And this plan needs speed above all else. As with no one holding the Rex back, it would inevitably target the gods, so we have to get out as fast as we can. Wouldn't it be safer if all of us run for it? Hestia asked, confused on why the two Denki and Asfi are fussing about it. It wouldn't. Goliath is a level 4 Rex. Its stats are higher than everyone here. Ira answered, explaining why running for the exit is a bad idea. While some of us may be able to make it, others would be killed in the process. Hestia could only bite her lips. She isn't a combat god. She silently watched as Asfi and Denki formulate a plan, clenching her fist, feeling useless. So do we all agree? Denki asked, making sure everyone is on the same page. On using option 1. It's a good plan, but timing is essential. Asfi nodded, standing up and dusting her knees as she turned to look at the entrance of the boss room. I'll be the one coordinating out timing. The escort squad would go on my signal, while we pull aggro and stall the monster Rex. No problems with me here. That was what I was gonna suggest anyway. Denki nodded, while the rest has a look of determination on their face, looking straight at the wall of grief. He likes it. He wasn't sure if he will be able to coordinate timing. Thankfully, Asfi is here more that matter. The team did some last-minute check with their equipment, while Asfi and Denki go through some final checks with the plan. Their goal isn't to kill the Rex, it was to ensure that everyone is safe and had passed through the 18th floor safe zone. All right, this is the last hurdle. Remember, our goal isn't to kill Goliath, but to make sure that the gods and everyone else makes it to the 18th floor safe zone. Denki stood at the entrance and looked back towards the rescue party. For the stalling team, prioritize your safety, don't be a hero. For the escort team, move as fast as you can, don't worry about us, once you make it out, we'll be coming shortly after. The team all nodded in agreement, readying themselves for what's to come. Mrs. Fee, if you will. Denki took a step back, giving full control to Asfi of what they would do inside the boss room. Heracles got himself some good children. Hermes, who was standing at the back with Hestia, smiled. His mind inadvertently went back to the large god and how he brought fear to their kind when he was mortal. He had trained them well, especially young Denki. It's a mystery to me on how such a muscle-headed gorilla had managed to pull several talented children into his familia. Hestia whined and pouted as she folded her arms in a haughty manner. Hermes could only laugh awkwardly. For the first time, he hasn't a comeback for Hestia, too afraid of what Heracles might do if he agrees with Hestia, saying that he is a muscle-headed gorilla. The two deities returned their attention back to the mortals. Watching them work together to face challenges was one of the reasons why they descended down to the lower world in the first place. Each one has a role to play. The escort team will move on my signal. We will pull the Goliath at the farthest corner of the room. Remember that timing is important. Only move when I give my signal. The adventurers nodded as Asfi gave her final pep talk. Above all else, work together. No one will die here. Roar! The Goliath Rex let out a mighty bellow as Asfi, Ryu, Denki, Helga, Lysander, Ira, and Bors rushed towards it. Asfi was the one who delivered the opening blow, grabbing one of her creation, a needle-like rod with runic carvings on its base. Asfi loaded her mana into the sharp rods as they glow a bright blue hue. She threw 3 of those rods straight towards the monster's face, exploding in contact as the mana inside burst. The monster reeled back a bit, feeling dizzy from the blow, not because of the damage, but from the sound that erupted near its ear. Ryu dashed forwards, brandishing her sword straight for its tendons. She made sure to load her mana into it, making her blade sharper. The monster let out a grunt as it momentarily lost its balance. Denki took advantage of that. Sheathing his weapon, Denki ran full speed towards Helga. Helga, shield. Got it. Helga sheathed her claymore and grabbed her shield. Facing Denki, she kneeled to the ground and pointed the large kite shield towards Denki, tilting it slightly into the air. Denki smiles as he jumped towards Helga. He then loaded mana into his feet, landing on her shield. With a grunt, Helga pushed up, aiming for the Goliath's head, launching Denki straight at it. He then grabbed his sword midair, flying at the monster with an Ijutsu stance. He loaded mana into his sword, his whole body glowing a shade of orange that is reminiscent of the sun setting and autumn skies. The voice of August sounded in his head. "Remember, Denki, an attack must have intent," as a violent smile slowly creeped into his lips, mirroring that of his captain. Hermes, watching it, had a creepy smile forming in his face. "Looks like Heracles has another monster in his ranks. Who would have thought?" he thought to himself, as his heart beated fastly. Lord Zway's, another mortal had proven himself worthy for the new era, if only you can see how interesting Orario is right now. His smile grew wider as he holds himself back from laughing out loud. Yamato Mikoto was at awe at what she was seeing. No. Everyone from the Take Mikazuchi familia who came from the Far East could see it. The fire that was from the legend of the Far East, Mashima Toga, was burning brightly inside Denki's sword. "Amazing," Aoka could only mutter blankly, starting at awe of the young samurai. While Chugasa could only drop her jaw at what she is seeing, it was perfection. The way his mana moved and coat his sword, you can feel the sharpness of it. With a grin, Denki uses his left thumb to push his katana out of the scabbard, while his right hand held the handle softly, loosely, his hand clasping the handle perfectly. "Jutsu," like a soft breeze, Denki's voice traveled into everyone's ear. His hand pulled the katana out of his scabbard in one smooth motion, the mana flowing like a river, trailing the slash of his sword. The blade moved, straight for Goliath's eye, and with no wasted movement, it reached point A to point B in a fraction of a second. His sword didn't feel any resistance from the skin. It felt perfect in his hands. The motion was beautiful to look at, like art. Denki landed on the ground. No sound was heard as he landed. It was as if he was floating. He began sheathing his katana without looking at Goliath. Soyokaze. The sword locked in place with a click. And on cue, a huge gash appeared on the monster's face, running straight from eye to eye. Roar! The monster roared in pain. As its hand clasped its eyes, the roar was deafening. They could feel their ears ringing as it trashed blindly due to anger and pain. Isfi looked at the entrance, staring at the escort team. "Now," she yelled, snapping them into action. Aoka, Mikoto, and Chugasa surrounded the gods as they rushed towards the entrance to the 18th floor safe zone. Isfi then ran beside Denki, looking at him differently. Well, that's one way to get its attention. She chuckled, staring at the monster who at this time was starting to heal. "It was shallow, I could have slashed deeper," Denki answered, keeping his eyes on the Rex. "Well, you sure made it flashy, ha ha ha." Bors chimed in, gripping his axe as he prepared himself to engage. "Yeah, where did that come from?" Helga as well jumped in the conversation, trying to lighten the mood before they engaged at the now furious monster. "And you really made it mad. It isn't even looking at the gods, its eyes are solely focused on you." "That was the plan. As soon as the escort team makes it, we have to book it as well." Denki shrugs as he answered, taking another Ijutsu stance as he willed his mana to burst forth. The others followed suit, letting their mana run wild, determined to stood their ground to let the escort squad have free passage towards the 18th floor. "Remember, our goal isn't to kill it. No need for any more flashy moves." Isfi let out a playful chuckle as the group moved at the now charging monster. There's a small feast set up by the Loki familia in the 18th floor. It was to welcome Bell and his party as well as to congratulate them for making it all the way towards the safe zone. It was not lavish by any means, but it made Belle, Welf, and Lily all gulp and droll at the smell. They were hungry, especially after what they have been through. The night was full of laughter as the adventurers enjoyed themselves with the small feast. As that was happening, a piercing scream entered everyone's ears. The others chose to ignore it. They were in the safe zone, so no monsters could ever come down here, thinking it was just some adventurers having fun with each other. But not Bell. He recognized the voice. It belonged to a very important person for him. He got up from where he was seated and ran towards the entrance of the 18th floor, moving up. "Wahhhhhhhh," Hestia screamed as she rolled down the steep corridor towards the 18th floor. "Arg, why didn't anyone told me that thing would be that big?" she groaned as she caressed her head. "Goddess," a familiar voice entered her ear. It made her pause like a statue. She turned slowly, her eyes glistening as tears started to form. She saw the white-haired adventurer, her child, the one who she came down the dungeon for, after 2 days of worrying non-stop. She is finally reunited with Belle. Chapter 122, Belle Rescue Arc 5. Hestia ran up to Belle's arms, tears welling up her eyes. "Belle," she yelled in joy as she was finally reunited with her child. The two crashed on the ground as Hestia held Belle into her tight embrace. "It really is you, thank goodness. I was so worried." She pushed up to see Belle's face, noticing the injuries his child had suffered. "It must have been hard. I'm so glad you're safe." "Goddess." Belle felt a drop falling on his cheeks. He looked up, seeing her goddess looking at her, a soft smile on her face as tears fell from her cheeks. "I'm so glad, Belle. I'm so glad that you're safe." Hestia's voice chimed inside Belle's ear. It was filled with relief, and you can see the tension leaving her body as she had her eyes glued on Belle. "I made you worry, huh? I'm sorry, goddess." Belle smiled as he reached out and wiped the tears off Hestia's cheeks. Hestia went in for another hug, but before she could, she felt a pair of arms grasp her by her waist, pulling her off of Belle. "That's enough, Lady Hestia." It was Lily. The two of them then fell ass first on the ground as Hestia began to whine. "Hey you, don't you ruin my moving reunion moment." Hestia flailed around, trying to break free out of Lily's grasp. "Mr. Bell got hurt protecting us, and he needs to rest." Lily argued back, holding Hestia in place, trying to separate him away from Belle. Footsteps started to echo as Eyes and Welf arrived and stood behind Belle. Hestia saw Eyes and her blood suddenly boiled. "What? Wallen something, why are you here?" She points her finger towards Eyes like a child who saw someone she hates. As that was happening, the others started to make their way out of the 17th floor boss room into the 18th floor safe zone. "Yo, Belle." Belle turned to the familiar voice and saw Denki, Helga, Lysander, Ira, and Bors grinning at him. Denki smiled as well, waving at the white-haired adventurer. "Good job making it all the way here." "Mr. Denki, guys," Belle beamed at them. He had a good look of everyone there and saw an unexpected figure in the group. "Miss Ryu." He was confused on why the waitress from the Hostess of Fertility is here as well. Ryu raised her pointing finger in her mouth, signaling Belle to keep her presence here on the down low. She then smiled, happy to see that the young adventurer was safe. "So you're Belle Cranel, huh?" Another voice made the white-haired youth turn to see who it came from. "Why, yes." Belle saw a blonde man with orange eyes, wearing a feathered hat. The man is slender and of medium height with skinny arms and legs sticking out of his clothes. The man also has effeminate looks and an overwhelming charm, making Belle quite nervous to talk to him. That man is Hermes. Hermes looked at Belle curiously. "So you're the one, huh? I've been wanting to meet you for some time now." He smiled his patented playful smile as he extended his hand towards Belle for a shake. "My name is Hermes. Pleased to meet you, young Belle." Belle smiled, extending his hand for a shake as well. "Thank you, it's a pleasure." His smile was innocent, something that is rare for an adventurer to have, which made Hermes even more interested in him. "Also, thank you for helping out, I really appreciate it." Hermes shrugged, acting like it was oi natural. "Not at all. I did this for my dear friend Hestia." Hermes' eyes then went to a spot behind Belle, seeing 3 mortals. His lips smirked as he looks at Belle playfully. "If you're gonna thank anyone, thank those children there." He points at Belle's back, towards the adventurers of the Take Mikazuchi Familia. Belle turned, so did Welf, and Lily, as they wanted to express their thanks, but they all stopped when they saw who they were. A sour look formed into the faces of Welf, and Lily. They remembered how those adventurers had got them into this predicament in the first place. "Tusk." Welf clicked his tongue, anger started to form inside his body. Lily glared at the trio. She recalled the many close calls she had when they were trapped in the middle floor. Belle, on the other hand, had questioning look on her face. He was angry, sure, but he wanted to hear the whole picture before making a judgment. One thing is for sure, this would be a long night. At the surface, a young boy with dark auburn hair was walking carefree, taking in the cool night breeze. He rested his hands on his spear that is placed in his shoulder, making his way towards the gates of Orario. That, of course, was August, who was now returning after paying a visit to his parents' graves. Whistling a soft tune, he was now only a few meters away from reaching the gates. "Halt, who goes there?" A voice made August stop on his tracks. He looked forward, seeing two guards with lanterns, trying to shine the light his way. "Relax, I'm just returning back home." August shrugs as he spoke calmly, wanting no trouble as well. He stepped forward, allowing the light to shine on his face. Giga a bulg. The guards recognized him, his jaw hanging loose. By now, everyone in the city knew of August Kaiser. "Yo," August waved at them and smiled politely. "Mind if I pass?" "Of course, sir." The guard stepped aside, letting the young adventurer through. As that was happening, people near the gates who heard the guard, calling his alias all, stopped moving. Their eyes glued at the gates as August walked through it. It really is him. The hero of Orario. He's awake. A crowd formed as they all stared at awe. A hero's welcome was starting to take place. They all made way for him, some bowing their head while thanking him for what he did, some screaming his name as he passed by them. Different reactions, but all positive and grateful, as the crowd of people, civilians and adventurers alike, grew larger and larger, wanting to catch a glimpse of the hero who saved their lives. August, on the other hand, found this to be a bit awkward. He never was a people person, he was someone who kept to himself, and those that he trusted, which, to be fair, are only a handful of people. So the newfound popularity didn't sit well with him. He let out a deep sigh, looking around as people were now swarming towards him, and for him, this was a hassle. He pushed his mana forwards, as red lightning coiled his body, and in a flash of red light, he vanished from where he stood, as if he was never even there to begin with. All that was left was the scorched mark on the ground he left behind as he moved to avoid the crowd. And that was enough. With multiple people seeing his face for the first time in months, news quickly traveled all around Orario. News that August is now awake. This revelation sent shockwaves all throughout the city, as the gods, keen on the gossips on the streets, all heard of his return. At the top of Babel, a seductive woman watched the view of the city lights, while twirling a glass of red wine. A small smile appeared on her lips as she took a sip from her glass. "So you're awake? Things are starting to get interesting." Freya let out a sinister chuckle as Otter stood by her side. The level 7 adventurer also getting excited. The last time he saw August was in the amphitheater incident, and his goddess Freya shared everything with him, which was specifically ordered by Hades and Uranus to not do, making him one of the few mortals who has knowledge of the Thay Kuplo. And he was curious on just how strong the wielders of the weapons were, especially with August's reputation right now. "Are you interested as well, Otter? With how he is right now, he might take your spot as king in Orario." Freya took a glance at her child. The level 7 scoffed, an amused chuckle escaping his lips. "He can try." Otter answered, the face of the 6-year-old boy from 9 years ago entering his mind, remembering his words and challenge to him that he will surpass him. "Me too. I wonder how Belle would react, seeing someone of his caliber. Would he grow even more stronger?" Freya again twirled the liquid inside her glass, a seductive smile forming in her lips. "Either way, things will get interesting around here." Ganesha, who received the report, stared at the moon, his mind going back to his child and the father of August, Siegfried. He was still feeling guilty about his actions all those years ago, and he was afraid. Afraid of what may happen if August learned everything. For Ganesha, his mind was made up. For him, he was the one responsible for everything that happened to that young man. If I didn't give Siegfried that god-forsaken spear, none of this would have had happened. He would still be alive, and young August would still have his family. He let out a deep sigh as the guilt ate his heart. He was also afraid of the path that the child might take once he found out about everything, because there is no doubt in his mind that when August learned of the truth, he will hunt down everyone responsible, and that would include him. Hades sat on his office as he sips on a glass of whiskey. Things had been hectic for him these past 3.5 months. It has started with the attack on Orario. He had suffered quite a bit of loss due to his familia acting on the front line that day. And then Anna Dreyer, who he thought was dead, returned, saying that the event in Rakia was also done by Evelis, and that she was lucky to escape. He still doesn't trust the girl, finding it convenient that she survived the whole ordeal in Rakia, but he welcomed her again nonetheless. In his mind, if his suspicion were true that she's now working with Evelys, then he might use her, and if she's not, then he'll have more firepower in his familia. Either way, Hades views it as a win-win. But the news of today is what caught his attention. August Kaiser is now awake, with multiple eyewitnesses as well as his own personal network saying that it was true. A small chuckle escaped his lips. "Is this also part of your plan, brother?" he thought, as he remembered Zeus and his goal of returning the world back to the age of heroes. If so, it might bite you in the ass. Apollo threw the glass on his marbled wall. He was fuming as the news reached his ears. August awakening is a huge hiccup in his plan, and he was so close he could practically taste his victory and reward. He planned on challenging Hestia in a war games along with Heracles, believing that his superior number would be enough to crush the two of them. And his goal is to have Bel, as well as the unconscious August and his Thay Kuplo. He was gathering his strength, waiting for the moment to strike, and was about to implement the plan a week from now. But August's sudden awaking poured cold water all over his grand scheme. "Motherfucker!" He slammed his fist on the table, making it crack as his godly aura poured out of his body. Hyacinthos. The door to his room slowly opened as the captain of his familia calmly walked inside. "You called my lord." "Get froke," Apollo ordered, his voice laced with anger. Right now, he wanted to vent, and what better way to do so than to use one of his toys? "As you wish, my lord." Hyacinthos bowed respectfully and exited the room. Apollo glared at the door, clenching his fist. "Just you wait, Heracles. I will take everything from you." Chapter 123. August makes his move. August arrived back home. He was supposed to head to Guild, but with what he experienced on the gate, he reckoned that doing so would be a hassle as well. There's always tomorrow. He sighed as he opened the door. "Captain," a loud voice greeted him. As he spotted Keys running towards him, he looked quite relieved to see August, which raised question inside the captain's head. "Captain, thank goodness you're back." "Theoth." "Whoa, slow down." August cut him off as he scratched his cheeks. "Isn't it too quiet here? Where is everyone?" he asked as he looked around, not seeing anyone else inside the manor. "Well," Keys then proceeded to explain everything. How the adventurers of Takamkazichi Familia did a pass parade. How Denki, Helga, Ira, and Bors went inside the dungeon along with two gods including Hestia, along with other adventurers to rescue Bel. While he, Keys, Oswald, Caddy, Thorn, and Jugo stayed behind to wait for Bel, if he ever succeeded in climbing up on his own, to collect information from adventurers if they saw Bel, and to inform August if he returned while they are still inside the dungeon. That's the gist of it. August listened attentively to him. He processes the information he had received. "Let me get this straight. You're saying that the others, led by Denki, are escorting two deities inside the dungeon. What in the world is the old man doing? He should have known better than to allow Lady Hestia to five inside the dungeon." "Well, she can be persuasive." An answer came from up the stairs. Heracles had a stoic look on his face as he walked down from his office. "And I would rather have Denki and the others watch over her, rather than her marching inside the dungeon alone." "You've gotten soft, old man. Usually you would just tie her up." August chuckled to himself. "Hestia is many things, but stupid isn't one of it. I knew her for a long time, and she would always find a way to get what she wants." Heracles paused as he looked at August. Well, at least she was respectful enough to ask for permission. That being said, in an instant, Heracles first connected on the top of his head. August's head snapped down, as a look of surprise filled his face. He couldn't sense the blow coming. Keys saw the whole thing and was shell-shocked. He didn't expect Heracles to punch August. He gulped as he stared at his god, and from the looks of things, he was angry. "What the hell was that for?" August questioned, his face scrunched up as he turned quiet. The look on Heracles' face made him aware that the god was truly angry this time. "Your disrespect had gone long enough." Heracles looked down at August. His voice was a bit cold, which made August gulp. Knowing the god for a long time, he knew just when to shut up, and this is one of those times. Heracles sighed and pinched the bridges of his nose. That being said, this was out of everyone's control, but next time if you want to leave to visit your family's grave, be sure to ask first. Heracles then turned and walked away, but before he leaves completely, he looked back at August. "What are you waiting for? Go get them." "Consider it done." August answered seriously. He doesn't really know who this Bell guy is, and he never even met the guy, but he seems to be a friend of everyone in the Familia. And he knew one thing: he was Hestia's only child, and he was quite fond of the goddess. "Keys," August called on the novice adventurer. Keys looked at him and gulped, seeing the serious expression on his face. "Gather the rest. Meet me in the dungeon." He turned for the door, a small smile rising on his lips. Meet you. Shouldn't we move together to save time?" Keys asked curiously. "Well, I have to pick someone up." He looked back towards Keys with a smirk on his face. "I'm gonna get ourselves a supporter." He then moved so quickly that he vanished from Keys's vision in a matter of seconds. Keys just stood there, still confused. But we already have a supporter," he asked while pointing to himself, as he was mainly used as the supporter by Denki when they dived in the dungeon. But by now, he was only talking to the air. Apollo Manor. Froke felt repulsed as Hyacinthos pulled her by her arms. She was numb at the pain as her captain's fingers dug in her hands. All she could was disgust, knowing what will happen tonight. She dreaded every step she took as it brought her closer towards the room of Apollo. By this point, all she could think of is that he'll be done with her quick. Her eyes were dead, as light seems to vanish in it. Hyacinthos pulled her even harder. He looked back towards Froke, a look of annoyance in his face. "Hurry the fuck up, trash." Froke by now had through all her hope. She just nodded and complied, having no energy to even fight back. After all, she knew she couldn't do a thing even if she wanted to. They arrived in front of the god's room. Hyacinthos knocked and waited for a moment, as Apollo's angry voice screamed for him to come in. He opened the door and bowed respectfully towards his god. He then pulled Froke inside and spoke. "My lord, as you ordered, I brought Froke here." Apollo looked coldly towards the mortal and gestured for him to leave. Hyacinthos bowed one last time before smiling sadistically towards Froke. He knew what was about to happen, but he didn't care one bit. He closed the door, locking Froke alone with Apollo. "Froke, Froke, Froke." Apollo's voice made Froke's body shiver in disgust. She hated how the god calls her name. It made her feel like shit. Apollo walked closer, his hand clutching Froke's chin as he forcefully made her look towards him. Beautiful as always. Froke could feel her hair standing as Apollo's face came closer towards her face. He then whispered at her ear. "I can't wait to start, my dear Froke." He then forcefully pushed her down, the smile on his face growing larger as he moved towards his cabinet. Tears started to fill her eyes. No matter how many times she experienced this, she always felt scared and disgusted by it, being used as a plaything by the god. Apollo took a whip out of his cabinet. He then turned towards Froke, the sadistic smile he had growing larger. He slowly walked towards the half-breed girl, swinging the whip in the air as a sharp smack echoes inside the room. But before he could lay a hand, multiple loud knocks banged on his door. Apollo's face grew angry. He specifically ordered his familia not to disturb him during his time with Froke. He marches towards the door, his face growing red in anger. He forcefully opened it and screamed on top of his lungs. "What?" "My lord," it was Lewin Espel, the level 1 Palom. He was sweating hard, and from the looks of it, he had ran towards Apollo's room with everything he had. Jiggy Bulg. He's outside calling for the TR for Froke. Apollo paused, his face processing the information he had heard, while Froke's eyes bulged when she heard the name. "August," Froke gulped. "No, he's gonna get himself killed." She panicked as she stood up, pushing her body forcefully. In her mind, no matter how strong August was, he couldn't possibly stand up to a god. But before she can, Apollo kicked her back down. She yelped in pain as his boots connected to her abdomen. "Stay down, bitch, don't you fucking move," Apollo spat angrily as his face grew even redder. Fuck, he cursed it out loud. "My lord, what should we do?" the Palom asked. "Let me think," he screamed angrily towards the Palom, his hand pulling on his hair as his face turned uglier and uglier. Suddenly he stopped like a machine, his head slowly turned towards Froke. "You," he spoke coldly. "Yes, you did this, you fucking bitch." Apollo by now wasn't thinking straight anymore, he was afraid, and for Froke, it was the very first time she ever saw Apollo this scared. Yes, it was you. I'll fucking kill you. Apollo snatched the sword that was hanging on Lewin's hips. He then walked towards Froke, a deranged smile on his face. With you dead, the Gi-bulg might leave. Yes, you're the reason he's here in the first place. All logic was now thrown out of Apollo's head due to fear. But before he could take one more step, a huge amount of mana filled the entire room. Nay, the entire space within Apollo's manor. A primal fear engulfed everyone's heart, clutching it, as everyone forgot how to breathe. Especially Apollo. He could feel death clutching his neck. He could hear footsteps coming towards his room, and he knew it. Those were the steps of death coming for him. He'll kill me. That was the only thing Apollo could think of. All logical thoughts exited his mind. And then he arrived, walking nonchalant, with Hiatus in his left hand, choking him and carrying him for everyone to see. Good evening. I came for my supporter. He smiled politely, but his eyes was staring coldly towards Apollo as his killing intent assaulted the god. Apollo couldn't think straight anymore. All he could think about is the weapon on August's hand and how he could kill him with it. Chapter 124, When a God Faced Death, and Now They Dive. August's smile was making Apollo uncomfortable. It felt unhinged, or maybe it was the fact that in August's hand was a weapon that will kill him, a god, permanently. Apollo knew that none of his children could even challenge August, much less fight him, even if they all ganged up on him. And for proof, his captain, the strongest in Apollo Familia, is getting choked by August, lifted up in the air like a child. But his pride as a god won't allow him to be looked down upon. His anger was overwhelming the fear that was gripping his heart. Insolent mortal, he snapped. He refused to be looked down upon this lowly creature in front of him. How dare you? I will have your head for this. Lord Apollo? August tilted his head, looking at Apollo with a smile. He let Hiatus go, his fingers leaving a mark on his neck. I'm just here for my supporter, nothing else. His eyes then turned cold, his killing intent focusing on the god, the smile on his face vanishing. You understand that, right? Apollo unconsciously took a step back, his pride took a hit because of it. I, the great Apollo, took a step back because of a fucking mortal? The god understood the implication behind August's words. It was a warning and a lifeline for him to grab. Let me take Froke, and we will forget everything that happened today. Was the silent message that was conveyed by August's words. After all, August's eyes looked at the ground, where Apollo dropped the whip. We wouldn't want things to get out of hand, right, Lord Apollo? His voice was held a sinister feeling to it that made Apollo hold his breath. August was mad, he's fuming. Right now, August has the capacity to keep his mana dome on at all times, like Toga. He had mastered it and was now second nature to him, like breathing. And because of that, the moment he entered in the vicinity of Apollo's mansion, he sensed everything that happened in the room. He stepped in, just in time to stop the god. But by the look and lack of fight Froke did, his mind picked up that this wasn't a one-time thing. He wanted nothing more than to cut the head off the god, but he knew nothing good would happen to Heracles' Familia if he did. As much as he hates to admit it, Apollo is one of the more influential gods in Orario, and his death would likely lead to the other gods launching a campaign against him, and by extension, his Familia. Froke, get up, we're leaving. August looked warmly towards Froke with a serene smile on his face. He raised his hand, gesturing the hybrid to take it. Froke at first hesitated. The fear she had on Apollo is rooted deep inside her system, her eyes glued at August's hand. She raised her right, brought it down, afraid of what Apollo might do if she took it. August didn't wait for the hybrid girl. He extended his hand to hold her and pulled her up to stand, catching her on the way up. A warm smile on his face, to signify that everything was gonna be okay. Apollo glared at the mortal who dared to threaten him, to disrespect him, and now is attempting to take what is rightfully his. UFUC. August vanished from where he stood, and Apollo felt a sharp prick at his throat. The god looked down, finding the spear pressing at his throat. It was the first time he ever saw his blood being drawn because of injuries. Injuries he sustained from a mortal. It made him pale, a lump formed on his throat, choking him, he couldn't breathe. He followed the spear, and saw a mortal looking at him coldly, his eyes gleaming with dark intentions. The others in the room, Frok, Hiatus, and Lewin. All froze. August moved too fast for them to see. The next thing they knew, he had a god at the end of his spear. "You know, I really want to kill you right now." August's words made the room held their breath. A mortal threatening a god was something unimaginable for everyone in the room, especially a god like Apollo. August then leaned closer, his mouth inching at the god's ear. He then whispered, "You do know what would happen if I do that, right? Especially with my spear." Apollo gulped. His body felt cold as sweat started to pour out of his skin. He could see a large wolf glaring down at him behind August, drooling and looking at him hungrily, wanting to devour him, to rip him to shreds. He saw death, his death at the hands of the embodiment of death himself. He pulled his spear back and turned his back to the god, which was another act of disrespect. But now Apollo was too afraid to even notice it. His knees were shaking, his face pale. A god, a supposed to be ageless being, right now, Apollo looked like he aged for 10 years. Gone was the youthful and handsome god. Right now, he looked haggard, old, frail, afraid. He fell on his knees, unable to stand any longer due to fear. The mortals in the room, aside from August, all couldn't believe what they had just saw. A mortal just made a god kneel. It was unheard of. Lewin and Hiatus moved out of his way, afraid that they might receive his ire next. August ignored them and made his way in front of Frok. A smile formed on his face. "Yo, did you miss me?" Frok nods as tears started to form in her eyes. She sniffed as snot threatened to exit her nose. August placed his hand above Frok's head. The sudden gesture made her flinch, especially inside this room. For her, all sort of contact inside this room felt repulsive. She unconsciously pulled her head back, only for August to pull it back to him again. "No one will hurt you now," he said in a soft voice as he continues to pat her head. Frok looked up and saw August, smiling at him, a smile that is saying that everything is okay now. Frok broke down at that moment. She wailed as she jumped at August's chest. All the years she had endured being the plaything of the god, all the abuse she received from Apollo Familia, all the trauma, the pain, the suffering. All of it broke free, like a dam. She cried at August's chest, wailing like a child. August could feel the pain at every scream Frok released. Her voice was hoarse. As she let everything go from the top of her lungs, he could feel her pain as her fingers dug at his back, looking for safety as she clings to him. The emotion made August look back towards Apollo, who was now staring at the ground unmoving while his hands clutch his head, pulling his hair out. Pathetic, August thought as anger rose inside his ear. He then made another promise to himself. And that promise is, "I'll kill you, maybe not now, but I will fucking kill you." His killing intent leaked out towards Apollo, making the god flinch. He looked up, only to see August smiling at him coldly. August and Frok left Apollo's mansion with no one stopping them. The members of the Familia are afraid to even look at August right now. They could only look down, fear apparent in their eyes. As they exit the gates, they walked side by side, an awkward silence forming between the two of them. Especially for Frok, she had never cried like that, especially in front of someone else. She admit that it felt good to let loose, but after that, she was a bit ashamed to even look at August right now. Thank you," Frok stuttered as she opened up a conversation. "Don't," August looked at her and smiled. "I'm sorry, I should have come sooner." August sighed. He remembered the night 3.5 months ago at the Hostess of Fertility. That was clear indication that something was wrong. He would have pushed Heracles more, but alas, he couldn't change the past. "Why though?" Frok asked, a bit curious. "Why did you come? Why did you save me?" "Well, there's something I have to do, and I needed a supporter for it, so I reckon I should just get you again. So I came to Apollo's mansion with that intention. But arrived too." August paused. He pursued his lips and sighs. He looked forward, a bit of frustration forming in his face. "Why didn't you tell us?" Frok didn't answer right away. She clenched her fist and bit her lips, making it bleed. Her ears dropped down and her tail went limp. She looked at August and was surprised to see that the young adventurer was looking at her as well. I was afraid," she answered. Tears started to form once again, but she fought it, wanting not to cry anymore. "Lord Apollo is a god. You and Denki are only mortal. I don't want the two of you to be caught up in my own problems. I was also afraid that of the two of you knew." She paused and took a deep breath. The two of you might leave me, afraid of what a god might do to you. She then spoke mockingly, mainly to herself. After all, what can a mortal do to God? A sad smile rising on her face as a tear fell from her eyes, she hurriedly wiped it and bit the inside of her cheeks, stopping herself from crying again. You should have trusted us. August spoke silently. He held the sigh that was threatening to leave his mouth. Okay, I understand. August instead said. He placed a reassuring hand on Frok's shoulder, but he pulled it back as he felt a slight flinch from her. He didn't want to put blame on Frok, she had suffered long enough. Thank you, Frok nodded gratefully. She then turned forward, a serious look on her face. Oh, and August. Ahem. Please, don't tell Denki. Frok looked at August, her eyes held a pleading look. Please. August studies her face, seeing the hesitation, the nervousness, her pleading eyes. August sighs and curtly nods. Thank you, Frok smiled gratefully towards August. No problem. After all, it is your secret to tell. August answered her and looked at the front as well, walking at the same pace as Frok. But be sure to tell him, when you are ready, he deserves to know as well. He then chuckled. Especially after the slap you gave him. He told you, huh? He tells me everything. The two of them talked, as August changed the subject to keep Frok's mind off of it, eventually jumping towards the dungeon and why he needed a supporter. August then asked if she's okay to dive at her condition, with the hybrid smiling, saying that with the gay bulg along for the dive, what is there to be worried about? They eventually reached the dungeon, August seeing the others from Heracles' Familia, waiting for him to arrive. They wore their gear, and the look on their faces says that they are fully prepared. August smiled at this, while Frok, who felt like she was forgetting something, remembered August's temperament inside the dungeon. She then paled. Oh no, she remembered how much of a slave driver her employer was. August, what's the J job again? August turned to Frok with the most beautiful smile she had ever saw, but she knew that his smile was that of the devil. Why? To reach the 18th floor as fast as possible, of course. Fuck. Chapter 125. Into the dungeon they go. Minus 15th floor of the dungeon. Keys was panting hard as he tried to slash another hellhound that pounced towards him. He was sweating profusely, every muscle fiber in his body is screaming for him to rest. As his spear hit the monster, it didn't even faze it. It snarled as it opened its jaws to bite the spear user's head off. He closed his eyes, waiting for the jaws of death, but instead he heard the sound of flesh being cut. Slap! August stood in front of him, with a relaxed face. He gave him a glance before turning back to the incoming monsters who charged at them. With a relaxed motion, August calmly stabbed his spear forward, piercing right through a monster's throat. He then moved his grip at the end of his spear and slammed his weapon at the other monsters that were coming, killing them all. You guys are getting sloppy. He called to his familia as he signaled for Frok to throw him a potion. Y'all are too passive, a lot of wasted movement, and you guys don't communicate at all. He caught the potion midair and extended his hand towards Keys. Here, drink this, and you guys, rest up for a bit. He sighed as he looked at the state of the familia, seeing that they are all spent, tired, and a bit battered. At the start, he didn't step in, wanting to observe how they fight inside the dungeon, going as far as ordering Frok to not shoot her bow if it wasn't necessary. At first, they were doing well. That's to be expected since out of the 6 members of the Heracles Familia who stayed behind, 5 of them are level 2. Only Keys, who acted as a supporter in their dive, is the only level 1 member of the party. But this time, August ordered him to move to the front line. Frok is a much better and more experienced supporter, so having Keys act as one would be counterproductive, and August wanted to see if the rookie could hang with them if they ever dive to a deeper floor in the future. Frok technically is also a level 1, but she has all her stats max out, making her way above the spear user. Coupled with her experience and extraordinary aim with her bow, she's at least as valuable as a level 2. And August now knew why she isn't a level 2 even though she already has a feat. But the only problem is, she's not a member of the Familia, so August didn't want her to help unless necessary, ordering her to act as a true supporter. He wanted to see what they are truly capable of, and Frok would just make things easier. After all, Even with just her and Denki in the past, they have managed to reach floor 17th, with August not helping unless necessary. That was all because of Frok's shot calling. She was able to properly instruct Denki while also supporting him in the backline using extremely accurate shots with her bow. Making it to the middle floor was a walk in the park, and August found it too easy. He couldn't gauge how strong they were. So to test them out, he used his monodome and took the path where mobs had spawned. They had made it from what Denki told him all the way to the 32nd floor, so his expectations were quite high, especially after BD welcoming them when he woke up. But this just made him realize that things aren't always what it seems. Sure, they were strong, but they're completely lost without someone leading them, August thought while furrowing his brow. In the spar, he noticed that if it isn't Denki, it was Helga who was issuing command, and the communication between the party was good. Everyone's doing their part. But without those two, their teamwork isn't as good. They are fighting like they are alone. He sighed after his observation. Nadia, August's voice made the elven archer snap her attention towards the captain. You're the backline archer. It is your responsibility to call out where the opponent are coming from. You don't have to shoot everything you see. Call it out. He then turned to the pudgy mage. And that goes for you too, Oz. The two of you have a complete view of your party as they are fighting. Use that to your advantage. Got it. Nadia nodded. She knew her captain was right. Denki also pointed that out to her multiple times now, but at the heat of the battle, she always tends to tunnel vision towards her targets. Why, yes, sir. Oswald nodded. This for him is much harder, since he needed every bit of concentration when he is chanting. Jagu. August then turned to the tall blonde, which made him gulp. I know you specialize in countering your opponent, but you don't have to wait for them to attack. That's just common sense. Try to fight a bit more aggressive. He cuckolded before continuing. Your mouth is more of a threat than your sword at this point. Seriously, why are you always cursing? This made the others chuckle as well. Jagu, on the other hand, became flustered, his mouth open to curse, yet realized that he'll only be proving their point. Catty, you don't have the luxury to aim for a backstab every time. There's only 6 of you. Here in the middle floors, they need you to cover the formation as well, especially with your numbers. Instead of sneaking in and going for a backstab, try to incorporate it while fighting in a group. I know your skill is powerful, but you're way too over-reliant on it. Thorn, you on the other hand, are way too aggressive. You're overextending, making it harder for the others to cover for you. Your fighting style right now is out of place because the others are fighting passively and defensively. Learn how to adjust. August then turned to Keys, who had just finished drinking the potion. And Keys, for a level 1, you show talent. Bit of advice, though. August smiled as he placed his hand on Keys's shoulder. Stop trying to copy me. You have to find your own fighting style if you want to get stronger. Also, don't be hesitant to ask for help if you're in a pinch. You have a diving party for a reason. You don't have to prove yourself. August paused, allowing them time to absorb what he just said. After all, it would be pointless if they all forget it. He smiled as he watched them all concentrating, no doubt replaying what happened in the last fight. He clapped his hand one time, snapping them out of their thoughts as they think about his advice. Overall, good job. Being able to reach the middle floors within only 4 hours while only having 6 members and fighting mobs left and right is something to be proud of. Your teamwork and communication could use some work, but I am impressed. And he really meant it. Before this moment, August didn't make a move, which spoke highly of their strength, individually of course, but for them to move this deep with only these numbers, with a level 1 rookie on the party, is impressive nonetheless. And it makes August's expectation even higher to see what they are capable of if they move with the others. He will just be observing them, yet again of course. He has Denki and Helga to handle the orders now. He beamed a smile at the party, and by now they know what that smile meant. Some groaned, others sighed. And with him opening his mouth, they all knew what was coming. Now then, we don't have all day. Let's continue, shall we? You know, it would be much faster if, I don't know, you help as well. Frok rolled her eyes at August, who just shrugs. Well, they really could use some help, after all. We'll only be diving deeper. He then looked at Frok, a meaningful sinister for Frok's smile slowly rising in his lips. Oh no, Frok took a step back. August, P, please remember that I am not a combat-type adventurer. And T, this isn't like before where there were only 3 of us diving together, where I had no choice but to fight. Seeing August still maintaining his smile, Froke sighed. She then took the bow behind her back and made a face towards August. Fine, but I accept you to pay me the same rate as before. Naturally, August beams, which just made Froke roll her eyes. Jagu 4 o'clock, 2 hostiles on your area, retreat a bit. Thorns support Jagu. Nadia, see those minotaurs, target their knees and eyes. Caddy, help Keys, get rid of those Ledgerfangs. Oswald, cast an AoE at those hellhounds, stop them from breathing out their flames. As soon as Froke joined into the fray, she started calling out shots to them, which shocked the whole party. Except August. It was like she could see everything. But what shocked them more was the way her arrows felt like it always finds a way to hit her target at their weak spot, mainly their eyes, mouth, or joints. Nadia, who was an archer herself, couldn't help but feel a bit competitive by this newcomer. While Caddy, who knew Froke as a freelance supporter, was wondering why she was ever one to begin with. August, seeing this, had a soft smile on his face. This is what he hoped for. He knew what Froke was capable of. She and Denki had managed to reach floor 17 basically by themselves, while August just watched and stepped in if he was really needed. And it was all because of how she sees things. This is what August wanted Nadia to learn. The elven archer was good, but she tends to tunnel vision whenever the fight was starting to heat up. Froke, on the other hand, due to her experience as a supporter, is observant about the environment, how the party she was supporting are fighting. She tended to do that as she only was ever a supporter for other clients. She was only able to really fight when she started to become August's dedicated supporter all those months ago. But old habits die hard, and due to years of only watching at the back without doing anything else except picking up loots and carrying equipments, Froke became observant enough to find patterns, be it from monsters or the adventurers' party of the Familia that hired her. That very reason is why she and Denki made it all the way to the 17th floor, with August not doing much when they were only just a 3-man party. Truth be told, Nadia's and Froke's accuracy and skills with the bow weren't that far off against each other. They were pretty close. The only difference is that Froke seems much more capable of seeing things from the back and calling the shots as she sees it, providing much more support for the team. While Nadia is someone who is solely focused on killing monsters, her concentration on her task makes her tunnel vision, only seeing the animes while failing to see the surrounding environment and how the other members of the party is faring. But even with all that, August clicked his tongue. He could see the restrictions that were placed on the hybrid. She's too weak, especially since her god didn't find any value in updating her status. That was another thing that Nadia had that put her above Froke. Their levels. Nadia, being a level 2, was shooting at a much faster rate, and the power behind her arrows were able to push the monsters back, sometimes even killing them with one shot if she hit a vital spot or the monster core itself. Froke, on the other hand, is straining herself just to keep up. Sure, she's able to see things Nadia just couldn't, but she just couldn't capitalize on those things. August's anger for Apollo came bubbling to the surface once again. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He really wanted to kill that good-for-nothing god. But alas, he wasn't stupid to ignore the consequence of doing so. August continued to observe, watching how efficiently the party was moving through the dungeon. And just like that, they made it all the way to the 17th floor, the Wall of Grief. August clicked his tongue when they reached the boss room. I really wanted to see how they would fare against Goliath. Oh well, maybe some other time. He thought to himself as he could sense that the boss room was empty. The others felt relaxed, especially Froke, who knew August well enough to know that he would probably watch as they fight the Rex. She let out a huge sigh of relief. As they were walking, the group came to a halt. Well, August did. The other just followed suit as they noticed him stopping. Suddenly, they felt a heavy force pushing them down, and the fear of death filled their hearts. They felt a sinister aura exudes around August, and Froke, who was the closet to him, saw a vicious smile forming on August's lips. August," Froke stuttered, her voice cracked from the pressure and fear she was feeling. August turned to them, the vicious smile still plastered on his face. Something fun is happening at the 18th floor. His mana started to rise, filling the entirety of the boss room. Let's join them, shall we? Boom! A thundering sound made everyone cover their ears. They could feel the air vibrating. And at the front, their jaw dropped as they saw August, with his spear at the ready, walking towards the exit, red lightning following his trail. At the 18th floor, Hermes stood at high cliff, watching down below as the adventurers fought an irregular version of Goliath that spawned here. Thanks in no doubt due to Hestia, who unleashed her godly aura inside the dungeon. He felt joy as he watched the carnage unfolds, joy because of the heroism the adventurers are showing. Especially after all hope seems lost. The Goliath had taken Bel's most powerful attack and survived. Its core was momentarily exposed, but the others weren't fast enough to capitalize on it. Yet even with that, they still fight, facing the monster with everything they had. Yes, yes, show me more. Show me that you are all worthy for the new era. He raised his hands to the side and excited laughter escaping his mouth. His eyes are glued to 3 adventurers in particular. Ryu Lion, Makoto Denki, and Bel Cranel. Yes, 3 heroes, heroes worthy for the new era. Lord Zeus, how wonderful. Your wish is he stopped, his heart beated quickly. No, it felt like something is forcing it to beat quickly. His palms felt sticky, as sweat started to drip out from it. He could feel the scythe of death on his neck, the primal fear gripping his heart. Yes, you are here as well. His eyes moved to the entrance of the 18th floor. By now everyone in the floor stopped moving, even the large black Goliath stopped on its tracks. It stared at the entrance, the monster felt fear. A primal fear, the fear of death. Bel felt it for the very first time. He felt like vomiting. It felt disgusting, like something sinister is coming. He felt hopeless. First the black Goliath. Now another monster is coming. How are they supposed to win? He muttered, resignation apparent on his voice. The others shared the sentiment as well. Right now, their chances of winning plummeted, especially with another monster coming their way. All felt hopeless except for one person. Denki was smiling. His smile was filled with relief, confidence, and trust. He then started laughing, which caught the others off guard. Get a hold of yourself, Denki. Helga shook Denki, trying to snap him out of his madness. We can still make it out of here, but we need you to not go crazy now. Nah, everything will be okay now. He beamed at Helga, confusing her. Those who heard it was confused as well. Bel stared at Denki, listening to his every words. After all, he is here. The area surrounding the 18th floor was slowly being tinted red. The feeling of fear was coming closer and closer. Denki with a chuckle muttered, but due to the silence it was loud enough for people to hear. Geez, what took you so long, Captain? A flash of red light blinded everyone in the 18th floor. A thundering boom echoed all over, shaking the very space. A trail of red lightning erupted and struck, heading between the adventurers and the black Goliath. And as the adventurers' eyes started to adjust, everything was tinted red. They could feel a powerful mana piercing their skin, and a man stood in between them and the black Goliath. Sorry about that, I wanted to see what the new guys are capable of. He looked back at Denki with a confident smile and gave him an answer. Now then, he looked at the Goliath. He felt nostalgic looking at the Rex. Hello, old friend. You have gotten stronger, unfortunately for you. His mana shook the space, as the red lightning that was coiling around his body grew larger and larger. So did I. Hermes, who was at the cliff, couldn't contain his excitement. He screamed on the top of his lungs. And here is another one, perhaps the one who will lead them all to the new era, the spear of mortal death. He felt chills all over his body. August Kaizr. Chapter 126, A Moment Before Disaster. A few moments earlier. Jealousy, such an ugly emotion. Thought that may be the case, it is still one of the most prominent emotions a living being has. Be it god or mortal, everyone feels jealousy. It may be for power, fame, fortune, achievements, or talent. Every single living being could feel jealousy and envy. Especially so, when you couldn't achieve what you are envious about. Hermes watched at the top of the cliff as mortals showed just how ugly jealousy is. He watched as Moldo and his gangs of hoodlums surrounded Bel, all while smiling. jealous of how fast he had climbed in level, of his achievements, his talents. Even going as far as kidnapping a goddess just to get to him. Hermes watched it all, a soft smile on his face. He watched as Moldo beat Bel up, punching and kicking him, while Bel can't do nothing. It was due to fact that the white-haired adventurer couldn't see Moldo. They had agreed to a duel, one where the loser will follow whatever the winner demanded. And at the start of the duel, Moldo slashed his sword towards the ground, sending sand towards Bel's eyes. After the momentary distraction, Moldo vanished from Bel's sight, invisible to the little rookie's eyes. Then the beating commenced. Bel tried to fight back, but to no avail. He couldn't hit what he couldn't see. And it all because of a magic item, huh? Hermes, who was watching from afar, had observed as Bel was being toyed with by Moldo, much to the delight of the other adventurers who were with the brute, Hades' helm. A splendid item, isn't it, Sv? Hermes asked without looking behind him, towards his captain. You sure do have some bad likings. Do you have something against Bel Cranel? Sv sighed. She did not approve of Hermes' action, even though she is her god. Hermes, after all, had given the item to Moldo, as he wants to see what would Bel do, a sort of test to see if he is indeed worthy for the new era. None of that. I quite like Bel. This is just me showing just how much I like him. Hermes shrugs and answered playfully. You can even say that this is me showing my love. Sv has a disapproving look on her face. He could see Bel's face starting to get swollen as he received punch after punch from the invisible Moldo. Bel is too innocent, Hermes sighed. He doesn't know enough about how ugly mortals can be, especially when jealousy in the picture. He then smiled at Sv. And because I like him, I'm showing him just that, the ugly side of mortals. Love it or hate it, I want him to learn this side as well for him to grow. A crazed smile momentarily rose from his lips, but he quickly hid it, into a hero that is worthy for the new era. He mutters to himself. He then shrugs and the playful smile returns to his face. Though I will admit that I do find this entertaining as well. To see if he will snap, or whatever will he do to get out of this pinch. Sv closed her eyes and massaged the bridges of her nose. She then looked back down, seeing that Bel was crawling on the ground, while being kicked by Moldo as he grunted in pain. What if he becomes broken because of this? Well then, I would know that he isn't worthy for the new era. Hermes just shrugs like it didn't bother him at all. Oh goody. It looks like the others are here as well. Hermes beams as he saw Welf and the adventurers of Takamikazuchi Familia running towards the group of adventurers with the intention of helping out Bel. Now things are getting more interesting. A small chuckle escaped the lips of the god, amused at what he is seeing. Honestly, all of them are just so dazzling. An arrow flew towards the group of adventurer, catching them off guard. Arg, who the hell shot those? One of them yelled angrily as he clutched his shoulder. He looked at the direction of the arrow, seeing Welf, Auka, Mikoto, and Chugasa running in their direction, all having a determined face, ready to fight in order to save Bel. What do you guys think you're doing? Welf roared angrily, clinching his greatsword with two hands, the others following him, brandishing their weapons as well. COWARDS. Auka grimaced, watching the numbers of ruffians that surrounded the white-haired adventurer. Mikoto loaded another set of arrows on her bow and aimed towards the direction of the brutes. Shit, little rookie's company. One of the adventurers who are surrounding Bel glared at the incoming help. HAHAHAIDIOTS, couldn't they see our numbers? Another one gloated as he smiled, brandishing his weapons towards Welf and the others. The two forces charged at one another, all while carrying different motives for the fight. Welf and others are here to save Bel, while the ones with Moldo are stopping them, buying time for Moldo to finish the job. As that was happening, Hestia could hear the weapons clashing against each other. She was currently tied up, kidnapped by the other members of Moldo's gang. What's happening? Let me go. Hestia flailed, but to no avail. She was bound tightly, unable to even move an inch. Geez, things are getting exciting up there. I know, right? Makes me want to go up there as well. The two adventurers who were tasked to guard her ignored the goddess as she demanded to be released. Shall we join them? Sure, she won't be going anywhere anyway. Might as well have some fun. The two ignored the insistent yelling of Hestia as they chuckled away, moving towards the fight that was happening. Hestia, now alone, could only stare at the ground, feeling useless, as she was kidnapped by those adventurers, no doubt to get through Bel. She remembered Heracles' words, how she would be useless inside the dungeon, and that she should just leave this to the others. And right now she was even more than useless. She became bait for her child Bel. Idiot, she mutters to herself. She couldn't help but think back. If I just stayed back, none of this would have had happened, she thought as tears filled her eyes. She suddenly heard a sound coming from behind. She hurriedly snapped her attention, focusing on the sound. She looked to her left and right, trying to see where it came from, and then she spot a white rabbit monster, an almiraj. She suddenly felt fear. For monsters, deities such as herself are something they would gobble up due to their divinity, such to a point that a monster would go crazy whenever it spots a god. She started to freak out, only to hear the monster speak. "Will you shut up? They might come back here." Her eyes rounded in confusion as she heard a familiar voice. "Your wound is mine, my wound is mine." Echoing message of midnight. Cinderella. The monster chanted, as a soft light shined from its body, transforming into Lily. She had used her magic to blend with the environment, using it to disguise as a monster. "Supporter, how did you find em?" "I used my clenthrope sense of smell, of course." Lily answered, shushing Hestia before she could make some more noise. "It thanks in no part because of the perfume you wasted your money on." She then proceeded to cut the ropes that binded Hestia, setting the goddess free. Thank you." Hestia felt awkward. She really didn't get along well with Lily, mainly due to being jealous of her and Bel. Clang, clang. The sound of the weapons clashing cut their reunion off. The two of them looked up to where the fighting is happening. "Save it for later, we must get you out of here." Lily urged her to move, on which she complied rather quickly. Back at the fighting, Welf and the others are starting to get overpowered by the adventurers with Moldo. They are simply too many of them. "Shit, we can't reach Bel. It will be too late at this point," Welf grimaced. He was starting to get tired due to how many the opponent are. He then heard two sets of footsteps coming from behind. He quickly turned due to instincts, but was still a tad bit short. He wasn't that adept at combat, since his main occupation is a blacksmith. The two adventurers tasked with guarding Hestia pounced towards Welf. He did his best to dodge a dagger coming his way, but it still grazed him, cutting the package he has on his back, sending it down towards the forest below. He was also caught off balance, falling to his ass. He looked up, only to see a sword coming down his face. But before it can reach him, the attacker was sent flying to the air. He looked to the side to find Denki, starting at Moldo's gang coldly. "You never learn, do you?" He dashed forwards, and in quick succession, masterfully incapacitated 4 adventurers from Moldo's. Doing so caught the attention of the others. They all looked at Denki and gulped. Especially since besides him are the other members of Heracles' Familia as well as Rue Lion, who by now had beaten multiple adventurers who sided with Moldo. They grimaced, they could tell. Their numbers would mean nothing with Denki and the others here. "B-boss, we need to get out of here." One of the adventurers looked back at the fight between Bel and the invisible Moldo. He urged that they should make a run for it now. "Hold them, I'm gonna finish this one off." Moldo spat angrily. He then rushed towards Bel and slashed his sword at his neck. But to his shock, Bel moved at the last second, dodging his blow, like he could see him. "So, it's like this, huh?" Bel thought to himself. For months now, he had been pestering Denki to teach him the monodome technique, and the young samurai, wanting to pass along the teaching of Toga, complied. Although Bel had a hard time doing the technique, at this moment, he pushed himself to the limit. His mind play out everything Denki thought him. "Remember, Bel, you don't have to force your mana out. If you do, you might suffer from Mind Zero. Send it in pulse and go from there. And don't start at a large area, start small, maybe 1.5 your reach, and as you get the hang of it, extend it bit by bit." A smile formed on Bel's lips. He finally did it. It was small and pathetic compared to Denki, but he did it nonetheless. His very own monodome. Following Denki's advice, Bel's monodome was like a pulse, like sonar of some sort. It was not smooth, nor large enough to be used effectively just yet. But at this moment, it was enough. He ducked another blow from the invisible Moldo, his sword grazing his cheeks. A line of crimson red formed, but he paid it no mind. His body was rejuvenated due to the excitement of performing the technique for the first time. Moldo became increasingly frustrated due to this. Can the fucker see me? No, he couldn't. That god said that this magic item works flawlessly. His slash became more wild and rough, but the next moment, Bel's daggers blocked his sword in an X-slashed motion of his own. What? Moldo yelped in surprise, and in the next moment, his sword was cut on the tip due to Bel's superior equipment. That made him off balance, and Bel took advantage of it. The white-haired adventurer jumped and raised his knees, hitting Moldo square at the face, knocking him down as Hermes' helm fell off his head. The light bended as it slowly reveled Moldo for everyone to see, an angry scowl on his face as he glared at Bel, who was looking down at him. "I'll fucking kill you, you son of a bitch." He got up and gripped his broken sword tightly as he charged towards Bel. Bel prepared himself, gripping his two daggers with a determined face. Just as the two of them were about to collide, a piercing scream sounded at the distance. Enough, it was Hestia. But to her dismay, the two ignored her and still went into their fight. She saw Bel, fighting for her life as Moldo slammed his weapon repeatedly towards Bel. I said enough, Hestia couldn't hold it no longer. Boom! A violent boom made everyone stop. A pressure so strong made everyone felt like something is pushing them down. Everyone looked at Hestia, seeing a purple glow exuding out her body. Well, looks like the fun is over. Hestia just used her godly aura. Hermes, who was watching at the cliffside, just when things was starting to get interesting too. Denki, Welf and the rest who came to help Bel all kneeled respectfully at the goddess, while those who came here to harm Bel all felt fear. This was after all the first time they sensed a godly aura. They all took a step back, as Hestia, with a serious look on her face, walked forwards. "Children, lay down your weapon, this fight is over." Her voice, carrying a firm order for everyone, was laced with her aura, making everyone follow her without question. Moldo started to sweat as Hestia inched closer and closer. And as the goddess stood in front of him, he dropped his sword and fell on his knees. Hestia pulled her godly aura back, seeing that Moldo didn't have any more intention to fight. She then skilled at Bel, who was starting at her apologetically. "I'm sorry, goddess." Bel looked down, ashamed for the mess he caused. He opened his mouth more to explain, but the next thing he knew, Hestia jumped in to hug her. "No, it should be me who should be sorry. I shouldn't have to make you go through all of that." Hestia snugged her face in Bel's chest, feeling guilty. She was the reason Bel was in this mess. If she didn't get captured, none of this would have happened. Bel silently smiled and pat her head, as the others who came to help Bel looked at the scene warmly. "Well, so much for that." Hermes shrugged. He didn't get the answer he wanted. He still didn't know if Bel is worthy for the new era. He got up from the spot he was setting in and wiped the dirt off his butt. "Let's go, Isfi," he called to his captain. But Isfi wasn't listening. Her focus was on the ceiling of the 18th floor. She felt something was off. "Isfi?" Hermes asked again. He walked closer towards her child and captain, but paused when he felt the ground shaking. He too looked up at the ceiling. "Oh ho, what's this?" A playful smile rose up on his lips. "Lord Hermes, you should retreat from here." Isfi urged Hermes to move back, but the god waved him off. "And miss this? No way." "Aroirarar." A loud roar echoed all throughout the 18th floor safe zone. Cracks started to appear on the ceiling. Everyone had their eyes glued to it, unmoving, as the ground continued to shake stronger and stronger. And like a bad joke, the ceiling broke, and everyone saw a monster who shouldn't be at the safe zone falling down from the ceiling. Boom! It crashed at the middle of the safe zone, sending debris all over. Every adventurer on the 18th floor held their breath, as the monster slowly got up to its feet. Then they saw it, the Goliath Rex, but something is different from the one they are used to at the 17th floor. Instead of the gray skin, this one has black, like obsidian. And another thing they could all tell. It was stronger than the one on the 17th floor boss room. It was the monster created by the dungeon to kill the two godly presence it felt from the 18th floor. The black Goliath scanned everyone in the safe zone, and when it spotted Hestia and Hermes, it let out a mighty roar, sending everyone in panic. Roar. Chapter 127, Moments Before His Arrival. Chaos ensued as the Black Goliath began its rampage. The adventurers on the 18th floor was taken by surprise. They weren't prepared at all, especially since the 18th floor was supposed to be a safe zone for them, away from monsters. Panic descended to everyone. They have no idea what to do. It was total chaos. Even Hermes was nervous. He didn't exactly plan for this to happen. "What is happening, Lord Hermes?" Isfi asked, her eyes glued at the Black Goliath. "The dungeon. There's a reason why us gods aren't allowed to enter it." Hermes, with a serious look, answered. "The dungeon hates us gods. It hates us. Everything inside of this place hates us for keeping it locked up in here." The answer made Isfi gulped. She knew about the taboo, but not to this extent. If she knew that this would happen, she wouldn't have agreed to Hermes to take him and Hestia inside the dungeon. Hermes was deep in thought. His mind was playing multiple scenarios. "Oranos, what happened to the prayers? You didn't tell me anything about this." This was the most serious face the god had made ever since Isfi knew him. Hermes was always playful and scheming, but this time, it looks like even he was at a loss. "Tisk, this wasn't part of the plan. What the hell am I supposed to do against a floor boss?" Hermes muttered to himself as the monster Rex roared, making everyone shiver in fear. With the floor boss here, the other monsters appeared as well, running wild as they too sensed divinity inside the dungeon. The adventurers could only stare as they began to massacre all in their path. They couldn't move due to shock, fear, and disbelief. They didn't expect to fight inside the safe zone. Bell with the others watched from the cliff. The white-haired adventurer clenched his fist, frustration filling his heart. He could see adventurers like him dying left and right. "We have to save them," he wailed, gripping his daggers as he made a run for the monsters. But before he can take 2 more steps, Denki grabbed his arm and yanked him back forcefully. "Wait," Denki spoke firmly. "What exactly are you gonna do?" he asked, his eyes looking at Bell's. Bell bit his lips. He looked at Denki, not dodging his gaze at all, and with determination he spoke. "I want to save them." Denki's eyes became sharper. He let a hint of bloodlust escape his body, targeting Bell. "Are you sure? Do you want to save them with only this party?" he asked, his voice cold, which made Bell gulp. This wasn't the Denki he was used to seeing. But he didn't back down. He nodded firmly, and with fire in his eyes, he declared, "I will save them. It is my job as an adventurer." Denki pulled his bloodlust back, a smile appearing on his face. "Well, I can't say I didn't expect that. You are a failure of a leader, but at the same time, you are someone who I can respect." He then turned to his familia, seeing them all looking back at him, weapons at the ready. "You heard him. Let's get to work." The Heracles familia all nod with smiles on their faces, shocking Bell. He really thought that they would stop him. Denki's voice entered Bell's ears. "The Heracles familia have your back." He looked at the young samurai and saw a reassuring smile on his face. Bell then looked at the others, Helga, who nodded at him, Lysander, who followed suit. Ira just stared at him, while Bors gave him a thumbs up. His eyes also landed at Welf, who smiled at him, Lily shrugs and sighs that say she's on board, and Ryu, who gave Bell a curt nod as well. The adventurers of Take Mikazuchi also gave Bell their support, and lastly, Bell's eyes landed on Hestia, his goddess. She looked at him worryingly, but also supporting his decision. Bell clenched his fist. He stood straight, and with grateful yet determined eyes, he faced the group and said, "Let's save them." As Bell rallied the others, Denki started to issue orders. "Chigusa, take care of the goddess. Ira, stay with them. The rest of you, let's do what we do best, shall we?" Everyone roared as they all moved towards the chaos that was happening below. Hestia followed them with her eyes. "Everyone, be safe." She mutters a prayer to herself as she watched the back of the group who were heading towards the monsters below. Hermes, who watched the scene, looked back towards Isfi. "Go, help them," he ordered. "My duty is to protect you, Lord Hermes." Isfi shook her head, standing firmly on her spot. "And our only chance for survival now is if we can kill that monster right there," Hermes answered back while pointing at the Black Goliath. "And they need your strength if we are to succeed." Isfi, as much as she hates it, know it to be true, she sighed and walked towards the monster, but before she rushed completely, she looked back towards Hermes. "Don't move from this spot, Lord Hermes. I'll do my best to keep it away from here." With that, she vanished as she moved quickly, too fast for the eye to see. Seeing this, Hermes smiled. Well, I'm not moving from here either way. He chuckled to himself. This is the best spot to see everything after all. This may be out of expectation, but this can be good as well. Now will you adventurers show me who is worthy for the new era? Boar's elder, the consensus leader of the adventurers in the 18th floor, rounded up everyone who can fight. His first plan was to escape, but the exit was blocked by a large amount of debris when the Black Goliath started its rampage. He realized that now, they have no other choice but to fight. Everyone, gather your weapon. Let's kill that ticking thing. Boars screamed on top of his lungs as he raised his sword in the air. Anyone too scared to fight will not be allowed back into the city. Let's show these monsters our pride as adventurers. The other adventurers all screamed in determination as well. For them, the 18th floor was now their home. They even created a small town inside the safe zone. And they will kill the monster who dares attack this place, or die trying. It was carnage, adventurers against monsters. Total mayhem had occurred, with adventurers fighting for their lives, against the many monsters that flocked at the 18th floor safe zone. And the Black Goliath, who had continued its destructive path, was sending adventurers left and right, towards their death. Push them back. Moldo, who had ran away, afraid of the goddess, had found himself surrounded along with his gang. Minotaurs and Lygerfangs all moved in their direction, slowly but surely, killing them off. Arghh? Moldo rushed forward and slashed his sword, but it was a mistake, no doubt caused by panic and fear. His sword was flung away by a minotaur, who used its extremely tough hide to bash the blade away from the adventurer's hands. And in the next moment, Moldo felt the monster's fist, colliding with his head. He crashed to the ground in pain. He felt dizzy with one hit alone. His eyes slowly opened, only to see the minotaur's fist descending towards his face, but before it even hit him, the monster's hand was cut off, sending blood splashing on his face. Bell landed in front of Moldo, his daggers soaked in blood. He then spun and cut the minotaur's head, killing it and turning it to dust. Bell spared him but a glance. Before moving into the next adventurer who needed his help, he rushed in, daggers at the ready, determined to help. Moldo grunted, his eyes stared at Bell. He didn't know why the little rookie helped him. Instead of feeling grateful, he felt a mixed emotion of anger and guilt instead. He slowly tried to push himself back up, but he felt a hand pull him by the back of his vest. He turned and saw a young girl, pulling him effortlessly. I'll only be getting in Mr. Bell's way, so I'm moving you. It was Lily. He then threw Moldo on the ground away from the fight. Lily gave him an ugly look. She was still angry about the fact that Moldo had almost killed Bell due to his jealousy. She turned buck and walked away, but not before saying her final words of goodbye. Be glad Mr. Bell is kind-hearted. She spoke coldly, leaving Moldo alone as she also rushed in to save the other adventurers. Meanwhile, Ryu, Denki, and Helga are confronting the Black Goliath head-on. The level 4 and 2 level 3s giving it their all just to slow the monster down. Go for its tendons, Denki screamed as he rushed towards the right ankle of the Black Goliath, his katana sheathed as he crouched low on the ground in an aijutsu stance. Ryu nods and went for back of the knees. She moved like the wind itself, almost floating in the air. Alf's Lumina on her right hand, and the Kodachi Futaba on her left, her mana exploding in her command, she loaded both of her weapons to strike down the monster. Helga went all out on her attack. Her shield wasn't even on her mind right now. She was solely focused on bringing the monster down. Her claymore, which she held with two hands, glowed a bright silver color as she loaded her mana into it. He rushed along the two, gritting her teeth as her muscles bulged to the limit. Her aims is the left ankle. A coordinated strike between the three of them, they attacked the Black Goliath at the same time. Clang! Their eyes widen, they felt their arms shook violently. Their weapons loaded with each of their mana failed to even pierce the skin of the Black Goliath. The monster roared as it flailed at them. The three quickly retreated back, dodging the blow, yet they failed to dodge the shockwave it created. The three of them was sent flying, to the forest, their bodies going through trees and crashing to the ground. Arghh! Lysander roared as he also went for the attack, but like the three, his weapon also failed to penetrate the monster's skin. Tisk! Lysander clicked his tongue in annoyance and frustration as he pulled his weapon out, but to his surprise, his weapon was stuck on the monster's skin. His eyes bulged. He tried to muster more strength. "Look out!" Bors yelled in warning, as the Goliath raised its fist up in the air. Lysander, seeing no other choice, let go of his weapon and used his legs to jump out of the monster's fist, who came crashing down. Like the three before him, he was sent flying due to the shockwave generated by the monster's blow. But he was much closer to the impact zone, his body folded in half as the air was forcefully pushed out his lungs. Gah! "You'll pay for that." Bors brandished his axe. He turned it to the side, using the flat of the heavy weapon to attack. If sharpness won't cut it, maybe blunt force trauma will do the trick, he thought as he swung his axe with everything he got. Auka and Mikoto also joined in on the attack and rushed towards the giant beast along with Bors. But before they could reach the monster, its mouth opened up as it sucked in the air. "Shit, a howl!" Bors noticed it and jumped back, stopping his attack, but the other two failed to see it. "Get back, you two!" He screamed at Auka and Mikoto, but by now he judged that it'll be too late for them. He changed his mind at the last second and ran after them in the hope that his axe would be able to protect and cover all three of them against the howl. "Burn out dark magic? WLLOWISP?" Welf's voice cuts through the air as he chanted his magic and aimed it at the black Goliath's mouth. The howl that was forming was suddenly shoved back inside the monster's throat as it exploded and made the monster reel back and roar in pain. Welf's face crumpled. He could feel his mana being drained out of his body. "Shit, that almost drained me. Fuck, even though it was the first time I used magic today." Countering the howl of the black Goliath almost took everything Welf had. His mana was close to being drained just with that alone. Although that was the case, a small smile formed on his face. That was actually the first damage the black Goliath took, or so he thought. As the smoke cleared, the black Goliath had its eyes glued on Welf. It had a snarl on its face, no doubt angry at the fact that its magic was used against it. "Oh, you gotta be shitting me," the blacksmith cursed as the black Goliath rushed towards his direction, its mouth forming another howl. But before it could fire its howl, Ryu appeared right in front of its face, and with a grunt, she slammed her weapon at its cheek, turning its head to the side, making the howl fly to the distance. She landed on the ground, her eyes starting daggers at the monster. Two figures landed on her side as well. It was Denki and Helga. "By the looks of things, this isn't an ordinary floor boss," Ryu spoke, not looking at the two on her side. "Agreed." Helga nodded and gripped her shield tightly. She reckoned that her sword would be much use in this fight. Denki, who had his mana dome on full blast, sensed the other adventurers coming into this spot, led by Isfi and Bors Elder. "Reinforcement are coming. We continue to distract it as best as we can." He spoke with calculated logic. "Then we get his attention stuck on us." Ryu let her mana burst forward, Denki and Helga following suit. The black Goliath stared at the trio and roared as it rushed towards them. The three of them moved at the same time, running back as the monster chased after them. As the three of them ran, Isfi moved to intercept them. She then activated a magic item she had on her person that allows her to directly converse with the three of them using her mind. "Reinforcement are here." Bors had brought mages, level 2s and 3s. "Continue to distract it as they bombard it with magic." Denki smiled at this. An idea popped into his head. "Understood? Us four will distract it." He looked at Helga and Ryu, who nodded at him. "4, there's only 3 of yo." Isfi paused as he saw the trio turn towards her direction. "Oh, 4 crying out loud?" she exclaimed as the 3 passed by him, bringing the black Goliath in her direction. She also ran along with the 3, muttering how this wasn't supposed to happen, but the 3 ignored her. Bors Elder's voice suddenly sounded inside Isfi's mind. He was connected in the magic item she created. "Wow, even Andromeda herself is distracting the monster. Ha ha ha. All right, you lots, make sure her effort isn't in vain, give it everything you have." Bors instructed the mages, who all smiled as they can chant without worry. "This wasn't part of the plan," Isfi yelled as she ran for her life. A magical bombardment was heading in the monster's direction, and by part, hers and the 3 idiot who brought Goliath towards her as well. Bors. To be continued. Chapter 128. battle intensify, hope, hopelessness, and arrival. The Black Goliath became encased by a magical bombardment that was cast by multiple mages that Bor's elder brought. It roared angrily as chunks of its skin was burned off and destroyed. Yet even with all of that, its regeneration was fast enough that it seems like it wasn't receiving any damage. "Come on, you lots, keep it grounded." Bors barked orders towards the adventurers of the 18th floor. He gritted his teeth as he saw that the damage they can dish out was slower compared to the monster's healing. "Tusk, fuck, we need more firepower," he mutters angrily. Suddenly, the Black Goliath turned into his direction, its mouth light up as magic quickly formed in it. "Fuck, Howl, get down." He jumped to the front and raised his shield in order to protect the mages. Boom! He blocked the magic with his shield, but in doing so he was sent flying and crashing into the ground. His shield cracked as it slowly shattered, just from one hit. But that was the least of his worry. His eyes quickly moved to the mage, thinking the worst. But he let out a huge sigh of relief when he saw other adventurers also jumped in to protect the mages from the howl. Along with the adventurers who jumped in was Bors and Lysander from Heracles' Familia. "Nicely done." He smiled, seeing that their main firepower are still safe. He quickly got up and signaled for the supporter to bring him another shield for him to use. That was the state of how the fighting was going, with the mages peppering the monster with spells, as the ground units distract it with Ryu, Denki, Helga, and NSFW taking the lead. Bors, on the top of his lungs, rallied the adventurer to keep on fighting. "We've got all the weapons you lot need. If yours break, take a new one. Never worked together before, just don't get in each other's way. Fight the way you want to fight. We will take this monster down." The adventurer charged as Bor's elder lead by example. He was among the adventurers who fearlessly took their weapons towards the Black Goliath. The fight continued in a chaotic shambles, adventurers against monsters, the floor most against everyone. Left and right someone was dying, be it monsters or mortals, it was total anarchy. Yet even all of that, they finally brought the Goliath to its knees. The adventurers screamed as the monster was littered with wounds. They could feel it, victory was in their grasp, or so they thought. Ryu felt something was off, and right in cue, smoke started to rise from the monster's body. Its wounds started to close, as chunks of its flesh started to mend. It was healing itself. Not only that, but its mana started to rise as well, not just the Goliath, but the monsters with it as well. They were starting to go berserk. "God's help up," mutter one of the adventurer in resignation. Bell cut trough another monster as he tried his best to help everyone he can. His body was filled with blood, both his and the many monster he had slain. He felt two presents coming his way. He made a quick turn only to see Denki and Ryu, who were also bloodied from the fight. "Bell," Denki opened as he slashed a Ligerfang in half. He made his way besides Bell, and with a serious look on his face he spoke. "I want you to handle the rest of the monsters in the area. The four of us will try to stop Goliath." Bell widened his eyes. He started to protest, but before he can even make a single word, Ryu cut him off. "We cannot let them overrun us. If we can but enough time, maybe the mages that are still active will be able to fire off another shot. But we already tried that. If it fails, we'll do it again and again until we succeed." Denki spoke firmly. "This is our only option." "Mr. Denki." Bell looked at the two. He closed his eyes and nodded. Denki, seeing this, smiled and patted Bell on his shoulder. "Good luck. I trust you, little rookie." Denki and Ryu rushed towards the Goliath, leaving Bell behind. Along with the two are Helga and NSFW, who are already engaging the monster. Bell watched, clenching his fist. He hated this feeling. He hated how he couldn't help. He hated being weak. He watched as the four fought the Goliath with everything they had, while he could only stay at the back. As his frustration continued to build, so was the desire for strength. Chimes of bells started to echo into the surrounding as a bright white light engulfed Bell's fist. His skill Argonaut was activating right at this moment. He refused to be weak, to be useless. He took a step towards the Black Goliath, his mana running wild as it enveloped his hand. The monster felt it, the magic that was forming inside Bell. It looked at its direction, making Denki follow its gaze. Denki's eyes widened when he saw Belle moving closer towards the black Goliath. "Idiot, get back!" he screamed, but Belle ignored him. The white-haired adventurer raised his arm forward, a look of determination streaking from his eyes. He gritted his teeth as he felt his mana growing stronger and stronger. The black Goliath also made its move. Its mouth glowed as a howl was forming, aimed at Belle. But Belle was much faster. Screaming on the top of his lungs, he chanted his spell, boosted by his skill. Firebolt. A bright light flashed and covered everyone's vision as Belle released his magic. A large beam of fire raced towards the black Goliath as it exploded on impact, shaking the very air with its force. Boom! But as the smoke cleared, Belle's eyes widened. The black Goliath was still standing. A portion of its head was gone, obliterated by Belle's magic. But from the mouth below, it was still intact. Its mouth formed a smile which sent shiver down the adventurer's spine. Its mouth glowed even brighter, as it released its largest howl of the day, straight towards Belle. "Belle!" Denki screamed. He ran as fast as he can to reach the white-haired adventurer, but it was too late. The monster already released its magic. Nuo. Boom! The howl reached Belle, sending him flying in the air, his body twisting like a puppet that was cut off its string, ragdolled and lifeless. He crashed to the ground and bounced multiple times before Denki could reach and catch him. Denki rolled to the ground as he held Belle tightly. He made sure that the white-haired adventurer wouldn't sustain any more damage as he used his body to shield him as best he can. He grabbed his katana and stabbed it to the ground, stopping their momentum. He then moved quickly, placing Belle on the ground as he checked if he was still breathing. "Healer potion?" Denki screamed on top of his lungs. He wasn't knowledgeable when it comes to performing medical assistance. "If only I brought Caddy." He thought as he sensed Helga, Isfi, and Ryu coming his way as well. He looked at their direction, and with pleading eyes he spoke, his voice cracking. Help him." Isfi quickly moved, applying first aid towards Belle. She at least was knowledgeable and had brought medical supplies and a plethora of potions in case of such emergency. Denki moved out of the way, letting Isfi deal with it, clenched his fist, gripping his katana tightly. He turned towards the black Goliath who had now resumed its rampage. Without looking down toward Isfi who was treating Belle, he spoke coldly. "Take care of him." His mana exploded in anger as he walked towards the monster. "And where do you think you're going?" Helga stood in front of Denki, stopping him on his tracks. "To kill that fucker." Denki answered her, venom laced in his voice. "Get out of my way." He forcefully moved forwards, bumping shoulders with Helga. "To get yourself killed more likely." Helga glared at the young samurai. She then gripped his hands, not allowing him to move further. "Let me go." He spoke coldly, killing intent bursting in the air. "That's an order." "I refused." Helga let her mana swell as well, clashing with Denki as her grip on his hand became even tighter. "I will not follow an order that will have yourself killed." "Enough." A piercing voice stopped the two before things escalated even further. It was Hestia, beside her was Lily, who paled as she felt their two bloodlust and mana in the air. The goddess glared at the two, which made them look down, both in shame and frustration. Hestia moved his attention towards Belle, her face crumbling up as worry filled her eyes. How is he?" "He's breathing," Ryu answered, downridden as she supported Isfi with the healing. "But his wounds, they're really bad." Isfi stood up. She was done with the first aid. She looked at the battle and saw the adventurers getting slaughtered by the monsters and the black Goliath, who without the four of them are rampaging without worry. "Lion, I'll leave this to you." She spoke, heading towards the battle to help, but before doing so, she glanced at Denki and Helga. "Are you two done with your childish argument? If so, let's do our job." The two nodded and moved with Isfi, Denki sparing one last look at Belle before moving. He clenched his fist, vowing to take revenge for his friend. Helga, seeing this, shook her head. She just hoped Denki wouldn't do anything stupid. Hestia moved and kneeled beside the unconscious Belle, his hand carefully touching his face. "Elf, go." She spoke towards Ryu, her eyes not leaving Belle's face. "Buy as much time as you can. Belle will wake up. He will wake up and defeat that monster." "Lady Hestia," Ryu stared at the goddess, wondering where she got such confidence. "You saw it, didn't you? Belle can do it. He can defeat that monster. I trust him." Hestia smiled confidently. Ryu tried to gauge the goddess, and she can see the confidence in her eyes. Okay, she spoke as she stood up as well, looking at the monster with determination. She then rushed to join in the fight. Hestia resumed at watching Belle. She spoke, trying to wake her child up. Belle, get up. Everyone is still fighting. Fighting that dreadful foe. Only you can defeat it. Belle, wake up. Belle. Goddess, I can hear you. I know. My body. It just won't move. Belle couldn't answer, but he can hear it all. He was forcing his body to obey, but it wouldn't, no matter how hard he tries. Move, move, move. I have to fight. For the goddess. For everyone. If anyone deserves to be called a hero, it isn't someone who picked up the sword. A voice suddenly came out of the forest. Hestia and Lily looked to see Hermes walking out. His eyes are glued towards Belle. He continued, or the one who held up the shield. It's neither the one who healed the wounded. Belle recognized the saying. It was the saying his grandpa used to say to him every time he reads him about heroes and their stories. His grandfather's voice echoes inside his mind, mirroring that of Hermes. Only the one who truly risks his life may be called a hero. Protect your friends, save the girl, face the danger. It doesn't matter if you fall or fail, it is fine to be disheartened. Cry your heart out over it. His grandfather's voice continued to mix in with that of Hermes. There's a victor within the defeat. Have faith in your wishes, cry out your desire. Only then will you become. Belle slowly opened his eyes, his mouth moved to finish the phrase. The best hero there is. The fighting was becoming intense. Denki was charging recklessly, slashing endlessly at the black Goliath's tough skin. Yet maybe because of anger or maybe desperation, his sword was able to do damage, shredding its skin with his every slash. Helga was doing her best to keep Denki in check. She was now mainly using her shield, supporting Denki with the best of her abilities. She clicked her tongue. Denki wasn't usually like this. He was never a reckless fighter, so keeping up was harder than usual for her. Ryu and Isfi was among them. The four of them were the main point of attack and defense against the Black Goliath, while the other adventurers were doing their best keeping the other monster at bay. The fighting suddenly stopped when they heard another sound of chiming bells. They followed it and saw Belle, who was now awake, glowing a bright white light. On his hand was a weapon Lily had scurried from the armory, left behind by Loki Familia. Belle walked, limping towards the Black Goliath, the voice of Hestia stuck on his mind. I believe in you, Belle. Even though he was limping, every step he took was filled with confidence and belief in himself. He stopped a few meters away from the monster. Now the voice of his grandfather filled his mind. Let your yearning burn, roar out your wishes. He closed his eyes, the white light shining brighter, the bell chimes growing louder. Every being stopped, they could hear it, the sound of hope, all from each strike of the bell. Hestia, who was watching from afar, had her mouth wide open. El limit off, she mutters in excitement and disbelief. Roar! The Black Goliath roared loudly, making every monster stopped on their tracks and shift towards Belle. It as well was moving towards Belle, desperate, trying to stop him from doing whatever he was planning on doing. Don't let them get through him. Moldo screamed on top of his lungs as he and his gang moved to stop the monsters from reaching Belle. Every adventurer moved to stop the monsters from reaching Belle. Ryu and Denki shared a look with each other as they moved to intercept the Black Goliath. In the sky of a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of Starfear. Ryu began chanting as she struck the monster at its kneecaps. She was still fighting as she chanted, making her move faster as mana started to envelop her body. Give the mercy of light to the one that abandoned you. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Helga goopled, she couldn't believe her eyes. She's chanting while moving that fast. She remembered Denki's words about Ryu being strong. At first she doubted it, seeing that Ryu was only a waitress in the hostess of fertility, but now oh how wrong she was. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness. She was a blue, slicing the monster from everywhere while still maintaining enough focus to chant her spell. Run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. Mikoto saw this and started chanting a spell as well. She knew this wouldn't do much, but anything will help just to slow the monster down. For Belle to finish it off. I respectfully speak to you, my war god that can break through anything, lead me from the precious heaven. Give my petty body divine power of your grand body. Rescue them light of purification, sword of crushing evil. Sweep sword of suppression, sacred sword of conquest. It arrives here now by my order. Descend from heaven, rule the earth Shinbutause. Welf, who had gone and searched for the package he had lost in the fight against Moldo's gang, had now returned. On his hand was a large great sword, red in color. It was a magic sword, something he hated, but he was willing to use it, if it means winning this fight. Well, I have something up my sleeve as well. Isfi touched her boots as a large pair of wings formed on it. She then flew towards the monster, as she took out 2 large magical rod of her creation. Denki expanded his mana dome to the limit, encasing everything inside the 18th floor. His mana exploded as he forced everything out. Captain, an attack must contain intent, right? A small smirk rose from his lips as his bloodlust and killing intent filled the very space. He gripped his katana tight, his mind jumping back to the events 3.5 months ago when his captain and his master fought against each other. It's something like this, right? His mana formed an apparition behind him, that of a sparrow, orange in color like that of autumn leaves. His mana was starting to form something more than intent, it was starting to be filled with emotion. At the same time, they released their attack towards the Black Goliath. Luminos wind, Ryu jumped in front of its face. A silver beam flew straight towards the monster's head. Futsuno Mikoto extended her arms forward as her spell formed above the monster's head, unleashing extremely heavy gravity crashing towards it. Fire Moon! Welf pointed his magic swords towards the monster as a beam of flame tornadowed towards it. HMFF! Isfi threw the 2 large rods straight towards its eyes, as the runic engraving started to glow, exploding on impact. Momoha no Suzumi no Hisho? Denki slashed his sword as fast as he can, the orange sparrow following his blade as it split into multiple slashes, copying the ultimate technique of his master. It wasn't perfect, but for this it was enough. Their attack leveled the ground on which the monster stood, cratering it. With the monster inside, the ground shook with their combined force, sending debris flying all over. But it wasn't enough. The monster roared defiantly as it flailed its arms, hitting the adventurers, sending them crashing on the ground. Roar! It was weakened, to the point that it looked like it was gassed, tired from the punishment it had received. The sound of chiming bell grew louder and louder as Bell walked towards the monster, his injuries bleeding, yet he stood tall. He took a deep breath and ran towards it. Every step is painful, but he paid it no mind. Arghhhhhh! He screamed, a powerful roar, containing his determination to protect everyone. He gripped the weapon tightly, and with one swift move, he slashed it towards the monster, with everything he has. Boom! A thunderous explosion shook the entire 18th floor. A white light blinded everyone. Shockwaves sending everything flying, monsters, adventurers, all were sent back due to how powerful Bell's strike was. The weapon on Bell's hand disintegrated, as it couldn't handle the mana it contained, and as the light settled, they saw the Black Goliath, cut in half, with its core there for everyone to see. But it wasn't dead. Even that attack didn't do it. One adventurer muttered in disbelief. Everyone dreaded the prospect of fighting it again. It started to regenerate, its flesh slowly moving to cover the monster core. Everyone was tired, they couldn't move. Bell unsheathed his dagger and rushed towards the monsters, but he fell face first. His injuries was too much. He started in horror as the flesh had now completely enveloped the core, their one chance now gone. No way, Bell clenched his fist, getting a handful of dirt in the process. He bit his lips in frustration. Everyone felt hopeless, but that wasn't all. Another sensation hit them, that of death. Bell felt his heart getting squished, so was everyone else. But as everyone felt hopeless, laughter hit their ear. It was Denki. Get a hold of yourself, Denki. Bell heard Helga as she shakes Denki. Her face was that of desperation. We can still make it out of here, but we need you to not go crazy now. Bell couldn't blame him. He couldn't blame anyone for going mad at this situation. But Denki's voice wasn't that of madness. No, it was filled with confidence, hope, and relief. Nah, everything will be okay now. He beamed at Helga, confusing her. Those who heard it was confused as well. Bell stared at Denki, listening to his every words. After all, he is here. Belle felt his heart beat faster, as with a confident smile, Denki seemingly asked a question out of nowhere. "Geez, what took you so long, Captain?" Boom! The world turned red, as a crimson lightning fell from the skies, and landed between the adventurers and the Black Goliath. Belle could hear Rue mutter in disbelief beside him. August, Kaiser," and Belle knew right there he was staring at the back of a true hero. Chapter 129. Death Has Come, a True Monster. There was a sense of awe in the air as every adventurer had their eyes glued at the back of August. He stood alone in front of the horde of monsters and the gigantic Black Goliath, a small smile plastered on his face, confident and unafraid. Hell, he looks even excited. They watched as he held his spear, red lightning cracking all over his body, tinting the whole floor with its radiance. The Black Goliath roared, making the other monsters berserk, like ordering them to charge at the lone mortal who was standing, and everyone could see that even the monstrous being that almost took all of their life is wary of August, its eyes not leaving the mortal's body. The monsters started moving, inching closer towards August, wary and careful on their approach, while he stood there, unmoving, just staring at them. Denki saw this and moved beside his captain. He had a slight limp due to fatigue and injuries. "Do you want us to take care of the small fries?" he asked. August smiled and let out a soft chuckle. "Nah, you've already done your part. You deserve a rest. As a matter of fact, all of you deserve a rest. I'll take care of it." He cracked his neck and started at the Black Goliath. "And I really need to shake the rust that had formed in my body. Also, I need to show off that the new guy's right." Belle, who was listening to their conversation, stood up in protest. "There's too many of them. We can help," he voiced out. August looked back and saw the white-haired adventurer, determination and fire in his eyes, gripping his daggers on the ready. "As I said, I'll take care of this. You guys should just rest," he answered as he walked confidently towards the monsters. Belle wanted to argue that even he can't take all of that numbers, but he was cut off before even managing to form a complete sentence. As August's mana burst forth, dwarfing everyone in the 18th floor. The whole space shook, everyone felt a sinister aura creeping into every crevices of the 18th floor. The feeling of death gripped their very core. They can't breath, their hearts beating fastly, threatening to jump out of their chest. A large wolf-like creature appeared in a silhouette behind August, the embodiment of death walking towards his prey. Red-crimson lightning crackled in the air, growing larger and larger. Like a flood of blood it expanded, coiling all over his body. The adventurers felt death's scythe placed around their neck, its hand grasping their hearth, clenching as even breathing started to hurt. Lily, who was beside Belle, fainted. Her body couldn't handle such power, blood leaking out her nose, eyes, and mouth. Belle tried to catch her, but his body wouldn't move, it was only shaking uncontrollable, and like flies, adventurers who were too weak to handle the power August is releasing started to fall, bleeding on every orifice. Convulsing uncontrollable. But that was for the mortals. For the gods, it felt even worse. Hestia vomited as her senses are screaming for her to run, the primal fear latching on her body. It felt disgusting, like she was drowning in muck, cold sweat soaking her body, her aura leaking without her consent. Her instinct doing everything it can to defend her. Hermes, a mad smile on his face, clutches his heart. He held himself better than Hestia, but the god could feel the primal fear induced by the weapon on his system. He wanted nothing more than to leave this place, but his curiosity and desire to see what would happen was stronger. "This is too much." Helga was in disbelief. She knew August was strong, but to think that he was this strong, it made her feel small. Everyone has different reaction, but all felt the same. A primal fear of death was filling their senses, urging them to run. "Let's get serious for a bit," he thought as a vicious smile rose from his lips. He chanted his magic, endless, battle. Boom! And just like that, when they thought he was at his peak, his mana grew even larger. It wasn't even funny anymore. And in the next moment, every monster that was accompanying the Black Goliath was cut, shredded to pieces as a trail of red filled everyone's vision. And within the next, a rain of blood splashed all over the 18th floor, and the monsters turned to dust. There was only 3 individuals who could see what August did, those being Ryu and Asfi, the level 4s, but even with their level, they could see a glimpse of him. He moved so fast that even for them, he was a blur. And the Black Goliath, who is a level 5 monster. It saw clearly how August massacred every monster in the vicinity within a few seconds. But for everyone else, it was almost instantaneous. One moment he was standing there, and with the next, everything was dead. Amazing, Bell muttered in awe. He heard the stories from Denki, the rumors from the hostess. He knew of his feat, the hero of Orario, but to see and to hear are two different things. August's back was turned at the Black Goliath. It saw it as a chance. It charges at the small mortal, raising its fist to crush it. August turned and slashed his spear upward, like an uppercut, his weapon meeting the fist head-on. Boom! A thunderous boom echoed all through the area. As shockwaves was sent everywhere, August skid back from the force. The Black Goliath, on the other hand, has its whole arm cut down the middle all the way to its elbow. It roared in pain as its arms started to mend back together. It stared daggers towards August, who just smiled at it sinisterly. August dashed towards the monster, a trail of red following him. He jumped in the air, so high that he reached the gigantic monster's head in one leap. He slid the spear down, holding it at the very edge. He then slammed it down straight for its cranium. The Black Goliath did not even bother dodging, fully trusting in its ability to regenerate. It flailed its left hand towards August, wanting to swat him like a fly. August's right hand bulged as he forcefully changed the trajectory of his attack. He aimed for its left shoulder, putting his weight behind his blow. He moved faster than the monster, hitting it first and cutting the arm before it can even reach him. He then spun mid-air. The painful shriek of the monster was music to his ears. He loaded mana into his spear and threw it towards its kneecap, a violent crunch filling everyone's ear. It kneeled to ground as it looked at August, seething with rage. The moment August landed on the ground, he dashed towards his spear. He could feel the magic forming in the Black Goliath's mouth. No doubt it was going for a howl. The monster kept its angry eyes peeled towards August as it opened its mouth, multiple howls bombarding the lone mortal as he weaved between the magic. He reached his spear and made a quick turn, stabbing his weapon on the ground for stability. He then went straight for its ankle. August slashed at its Achilles tendon, ripping a chunk of its flesh, Beowulf cutting the hard skin of Goliath like a knife through butter. August continued targeting the Black Goliath on its feet, moving to the tendons at the back of its knees this time. The continuous attack making the monster crawl on all fours as it couldn't do nothing about August's superior speed. Brutal and efficient, that was how August is fighting the Black Goliath, not allowing it any time to even make a move like a surgeon. He was systematically ridding the monster of its biggest asset, which was its size and its regenerative abilities, continuing his attack at the area on which brought the monster done to his size. In anger, the monster attacked the very ground itself. Clasping both of its hands together like a hammer, it slammed its fist down on the ground, sending shockwaves and large debris everywhere. August was sent flying back due to the shock wave. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. He then looked back, seeing massive boulders flying towards the adventurers. This monster actually has a brain. Annoying, he thought. DANMACHI. He screamed authoritatively as he placed his attention back towards the monster. Got it. Consider it done. Denki and Helga answered at the same time, moving to intercept the boulders that were heading towards the adventures. Denki released his mana as it enveloped his sword. He then slashed and cut the debris that was flying towards the group. Helga, on the other hand, used her shield. She stood in front of the unconscious and wounded adventurers, blocking everything with her trusted kite shield. With that taken care of, August dashed back towards the monster. He gripped his spear loosely and forced mana down his feet. His boots digging deep into the ground, he beamed straight towards the monster who was regenerating its wounds. He went straight for the eyes, stabbing his spear as it dug into the soft tissue, blood splurting all over his face. The monster roared out in pain. It raised its fist and slammed it in August's direction. A monster is still a monster. Stupid. He smirked as he pulled his spear out and jumped, dodging the blow, making the monster hit himself in the process. A sickening thud sounded as the monster destroyed its own face, crushing its cheekbones and destroying a chunk of its own face. August landed smoothly on the ground and sighed. He was getting bored. Well, it's about time I finish this, he thought to himself as he willed his mana to move towards his spear. The black Goliath's face started to regenerate, but it was starting to get slower. It shook its head a couple of times as its knees buckled a bit. From the look of things, it was starting to reach its limit. It glared at August, a look of pure rage in its eyes. It roared loudly, making the other cover their ears and respond. Mana started to fill its mouth. Another howl, but this time, it held onto it. Charging it even larger, it was its answer to August collecting his mana towards his spear. I beseech the tempest's wrath, the crimson lightning's might. With bolts that rend the firmament and etch scars upon the sky, I invoke your boundless power, ancient and relentless. August began to chant, his mana filling the space with sinister magic, shaking everything. His mana was cracking the very space. Tendrils of red-crimson lightning began to char the ground on which he stands. He's gotta be kidding, right? Denki spoke nervously. He knew this attack. It was the very same magic that destroyed the abomination 3.5 months ago. He's gonna use that? An attack so strong that it destroyed a whole city block. Guided by my unwavering spirit, let the world shudder, let the heavens weep, and let the earth tremble in awe. From the heavens to the depths below, from horizon to horizon, let none escape the ferocious storm that heralds my will. August continued his chant, the floor becoming a shade darker of red, as debris started to float, cracking with red electricity. The monster, seeing this, let go of his howl, but the magic that formed around August's disintegrated it before it could even reach him. Seeing this, the monster let howl after howl go, trying desperately to stop August. August's eyes turned red, as electricity started to spark from it. He looked demonic as the wolf made out of pure energy started to form out of the red lighting. No, 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 Captain, what the hell? Denki started to sweat. Helga looked at him with questioning eyes. We need to run, Denki screamed, urging everyone to move. Those that are still able to move, carry those who can't, we need to move now. With the roar of 1,000 thunderbolts and the fury of countless tempests, I command the very essence of lightning. The black Goliath continued to fire off its howl, but to no avail. It suddenly felt fear. Its fight or flight instinct kicked in, and the monster, the savage and mindless that it is, chose to run for its life. It turned, roaring in fear. Everyone, after all, has it. The fear of death itself. August changed his stance. He placed the spear on the side of his head, like a javelin. He aimed it towards the black Goliath, who was now running for its life. In an instant, his mana sum expanded, covering the entirety of the dungeon, not just the 18th floor, or even reached all the way up to surface. There was nowhere the monster could run to. August has it on his sight. It was his prey, and he was the predator. Consume everything in your path and bring death to thy enemies. August's whole body bulged. He jumped up to the air, his spear, the Thay Kuplo, the god-killing weapon Beowulf, aimed at the black Goliath's core. It was all too clear for him to see due to his mana sum, and with a word he uttered certain death. Gbulg, Beowulf. Like the wrath of the gods itself, August threw his spear towards the monster. Like lightning from above, it beams straight and aims true. The red lightning forming a wolf on the spear as it traveled towards the black Goliath, like the predator pouncing towards its prey, bring death in its wake. It charged everything that it passed, the ground turning into molten hot magma as the spear fly over it, lightning tendrils flying all over. It reached that black Goliath, hitting it at its back, its hard skin offering no resistance at all. The spear disintegrated everything, down to the very atoms. A flash of red light encompassed everything in the 18th floors as loud sound of thunder roared and howled. The very air burned. The spear landed on the ground, at the same time as black Goliath's whole body was turned into nothingness. Denki scowled. He closed his eyes, thinking that he and the others didn't run far enough, but nothing happened. There was no large explosion, no violent surge of mana coming their way. No, the spear just brought death to its target, to August's prey and nothing else. If it was before, then the whole area would have been turned upside down by the excess of magic. But right now, due to his training inside Beowulf's dimension, August has now perfected the extreme magic of the Thay Kuplo. August looked back, A chuckle escaping his lips, he was amused by Denki's overreacting to his magic. Well, he can't blame him. He did from the stories he heard. He did leveled a whole city block with his magic knot that he was aware of since he lost his consciousness after unleashing it. Either way, the fight with the Black Goliath is now over, and truth be told, it wasn't even a challenge, not after what the spear had put him through. Though it did serve its purpose for August, it shook the rust out of his body for lying in bed for a long time. He reeled back his magic, turning off his endless battle, as a sense of fatigue washed over his body. I forgot the fucking side effect of using endless battle. He sighed as he walked towards his spear, feeling the heat from the melted ground in his surroundings. Every adventurer watched as August walked towards his spear, in awe at how strong he was. The monster that almost killed every one of them combined was finished of just like that by one man, making them wonder who the true monster truly was. Chapter 130, An Awkward Reunion. Tension rises. The aftermath of the fight could be seen in the 18th floor. Bodies of adventurers who paid the ultimate sacrifice littered the floor, limbs torn from their bodies, injured mortals who had no choice but to retire from the only job they knew how. They had won, but at such a large loss. They were never prepared for the attack. Hell, they thought it was impossible. After all, the 18th floor is a safe zone, away from the monsters that would kill them on sight. But alas, if everything goes as expected, then it wouldn't be life, wouldn't it? Everyone knew that if August didn't arrive, they would all be dead. And with that thought in mind, everyone stared at the young boy, only 15 years of age, with awe and reverence. He had single-handedly fought all the monsters that attacked the 18th floor safe zone, along with the Black Goliath, and won. The legend of him was growing, and everyone in the safe zone knew they are witnessing a rise of someone great. Froke and Rest arrived after the fight was over. To be clear, they had ran after August. But the fight didn't last 5 minutes. They didn't even see how it unfolded. But they saw the mayhem, the aftermath of such a battle, as the ground was littered with blood, charred dirt, and remnants of August's mana. What the hell happened here? Froke muttered, while the others stared and scowled, watching the adventurers picking up their dead and healing the wounds of the injured. Denki was among those who are helping. Truth be told, he was tired, but he knew that they are short-handed right now, so he did everything he can to help, carrying the wounded and assisting Isfi as she applied first aid into their wounds. Denki, Caddy called on the young samurai, making him turn towards their direction. Denki beams as he saw the Hume bunny. After all, another person who has medical knowledge would be welcomed right now. His eyes moved to see everyone who was left on the surface here. The smile on his face grew larger, but stopped when he saw another person with the group. His eyes met that of Froke. Froke had an awkward expression on her face. She remembered the last time the two of them talked. Suffice to say that it didn't end well. Denki's expression turned blank. He opened his mouth and spoke, ignoring Froke as he did. Caddy, help with the healing. The rest of you assist on the injured and bring them here. He then looked at Isfi, who was busy applying potion to a wounded adventurer who lost a chunk of his flesh on his left shoulder. Mrs. Isfi, we have another healer here. I'll take my leave and help with others. Isfi nodded without looking. She was concentrating on her task, too preoccupied to see the awkward atmosphere that was forming. The other members of the Heracles Familia who came with August looked at the two, Denki and Froke, seemingly confused on why things seems tense for the two. When they came here, August had told them that it was the three of them that used to dive together, and from his stories, it seems like the three of them are close. But right now, there was an awkward atmosphere within the two that made them uncomfortable. They hurriedly moved, with Caddy moving towards Isfi, while the rest scurried to help the recovery and relief mission that was happening. They spared one last glance, though, before moving, seeing Froke staring at Denki with a yearning expression, while the young samurai was not even looking at her direction. Jagu, who had no filter, muttered before leaving, "Talk about awkward." He spoke softly, but since the others are all adventurers with enhanced senses, they all heard him and looked at him annoyingly, with Caddy even elbowing him at his ribs. "Read the room, man." Thorn shook his head as he moves, wanting to get out of the awkward environment, the others following suit, looking at Jagu and shaking their head as they passed. "What the fuck did I do?" Jago asked confused, and received another elbow from Catty. Just shut up, dude. Keys sighed and pat Jago at his shoulders. They gave a nod to Froke and went on their way. The hybrid returned the nod as well. But they can see it clearly that she was uncomfortable with the situation right now. When they were gone, Froke ran up after Denki, who left a little while earlier. She needed to talk to him. But what? She stopped on her tracks. What can I even say? Her thoughts was on shambles. She really didn't know how to face Denki right now. Yo, Froke jumped and yelped as a voice came right behind him. If you're looking for Denki, he's at the tent with Lady Hestia, that slightly annoying god, and Belle. It was August. He had a small smile on his face as he pointed at the camp where Denki headed. August, I don't know what to say to him. Froke answered, downridden. She kept her eyes on the ground and bit her lips. He's your friend. I'm sure he'll be happy to see why. He couldn't even look at me. Froke cut him off, her voice raised unintentionally. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice. August sighed. He raised his hand and patted Froke in the head. Look, you've been through a lot. I really don't get what happened when I was gone, but sooner or later, the two of you have to talk it out. Froke nodded, but it was without any strength at all. She knew August was right, but she didn't know where to even start. Should I just go and say hi like old times? Should I just approach him? She was deep in thought, wondering what to do. August was about to open his mouth, but a voice startled him. Young August. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as he could sense Hermes moving closer into their direction. As much as I love to stay and help, that annoying god has been bugging me since after the fight, so I got a bolt. He chuckled at his choice of words. It wasn't intentional after all, but he does have a penchant for using lightning. He looked at Froke one last time. Talk to him, he said before turning towards Hermes. Lord Hermes, as much as I love to talk to you, I really need to help the others in the recovery effort, so I'll talk to you later instead. He then ran away, leaving Hermes and Froke alone. Hermes panted and sighs. He had been trying to talk to August as soon as the fight ended, but the mortal always finds a way to get out of the conversation. What a shy child, he mutters, earning an eye roll from Froke. You're just annoying, though, she thought as she made her way inside the tent, listening to August's advice to have her talk with Denki. Denki was on a sour mood. It all started when he saw Froke earlier. Truth be told, he was feeling guilty with their last conversation, but seeing her here made all that guilt turn into anger. For him, it just proved his point. Froke didn't even talk to him when he needed her the most. When August was in his coma, he tried to employ Froke so many times, but the hybrid kept on making excuses. And because of that, he said some nasty things he really didn't mean and only said due to frustration, which earned him a slap on the face. He felt guilty about calling Froke a gold digger and someone who's only in the party because August the gay bulg was there. And when he was in a coma, she left. For the past 2 months, he racked his brain, trying to find the best way to apologize. But when he saw Froke here, coming along with August, all those thoughts flew out the window. In his mind, Froke was just here for the money, and now that August is back, she's back as well. He felt angry, disgusted by the hybrid he once called his friend. Belle and Hestia watched awkwardly as Denki was fixing his belongings, packing it for the journey back to the surface. They could feel the tension he had in the air. Mr. Denki, is everything okay? Belle asked. He was covered in bandage from head to toe. He inched closer to the young samurai, trying to see the look he had on his face. I'm fine, Denki spoke curtly. Not looking at Belle, he was not in a talking mood right now. Samurai, did something happen? Hestia tried as well, walking besides Belle. Everything is fine, Lady Hestia. He pulled his bag and placed it on his shoulder. If you'll excuse me, with the captain here we had ourselves our own camp, and I would be moving there right now. He spoke without any readable emotion and moved past the two, heading towards the exit. Hestia and Belle looked at each other, as though they are urging one another to speak, but the two are both socially awkward individuals who didn't know how to tackle such a situation. Denki gazed back at the two and sighed. We'll be leaving tomorrow. With the captain here, we wouldn't have to wait for the low-key familia to come back. I suggest you packed your belongings as well. He then exited the tent, leaving the two of them not knowing what just happened. As he opened the flap of the tent, he stood face to face with Froke, who was looking at him with pleading eyes. Denki. Denki took a glance at her and walked past her, ignoring the hybrid completely. Frok felt the chill in the young samurai's movement. Denki was so cold right now, he didn't even acknowledge her standing in front of him. She chased after the young samurai, her steps felt heavy but he pushed on. Denki, come on, talk to me. Denki continued to ignore her, as if he wasn't there in the first place. This made Frok a bit mad. She ran towards Denki and grabbed his arms, turning him to face her. Will you please talk to me? Her voice was a bit raised, grabbing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. Denki looked at her coldly, his eyes then snapped to the other adventurer, as if saying, mind your own business. He then returned his attention back to Frok, and with a cold voice he answered, what? Frok was taken aback by the coldness in Denki's voice. She took a step back, a bit of fear in her eyes. Denki had released a bit of bloodlust when he looked at the adventurers earlier, and in turn it reached Frok as well. But Denki didn't care. He continued to look at Frok, indifferent to her and the others' reaction. You said you want to talk, right? Then talk. Frok had been put on the spot. She wanted to talk with Denki, but now that she has a chance, she couldn't form a sentence, a word, anything to say to him. She found herself tongue-tied. If you're not going to say anything, then I'm leaving. I'm busy and I would appreciate if you leave me alone. Denki turned, leaving Frok standing on her place like a statue. As Denki took his first step, something inside of Frok snapped. I'm sorry, but I'm trying, okay? You don't have to be an asshole about everything, Denki. Her voice shriek making Denki stop on his tracks. The other adventurer forgot all about their injuries, straining their ears to listen. After all, be it god or mortal, no one could say no to a potential drama, especially if it's happening in front of them. So I'm the asshole, Denki chuckled. He then looked back, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at Frok. And the asshole then? Fine, then you're the gold-digging bitch. Welcome back. Now that the captain is awake, you can finally earn big again, right? Denki snapped as well. He walked closer to Frok, his face inches away from her. He was angry. Frok's eyes widened. Denki's words stung. She clenched her fist and bit her mouth, her ears and tail lying limp, as tears started to fill her eyes. You don't know anything, Denki. She muttered softly, but her voice was filled with sadness and anger. Denki chuckled. Oh, I know everything, Frok. At first I was guilty, but seeing you here today just proves my point. We were never your friends. Me and the captain are just your money bags. A mocking smile on his face grew larger. He was angry. Angry why talking like this made his heart hurt so much. He pushed the guilt that was forming a lump on his throat, too blinded by the anger that he was feeling. You don't belong here with us, Frok. Maybe that palom in your familia is right. You really are trash. Boom. A violent thud echoes through the campsite as a fist landed squarely on Denki's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Denki felt angry. His hands moved to his katana as he rolled to quickly get up, but stopped on his tracks when he saw who punched him. August was looking at him coldly. His eyes was screaming for him to stay the fuck down or else. Denki, August spoke coldly, apologize. The campsite grew quiet as they stared at the escalating tension. August, too, pissed off, released a portion of his mana and looked around, staring at every adventurer in the area. Fuck off. He mutters to a whisper, but everyone could hear it loud and clear. The adventurers scram, too afraid of what August might do if they didn't. He then stared back at Denki, and again he spoke, this time much more firmer. Apologize to her. Chapter 131, A Heavy Revelation. August looked at Denki with disappointment apparent on his face. He never expected his friend to say all those things to Frok. He knew that Denki was angry, but that was just crossing the line. Especially since he knew what Frok had been through. This made the young samurai scowl. He dodged August's gaze, looking at the ground while biting his lips. He didn't understand why August was siding with Frok on this one. In his mind, the hybrid had abandoned them at their lowest point, and now that August is back, she's back as well. No, he muttered. Anger can be clearly heard in his voice. August was a bit taken aback. He took a deep breath and glared at Denki. I know you're angry, but there's some line that you don't cross. Especially since you're talking to a friend, August spoke in a calm voice, trying to be as understanding as he can. And you, Denki, crossed that lee. You weren't here, Denki angrily scowled at August. He stood and walked towards his captain, looking straight at his eyes. You don't get it because you weren't here. She abandoned us. Right where I know we needed her the most. He spoke with a raised voice as he pointed at Frok, who flinched at his actions. And now that you're back, now that you're awake, she's back with us as well? That's not a friend, that's a parasite. August just stared at Denki. He didn't realize how angry his friend was, but now Denki was letting it all out. I was here, he screamed as he pounded his chest. I was here when you were bedridden. I was here for the familia. I was here when you were in a coma, when you almost died trying to protect everyone in Orario. She didn't even made one visit. And you accept me to apologize for what I said. Frok, who was at the side, bit her lips. She never realized what her actions might do. She knew that Denki would be angry, but not to this point. She watched as Denki's face turned red. She could see the veins in his forehead, his arms shaking, emotions all too palpable in his face. Seeing it, she knew. Denki wasn't only angry, he hated her. You were gone, and she abandoned us. What am I supposed to do? He chuckled and gave Frok a glare. The tone of his voice was mocking as his eyes glued at Frok, standing there like a statue. Welcome her back like nothing happened. August looked at Frok, seeing the tears filling her eyes. He regretted ever making the promise of keeping her secret. Because if it was up to him, he would tell Denki everything right at this moment. That's enough, Denki. August sighed and extended his right hand to Denki's shoulder, but the young samurai slapped it away. And you're siding with her. She was never our friend, hell, she didn't care about me, nor you. She's only back here because now that you're awake, she'll earn more money. She's tra. Enough, August yelled. His voice was filled with frustration, anger, and disappointment. That's enough, Denki. You don't know what you're talking about. You're angry. I suggest you shut the fuck up before you say something you'll fucking regret. August took a deep breath. He looked at both Denki and Frok, seeing two different emotions in his two closest friends. On one hand, he could see anger, a sense of betrayal, and uncompromising vendetta in the face of Denki. On the other hand, Frok was filled with guilt, longing, sadness, and emptiness, and what he hated most, self-doubt and blame. He knew those emotions well. He had faced those emotions head-on. He knew it was poison for the mind and the body. He massaged himself on his temple and let out a frustrated grunt. Heracles hadn't taught him how to handle these situations. He couldn't get why Frok was hiding everything from Denki. If she would just open up, then maybe everything would go well. But at the same time, he knew he has no right on her decision. It was her secret to tell, not his. Frok, leave us. August looked at the hybrid and smiled gently. He needed to talk to Denki, but not in the state that he is in now. And August knew that with Frok here, Denki couldn't think straight. He needed Denki to be his usual calm and rational self. Frok looked at August, and then at Denki. She then hooked her head and answered, No, I'm done running away. Her voice was filled with courage and determination, but her eyes was still filled with hesitation. She looked at August for support. August can see the mixture of fear and courage in her eyes. He nodded, as if saying that he was here for him, and that it was her choice if she wants to share it now. Frok mouthed a thank you to August. She closed her eyes, a tear falling due to her actions. She roughly wiped it with her hands, and with a deep breath she opened it and looked at Denki. Look, I know you're angry, you made it clear. And can't say I blame you for it. Truth be told, maybe you're right, maybe I am trash. Her head was filled with the amount of times everyone in Apollo Familia had called her that name. But you got one thing wrong. Frok raised her voice, her eyes stared deep within Denki's. I have always thought of the two of you as my friend. Everything I did is because I cared for the two of you too. I didn't abandon you, Denki. I left so that I can protect you, to protect the two of you. She then looked down, a mocking smile on her face, not towards Denki, but to herself. After all, what can two mortals do against a god? August listened and closed his eyes. He knew all about it when he came to her, Frok, the anger in her heart slowly boiling back to the surface. He really wanted to kill Apollo right then and there. But he knew that the consequences of doing so will only make things worse for Frok and Heracles' Familia. He didn't only learn how to use the spear in Beowulf's dimension. He also learned about control, primarily his mana, but also his emotions as a whole. Denki, on the other hand, had a confused scowl on his face. He listened attentively to Frok's words. Multiple questions forming in his head. Protect us. From a god? Why? What the hell is she talking about? His mind was a cluttered mess. Frok returned her eyes on Denki. She clenched her fist as every memory she had buried deep within her mind returned, recalling everything at every painful details. You must be confused. You see, Denks? She called him by the nickname she used when they were diving regularly, which made the young samurai twitch at the memories. I wasn't a regular member of Apollo Familia. I was Apollo's plaything. Denki's eyes widened while August had an ugly look on his face. He clenched his spear tightly as he tried his best to reel in his bloodlust. He raped me, abused me, used me as his own personal toy. And you know what's the kicker? He wouldn't even update my status, making me a level 1 forever. I was his slave and can't do nothing against a god. She laughed painfully to herself. She tried desperately to hold back her tears, but to no avail. She roughly wiped it dry, her face sticking to her hands due to sweat and tears mixing. And my only joy was at those times where I was diving in the dungeons with you and August. Those were the only moments where I felt that I was even alive. Her hands was shaking, emotions are running wild inside her head, and it can be seen clearly on her body. The slight twitching of her ears, her tail limping down, the tears that were forming on her face, and the way she keeps on sniffing as her voice cracks and falter at every word she said. I thought it was gonna go on forever, the three of us diving in the dungeon, going deeper and deeper. There was a nostalgic smile on her face as she remembered those memories, but it quickly vanished as she said the next part. Oh, how naive I was. Hyacinthos and that whole incident in the hostess had woken me up from that dream, and Apollo had pulled me down into a nightmare. And I was afraid, what if you leave me, afraid of what Apollo might do you? Or if you didn't, what if you tried to get me out, and in turn, incurred the wrath of the god? Denki stared at Froke. He saw how the girl trembled as she told her story. She saw the pain in her eyes, how she fiddled with her hands, how her feet are restlessly tapping the floor, how the air below her eyes are puffed up. She stared at her thoroughly for the first time, seeing whip scars at her shoulders which she tried to hide with her cloths, how she's always wearing a long sleeve, how she always seems to twitch whenever he touched her by surprise. And he remembered it, how she reacted at the hostess of fertility when that man appeared and called her, how afraid she was, and how she begged for them to stand down. It all came crashing towards him. G realized he really was the asshole. August closed his eyes. There's a slight tremble in his fist as the grip on his spear became much more stronger. He swallowed his saliva, trying his best to calm himself down. He already made a promise to kill Apollo, and right now, he doubled down on it. Froke looked to the side, avoiding Denki's eyes. She couldn't stand how he looks at her. It was filled with sorrow, pity. She never wanted that. That's why in the first place she never wanted Denki to know. She felt dirty as she reveled her secrets. She wanted nothing more than to take a hot bath to scrub away the filth that she was feeling, to scrub off Apollo's touch on her skin. Just thinking back and telling her story makes her wanna vomit. She bit her cheeks trying to hold the vial that was attempting to exit her mouth. As Denki continued to look at her, his mind came back to everything he said. The scowl on his face became even uglier. What the fuck? I must be the shittiest person in the world. Denki looked down on the ground. His heart hurts just thinking about it. He feels like shit. He let anger blind him. And now you know my story. Froke's voice made him flinch. He clenched his fist in frustration as he bit the inside of his cheeks, drawing blood at how hard he bit it. He looked up, seeing Froke also gazing at her feet. He moved closer to Froke. He extended his hand to place it on her shoulders, but decided against it. He didn't know what to say. He could feel his anger at himself, and anger towards the Apollo Familia. He started at Froke, not knowing what to do. He opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Fuck, he thought to himself. Captain, Denki said without looking at August. His eyes are glued to the tearful hybrid who was dodging his gaze. August responds curtly, not in a talking mood himself. He was trying his best to control the anger that was bubbling inside him. Punch me again. Denki laughed mockingly at himself as he said those words. I deserve a good beating for being a shitty fry. Boom. Denki fell face first in the ground as August punched him without second thought. He didn't even get to finish his words. Denki lay face first in the ground. He could taste the iron inside his mouth as blood filled it. But he wasn't angry. In his mind, he deserved it. He pushed himself up and spat the blood on the ground. He looked at August, who nodded at him. Was that okay? August asked. Yes, I needed that. Denki answered as he stood up, listing himself with his hands. Thank you. He continued and then looked at Froke, who was staring at him like he was crazy. After all, who in their right mind would ask August Kaiser himself to punch them? Denki saw Froke looking at him, and in an instant he went in for a hug. This was all he could think of doing right now. He gulped, feeling nervous, thinking that the hybrid would push him away. After all, he did say some nasty things about her. He noticed it as well, the slight twitch in Froke's body when he hugged him. Anger filled his heart, not towards Froke anymore, but towards Apollo and his familia. His face inched closer toward Froke's ear, and he whispers, sincerely and with all his emotions on full display, "I'm sorry. I didn't know." Froke's eyes widened because of the sudden hug. She was caught by surprise. She failed to notice the twitch she had. After all, for her it was natural, but what caught her off guard again was the whisper Denki said on her ears. She nods as dug her face in his chest. Gods, I'm becoming such a crybaby now. She thought to herself as she smiled in happiness now that she had finally made up with Denki, tears continuing to fall from her eyes. I'm sorry as well. I shouldn't have left. August watched the scene and smiled. He breathed a sigh of relief, but then he turned and had a sinister look on his face. His mind moving on how he could kill Apollo without it leading back to him. He knew after what he saw and what Froke had told them that the god wouldn't let his friend go. And he wanted to fix that, and the only solution in his mind is... War games, huh? He muttered as he walked away, leaving Denki and Froke alone to talk and catch up. He walked as the smile on his face grew, the sinister aura of death leaking, making those he passed by shake and shudder by his very presence. Then war games it is. Chapter 132, Hermes and His Schemes, An Awkward Meeting. A soft crackling of fire wafts through the air as August and the rest of the Heracles familia sit in their camp, waiting for supper. A gentle smell of stew tickles their noses as Cati, along with Nadia, prepares the meal. Nadia, due to her elven heritage, is only preparing her rations, avoiding meat of any kind. Jagu looks at Nadia weirdly. No matter how many times I see it, I still wonder how you can eat that. He pauses as he sees Cati glaring at him. That stuff, it just seems so bland. Nadia chuckles as she slices her fruits and mixes them in a bowl. It is taught by my people that all life in this world is sacred, that everyone deserves a chance to live their life to the fullest. She then pours the sauce that she always carries whenever they are in the dungeon. That being said, I do know that not everyone follows my belief, and that everyone has a faith of their own. But my people are elves who lived in Lady Gaia's forest, so we have always followed her teachings, believing that all life is sacred and should not be taken if it isn't necessary. Jago has a confused look on his face. He still doesn't get it because, for him, meat is good, meat is superior. Why the hell would you eat something bland if you can eat meat? Nadia sees this and smiles. To say it plainly, I don't need to consume flesh to survive, so therefore, taking a life isn't really necessary, so I choose not to. So you can still eat meat? Jago asks again, still with palpable confusion on his face. Of course I can, but I choose not to since it isn't necessary. Nadia smiles and walks towards the table, finishing her fruit and vegetable salad and placing it on the table for everyone to see. I still don't get it, Jagu mutters, still confused. Well, you're an idiot, so it's understandable. Keys chuckles on the side, earning laughter from everyone, while Jagu glares at the young spearman. The night continues with laughter and catching up. It has been an eventful 2 days, and a moment of relaxation is welcomed by the adventurers. August, meanwhile, watches the familia with a soft smile on his face. He has made his decision. He will talk with Heracles the moment they reach the surface. His eyes land on Froke and Denki on the side, deep in conversation, and from the looks of it, the two of them missed each other dearly. A fine evening, isn't it, young August? August almost clicks his tongue as he hears the familiar voice. He doesn't need to look back to know that it's Hermes talking to him. That it is, Lord Hermes, August answers curtly. The god has been chasing him all day, trying to talk to him. But there's something that's been bugging him about the god. His instincts tell him not to trust him, so he avoids him, finding excuses not to talk. But now he's cornered. Been wanting to meet you and talk, young August, son of Siegfried. August raises his brow and looks at the god, only to see him with that playful smile on his face, the very thing that makes him wary of the god. You know my father. Of course, who wouldn't know the legendary vanguard? The smile on Hermes' lips rises even more as he inches closer towards August and whispers, the former wielder of Beowulf and the unsung hero of Orario. Hermes takes a step back, his eyes watching August's face, gauging his reaction. And with it, his smile deepens. He knows it, curiosity. August, who at first had no intention to talk to him, has now given his whole undivided attention. "Oh, you didn't know?" Hermes chuckles. "Your father was a hero. Well, I can't say I blame you, though. After all, not many know of his heroism." He looks at August dead in the eye and smiles meaningfully, his sacrifice. His eyes motion to the spear on August's back. "What sacrifice?" August asks, taking a step towards Hermes, his mind full of questions. "Oh, he's clueless. Should I tell him? What would his reaction be?" Hermes knows he's got August's interest now. This time, August is the eager one who wants to talk to him. "Nah, I don't have a death wish. Heracles will no doubt kill me if I tell him the full story. But it doesn't mean that I can't nudge him to the truth. After all, it isn't my fault if he finds it out by himself." Hermes smiled, and with a playful voice he answered, "That spear. It's very special, isn't it? I heard some mortals, even gods, would kill just to have a weapon like that in their arsenal." He then turned his back away from August and walked nonchalantly. "Good night, young August." August paused, staring at Hermes's retreating figure, his head full of questions he knew Hermes had answers to. He was about to chase Hermes, but Beowulf vibrated and he heard a voice inside his head. "Let it go. That god, he cannot be trusted. He has answers, I need to know. He has answers to questions that he himself placed inside your head." Beowulf snarled, cutting August before he could finish his words. "He knew my father," August muttered. "Be that as it may, you can't trust him. You were with my father in the times that he spoke of. Do you know anything about what he was saying? You said I can't trust him, then maybe you can provide the answer." August questioned, looking back at the spear snugly placed on his back. "What sacrifice is he talking about?" "No," Beowulf answered straight up. "I do not have the answer to your question." The spear lied. He knew that if August discovers the truth, his life might be put in danger. And if he dies, he knew he will be sealed once again, without a master, stuck in his prison. August, connected with Beowulf in a spiritual sense after his training in his dimension, can sense that even the spear is hiding things from him. But he also knows that he is right. That god, Hermes, cannot be trusted. It was the break of dawn. August had woken up early, before the others. He went outside with his spear to do his daily exercise. The events of last night's talk with Hermes still fresh in his mind. He moved deep into the woods and started twirling his spear, his swings cutting the air as he moved in his lethal dance, imagining multiple enemies running and charging towards him. He had gotten used to this type of training, especially after what he'd been through inside Beowulf's dimension. Still, he found it lacking. There was no danger, no one attacking him, and his imagination could only take him so far. He really wished there was someone who could actually keep up with him so that he could spar. Gods knew he needed it right now, to take his mind away from last night's talk. "Denki and Helga are fine. They could keep up if I move at half my speed, but..." He flickered as he slashed his spear vertically, almost teleporting to the other side of the forest near the lake. "Cutting all the trees in his path. They're still a bit slow for me." The trees fell down, creating a loud thudding sound that echoed through the area. Just when he was about to turn around and head back, he felt a tingle on the back of his neck. He moved instantly, using his spear. He twirled around, surprised to see that he blocked a dagger coming his way. He then heard a splashing sound coming from the lake. He rushed forwards, not before grabbing the dagger that was flying midair and with his spear at the ready. He reached the clearing and saw the lake. In the middle, a person was standing, daggers in their hands. August moved on instinct, throwing the dagger towards the person, aiming for their head. The person moved, ducking under the water, and as they rose up, they too threw the dagger they were holding towards August. August tilted his head. "Fast," he thought as he kept his eyes on the dagger now stuck in the tree behind him, where his head was used to be. A smile crept onto his face. It seems he got his wish, an opponent that can keep up. He turned towards the person, ready to charge, but in the next moment he stopped. He knew who it was after all. He got a good look at who it is, his mouth moved, a seemingly confused voice exiting it. "Miss, Ryu?" His eyes roamed down, seeing the elf, who was completely naked. August, Ryu answered, her eyes looking straight towards the young spear user. August sat awkwardly with his back turned towards the lake. He never expected to see a girl naked early in the morning, much less someone he knew personally. By now, the two of them had the whole picture. Ryu, who was bathing, heard trees falling in the area and thought it was a surviving monster, so she threw the dagger, aiming for the sound. August, the culprit behind the sound of falling trees, thought he was being attacked. He rushed forward to engage with the attacker, leading to this awkward situation they were in now. August. He heard his name being called, which snapped him out of his stupor. His mind was, after all, stuck on Ryu's naked body. He blamed his hormones. He was still a teenager after all. Miss Ryu, I must apologize for disturbing your morning. August quickly stood and bowed toward Ryu. I thought I was the only one awake at this hour. It was my fault for throwing that dagger blindly. I too thought that I was the only one awake. Ryu also bowed toward August, apologizing for throwing her weapon at him. The two of them were quickly placed in an awkward silence. They may know each other, but they have had few interactions, if any at all. August was always served by Chloe, and though they saw each other at the hostess, they only exchanged curt nods and the usual greeting. The longest they ever talked to one another was when he was her waitress when Chloe was waiting on another table. August would have loved to talk to Ryu now, especially after seeing her fight 3.5 months ago, but alas, he fell into a coma, so this was now their very first interaction outside of the hostess, with him seeing her naked. Of course, it would be awkward. It would have been more weird if it weren't. So, how was your bath? I'm an idiot, aren't I? August wanted to slap himself in the face. If Denki or Froke were here, they would be laughing their asses off, and he would have to make sure that the two of them would not speak of this with anyone, either with a bribe or a threat. Ryu looked at him deadpan, taken aback by his question. Her face remained stoic, but there was a slight red tinge on her ears. It was fine, she answers without a noticeable tone. August could feel the awkwardness in the air. He didn't really expect her to answer, and to answer plainly at that. Now they were back to square one. Not knowing what to do, August wanted to break the ice the only way he knew how. Wanna spar. Ryu looked at him, her eyes gleamed, a sense of excitement momentarily showed on it. It was not every day someone got to spar with the Gae Bulg himself. She smiled and nodded her head. She then opened her mouth to answer. Sure. Chapter 133, Greetings. Chapter 134, Spar with Ryu. Bell woke up early, feeling a bit tense and rigid from the actions yesterday. He wanted to move his body a bit, maybe work up a sweat and have a quick bath at the lake to loosen his body up. Groggily walking to the forest, his eyes still adjusting to the bright light of the morning, he stretched his body, yawning as he walked. Suddenly, he was yanked to the side. He tried to scream, but someone covered his mouth. He flailed, trying to get away, but a familiar voice made him relax. Bell, stay low, you don't want to interrupt this. It was Hermes. Bell then got a good look at who was holding him down, seeing the familiar face of Isfi. I'm gonna let go now, keep your voice down. Isfi slowly removed her palm from Bell's mouth. She then continued, I placed an artifact that would mask our sound, but we can never be too careful. When it comes to the Gae Bulg. Bell was a bit confused. His eyes were filled with question marks. Gae Bulg? Why? But his question was soon answered as Hermes, with a playful smile, pointed at the front, at August and Ryu, who were facing each other with their weapons drawn. The two of them are gonna spar. Now, I suggest you keep your eyes peeled on this one, young Bell. It's not every day that you get to see two high-level adventurers go at it. Hermes chuckled. Bell could feel his body becoming energized. Gone was the tiredness he felt after a not-so-great sleep. His whole focus was now on the spar that would be happening. Hermes saw this and smiled. Well, he can't blame him. He too is also excited to see this. The god put his attention back on the two, and with a small smile, he muttered, They're starting. Bell's eyes gleamed as he saw the two get into their stances, one with his spear, and the other, dual-wielding her weapons. He kept his concentration at the max, not wanting to miss anything from the two. Like Hermes said, it was not every day that he could get to see two high-level adventurers duking it out. August could sense 4 individuals inside his mana dome, 3 if you exclude Ryu, who was standing in front of him. Well, it was not like he cared if people wanted to watch. He kept his eyes on Ryu. He could see that the elf was relaxed and composed. For him, that was a good sign. After all, it showed confidence, something he could respect. His gaze looked down at her feet. Her left was her lead, slightly bending to the ground, while her right was straightened up. His gaze moved up, seeing her carrying 2 weapons, with the wooden sword at the back while her katana-like blade was in her left hand at the front. Dual-wielding, prioritizing speed and agility, no opening whatsoever, but her stance leans on the offensive. She wants to make the first move. August gauged Ryu's stance in a matter of seconds after seeing it. He knew then and there that the elf was an offensive fighter, someone who's like him. Well, if she wants to make the first move, let's give her an opening. He shifted his left leg to the side, opening his middle for an attack, while he positioned his spear at an angle to the right, giving her enough time to attack if she'll take it. Ryu's eyes sharpened because of the shift in August's stance. It was obvious, and for the elf, it was nothing short of a provocation. He's looking down on me. Ryu thought as she gripped her 2 weapons tightly. Very well, if you want me to attack, so be it. Like a laser, Ryu dashed towards August, her weapon glowing green as she willed her mana into it. It was almost instantaneous how she moved. August's eyes widened for a bit. Fast, he thought. He didn't expect this sort of speed coming from a level 4. He shifted his stance a bit, preparing himself to receive the blow. But at the moment he positioned his spear to block Ryu's attack, the elf vanished from his sight. August's mana dome picked up Ryu on his left, where his spear was farthest from his body, and skilled too. He smiled. For him, this was a pleasant surprise, because right now, he actually has to take this a bit seriously. Ryu could see the wide-open side of August. She quickly slashed her sword filled with her mana. But a resounding clang made her eyes widen. She could feel her left hand shook as her blade met the body of August's spear. She expected this, of course. He was, after all, someone whose level was higher than hers. So she already had a backup plan in case her initial opening strike was blocked. She spun to the right, using her other weapon to strike at August's chest, moving so quickly that it seemed like a blur. But not for August. He took a step forwards, dodging the weapon, but letting Ryu's hand hit him on the chest, with no damage received due to her not generating enough momentum. But the move trapped her. The next thing she knew, she felt a heavy blow at her side as August's fist connected with her ribs. She didn't even see the blow coming. She jumped back, trying to get away from August, while he stayed, giving the elf space. As she landed, she kneeled to the ground. The blow took more out of her than she expected. Bell had his mouth agape. It was too fast for him to see, a literal blink-and-you'll-miss-it moment. The 2 of them moved at an extremely fast pace, exchanging offense within a snap. But it was clear to see who'll be winning with that exchange alone. "Miss Ryu," Bell muttered worryingly, as his eyes stared at the elf on her knees, clutching her side. "I wouldn't count Leon out just yet," Isfi spoke with her eyes glued to the fight. "Though I doubt she'll win, she might actually make Kaiser go serious if she goes all out." She thought to herself, assessing the situation. She knew Ryu didn't stand a chance here, but maybe she could make August actually make an effort. Ryu stood up. She could still feel the pain on her side, but she chose to ignore it. Her eyes moved from side to side, trying to find something to exploit in her attack. She saw multiple openings, but after the first exchange, she knew it was futile for her to take it. August was just plain faster than her. She changed her stance from her usual offensive approach to a more balanced style. She shifted her lead leg to the right and crouched her body down, gaining a more refined center of gravity in the process. "I can't face him blow for blow. I need to be smarter in my approach," she thought to herself as her eyes scanned August's body. August nodded in approval. "She's flexible and adaptive. I can clearly see the experience she has in anti-personnel combat." His eyes then gleamed as a smile crept up on his face. "Let's go on the offensive this time." Ryu could feel the air shift. She knew it. He's coming. She prepared herself, willing her mana to burst forth as it enveloped her whole body, providing her with a protective layer. But within a fraction of a second, August was now in front of her. She followed her instinct that was screaming at her. She tilted her head to the side, just in time to dodge the butt of August's spear. She could feel a sharp pain on her cheeks. Even with her being prepared, she was still grazed by that attack. And now she didn't have time to relax, as August followed it up with a kick to her ankles. She jumped up, dodging it at the last second, her mind filled with the singular thought to counter. But before she could act, August was already a step ahead of her. August twisted his wrist, his spear cutting through the air and heading for the back of the elf's head. Ryu hurriedly placed her two weapons to block the attack. Their weapons clashed, making the air blow all over, the force sending Ryu flying forward as August let her pass by. He then grabbed her at the back of her hood and slammed her to the ground. Ryu, though agile enough, moved her feet beneath her as she backflipped mid-throw. The ground cracked beneath her feet. She could feel her bones rattling on impact. She gritted her teeth and forced her knees to move, jumping the very moment she landed and delivering a kick straight for his head, feeling her muscles straining at this forceful movement. August smiled. Not only was Ryu able to stop him from slamming her to the ground, but she also made a counter. August tilted his head, dodging the kick, feeling the air brush past him. But his eyes widened when he saw the wooden sword heading towards his face, where he placed it to dodge. "Gotcha!" Ryu exclaimed, excited about the blow landing. But like a bad joke, August twisted his whole body, dodging the blow by a hair's width. He then carried his momentum as he delivered a spinning heel kick straight at Ryu's abdomen. As soon as the kick landed, August grimaced. "Fuck," he cursed, "I put too much force into that one." He forgot to hold his strength down to a level 4, all because Ryu almost got him. He unconsciously reacted on instinct, forgetting that he was fighting someone 2 levels below him. He cringed as he watched Ryu's body crash through the trees and bounce to the ground. He ran towards her to help, but jumped back when he saw the look in her eyes. She wasn't done yet. "Isn't this quite enough?" August muttered as he saw blood trickling down Ryu's lips. This was only supposed to be a light spar. Ryu wiped the blood off her lips, then nodded as she sheathed both of her weapons. "Your strength is commendable. I honestly thought I got you right there." She then grimaced as she felt dizzy, the adrenaline now easing up now that the spar is over. August appeared beside her, catching her before she fell. He scratched the back of his head and awkwardly laughed. "You almost did because of it. I forgot to hold back. You're strong, Miss Ryu." He then looked at her seriously. "It makes me wonder why you're still at level 4. Ryu had a dark look on her face when August asked that question, which she tried to hide, but the young adventurer was able to pick it up. "Personal stuff, huh?" he thought to himself. Ryu pushed August softly, signaling that she could now stand on her own 2 feet. She then bowed at August and muttered at an unreadable voice, "Thanks for the spar." She then walked away, her direction to the east, away from the camp. "Yeah, thanks." August watched as Ryu's figure vanished into the forest, curious about why the elf is holding herself back. Because August could sense it, she could have actually leveled up. The question is, why didn't she? "Well, it's not like it's any of my problem, but I wonder, what would have happened if the 2 of us are actually on the same level?" He muttered silently to himself as he looked at the side. "You 3 can come out now, Lord Hermes." The bush at the side shook as if it were panicking, then the 3 figures popped their heads, with Hermes smiling awkwardly towards August, while the others looked shyly at the ground. "Well, looks like we've been caught." Hermes chuckled playfully, acting as if he was caught doing a terrible act. "Well, anyway, thanks for the show, young August." He then walked away as if nothing happened. Isfi followed her god, but not before bowing apologetically at August. "Lord Hermes," August called, that talk last night still fresh in his mind, but Hermes ignored him and instead ran away faster. He wanted to give chase, but Beowulf vibrated in his hands. He looked at the spear, remembering what he said to him, that God cannot be trusted. He closed his eyes and massaged the bridge of his nose. He sighed frustratingly. He really wanted to talk with Hermes to know what he is hiding, but at the same time, he knew that Beowulf is right. A voice made August look at the front, seeing Belle. "Good morning, Mr. August." He saw the white-haired adventurer, bowing awkwardly at him. A smile crept onto his face. He had heard so much about Belle, the record holder, the fastest mortal to reach level 2. This, of course, had made him curious about him. "Yo, Belle, right?" "Why yes, SIR." Belle didn't understand why, but he suddenly felt a large pressure coming out of August. "Why don't you spar with me?" August smiled viciously as he aimed his spear at Belle. "See come again?" Belle heard it, but hearing and processing the information are two distinctly different things. All he knew is that the smile on Auguste's face was scary. "Spar with me," August repeated, the smile on his face sending shivers down Belle's spine. "What?" August returned back to camp, feeling a tad bit disappointed. He expected so much more from Belle, especially after hearing that he was the record holder, beating even him and Eyes. He walked sighing, and on his shoulders he carried an unconscious and battered Belle, who from the looks of it was beaten black and blue. His mouth was frothing, while his face was filled with bruises. Denki, who had just woken up and was still a bit groggy, exited the tent and saw August returning with Belle on his shoulders. His eyes widened as questions filled his head. Was there another attack? Did Moldo's gang attack Belle again? He rushed in a panic towards his captain, the drowsiness vanishing from his body. "Captain, what happened? Who?" August sighed and passed Belle to Denki. "I should have held back more." He then walked like nothing happened. Denki, with Belle now in his arms, looked at his captain, then back at Belle, then back at August. Then it clicked. "Eh," he shuddered at the thought, re-establishing in his mind just how scary August can be. He looked at Belle and offered a silent prayer. "My apologies, Belle," he signed as he followed August's back. "Look at the bright side, you at least get to experience the Heracles' familia welcoming without being a M." He stopped midway realizing that it isn't really a positive. Chapter 135, Lifeline for Apollo, Deal with the Devil. 2 days later, at Apollo's mansion. Apollo sat alone in his office, holding a glass of red wine, drowning himself in alcohol. Gone was his usual narcissistic and arrogant demeanor. What remained was a broken shell of the god he once was. Every sound made him fidget, paranoia and anger taking over his whole system. He blamed August for this, the young adventurer who had the audacity to threaten his life and take one of his possessions during a recent visit. Me, a god, being threatened by a mere mortal? His voice was laced with venom as he clenched his fist, shattering the glass in his hand. He winced as broken fragments sliced up his hands. "Fuck!" He stood up and flipped his table in anger, his godly aura threatening to burst out. The crashing table made a loud thud, traveling outside his office, where his children winced at the sound. His anger cascaded to some of them as he called someone to his office every now and then to clear his head, but they knew what was really happening inside the sadistic god's chamber. Apollo didn't care what his children thought of him. They were his property, and it was his right to do as he pleased as their owner. It was a sick way to view his familia, and many gods knew of this but didn't care. So why should he? "Hyaknthos?" Apollo screamed for his captain, no doubt wanting to calm his mind again. But no answer came, only silence. He got even angrier and marched towards the door, wanting to vent at the incompetent man he made his captain. But as his hand reached for the door, he felt a cold air blowing behind his neck. He paused, feeling a tingle of mana inside the room. "Who's there?" he asked, trying to hide the nervousness in his voice. "I'm in no mood for games. I suggest you show yourself now." My, Apollo, how the mighty have fallen." A sweet and melodic voice entered his ears, a familiar voice from heaven. The voice sent shivers down his spine as the darkness in his office began to fold and bend, forming into the figure of a woman. "I like this look on you much better. It's more desperate." Apollo clicked his tongue as he saw who it was. His mind raced, trying to find an explanation for her presence. Then it clicked. Magic. She was known for this kind of stuff. Even if gods couldn't use arcanum in the lower world, they could teach their children how to cast similar spells using mana. He looked at the figure from head to toe with discerning eyes accustomed to looking down on everyone. "Why are you here?" "Apate." He clenched his fist, his face scrunching into anger, remembering the events of 3.5 months ago. The attack on Orario, orchestrated by Evelys. Apate, the goddess of deceit, was a known member of that organization. As much of an asshole as Apollo was, he did hate Evelys and everything they stood for. "My, Apollo, couldn't little old me visit one of my friends here in Orario?" Apate clutched her heart, acting hurt by Apollo's tone. "I do miss every." "Cut the crap," Apollo screamed in anger, cutting off Apate. "I'm in no mood for this, especially from you Evelys scums." His voice laced with venom as he glared at the goddess. "And don't give me that. I can clearly see that this is an apparition, something I'm sure one of your pesky children is casting right now. You don't even have the guts to come here in person. Oh, someone's angry? And a little bird told me that's because of a mortal who paid you a visit 2 days ago. Apate smiled as her figure hovered towards Apollo. Must be humiliating, especially for a proud god such as yourself. Apollo clenched his fist, remembering how August humiliated him. Everything that was happening right now was because of that mortal. The wound in his hands bled more profusely as his nails dug into it, the pain fueling his anger even more. Every drop of blood was added to his deep-seated anger towards the mortal. And worst of all, if this comes out, you'll be the laughingstock of the gods in Orario, a joke, all because of one lowly mortal. Apate's face inched closer towards Apollo's ear, and with a mocking tone, she whispered, "How pathetic." Apollo threw a punch, but his hands only passed through the apparition. His face red in anger as Apate chuckled at his expense. If his anger hadn't gotten the best of him, he might have noticed the implications behind Apate's words, that there was a spy in his midst, leaking information to Evelus. But alas, Apollo's anger had blinded him from logical thinking. For the goddess, everything was falling right into the palm of her hands. She knew of Apollo's temper and had plans to use it to further her goals. "Shut up!" Apollo rushed into her figure once again, but this time, Apate was standing in front of a wall. He punched only to hit the solid marble wall, hurting his own hands in the process as he grunted in pain and anger. He crouched down as he clenched his fist, teeth gritting and eyes red. Oh, how he treated you like a fool, even going as far as pointing his spear towards you and taking your property in front of your eyes. The goddess added fuel to the fire, mocking the god even more. "Hyaknthos," Apollo screamed for his captain, calling him into his chambers, but Apate just laughed even louder. "Don't bother, no one will hear you no matter how loud you scream. Did you forget just who I am? Do you think I wouldn't make preparations for this visit? This spell is perfect. For now, only you and I are in this room." "What do you want?" Apollo grunted as he glared at the goddess. Apate leaned closer and smiled meaningfully towards the god. "Oh no, Apollo, you got it all wrong." Her hands reached out to his face, sending a cold shiver down his spine. There was no sense of touch, only the cold sensation of the magic that made the apparition. "It is not I who need something from you. From where I'm standing, it's the other way around. Don't you think?" Apollo chuckled. "You must take me for a fool, Apate. Do you actually believe that I'll be joining Evelus?" He then spat at the floor where Apate's apparition floated. "I will not stoop so lowly to join your pathetic group just to get rid of a mortal." Apate shrugged. "I have no doubt in my mind that you're no fool, Apollo. As a matter of fact, I view you as one of the smarter gods." She moved her hand inside her cloak and revealed a pea-sized object that shone with a purple glow, filling the room with a dark and sinister ambience. The light slowly died down, revealing an orb of purple no bigger than a pebble people would pass by in the streets. Apate then smiled as the orb floated in her right hand. "Beautiful, isn't it?" she asked as she eyed Apollo, one of Erebus' creations. "As crazy as he is, I have to admit, that madman is a genius." Apollo's eyes were laced with curiosity as he stared at the object. "What is that?" "I believe that you are familiar with its effect. You, after all, witnessed it firsthand 3.5 months ago." Apate grinned as she held it with her 2 fingers, dangling it in front of Apollo. Apollo's eyes widened as anger covered his face. "That's the thing that made that abomination." "Close, this one is actually a variant, one less potent than the original." She closed her fist on the object and placed it back inside her cloak. "One I'm sure would aid you very well. That is, of course, if you're smart enough to take it." She then smiled sweetly towards Apollo. "You're smart enough, aren't you, Apollo?" Apollo chuckled, which then turned into a maddened laughing fit, clenching his stomach as he wiped the tears off his eyes. "And what would you have me do? Join Evelus." He turned serious in a snap, glaring at Apate, who was just smiling and staring at him. "Didn't I make myself clear? I will not be joining your pathetic group." "Oh, but Apollo, this isn't an invitation for you to join. This is us extending our hand for you to take." Apate also turned serious as the coldness in her voice shifted the air inside the room. "If this was an invitation, you would actually have the leeway to say no. But we all know that you can't. After all, You have too much pride and ego to allow yourself to fall in status once words of your run-in with August get out. She walked literally through Apollo, her apparition passing right through his body, sending a cold shiver running all over him. We all know what would happen now. August had already given you his judgment. He did say he will kill you. And what would you do? Go and ask for help from your friends here in Orario? Ha ha ha, they'll laugh at how pathetic you are, being cornered by a mortal. Your reputation is what you value the most, and right now, everything you had built will come crashing down. Unless... Apate playfully turned and extended her hand. I'll be smart about it. Apollo's anger rose even more. He wanted to slap the hand that Apate is giving him, but he had learned his lesson. He can't touch him. Instead, he screamed at her. Don't you dare toy with me, Apate. You will not play me. Ha ha ha, play you, Apate sarcastically mused. She looked at Apollo with amusement filling her eyes. She could feel it. Apollo is dancing at the palm of her hands. Now it's time to finish this off. I'm not playing you. I'm giving you a lifeline. One you so desperately need right now. We have Evolus and you share the same goal, to rid of August Kaiser and Heracles. I can't see why we can't scratch each of our back. Apollo had his eyes on Apate. His gaze moved to her hand, extended, as if asking for a shake, a metaphorical one since she wasn't here to begin with, but one nonetheless. He stared back at her face, a smile of temptation pulling Apollo into the abyss. His hands shook, slowly moving up towards Apate's, stopping and continuing as his mind ran in turmoil. The temptation Apate brings made him want to take her hand on the spot. Killing August and Heracles would bring him nothing but joy. But at the same time, he knew that he would be taking a deal with the devil. Ironic since he was facing a god like him. Come on, Apollo. Search deep within you. You know my words are right. You did nothing wrong. They are the ones at fault. Apate's smile grew even larger as she seized the once steadfast Apollo, keeping on refusing her, now becoming hesitant, tempted by her offer. How dare a lowly mortal threaten you? You should make him pay. Take our hand. Evolus will aid you in bringing down the Gaea bulg and taking back your property. Those words are what did it. Apollo extended his hand towards Apate, touching the cold air of the apparition that is the goddess. And with it, a deal has been set. Apollo has joined Evolus. Chapter 136, A Talk with Heracles, Yearning for Freedom. You did what? Heracles was fuming, unable to believe his ears. August had just woken up less than a week ago, and he already had trouble right on his doorstep. Didn't I tell you to be smartaboo? I was being smart about it, old man. If I was being stupid, I would have killed him on the spot. August cut Heracles off, his voice carrying a calm confidence, believing that what he did was right. I know what I was doing. No, you don't. Heracles massaged the bridges of his nose as he took a deep breath. He looked at August with a serious face that made the young adventurer straighten his back. You don't threaten a god, especially one that holds a grudge. The god sighed as he sat in his chair at his office. Apollo is an asshole, but he is still a god, and gods are wrathful creatures. He took a bottle of ale and 2 sets of glasses, sliding one on the table, which August caught. He then poured the 2 of them a drink. That being said, the weasel will no doubt be coming for blood, and I can assure you it wouldn't be pretty. August chuckled, drinking the ale. The sweet liquid of fruits and alcohol swirled inside his mouth. Geez, you actually sound worried. His familia is weak. Hell, even the others could take his familia as a whole. See what I mean when I said you were being stupid? Heracles gulped his drink as he cut August off. He slammed the mug on the table, generating a thud that echoed inside the silent room. The thing about gods, especially those who are arrogant and narcissistic like Apollo, is that they'll stoop so low just to get their revenge, especially if you wounded their pride. He stared at August's eyes and rested his head on his hand. With a lazy tone, he continued. And you, August, just wounded and broke his ego, making him unpredictable and unstable. Right now, even I can't predict what that asshole might do. August looked confused. In his mind, no matter what Apollo does, he'll never beat the might of Heracles' familia, especially now that he's awake. So he wondered why his god actually sounded worried. You don't get it, do you? Heracles shrugged and poured himself another glass. He has more resources than us, more connections, more things to throw at us to exhaust our capabilities as a familia. In short, he's richer. So what? it doesn't change the fact that he's weak, and so is his familia. That may be true, but with his resources and connections, he could just hire swords to bolster his strength. Maybe even a couple of high-level adventurers from gods here in Orario. He sighed again. It was stupid on your part, because you destroyed your element of surprise with just a mere threat when you could have gone for the finishing blow. You could have waited, not giving him a chance to prepare, and yet you squandered a golden opportunity to finish that fight right before it started. That action not only put us at a disadvantage, but it also put everyone in this familia at a much higher risk than needed. He eyed him up, looking at August with a hint of disappointment, making the adventurer clench his fist. Remember that even a rat, if cornered, would inevitably bite back. August was silent. He did not think deep enough and just rushed in as a first instinct. With the benefit of hindsight, he now realized it was stupid on his part as well. But still, he was adamant that what he did was right. Old man, he was hurting Froke. I can't just sit idly by and wait in that situation. August couldn't stop a flicker of bloodlust as he spoke those words. His eyes looked straight at Heracles, screaming that if he was given another chance, he would do it again. It was Heracles' turn to be quiet this time. To be honest, he didn't have a comeback for that. Heracles, the man turned god, knew just how oppressive gods were to mortals, and the tone of August's voice was filled with venom and anger that made him remember just how vile gods could become to mortals, especially Apollo. He gulped his drink and took a deep breath. He saw that August's glass was empty as well. What did he do? He asked as he poured two of them a drink. It is not my story to tell, August answered. He pushed the anger down, trying to calm himself. He could feel the mana inside his body threatening to burst just remembering what had happened to Froke in the hands of Apollo. All I know is that I want to kill him. He was lucky that I was still thinking rationally at that moment. If I wasn't, I would have driven my spear right through his skull. Heracles closed his eyes. He could feel his body tingling as the aura of the spear slowly moved inside the room, making his skin crawl. The weapon and its master had the same hunger for Apollo's life. Frankly, it scared him. Scared of what August might become once he took a life of a god, because honestly, he could see himself in his child. He is afraid that August might become the next butcher. And he knows that all it takes is for him to snap. All it takes is for the anger to be too much, for his mind to be clouded in it. After all, that is what happened to him, that is what made him the butcher of the gods. You're adamant about this, huh? About challenging Apollo Familia in a war game? Heracles brought up the topic, wanting August not to focus too much on his anger. Yes, it is the only way for Froke to be free from that asshole. August nods, drinking the ale in his glass as he did. Very well. Before I agree to all of this, I need to talk to Froke. Heracles' words made August straighten up. He eyed Heracles seriously, trying to see what his god is thinking. He then shrugs and nods, seeing nothing wrong with his god wanting to talk to Froke. Alone, August. I'll talk to Froke alone. Heracles then motioned for August to leave and to call for Froke to come to his office. I don't see any reason why I can't be inside the room as well, August protested. Heracles just looked at him, authority showing in his eyes. August clicked his tongue and headed to the door. Oh, and August? Heracles called to him before he fully left the room. August turned and saw a smirk rising on Heracles' lips. Was the weasel terrified? He asked. August's lips also rose to a smile, a sinister one at that, like a bitch. Heracles laughed out loud and slapped his table. Good job, now go get Froke. August chuckled before leaving. Heracles sat in his office, contemplating the conversation he had with his child. He was afraid of how much August resembled his past self, arrogant, believing in his strength above all else. Thinking too much of his own strength, he had failed to see the potential of his enemies. It was a big problem, and Heracles knew it. Confidence is good, but too much can be poison. He had learned that lesson the hard way and wanted August to avoid the path he had taken. Underestimating opponents was detrimental, and August's recent actions seemed asinine, showing the greenness in his decision-making. Yet, it was a double-edged sword, a sign that there was room for growth and improvement. There was more for Heracles to teach August, and he was thankful for that. With his guidance, he could steer August away from a dark path, away from revenge and senseless killing. Away from the grim journey he had embarked on when he was mortal. A knock, then a thud on Heracles' door, Lord Heracles. It was Froke, waiting on the other side. August said that you wanted to talk to me. Ah yes, come in, Heracles called for the hybrid. The door slowly opened as Froke walked inside meekly. She seemed tense, her movements rigid, a fear evident in every step she took. That weasel really did a number on this poor child, Heracles thought, noticing the unusual twitch in her body. Sit, Heracles pointed to the chair in front of his table, urging Froke to sit. He passed a glass to her, pouring a drink to calm her nerves. Thank you, Froke took the drink, her hands noticeably shaking. Something Heracles didn't fail to notice. He waited for Froke to get comfortable, not wanting to rush her. Froke took a sip and cringed, sensing the strong alcohol. It was masked by the sweet aroma and taste of fruit in the ale, but her tongue was sensitive enough to pick up on the bitterness. She coughed a few times, sputtering some of the drink on the table. Clearly not a big drinker. Take it slow, child, Heracles' voice made her straighten up. The taste made her forget momentarily that she was in the room with a god. She bowed repeatedly, apologizing for wasting the drink, but Heracles waved her off, saying it was okay. After a few moments, Heracles could see that Froke was becoming more comfortable. He reckoned it was now okay to start. Child, are you aware that August wants to challenge Apollo Familia to a war game? And the reason is to earn your freedom. Froke's hand stopped. She was about to take another sip when Heracles dropped the news. Come again? She thought he was just hearing it, asking the god to repeat what he said. August wishes to challenge Apollo Familia in a war game, all because of you. Heracles repeated, leaning on the table as he stared sternly at Froke. Her eyes widened, staring down at the floor, processing the new information. I take it that it's news to you as well. Froke nodded, fiddling with her fingers. How do you feel about learning this, child? I'm sorry, Froke muttered, afraid of what's to come. She was thinking that Heracles would probably kick her out of his house. I didn't know, I'm sorry. She was shaking, fearful that the god might turn his back on her, all because she had brought danger into his familia. Fearful that she'd return back to the clutches of Apollo, back to the hell she had lived in for years. She's broken. What did Apollo do to her? Heracles looked at Froke with pity. He could see how terrified the girl was. Child, I will not be asking for the details on what happened. That is for you to decide if you are willing to tell. But I do have a question for you. Do you yearn for your freedom? He asked, making Froke halt. Her shaking stopped as she heard those words. Yes, Froke spoke quietly, her voice sounding like a whisper in the wind. Answer me louder, child. Do you yearn for your freedom? Heracles spoke more firmly, making Froke look at his direction. She saw the serious exterior of the god, even with the rough and growling look on his face. There was kindness in his eyes. Froke felt a lump in her throat. It felt suffocating. She wanted to scream yes, but something deep inside was stopping her. It was her fear. Deep down, she was still afraid of Apollo. Heracles noticed the hesitation behind Froke's visage. He stood up and slammed his palm on the table. Speak what's in your heart? Do you yearn freedom? Heracles' voice boomed inside the room. Froke could feel her heart beating faster and faster. She could hear it even, and with all her might, she shouted. Yes. She stood up from her seat, looking directly at Heracles' eyes with fire in hers. Yes, I want to be free from that monster. I want to live in my life for myself. I want to be selfish. I feel happy that Auguste wants to challenge him for my freedom. I yearn to be free. She panted, tears flooding her eyes, her heart beating out of her chest, her throat hoarse from screaming. Heracles looked at Froke stoically. He could see the fire burning in her eyes, her desire to be freed from her prison that is Apollo. He smiled and nodded. Well said, child. He approved of it. He wanted to see if it was worth fighting for this child, and suffice to say, there was still fire deep inside her heart. If she had backed down, he would have turned down Auguste's request no matter what. Froke, on the other hand, was shocked by her outburst. She didn't mean to scream in front of a god. This made her a bit nervous, making her look at the ground again. Raise your head up, child. From this day moving forward, I, Heracles, god of strength and heroes, declare you to be free from your shackle from the oppressive god. His voice was firm, making Froke stare in awe at the god. She realized just how far of a cry Apollo was compared to Heracles. So this is a god? Froke thought to herself, staring gratefully towards Heracles, her eyes watering as tears filled up quickly. Heracles himself had now declared her to be free. She bawled her eyes out, thanking the god with everything she had. Heracles looked at the door to his office. He smirked and spoke. "I never taught you how to eavesdrop, August, you as well, Denki." He then heard a rumbling sound at the other side of the door, making him chuckle. "You lots can come in now." The door opened, and in entered August, who was smiling from ear to ear, walking nonchalant, and Denki, who scratched his head awkwardly, ashamed that he was caught eavesdropping. Froke quickly wiped the tears off, ashamed to show herself crying to her two friends. August gave her a thumbs up while Denki waved at her. She didn't know they were listening in. If she did, she would never have screamed like that. That was humiliating, she thought, while roughly wiping the tears and evidence of her crying. "August, Denki, call the others, arrange for a meeting." Heracles smiled sinisterly towards August, mirroring his child's patented one. "We'll be declaring war on Apollo Familia." Chapter 137, Meeting, United, Apollo Strikes First. The adventurers of Heracles' Familia gathered in the conference room inside Heracles' manor. To be honest, it was probably the first time they ever entered that room, as Heracles was more of a do-what-you-like, but make sure it isn't stupid kind of god in the way he ran his Familia. For them, it was kind of nerve-wracking. Never had Heracles called every one of them for a talk. They sat at a long, oval-shaped table, waiting for their god, as well as their captain, August. It was Denki who had gathered them here, saying that their god had something important for them to discuss. Jagu tapped his finger on the table, probably the most nervous of the bunch. He was a bit scared of what's to come, afraid of August because of his unpredictability. What if he wants us to fight a Rex by ourselves? He wouldn't do that, would he? He thought to himself. "Oi, Jagu, will you stop that annoying tapping?" Thorn annoyingly scrunched up his face. "Why the hell are you so nervous, dude?" "Well, you see, the captain can be a bit extreme. What if the welcoming wasn't the only tradition in this Familia?" Jagu leaned on the table, whispering suspensefully, getting everyone's attention. "What if the captain wants us to solo fight a Rex?" Thud! Helga slapped Jagu on the back of his head, making the lanky adventurer wince in pain. "Don't be an idiot. There's no way August would do that," Helga scolded him. She then turned to Denki, her eyes questioning. "He wouldn't do that, right?" Before Denki could answer, the door opened with Heracles and August coming inside, along with Froke, which the rest found odd. She was not a member of this Familia, and from what Denki had told them, this meeting is of utmost importance. They couldn't see why an outsider is with them right now. Heracles looked around with a serious expression on his face, nodding as he walked towards the head of the table. "I see everyone is here now. Good, I have no patience for tardiness. It shows disrespect." Everyone stood up from their seats to greet the god, straightening their backs as they waited for Heracles to reach his spot. August followed behind him, while Froke walked nervously along the two. Heracles arrived at the head, his eyes roamed the room, and with a satisfied nod, he sat at the head of the table. August took his seat next to Heracles, in front of Denki, while Froke stayed standing behind August. "Sit," Heracles' voice was filled with authority. There was a tense silence inside the room, making them aware that the topic of today might be more serious than they thought. The others took their seats and waited patiently for their god to start. "I'm sure you are all wondering why I called every one of you here today," Heracles began, his voice booming, breaking the silence. "I'll go straight to the point then. I'll be challenging the Apollo Familia in a war game." Everyone, except August, Denki, and Froke, widened their eyes, shock apparent on their faces. The Apollo Familia is one of the largest familias in the city, and their god is one of the most influential gods here as well. "Isn't that a little too sudden?" Helga leaned on the table, looking at Heracles and asking. She couldn't help but raise her voice at the sudden news. She was a veteran and knew how challenging a war game is. "She's right," Bors chimed in. "Apollo Familia is way too large for us to challenge. They have over 100 members while we only number at 12. And I don't see why we should challenge them," Nadia also joined in. "We have no interaction with those lots, and I can't see any reason for us engaging with them, especially in something so extreme that it would lead to you, Lord, challenging them to a war game." The others nodded. As far as they knew, Apollo Familia wasn't even on their radar. they had no qualms with them, no interaction, no anything. So, for them, Heracles saying that he'll be challenging them was way too sudden. To be honest, August's voice made the others quiet down. He grabbed their attention as his eyes scanned the room. I was the one who urged Lord Heracles to challenge the Apollo Familia. August's bloodlust leaked inside the room, making the others gulp. Denki closed his eyes and clenched his fist under the table. He understood what August was feeling, as he was feeling it too. And to be honest, it's rather selfish. August looked at Denki and then at Frok, and personal. Not just for him, Denki released his intent. Rage was palpable in his aura as he grabbed the attention of the others. It is personal for me as well. With all due respect, August, challenging another familia in a war game should be more thought out, and should not be because of personal reasons, Helga voiced out her opinion. Some of the members agreed with her, nodding their heads at Helga's words. The captain of this familia, and you should know that challenging such a large familia like Apollo's puts everyone's life here at risk. All for personal biases. I'm sorry, Captain, but I'm with Helga on this one as well. I don't even know why we're fighting them, aside from the fact that it's personal for you and Denki. Thorn sighed and shook his head. He too couldn't fathom why August wanted to challenge the Apollo Familia. Heracles was being quiet as all of this was happening. He had his hands folded as he eyed August. What will you do now? He thought to himself. This is also a test for you and your quality as a leader, August. He wanted to see if August could rally the familia under his cause, to see if August has that quality in him. In his mind, he can't just hand August a silver platter every time. Though he would still keep his promise to help Frok, he would still be disappointed if August can't pull it off by himself. August took a deep breath, staring at his side, seeing Frok looking down at the floor, looking guilty about all of this. For her, this was all her fault. August wouldn't have to challenge Apollo Familia if it wasn't for her. Seeing this, August resolved himself. He glanced at everyone on the table. August's tone softened, a glimpse of humility beneath his words. I know it sounds brash, suggesting we challenge Apollo Familia, but there's more to this than meets the eye. The reason this is personal for me is that it involves this girl right here. He pointed to Frok, who was shocked by the sudden attention everyone was giving her. I'm sure you all know Frok by now, and are wondering why she's here even though she isn't a member of our familia. Truth be told, she's a member of Apollo's, and she's the reason why I wanted to issue the challenge. Everyone had a different reaction to August's revelation on why he wanted to challenge the Apollo Familia. She's an important friend to me and Denki, and she had suffered under the rule of that asshole. He grunted the words, anger filling his body as he remembered what the god did to his friend. And I can't sit idly by knowing that I could do something to stop it. So yes, it is personal. Yes, it is selfish, but I will challenge Apollo Familia either way, with or without you. But I would appreciate it if you guys could join me in this fight as well. August stared at everyone in the room, trying to gauge their reaction. There's a tense atmosphere inside the room. Seeing this, Heracles tried his best to hold in his sigh. Still too green, he thought to himself. The reaction of everyone was all too plain to see for the god. He knew that August's speech had the opposite effect, especially after what he said near the end. Captain, I'm sorry. Lysander was the first one to speak. He looked at August apologetically and sighed. This fight, no matter how I look at it, is your fight and not that of Heracles' Familia as a whole. As sad as Frok being tormented by the god Apollo is, it doesn't change the fact that she isn't a member of the Familia. Denki opened his mouth to speak, but Lysander cut him off before he could even start. Denki, do you remember when I first joined this Familia? I just got out of being a gladiator. All I knew in my life is violence and killing. No Familia in Orario wanted me, not with my history. He then looked at Denki and smiled. No one but Heracles' Familia. I fight for the good of the Familia, and the Familia alone. I'm sorry, but Miss Frok isn't a member of this Familia. Denki looked down. He understands where Lysander is coming from. He really does, but to see one of his friends not fighting with him and August really pained him. I want to fight. Keyes stood up. He looked at August and Denki with determination. Miss Frok is important to the captain and the vice captain, and she needs our help. I can't see any reason why we can't do it. And besides, with the captain around, what can Apollo Familia really do? Caddy also nodded along with Keys. She had grown close to Froke, especially since she had become her roommate in the 2 days that Froke stayed within the walls of Heracles' Familia. I too am willing to help Froke. Murmurs of agreement and disagreement quickly rose inside the room, the 12 members of Heracles' Familia all with varying opinions on the subject at hand. Some of them agree, while others don't. Soon, it became a tense screaming match, with opinions thrown out by everyone involved. "They have us outnumbered," screamed Helga. "We have Cap'n, they don't have anyone close to him." Thorn stood up from his seat to make his point across. "They could hire someone to fight for them, or did you forget they have more resources than ours?" Ira also stood up, pointing out that Apollo Familia is richer than them. "Let them come, I'll take them all." The room had become so noisy that the words had jumbled together, watching all of his children getting at each other's faces. A vein popped in Heracles' forehead. He was starting to get irritated by their asinine conversation. What irritated him more is August. Instead of reeling them in like a true leader and captain, decided to join in the debate. This had gone on long enough. Heracles stood from his seat, raising his fist, planning to slam it on the table to silence them. But before he can, a piercing scream grabbed everyone's attention in the room. "Stop," it was Froke, tears filling up her eyes. She pleaded for them to stop. "Please, just stop." She looked at everyone with determination and steeled herself. She turned around and slowly removed her long-sleeved shirt, revealing her back for everyone to see. Gasps could be heard inside the room. Froke's back was full of scars, from her neck down to her waist, littered by wounds and gashes that made everyone quiet down. Even Heracles couldn't believe what he was seeing. His mind jumped to August, remembering their talk in his office, his anger, his bloodlust. Now he understood why his child wanted to kill Apollo so badly. Helga bit her lips. She too was filled with scars, but the difference is, she got hers within the fields of battle, and she knew the difference between scars resulting from wounds received in a fight and those that were from abuse. Caddy held her mouth. She was Froke's roommate for the 2 days she stayed at Heracles' Manor, but she failed to notice the wounds on Froke's back. All because the girl always changed and bathed away from everyone, and she thought that she was just shy. Now she knows the reason why. Lysander knew those wounds well. He had received countless of those from his time as a gladiator. She's been whipped, not only that. He looked at her neck and found choke marks. At her shoulders, he found bruises. Memories of the times he was beaten by his owner filled his head, making him see red. Keys shook, he paled and started sweating. August's words about how Froke was being tormented by Apollo returned to his head. How could a god do this? To his own child no less. His innocent mind filled with dark thoughts on what Apollo did to Froke. He now realized just what August meant about tormenting. No, this isn't just bullying, this is torture. He gulped and touched his neck uncomfortably as his eyes were drawn to Froke's. Thorn just stared unmoving, not knowing what to do. He couldn't fathom what Froke had been through. "Damn," he said absent-mindedly. Ira and Nadia closed their eyes, not wanting to see any longer. They shuddered as they could only imagine what she could have felt during the time she received those scars. Oswald looked at the ground and bit his lips. He couldn't imagine himself surviving what Froke had survived. He was filled with apprehension towards Apollo. Bors took a deep breath. He had lived long enough to know that not everyone could live a normal life, that people suffer. But to know all of that and to see someone who actually suffered are two different things. "Poor lass," he muttered, shaking his head in contempt. Jagu wanted to curse, but he couldn't. He had his mouth agape, his eyes tracing the back of Froke. He gulped, trying to wet the dryness in his throat. August closed his eyes, his anger bubbling inside his body. He clenched his fist, trying to hold his mana back from bursting out in anger. He knew of Froke's story, how she got those scars. He saw glimpses of it when he rescued him from Apollo. But he didn't think it would be this severe. Flickers of red lightning started to spark all over his clenched fist. He was trying, oh, he really is. But his anger was starting to get the better of him. "Control yourself, August." A voice echoed inside his head. Beowulf growled as he tried to snap August out of his anger. August took a deep breath, the sparks of lightning slowly subsiding as he reeled his mana in. Denki, meanwhile, was fuming. He remembered his talk with Froke on floor 18th, remembered every word he said. How he wanted to punch himself, now though, he wanted nothing more than to decapitate the asshole who did this to his friend. His killing intent threatening to flood the room. A hand then stopped him. He looked at August, who held him by his shoulder. "You will have your chance," August mouthed. Denki nodded and breathed deeply, trying to control the anger that was rising up inside him. Froke gulped and took a deep breath. I was being raped and tortured by that monster for years," she started as she pulled her shirt back down, covering her wounds, her voice grabbing everyone's attention. "I was told I was trash, useless, and to be honest, I envy every one of you who is in this room." She took a deep breath and turned to face everyone. Her gaze determined, she clenched her fist and continued. "I envy all of you for having a better life than mine. I know it is unjust, I know it isn't fair for me to feel that way." Her voice and gaze made some of them look down on the ground, while the others clenched their fists. "All my life, I had always been the victim. There's always something that is taken from me, and Apollo had taken my freedom, my life away. I envy you all for having yours in your hands, while mine is taken from me by a vile monster. But this time, I want to be selfish. I want to take back what's mine." She wiped the tears that were attempting to fall and shook her head. She then looked at everyone in the eyes. "I want to be free," she bowed and slowly kneeled to the ground. "Please, help me be free. Help me take my life back away from that monster." "Well, guys," August's voice was cold. He stared at everyone, and they could feel the anger their captain has. They too were feeling that anger bubbling in them. "Now you know why it's personal." Lysander stared at August, he gritted his teeth and nodded. He then walked towards Froke, kneeling down to her figure. He watched the groveling figure of the hybrid with anger. He too was a victim of abuse by a god. While circumstances might be different, the pain and suffering are still the same. "Froke, I have earned my freedom from a tyrant. Now I offer you my sword to help free you from yours." The others, fueled by newfound determination, joined in solidarity. The initial discord within the room transformed into a collective purpose: to liberate Froke from the clutches of her tormentor. Froke looked up, seeing everyone looking at her determined to free her. She couldn't help but smile gratefully towards them. As the room found a common ground, August's gaze shifted to Froke, still kneeling on the ground. "Thank you," she whispered, expressing her gratitude. The heartfelt moment lingered, acknowledging the strength it took for Froke to share her painful truth. Heracles, observing the dynamics, saw a glimpse of the potential he sought in August's leadership. The familial bond, forged in the crucible of adversity, was emerging stronger than before. This war game was not just a clash of swords. It was a battle for redemption, justice, and the reclamation of a stolen life. Still too green, though, but that will do. He smirked and nodded as he watched his familia united under one purpose. As that was happening, the door suddenly opened forcefully. Hestia barged inside the room, shocking everyone. She was sweating and pale, panic apparent on her face. Her eyes looked for Heracles and saw the god staring right at her. "What the hell?" Heracles started to ask, but Hestia cut him off with a panicked voice. "Belle, help me please," she shouted, pleading towards Heracles for help. "He's badly wounded. I don't know what to do." The adventurers of Heracles' familia, as well as their god, all had a shocked look on their face at Hestia's revelation. They followed the goddess and rushed to the living room and saw Belle, bloodied and beaten, along with Welf, who was also injured. Lily was the only one who seemed fine out of the three of them. She was the one who carried the two back to Heracles' manor. Denki and Keys rushed beside Belle's side and winced as they saw the injuries he had sustained. There was a deep stab wound at his abdomen, and his right hand was bent on the wrong side, clearly broken in two. "Who did this?" Denki spoke in anger, his face scrunched up as he glared at Lily, asking for answers. Lily couldn't speak. The bloodlust Denki released made her unable to even breathe. She was shaking from fear because of the young samurai. "Answer me," Denki screamed at Lily, making the Palom yelp in shock. "Denki?" August glared at his vice-captain and friend. "Control yourself, you won't get your answer if you're scaring her." Denki blinked a couple of times and looked at the terrified Lily. He clicked his tongue as he realized his mistake. "Sorry." He took a deep breath, trying to stabilize his emotions. He then asked calmly, "What happened?" We were out drinking after a successful dive. Welf suggested a pub that sells good food and booze at an affordable price, so we went there instead of the hostess. Lily started to recount what happened, how some jealous adventurers started to taunt Belle, how they got into a fight, and how one of them intervened and did this to Belle without any remorse, smiling as he broke his hand and stabbed him with his knife. He then said, "Trash should stick together," and left. Froke widened her eyes. She knew who spoke like that. Her eyes then moved towards August and Denki, who by the looks of things are fuming with anger, as well as they realized who it was who did this to Belle. "Who was it?" Keyes asked, not taking his eyes off his friend and the one who he considered as his rival. Lily gulped and answered, stuttering as she did. "T, the captain of Apollo Familia, Hyacinthos. At the Apollo mansion. 2 individuals are currently sitting inside the office of Apollo inside his mansion, one of them being the owner of the house, while the other is a female god who rules the red light district of Orario. So my suspicion was indeed true. You really are a member of Evolus, Ishtar." Apollo swirls a glass of red wine as he smirked at the female god. "And color me surprised when I received the word that you of all gods decided to join our cause." Ishtar chuckled as she took a sip of wine. "Last time I heard, you hated us more than anything." She raised an eyebrow at Apollo, questioning his intention of joining Evolus. "Evolus is just a means to an end. Don't you worry, though, I won't be ratting you out. I'm a man of honor after all. After this whole ordeal is done, I'll be leaving your organization." Apollo shrugged, revealing his plans to leave after taking care of August and Heracles' Familia. "Idiot, Apate wouldn't allow that. He can't even see that she's just using him." Ishtar wanted to laugh at how idiotic Apollo was. Well, she can't blame him for falling for Apate's tricks. Whatever you say. She smirked at him as well. "Are you sure it was wise, provoking Heracles by targeting Hestia?" Ishtar's seductive voice asked after she took another sip of her wine. "He can be really protective of her. Remember what he did to Heimdall when he insulted Hestia back in heaven." Apollo chuckled, which slowly turned into mad laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're afraid of that brute? He is an insult to godhood, and Hestia being friends with him is a fucking mockery of what we stand for. So she deserves what had come to her and her favorite child, and Heracles can be angry all he wants. I'm just getting started." Ishtar cringed at how crazy Apollo had become. He was now unhinged, unrecognizable from the god he once was. That mortal really did a number on him. She thought to herself. "Just wait, after I'm done with them, they'll wish they never crossed paths with me. And Froke, I'll make sure to take care of her once I have her back. She's mine and mine alone." Apollo was rambling to himself, a crazed look in his eyes. He had fallen into madness and he couldn't even tell. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 138, Sorry. Chapter 139, Sending a Message. Morning unfolded in Orario, yet the adventurers from the Heracles Familia still hadn't gotten a wink of sleep. Anger consumed them, rendering the thought of rest impossible. They sat in silence within the living quarters. The expressions on their faces revealed the turmoil within. The room remained dim, with the rising sun's light only piercing through the curtain slits. "Damn it," Jagu's curse echoed, his fist slamming on the table. "What are we doing? We should march to Apollo right this instant and do what?" Helga's tired eyes glared at Jagu, bags forming under her matured face. "I want nothing more than to gut those bastards, but we need to be smart about this." "Smart about it? They left Belfour dead." Jagu, veins popping, stood up, his face red with anger. "Helga's right," August sighed. Truth be told, he wasn't as affected by what happened to Belle. Having met the guy just 2 days ago, he could think logically, unlike the others who treated the young adventurer like a sibling. "As much as I hate Apollo, I have to admit he still has a brain. He's baiting us. This was a message. And knowing his temperament, this won't be the last." "So what now? We do nothing?" Oswald asked, his face wearing a frown. August shook his head. "I didn't say that. This was a message, so we send one as well." He smiled sinisterly, making the others gulp. "Something big, something that will make him think twice before pulling a stunt like this again." He looked at Heracles, his eyes communicating with the god. Heracles understood that August wanted to do something drastic, something that would mark the start of the war between the two familia. The god nodded at August, giving his approval. August smirked as he walked towards the door. Before he reached the handle, he looked back, specifically towards Keys. "Let me have your spear. I'll buy you one better later." Keys was a bit confused. He took his spear from his back and walked slowly towards August, wondering why his captain wanted to use his spear when he had a more superior one. Denki and the others watched, curious about what was going on inside their captain's mind. They stood up from their seats, eager to see what he would do. "You're not marching there alone, are you? Captain or not, don't expect that we won't be coming with you. You can't order us to stay here while you fig." Lysander stood up, grabbing his swords. He spoke with determination, but August cut him off with a chuckle. "Nah, I'm just gonna go outside. Y'all can come if you like, I'll just be at the front." August shrugged. He then received Keys's spear, the cold metal feeling light in his hand, too light, but it would do for what he was planning. He walked out while stretching his back, the morning light hitting his face, providing warmth. The others followed suit, curious about what August would be doing. He walked to the middle of the front yard, continuing to stretch his body, making himself loose. Suddenly, everyone felt the air shifting around August, his mana humming alive as he willed it to move inside his body. Denki walked forward, stopping a few steps away from August. "What are you doing?" He asked the question the others were dying to ask as well. "Like I said," August looked back at Denki. He then smiled sinisterly as his mana boomed and expanded, covering the entirety of Orario with his mana dome. He looked forward, straight towards the direction of Apollo's mansion. "I'll be sending a message back." He gripped the spear, cracking the metal with his strength. He raised it at the side of his head using his right hand, and with his left, he pointed upward, aiming straight towards Apollo's mansion. Red lightning started to coil around Keys's spear, the mana melting some parts of it as it couldn't handle the amount August was releasing inside it. The others widened their eyes, now understanding what August meant by sending a message. Heracles folded his hand. "August," he called, the young adventurer turning his head towards him. He then smiled, mirroring that of August. "Don't miss." "Oh, I won't." August chuckled, understanding what his god implied. He wouldn't be hitting someone with his spear, but it would be enough to send a message. August loaded his mana into the spear, lightning crackling as he set his sight on Apollo's mansion. He smiled as he took a running start, and with a sudden stop, the ground beneath his feet cracked as he took to the air, jumping high. With a grunt, August threw the spear straight up in the air. It flew, a trail of red lightning following its trajectory, heading straight to Apollo's mansion. Apollo Mansion. Apollo was having a good day. He had woken up on the right side of the bed, had a wonderful breakfast in front of him, and last night, his plan for revenge had gone off without a hitch. Suffice to say, the god was feeling good. He sat at the head of the table, licking his lips at the luxurious food placed before him. Hyacinthos stood beside him, standing smugly. He felt unstoppable, especially after taking the orb-like medicine Apollo gave him. His strength now felt immaculate, like that of 100 people. Bell, the little rookie, was like a fly when he destroyed him last night, and now his sight was set on August. He couldn't wait for Apollo to make the next move. Apollo looked at Hyacinthos and smirked. "Good job last night, though you should have done a bit more damage to really send the message in." The god sipped on his morning coffee as he smugly talked to his captain. "I don't want to kill the boy. You did mention that you desire to have him be a member of our familia as well after all." Hyacinthos smiled deeper. "And I don't want you to have damaged goods, Lord." "Ha ha ha, oh Hyacinthos, expect a good reward when everything is over." Apollo laughed heartily as he continued with his breakfast. "How are you accumulating with your new strength? Any side effects?" Hyacinthos clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. The power of a demi-spirit which made his level skyrocket to that of a level 6. That, of course, is a secret for everyone, even the other members of the Familia. Apollo didn't want the gods of Orario to know of Hyacinthos right now. The less they knew, the less they became suspicious of how he got such power. Especially since his power came from the amalgamation of Erebus experiment and Evolus, tampering with the natural order. "My lord, I feel great." Hyacinthos beamed, his smile looked crazed. "They do say power corrupts, and right now, the captain of Apollo Familia was drunk with his newfound power." Black flames, like miasma, flowed through his fingers as he played with his mana. I can't wait to, he paused as he sensed something coming. Something fast, extremely so. He moved quickly, almost teleporting in front of Apollo, and with a burst, a violent mana erupted out of his body. He raised his hands up, just in time when the walls of the mansion burst open, and a spear enveloped in red lightning traveled forth towards Apollo. The crackling of lightning echoed as debris from the broken wall crashed everywhere. Hyacinthos stood his ground. His goal was to protect Apollo. He raised his hand forward, black flames enveloping his wrist. He caught the spear midair with a grunt, the flames and the lightning trying to consume one another. With a visceral scream, he pushed the spear to the side, changing the trajectory, holding it with all his might. Hyacinthos, holding the spear, was lifted off the ground along with the weapon. He flew towards the wall as the spear embedded deep within it, with Hyacinthos snarling as he never let his grip loosen. Apollo widened his eyes. He didn't even see what happened. It was all too fast. One moment, Hyacinthos was talking to him. The next, he moved in front and was sent flying back. His eyes watered as dust got into them. The luxurious room was filled with debris and broken marble walls, the food charred from both the flames and lightning. In front of him was a large hole created by the spear, the morning sun shining inside the now open space. What the hell? Apollo stuttered in shock. He then looked back, seeing Hyacinthos bleeding on his forehead. His hand was burned and blackened, but it was starting to heal, no doubt from the orb he received from Evolus. Hyacinthos snarled. He couldn't believe that he was thrown like that. His eyes moved to the spear, seeing it almost crumbling, cracks littering the metal. He pulled it out of the wall, his wound slowly closing. What the hell was that? Is that a spear? Apollo wiped the dirt clinging to his face. He looked at the now open wall, and anger started to form on his face as he put two and two together. Red lightning, spear, gay bulg, his voice filled with venom. His face morphing into an ugly scowl. Hyacinthos stared at the spear in his hand, slowly crumbling to dust. He too realized just who threw the spear. A smile slowly rising on his face, he couldn't wait to tear August limb from limb. Lord, it seems that the gay bulg have sent a message of their own. The ugly scowl on Apollo's face slowly relaxed. So they got my message, huh? Good. Now we wait. With the way things are going, a war game will be inevitable between our two familias. A crazed smile then formed on his face. And then we will crush them once and for all. We will kill that fucking mortal and get rid of the butcher with one fell swoop. The two looked at each other. By now, all the wounds Hyacinthos received when he caught the spear had healed. They laughed with crazed eyes. August tilted his head to the side. His monodome had picked up what happened when he threw his spear. He did not expect for Hyacinthos to change the trajectory, much less catch it. Aside from anger, another emotion filled August's heart. Interesting. He smiled viciously. He never planned to hit Apollo to start with. That throw was meant to only graze the god. But now, with Hyacinthos' action, August's battle maniac tendency was starting to surface. August turned only to see the others from Heracles' Familia all looking at him with jaws dropped on the ground. They didn't expect their captain to just send a powerful projectile to Apollo Familia. That was essentially a declaration of war, and sure they want to challenge them in a war game, but that was just way too aggressive. What? August asked confused. I did say I'll send them a message, and there it was, message sent. The others just nodded, while Heracles had a huge smirk on his face. You didn't miss, did you? August's smile deepened. No, as a matter of fact, I think I hit a bullseye. He then walked towards the house, the others making a way for him to pass. He stopped in front of Keys and ruffled his hair. Come on, let's get you a new spear. I did promise to get you one much better than that, he said while his thumb pointed at his back to the direction of Apollo Familia. Okay, Keys just nodded, as he followed August, now more in awe. His admiration for his captain had grown even more, especially after that display. Chapter 140, Rumors Denatus. Words of what happened earlier that morning quickly spread throughout Orario. August wasn't really subtle when he sent his messages, especially when multiple people saw a spear crackling with red lightning flying through the skies heading for Apollo's mansion. Not only that, within Orario, there's only a handful of adventurers who had a penchant for using lightning, and every one of them are mages, except one. And everyone in Orario knew who that person is. Not long after, rumors and speculation quickly developed, as no matter what world, gossips and exaggerated news would always be present. Some say that August attacked Apollo Familia because of what happened yesterday night, where the little rookie was beaten close to death by Hyacinthos, while others say that it was because of a woman. They say that they saw August 3 nights ago marching towards Apollo's and leaving with a small werewolf girl in tow. There were some who even say that August was just testing his strength outside their manor, and that his hand slipped letting go of the spear that flew all the way to Apollo Familia. Clearly, those who think this way are labeled as idiots by the others. But no matter the rumors, everyone knew that this would lead to a larger conflict, one that would inevitably lead to a war games between the two familia. Due to the suddenness of August's attack at Apollo, the gods quickly call upon a meeting, an emergency DANMACHI to discuss and to question Heracles on why his protege did what he did. The gods of Orario, of course, have rumors of their own, and one that was agreed upon by most gods, especially those who are scared of Heracles, is that the god of strength and heroes, or the butcher of their kind, was the one who gave the orders to August. Freya, who was reading such a letter from Hanuman, couldn't help but chuckle at how idiotic those rumors were. Fools, all of them. She tore the letter that also wants her to join forces to try and take Heracles down and threw it on the floor. She then took the glass of wine from her side and took a graceful sip of it. Makes me wonder if those idiots ever use their brains, or if they ever have one to begin with. Freya smiled as she seemingly talked to herself, enjoying the view on top of Babel. And Apollo, touching someone who clearly belongs to me, the biggest idiot of them all. Too bad though, Gay Bulg beat me to the punch. Either way, his days are numbered. Don't you think so, Otter? Yes, goddess. Otter seemingly appeared out of nowhere. He walked forward, the light shining on his huge body, revealing him. Though something isn't right here. Apollo should have known that he's grossly underpowered, especially with Kaiser in the picture. Freya chuckled, her seductive voice echoing inside the large room. Knowing Apollo, he'll have something up his sleeves. An idiot he may be, he is still smart enough to know when to back down, especially if he finds that he is in an unfavorable position. Freya stood up from her throne, walking towards the open wall that has a clear view of Orario down below. He wouldn't have engaged with Heracles if he doesn't. I would be more surprised if he did. Otter followed closely behind his goddess, staring at the horizon, his mind thinking of what possibly could Apollo have to make him this brave. Perhaps an alliance with the other gods. Perhaps, though I doubt it. She turned around and walked towards the door, her steps oozing with her seductive charm. Either way, all will be known after this DANMACHI. All I know is things are becoming interesting. She exited her throne room with an amused smile on her face. Heracles made his way towards Babel. Along with him was Hestia. A summon was sent to the manor, specifically at Heracles, detailing how Hades and Uranus himself are calling an emergency DANMACHI. Though Uranus couldn't leave the room of prayers, Fels, his child and trusted advisor, would be attending the meeting on his behalf. This was rather unprecedented since a mortal would be present in the meeting, yet due to the sudden events, his presence would be taken as Uranus' presence itself. Hestia was walking beside Heracles. The usually bubbly and talkative goddess was quiet, and the god of strength could see a foreign emotion in the goddess' eyes, something he hasn't seen in his friend Anger. And her anger was understandable. Her sole child Belle was after all beaten half to death, left with a broken arm and a stab wound deep enough to be lethal without the aid of potions. Even now, Belle was still unconscious. Hestia Heracles opened his mouth to talk, but the petite goddess cut him off. "I'm fine, let's just get this over with." She spoke coldly, her tone oozing with silent fury. Heracles gave Hestia a look. He could see her clenching her fist as her steps were hurried and tense. I just hope she won't make a scene later. He held back a sigh as he continued to move forward. "Oi, Heracles," a playful voice called out. Heracles turned and saw Buddha walking towards them nonchalantly. "Oh, Hestia, I didn't see." Buddha paused as he sensed the anger oozing out of Hestia. A frown quickly formed on his face. Hestia ignored him and walked past the stunned god. Buddha had never seen Hestia carrying that expression ever since he knew her. He quickly looked at Heracles, his eyes questioning what happened. Apollo, Heracles answered as he patted Buddha on the shoulder, urging him to just keep on walking. So I take that's the reason why your resident Thay Kuplo user sent that good morning spear earlier today. Buddha followed beside Heracles. The weasel finally crossed the line, huh? Heracles nodded. He didn't just cross it, he leaped over it. That bad, huh? He then looked at Heracles seriously. Be careful, you and I are walking through a very fine line. The two of us have a huge target on our back due to who our children are. I just hope you won't do something stupid. Knowing your temperament, I reckon you already are planning something inside that head of yours. You don't have to remind me, Heracles sighed. This is why I hate politics. You and me both, brother. As the two of them climbed up the stairs of Babel, Buddha saw a familiar figure also climbing at their front. Thor, he called, raising his hand up for the god of thunder to see. Thor looked back and frowned as he saw Buddha and Heracles. He clicked his tongue and turned back around, resuming his climb, ignoring the two. Buddha wanted to chase after him, but Heracles held him by his shoulder. He then shook his head. Let it go, he said with a downcast tone. Buddha clicked his tongue. For the past 3.5 months, he had been using his time to try and connect with Thor again and again, trying hard to reconcile their bond. But the god of thunder always downright ignored Buddha, looking at him with hate and disgust. Buddha knew the reason behind Thor's hatred. Hell, he knew it would happen the moment he decided to put Arthur into his familia, but Buddha reckoned that he could fix their relationship if he could just talk with Thor. Suffice to say, he couldn't even get a chance to do so, as Thor's hatred for Excalibur blinded him with rage, and Arthur being the wielder of the weapon, a target for him to kill. The three of us are brothers, I just can't let it go. Buddha answered, clearly still determined to fix the relationship they once had. That we are, but you know how Thor gets. Excalibur being the Thay Kuplo that took everything away from him, the very same weapon that your child is wielding. His anger is understandable. No, it isn't. Arthur isn't the one who killed his family. Though the weapon is the same, the wielder isn't. Why can't he put that through that thick skull of his? Buddha said with frustration. Heracles sighed, adding more strength to his hold on Buddha's shoulder. Gods are vengeful creatures. The two of us were mortal once, and with our experience, we knew that revenge isn't all that is made up to be. The two of us can see that although Arthur wields the same weapon, he isn't the man who killed his family, but Thor can only see the sword, and for him, that's enough to have Arthur in his path for vengeance. That's just stupid. Buddha scowled. For him who ascended to godhood due to enlightenment, the thought of revenge was something stupid and pointless. He clicked his tongue in frustration. That it is, Heracles agreed, his mind quickly coming back to August. The path of vengeance, huh? He thought. He could clearly see August in Thor's visage. The two of them having revenge as a clear motivator in their actions, August will not fall on that path. He clenched his fist in determination. A few moments later, Heracles, Hestia, and Buddha arrived at the large double doors that led to the meeting room inside the Tower of Babel. Hestia, not wanting to waste any more time, opened the door and marched inside, where the grumbles and murmurs quickly died down as all the gods turned to see the trio moving inside. Looks of anger, fear, and amusement were sent towards Heracles. Every god had by now learned of what happened earlier that morning. The god of strength did not care about their gazes, though. He moved with confidence, heading towards his seat, with Hestia and Buddha moving along as him as well. Well, would you look at that? The butcher has graced us with his presence. You could probably guess who said it. Heracles turned to Apollo, who had a mocking smile on his face. How shameless, showing your face here after the stunt your child did this morning. Heracles smirked at Apollo. He sat down and lazily rested his head on his hand. Apollo, I see that you already washed the stains out of your pants. His smirk widened as he saw a twitch in Apollo's face. I must thank you, though. August did say that you were a fine host in his visit. Apollo's smile faltered, as the memories of August's late-night visit quickly flashed back inside his mind. The humiliation, the blow to his ego and pride, bubbled toward the surface as his face became red and veins popped on his head. For the others, this was news. The mention of August visiting Apollo was something they didn't know, and judging by the look on Apollo's face, that interaction wasn't good for him. "You fucking monk." The door opened forcefully, stopping Apollo from biting back. All heads turned towards Hades, who just entered the room, commanding respect at his every step. Besides him was Fels, our Uranus representative in today's DANMACHI. Hades glared at Apollo, shutting him up. He then turned to Heracles and scowled. He moved towards his seat and sat, leaning forward on the table and resting his head on his 2 hands. His eyes roamed inside the room, looking at everyone, and with an authoritative tone, he opened his mouth to talk. "What are we waiting for? Let's begin." Chapter 141, Benefits of Hindsight. At the Heracles Manor. The members of the Heracles Familia all had a nervous look on their faces. At the moment, their god, Heracles, is at the Tower of Babel and would be declaring war games on the Apollo Familia at the DANMACHI that was being held. They have full trust that their god would be able to pull it off, but there's a lingering fear that the others might take this opportunity to gang up on them. Like Heracles said, he isn't a well-liked god. Hell, most of the deity hates him if he was being honest. They were planning their move for the upcoming war games, and the atmosphere is tense. It has been close to 2 hours since Heracles left for Babel. Standard DANMACHI usually lasts within the hour. August has left everything to Denki and Helga. The 2 of them are more well-versed in the strengths and weaknesses of the other members, and Denki has been handling the others for quite some time now. And August is a more on-the-spot type of fighter and strategist, and his primary tactic is attack. But in a confrontation as large as a war games, that tactic isn't really that dependable. "So, do we all agree?" Denki stared at everyone, their faces serious as they stared at the paper Denki had set up on the ground. "I will be the one fighting Hyacinthos, while Helga would be leading the assault on the other members of Apollo Familia. The captain would play the role of support. He is stronger and faster than everyone, so he can be at multiple places at once, supporting those who need it." Jagu shrugged as he stared at the plans Denki had set up. "I mean, it's fine and dandy and all, but is this really necessary? I mean, we could just drop the captain in those lots and call it a day, right?" Helga slapped the back of Jagu's head as she growled at the poor man. "And what makes you think that we'll only be fighting Apollo Familia? What if he made an alliance with the other gods? Gods who have level 5 in their ranks? What then?" Jagu scratched the back of his head, muttering something about always getting bullied. "She's right. It's safe to assume that we won't be getting any allies in this fight, and Apollo would get plenty, so I made the adjustment of the safest route we can take. And the captain's strength would be a major key if we want to win this." Denki nods. He had racked his brains on how to win the war games with no casualties on their side, and doing this is their best option. Especially since they didn't have a clue on how many gods would support Apollo in the war games. "I get that, but why only you? Isn't it safer to have another one with you when you fight Hyacinthos?" Nadia asked while looking at Denki. The young samurai clenched his fist as his eyes momentarily moved towards Frok. He then answered, his voice cold and dangerous. "It's personal." Helga closed her eyes. She had never seen Denki this angry before. She clapped her hands one time, gaining everyone's attention. "This is the best plan we can come up with. It's a solid plan. Stick to your roles, and we should win this without any complications." The others nodded in agreement. If both Helga and Denki agree on this plan, then it was the right move to execute it. Helga then turned towards Denki, seeing the young samurai nodding at her. She then sighed. She knows Denki was being selfish in his desire to fight Hyacinthos alone, but now that she knows the full story, she doesn't have a say in the young samurai's plan for revenge. "I just hope he wouldn't bite more than what he can chew." Helga massaged the bridge of her nose as they finalized the plan. Meanwhile, August was meditating on the side. His thoughts are stuck on what happened earlier in the morning. His mind flashed back on how Hyacinthos caught his spear, and the last time he checked, he was level 3. It should have been virtually impossible for him to sense the attack coming, much less catch it to a degree. Did Apollo really do it? He murmured silently to himself, as his mind theorized how Hyacinthos was able to gain that much strength in a very little time. And as much as he wants to think that Apollo wouldn't stoop so low, all proof indicates that he did something incredibly stupid and dangerous. That black flame, it has miasma-like properties, much like that of the abomination. He couldn't see well due to the distance, but his mana sense was able to perceive something sinister coming from the captain of Apollo Familia. His eyes opened and moved towards Denki, who was talking with Helga and Bors, finalizing their plan. He made a promise to the young samurai, and he is known to not go back on his word. Denki was the one he first told of his plans, and the young samurai agreed on the spot, but not before asking him a favor. He wants to Hyacinthos. At that time, August agreed, and a plan quickly formed between the two. August would support the rest of the Familia since he was a level 6. He could take multiple adventurers all throughout the battlefield while providing help to the others who are outnumbered. While Denki would fight Hyacinthos, who is on par with him in level. At least that was before the events of the morning happened. He didn't tell anyone of what transpired inside Apollo's manor. He didn't want to scare them. After all, the events of 3.5 months ago are still fresh in their minds. And if there's a possibility that they would be marching against another abomination, then they would undeniably back down. The words of Heracles' sermon played over and over his mind again. Perhaps he did rush into things. With the benefit of hindsight, it looks like that was really the case. If his suspicion was indeed true, he had just put everyone's life in danger, like Heracles had said. Fuck, he stood up and cursed, earning the eye of everyone in the room. He grabbed his spear and walked towards the door. The others quickly got up from their seats. August, please don't tell me you're gonna do something reckless yet again. Helga hurriedly grabbed her weapons. She wants to follow August, the rest of them following her lead. I just want to get some air, don't worry. August answered while looking back, smiling and feigning nonchalance. Denki, who has known August the longest here, quickly saw through his facade. He's hiding something. He thought. He walked forward and placed his hand on Helga's shoulder. I'm coming with him. I too need some fresh air. Don't worry, I'll be stopping him if he does something stupid. Denki smiled, reassuring Helga and the rest. That's fine, right, Captain? August shrugged. Sure. Truth be told, he was thankful. He wanted to talk to Denki, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Helga looked at the two, the captain and the vice-captain of the Familia. She sighed, knowing she couldn't stop the two of them from doing what they want. Be sure to return quickly. Lord Heracles might come back any moment now. Will do, Denki answered as he marched towards August, while the captain just nodded as he opened the door. The two left as the others stared at the now-closed door. Lord Heracles firmly ordered us to stay here. Why didn't you stop them? Oswald asked Helga as soon as the door closed. Helga looked at Oswald like he was stupid. Stop them? I'd like to see you try that. She sighed again. Ever since I became a member of this Familia, all I ever did was sigh. She thought to herself, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. They wouldn't do something stupid, would they? Catty asked, fiddling with her fingers. Denki is with the captain. He could probably pull him out before he does his usual August stuff. Jagu shrugged as he sat back on his seat, everyone looking at him with deadpanned eyes as if they were saying, really? In an extremely sarcastic way. What? I said probably right. Let's just hope they return before Lord Heracles. Bors shrugged before sitting back down as well. And as much as I hate to admit it, Jagu is right. Fuck, that's difficult to say. Ha ha ha. The others nodded and laughed as well, barring Jagu, who was grumbling in his seat, spouting something about bullying, but the others ignored him. So we all agree, if the captain does anything stupid, we blame Denki, Catty smirked. Everyone quickly answered, passing the responsibility to Denki. Helga, meanwhile, palmed her face. After all, she noticed that Denki would actually enable August instead of stopping him. Gods help us. She thought, sighing again. August and Denki walked in the bustling streets of Orario, the cheerful calls of the vendors humming softly in their ears, the soft breeze of the summer air wafting on their faces. Denki took a deep breath, steeling himself as he gazed at August, who had a scowl on his face. Captain, what's on your mind? Denki walked closer, matching the pace of August as they walked. August woke from his deep thoughts as Denki's voice hummed in his ears. He looked at his friend and his face smiling. Oh, what was that? I didn't catch it. Something's bothering you, right? What is it? Denki looked at August straight in the eyes. August merely tilted his head. He then smiled an assuring smile as he answered. Bothering me? Nah, everything is fine. Don't give me that. Denki cut him off. He then glared at August, eyeing him seriously. It's because of earlier, isn't it? The moment you released that spear, something has been off with you. At first, you looked excited, the look you always have when you find someone you want to fight. Then you became quiet, like something bad is about to happen. August was taken aback, his eyes then softened. In the past, Denki wouldn't have questioned him like this. Hell, he would just fully trust that he would take care of it. Don't get it wrong, he can still feel the trust Denki has in him, but something is different with his friend. He had grown. A sad smile formed on his face. He reckoned that the reason for Denki's quick growth and maturity was because of his absence. Not only has he grown in strength, but he has also grown in maturity, in leadership. Before, Denki would have just left everything to him, follow his orders and fight by his side, but now, Denki isn't just thinking of doing that. He's thinking about the others as well. You've grown, Denki, August mutters. Seeing Denki as he is now made August realize just how much time he missed. Sure, he has grown stronger with Beowulf, but he still lacks that leadership quality that Heracles is searching for. Something he can see clearly in Denki as he looked at the young samurai. August sighed, his face then turned serious. I may have fucked up, he answered straight. He looked down, clenching his fist. As you saw, I have grown stronger, I even leveled up. And truth be told, I may have grown arrogant because of that. Denki looked puzzled, for as long as he knows August, his captain was always arrogant, believing in his strength above all else. You were always arrogant, Denki mused. August chuckled and shook his head. Yes, that I have. He then took a deep breath. My arrogance had always led to me biting more than I can chew. Have I ever told you about my first dungeon dive? I think everyone knows that story. Killing a Rex at your first dive is quite a large accomplishment. Denki was confused. What's the point in all of this? He asked himself. August chuckled. Well, that's what the rumors said, but the truth is, I almost died that time. Denki shrugged. You still managed to win and beat I. I lost, though. Even now, he still considered the first time he fought Goliath as a loss. He scowled as he spoke, cutting Denki off. Yes, but that isn't the point. Because of my arrogance, I almost lost my life. What's the point of this story? Denki was starting to get worried. He felt something was amiss in the way August is acting. Me being in danger because of my arrogance is something I can handle just fine, but I may have fucked up and put everyone in danger because of the same arrogance. August spoke with a seriousness Denki had never seen on him before. His eyes were angry, and from the looks of it, he was angry at himself. Denki gulped, his worries were growing the more he hears what's bothering August. He pushed it down and smiled. What's this? It's not like you to be worried. If you're worried about Apollo Familia, don't be. Their captain is someone who I can handle, and if all things fail, we still have you. August scowled and looked at the side, dodging Denki's eyes that are full of trust in him and his strength. He steeled himself. He needed to bear the responsibility. He needed to act as a captain right now. That's the reason I'm worried. And I'm sorry, Denki, but I have to call off the favor that you asked for. I'll be the one who'll fight Hyacinthos. Denki froze. His feet that were walking in a steady pace along with August suddenly came to a halt. August stopped as well. He turned around and saw an angry look on Denki's face. We had a deal, Denki angrily spouted. Tell, do you believe I'll lose to that son of a bitch? August stared at Denki, his face stoic. Without missing a beat, he answered straight. Yes. Denki and August stared at one another, neither man backing down. A hurt expression could be seen on Denki's face, while August had that same stoic, authoritative look. Denki took a minute to calm down. He knew August had his reasons, but this was a blow to his pride. He took a deep breath, trying to relax himself. Care to explain why? Denki asked, his voice colder than he cared to admit. Hyacinthos was able to catch my spear, August answered, his voice still carrying the stoic demeanor. That should have been impossible. He shouldn't have sensed it, much less catch it. Denki's eyes widened. It all clicked. The excitement August released mere moments after he threw the spear, and the silence after the initial excitement, his contemplation, his worry. You don't mean? Denki now had a worried expression on his face. He gulped at the implications behind August's words. Yes, Somehow, within 2 days, Hyacinthos, who was level 3, was able to grow all the way to level 6, August growled. And if he was able to grow that strong, there's a chance that every other member had also grown in power. Denki was now quiet. His face paled, just thinking about it filled him with dread. If that was the case, not only were they outnumbered, they were also severely outgunned. And he was right to assume that. August had confirmed the rapid growth of Hyacinthos, and as of right now, they had no idea if this growth was only unique to the captain of Apollo Familia, or if every member had grown in strength. Heracles' words echoed inside August. Sure, he was strong, but as the god said, he was still too green. He rushed into it, he didn't think it through. If he had, he might have noticed that the attack on Bel was a trap. If he had, he might have taken what Heracles planned, taking Apollo by surprise and declaring war games on the spot. But instead, arrogance got the better of him once again. Sure, he had walked away many times from biting more than he could chew. Hell, he grew stronger because of it. But now, not only was his arrogance putting him in a bind, it also put everyone in Heracles' Familia in danger. The benefit of hindsight, it can do many things. With it, you can have perspective on what you should have done. And with it, August realized he made every wrong move possible and had put everyone's life in danger. Chapter 142, Consequences. August and Denki returned home, dark looks etched onto their faces, their street conversation running restlessly inside their heads. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by silence, dark expressions on others' faces, and in the middle of the room stood Heracles and Hestia, both wearing angry expressions. August Denki, Heracles' voice was tense, his face stoic, his eyes burning with rage. Sit down, we have much to discuss. Denki nodded and moved toward the open seat, sitting down with a plop, nervous about the way the two gods were looking. August stared at Heracles for a moment, then sighed. Knowing Heracles for more than 9 years, he sensed that his expression boded ill news. So, I take it that things didn't go as planned, right? Yes, they did not. Heracles held a sigh, hiding the fatigue from dealing with the old fools, as he called the other gods. Tisk, August clicked his tongue, moving to an area near the fireplace, opting to lean on the wall rather than sit. He was too restless to contemplate sitting. Now that we are all here, I'm going to start. Heracles took a deep breath. The request for a war game has been approved, but the bad news is it won't be fought on our terms. What do you mean, Lord Heracles? Denki asked nervously. From appearances, the war game conditions weren't in their favor. The others gulped, awaiting Heracles' explanation. Heracles looked at everyone. It was a lopsided condition. The other gods favored Apollo too much, aiming for his downfall. While some may have sided with Heracles, those grateful for saving them 3.5 months ago, it couldn't change the fact that the majority of the deities in Orario hated Heracles, the butcher of the gods. King of the hill, Heracles answered while clenching his hands. The condition of the war game is king of the hill, no outside interference, meaning Apollo Familia and us won't have any helpers in these war games. The others felt confused. Why was this bad news? It seemed the best scenario for them, especially with August on their side. He could wear the crown, and no one would take it away, even if they ganged up on him. August and Denki exchanged a look. They understood the implications. It meant Apollo was confident enough to face Heracles' Familia, August specifically, without aid from the other gods. Jagu laughed, his laughter echoed inside the room, others wearing small smiles. Is Apollo stupid? No outside help? Did he forget we have the captain on our side? Others agreed. Regardless of how one put it, deciding the war games as king of the hill was a bad move on Apollo's part. They expected a siege or a full-on battle on an open field, where they could use their numbers to a greater advantage. However, Heracles shared another condition. Apollo added another condition. He looked at August and shook his head. August cannot wear the crown. What, that puts us in such an unfavorable position. Helga couldn't help but stand up, frustration leaking into her voice. I believe that was the idea from the start, Bors grimaced, his shoulders falling when he heard the condition. How long will the war game last? Denki's mind began establishing different scenarios on how to tackle such a disadvantageous position. He wanted to know the specifics of the fight. Noon to dusk, the familia who has the crown by the time the sun completely sets will be declared the winner, Heracles answered. Surrender is also another win condition, as well as complete wipeout. Lethality, Lysander asked, a cold look on his face. Aloud, the god bluntly answered, his voice making the others tense up. Bastard, Lysander cursed, venom laced in his voice. Apollo doesn't want to win, he wants to wipe us out. What do you mean? Keyes nervously inquired. His voice was shaking a bit because of what Lysander said. The time frame, it's too long for a king of the hill, Lysander clenched his fist. He had a lot of experience in this type of fighting, being a gladiator. He has had his fair share of group battles similar to war games under different stipulations. Stipulations like siege, open field, capture the flag, as well as king of the hill. He took a deep breath before continuing. In the arena, a king of the hill would usually last within an hour or so, and a winner is usually declared if a king, or in this case, a team, had the crown for more than 10 minutes. If that is the case, wouldn't this put us back in favor? Even if August couldn't wear the crown himself, he could still wipe them all out if he goes full force. Helga was confused. If they had followed the standard rule, Apollo would have kept the advantage. This doesn't make sense. It does, August, who was quiet, suddenly grabbed the attention of everyone in the room. Lysander is right, Apollo Familia wants blood, and his move makes perfect sense. Surely you jest? Lord Heracles said it himself. Apollo might be an idiot, but he isn't that stupid. Nadia had a nervous chuckle escaping her lips. Everyone in Orario knows of your strength. This is an unnecessary risk. Stupid even. August sighed. He gave a glance at Denki, who was also looking somber. His eyes then roamed over everyone in the room. His familia, the people whose lives are in his hands. Hyacinthos, Apollo is confident to face me because of Hyacinthos. Everyone was confused. Sure, Hyacinthos is well known in Orario, being a level 3 adventurer and captain of one of the most prominent familia would surely give him fame. But compared to August, he was but an ant. Cap'n, that's a nice joke. Jagu chuckled and slapped his leg. He couldn't contain the amusement he felt when August mentioned Hyacinthos. You almost got me there, Cap. What next? You're going to say that he somehow jumped to level 6 in a span of what, 2 days? That's hilarious. But August's face didn't move. It still had that stoic look, that seriousness when he said it, making Jagu's laughter slowly die down. Why, you can't be serious. That's impossible. Jagu's eyes widened, he stood up in shock, and he wasn't alone. Everyone in the familia, including Heracles, couldn't believe what August is implying. August sighed and then he opened his mouth. He was able to react to the spear that I threw this morning, and was even able to somewhat catch it. This should have been impossible, unless. He's close or equal to your level, Helga continued for August. And given the sudden confidence Apollo has, it is safe to assume that Hyacinthos right now is also a level 6. August nodded, clenching his fist tightly. He could see the morale of the familia plummet to the ground. He knew this would happen. It was obvious now what Apollo was planning. Hyacinthos would engage August, while the rest would pluck the other members with their superior numbers. Then they would surround August after they were done with them. A tactic which aims for a complete wipeout. August couldn't even look at the others. His eyes were glued to the ground. He gritted his teeth in frustration, imagining what the others might be thinking right now, especially since he could have stopped it. He could have talked to Heracles, told him what happened in Apollo's mansion after the fact. They could come up with a better plan. Yet the adrenaline of seeing Hyacinthos, someone who could possibly challenge him, as well as the fact that he was angry, made him forget all sense and reason momentarily. Denki closed his eyes. He knew what August did was wrong. This was a breach of the trust everyone had given to him as captain. He had put everyone's life in danger, and as much as he respected and admired August, even he was a bit angry at what he did. Because even his trust was a bit shaken. August still believed that he could win against Hyacinthos, but it wouldn't amount to anything if anyone died in his familia. Because Hyacinthos didn't need to win against him to achieve victory. He just needed to stall for enough time for Apollo Familia to finish the job. As August was thinking the worst, he suddenly felt a massive amount of killing intent directed at him. He turned and saw Heracles, looking at him coldly, a look of pure anger and rage. It made him gulp. His hand instinctively reached back towards his spear. His mana suddenly burst, red lightning crackling all over his body. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he was the prey. In an instant, August found himself lying on the ground, the air knocked out of his lungs. He could taste the iron in his mouth. He couldn't even see what happened. One moment he was inside the house, and right now, he was lying on the dirt outside with Heracles' feet placed on his chest. The others were shell-shocked. They didn't see what happened. They felt a huge amount of killing intent, making them shudder in fear. Then a shockwave hit their senses, making them close their eyes, and in the next moment, a huge hole was made in their wall, with both Heracles and August gone from where they stood. Their eyes moved outside the hole, where they found Heracles standing on top of August, a suffocating aura enveloping his body, making them hold their breath. One thing is certain, their god is angry. August felt his whole body aching. He could feel his bones shaking and protesting under the strength of Heracles' feet. The attack even made him let go of his spear. His head looked to the side, finding his weapon lying within arm's reach. He tried to reach for it, but a cold voice stopped him. "Don't move, boy." Heracles' voice was filled with rage. He added more strength into his feet, pushing August deeper into the ground. August gasped for air. Heracles had placed his feet near his solar plexus, making it harder for him to breathe. On instinct, both of his hands moved towards the god's feet, and with all his strength, he tried to pry his foot off him. Try being the key word. "I said don't move," Heracles roared, his voice shaking the space around him, his eyes staring at August, like a predator to prey. "Or did you not hear me, boy?" August gritted his teeth. His vision was starting to get blurry from how strong the pressure Heracles is putting on his chest. "I had warned you. I always said that that arrogance of yours would bite you in the ass. Yet you didn't listen. Now look at what that arrogance of yours had led to." Heracles gestured his hand behind him, pointing towards the other members of the Familia who couldn't move from their spot due to the pressure his godly aura is exuding. "You, the captain of the Familia, had single-handedly put everyone's life in danger. All for what? For pride." He crouched and picked August up by his chin, carrying him to his eye level. "Answer me, boy." August couldn't answer. His gaze dodged that of Heracles. And truth be told, he has no answer. Yes, it was because of pride born out of his arrogance, of his belief in his strength. And due to that, he failed to account that he not only holds in his hand his own life, but the life of the others as well. And Heracles, who took August in since he was a child, who he raised as his own son, who knows him like the back of his hand, saw that? Saw the shaken confidence August now has because of this mistake. He can see the doubt he has. This made him even angrier. In his mind, this is unacceptable. So what if he made a mistake? He should face the consequences of his action and push on with everything he has. Not crumble under the pressure. Instead, the pressure should have made him stronger, made him better. Sure, he can fight, hell, he might be the strongest adventurer when it comes to pure fighting prowess, but that doesn't change the fact that as he is right now, he is no leader. Still too fucking green, Heracles thought as he threw August to the ground. You got yourself into this mess, you get yourself out of it. Do I make myself clear, boy? August coughed, he glared at the ground, clenching his fist with dirt filling his hand. Crystal, he answers hoarsely, still feeling the pain Heracles inflicted on him. Chapter 143. Acting as a captain, worries of a veteran, Apollo makes his move. August's POV. I stared at the ground, my body aching from the beatdown the old man gave me. And, to be honest, I deserved it. He was right, I was too prideful, too confident, arrogant. I gritted my teeth, clenching a handful of dirt. I looked to the side and saw my spear lying on the ground. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself as I slowly rose to my feet. Walking towards my spear, I leaned down and picked it up. I stared at the spear in my hand for a few seconds. The beatdown the old man gave me playing back in my mind over and over again. I didn't even see him coming. It was too fast. I could sense it, but my body couldn't move to counter the speed of his attack. I couldn't even tell what he hit me with. Was it a punch? A kick perhaps? Who knows? All I know is that it hurts. but not as much as what happened next. I saw it in his eyes, disappointment. I really messed up this time, huh, Beowulf? The spear didn't answer. It seems that even he was disappointed by what happened. I placed it snugly back on the holster on my back and turned around, only to see the others, staring at me through the hole in the house. I can see mixed emotions in all of them. Some looked at me with worry, others had a look of frustration, but all has that slight look of betrayal plastered on their face. Can't say I blame them. I did betray the trust they put in me as captain. Hell, I essentially sentenced them to die because of what I did. If I was them, I'd feel betrayed as well. August. Helga moved forward, her eyes scanned me. A look of worry and disappointment mix in her gaze. Why? She asked, and to be honest, I have no other answer except pride. Something I know she didn't want to hear. None of them want to hear that I risked their life because of pride that stems from arrogance. The emotions I saw earlier in the old man's eyes are clear. He wasn't disappointed because of what I did. No, he was disappointed because of how I acted. And so was I. I doubted myself, and it was pathetic. I would beat myself to a pulp as well if I can. And I thank the old man for waking me up. I needed that beating. I was trying to be what I am not. I am not someone who doubts myself, not one who doubts my strength. Yes, I am arrogant, but I have the right to be one, because I am strong. So yeah, pride is the answer to Helga's question, the pride I have in myself. But there's also another answer, one I believe even with all the odds stacked up against us. And that answer is, and it may be the arrogance speaking yet again, but I firmly believe it. Because I believe we can win. What makes you so sure? Ira spoke out, her voice has a hint of anger, frustration, and fear. What makes me so sure? A good question. To be honest, all of my answers to that question have one thing in common. Yes, I am arrogant, but I have the strength to back it up. And that's my answer, the answer that I will always say if I'm asked how I'm so sure I'm gonna win. It's simple. I smiled, looked at my familia, beaming with confidence, because I said so. There was a pause, they all stared at me. The old man did say that I should act as a captain. Well, this is me acting as one. And if arrogant is what they saw me as, so what? It is true, I am arrogant. I have the right to be arrogant. I should have realized it sooner. The old man is right. My arrogance would bite me in the ass. It would endanger everyone in the familia. But right now, I'm gonna make sure that the very same arrogance would allow me to keep everyone alive. I should have just done this sooner. We will win because you have me on your side. I beamed a smile as my mana slowly rises. We will win because I am here, so to answer your question, how can I be so sure of us winning? It's simple. I point to my chest, because I'll make sure that we'll win no matter what. Narration. Denki couldn't help but smile. This is the August he knew. The one brimming with confidence, the one who firmly believes that he is unbeatable. Maybe what Lord Heracles did woke him up. Denki thought to himself. Either way, he's back to his usual self. The others had their jaws dropped on the floor with August's declaration. If there's ever a question about his confidence, what he did was the answer to that question. Some might say that this is blind hubris, but the members of Heracles' familia couldn't help but be drawn to what he said. His declaration. Amidst the frustration, the feeling of betrayal, a new feeling rose inside their chest, that of admiration and hope. Admiration for the one they call captain, and hope that he will lead them to victory. Why? Because he said so. And the way he said it, full of confidence in himself, they couldn't help but to trust his words. Helga stared at August, and what she saw was a man that is firm on his belief. As well as something else. Helga, being a veteran, had met her fair share of characters throughout the years, and she knew the type of character August is. His belief in himself, sadly, does not extend to us. She thought as she held the sigh that was threatening to escape her lips. Due to her experience, she could read August like an open book. She could see it clearly. She had met multiple people like August, one of them being Otter. Helga studied August closely, sensing a subtle undercurrent beneath his words. His confidence wasn't in the familia's strength, it was a singular belief in himself. She could discern that for August, victory was a personal assurance, tethered more to his individual prowess than the collective power of the familia. Helga understood that if August continued down this path, it might lead to a sense of isolation within the familia. She could feel the weight of the responsibility he placed on himself, potentially paving the way for a lonely journey. He's taking everything to himself. She closed her eyes and massaged the bridge of her nose. Thankfully, he is still young. Perhaps more time with us would change this. She looks at Denki and saw the unwavering trust the young samurai has on their captain. But first, Denki needs to be the voice of reason. He is the only one here August might listen to. As Helga observed August, she recognized the echoes of her past encounters with individuals like him. The unwavering confidence and the self-assured demeanor mirrored personalities she had crossed paths with, most notably Otter. She understood the type, strong, proud, yet with a tendency to isolate themselves in their belief in personal strength. Helga couldn't help but worry. August's confidence, though a driving force, seemed to be confined to his own abilities rather than a shared strength within the familia. This realization weighed on her, knowing that a leader's conviction should extend to encompass the collective power of the group. Still, Helga didn't voice out her concerns. Now is not the time. She looked around, seeing that the morale of the familia had risen because of August's declaration. Right now, his belief in himself is something we sorely need. Unfortunately, this time she couldn't hold the sigh. Apollo's mansion. How was it? Apate's floating visage had a smile on her face as she saw the crazed grin on Apollo's face. Everything is going according to plan. How about the stuff on your end? Apollo took a sip of wine, smiling at the taste. He, after all, opened an exquisite bottle of wine, one of Soma's creations. I fully expect you to fulfill your side of the bargain. After all, I had already completed mine. Don't you worry your pretty little head, Apollo. Everything is falling into place. Apate chuckles. The floating figure then walked towards the window, admiring the view of Orario. By the way, how is the subject taking the gift we gave you? Apollo's smile became even wider. Hyacinthos had acclimated to the gift you gave him with flying colors, and he would have enough time to get used to his newfound strength before the war games. That's good to hear. Apate smiles, yet Apollo failed to notice something hidden behind her smile. I'm sure with that new strength, victory is all but assured. Oh, I'm not taking any chances. I already made some moves to ensure that my victory is but a formality. As Apollo said that, a knock sounded on his door, and right on time. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll be tending to my guest now. Apate nods as the apparition slowly vanished, leaving Apollo alone inside his office. The god then turned towards the door, and with a jovial tone, he called for the guest to come in. The door opened with Hyacinthos being the first to enter, now the captain of Apollo Familia, grown both in stature and in muscle. A testament to the effectiveness of Evelys' gift. Besides him is a man with a thin stature, dark grayish hair neatly parted, his face showing his cheekbone. Wearing a white long sleeve and stylish robe, and on his face he wears thin-framed glasses. He and Hyacinthos bowed to Apollo at the same time, a sign of respect. The man then smiled as he spoke, his voice professional and respectful. It is an honor to be here and to talk to you face to face, Lord Apollo. Apollo nods. This is how a mortal should act, not like that fucking bastard August. He thought to himself as he tried to hide the anger that was bubbling up the surface again as he remembers August. Apollo turned to Hyacinthos and smiled. Thank you, Hyacinthos, you may leave. I wish to speak with our guest in private. Hyacinthos nods and silently left the room, leaving Apollo and the thin man alone. Apollo then smiled as he faced the thin man. Ah, where are my manners? Please sit. Do you want a drink? The man looked at what Apollo is drinking and shook his head. I'm afraid I must decline, Lord Apollo. My line of work doesn't allow me to partake in the consumption of alcohol, especially our best product. Apollo shrugged and took a sip of the wine again. Oh, what a shame. Anyway, let's get down to business. You must be wondering why I asked for you to meet me here, Xannies. Xannies Lustra had a smile on his face as he leaned in closer to the table, then whispered, I believe it's because of the war games, is it not? Smart, I like that in a mortal. Apollo's smile widened as he rested his face on his hand. You are correct, this is about the war games, and I would like to employ your familia. I believe what I have in mind would be beneficial for you as well. Forgive me, Lord Apollo, but the rules clearly state that there would be no outside interference in the war games. He then shook his head. And as you said, I am smart. I don't want to be involved in a war against Lord Heracles, especially now that the Gaebulg is awake. Apollo felt a burst of anger threatening to explode, but he held it down, hiding his true emotions at the mention of Heracles and August. Oh, but what I have in mind wouldn't involve Heracles' familia, and it would be in your boundary to do this task without any repercussions. Apollo smiles. I believe I may have information on someone your familia is looking for, someone who you may have thought of as dead. Apollo kept his eyes on Xannies as he took a sip of his wine again, that someone being Lilaruca Ard. Xannies paused, his face then morphs into a smile as he leans closer. I'm listening. Chapter 144, Plans for the Future Attack. Dusk. Heracles sat in his office, an angry scowl etched on his face. He sighed deeply, running his hand through his hair. Damn it, he cursed, his mind replaying the afternoon's events. Talk about hypocrisy. He grabbed a bottle of ale from his drawer along with a glass, looking at it for a few seconds before choosing to chug the liquid straight from the bottle. He slammed the bottle on the table after chugging it halfway. And here I am, always preaching about not letting emotions control oneself. The god stared at his hand, vividly recalling how he had raised it towards August in a fit of anger. He clenched it tightly and sighed, closing his eyes as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Honestly, the stress was starting to get to him after everything that had happened, especially with the revelation that Hyacinthos, Apollo Familia's captain, might be a level 6 as well. Apollo, what have you done? Heracles' mind began to ponder the worst, as there seemed to be no logical solution for a mortal to gain such strength in such a short time. Before he could contemplate further, a knock sounded, snapping him out of his thoughts. Who is it? Lord Heracles, it's Helga. I would like to discuss something with you. Come in. Heracles straightened himself up, attempting to hide the stress showing on his face. Helga opened the door, moving in front of Heracles' table and giving a respectful bow. The god gave a curt nod in return, then gestured for her to sit. I take it the others aren't taking the news well. Heracles guessed why Helga was there. I can understand if you and the others opted to leave this familia, especially after what August, the captain, did. Helga shook her head. On the contrary, Lord, August managed to raise morale inside the familia. She answered, but Heracles could see that there was more to it by the looks on her face. It makes me worry. Hence why you're here, wanting to discuss something with me? Heracles took another glass from his drawer and slid it towards Helga. He then poured the glass with the ale. Yes, Lord. Helga held the glass and took a small sip. She then sighed as her face turned serious. I believe August isn't ready to lead the familia, Lord. To be honest, Denki is more capable of leading the familia compared to him. Heracles appreciated this about Helga. She didn't mince her words and went directly to the point. He nodded in understanding and took another gulp straight from the bottle. I understand where you are coming from. Even I can see that he isn't ready. Lord, he needs time to adjust. There's no denying how strong August is, but I believe that his strength is the same reason why he hasn't acclimated to his new role as captain. Helga paused, staring at the amber liquid inside the glass as she twirled it around. We simply can't keep up with his standards, making him unconsciously take everything onto himself. If this keeps up, he'll isolate himself from the others. Heracles continued for Helga, running his hand through his hair. I can see that as well. I admit, I may have rushed this one. I thought he could adapt into the role. I fail to see that no matter how strong he is, at the end of the day, he is still just a kid. Heracles stood up from his seat and strolled toward the window, staring at the setting sun and the city starting to brighten up from the artificial lights. By the way, you said earlier that he was able to raise the morale of the others. How was he able to achieve that? Heracles asked without looking back at Helga. He said that we will win because he was with us, Helga answered, taking another sip from the glass. That he'll do everything to make us win. Heracles chuckled. That does sound like him, arrogant to a fault. Still, I like that about him. Yeah, me as well. I wouldn't follow a weak-willed captain. Helga chuckled as well. And I can speak for the others, they think like this as well. August is someone capable of giving hope. That he is. Heracles took a deep breath and faced Helga with seriousness. Helga, even though I do think so as well that August isn't ready to lead, I won't be taking him off as the captain, even temporarily. Doing something like that now would do more harm than good. Helga nodded. She could see where Heracles was coming from. August is one prideful individual, and doing something like this after he made a mistake would be a blow to his pride. But that doesn't mean I'll be turning a blind eye to what he did. From now on, you'll be in charge of handling the affairs of the Familia outside the dungeon. August would lead the Familia inside the dungeon and combat, while Denki would be handling planning and logistics. This would ease up the pressure on August's side. And it wouldn't give him the power to do whatever he likes. You even thought about adjusting the role to each one of our specialties. Helga gave it a thought before nodding. This plan will have its merit, and it would be doable since it caters to everyone's strengths. That's the idea. Heracles walked closer toward Helga. What I ask from you is to support August with the best of your ability. Take some of the burden off him. This way, he wouldn't need to take everything onto himself. Helga stood up, bowing down to Heracles. I will do what you ask, Lord Heracles. Thank you. Heracles smiled softly and nodded in approval. Now then, if you will, please call August and Denki into TH. Boom! A loud explosion outside shook the house. Another followed, and the door into Heracles' office plunged open as Caddy panted and ran inside. Her face was sweating and nervous. We're under attack, Caddy shrieked as another explosion sounded outside. What? Heracles' face crumpled into a frown as he marched outside his office with Helga and Caddy following behind him. Caddy's status? Helga, who was walking beside Caddy, asked with a tense voice. We were just coming up with a plan for the war games when suddenly the captain and Denki felt multiple adventurers heading towards our home. And in the next moment, the captain rushed outside and redirected a fire spell that headed here. Caddy answered quickly, not even stopping to breathe. Who would be stupid enough to attack us, especially now that the Helga paused as a frown developed on her face? Of course, it's the Apollo Familia. Yes, and other familias as well. It isn't just Apollo. Others? Heracles glanced at the two while still walking towards the living quarters. Yes, I can recognize some of them. Others are from Soma Familia, some are from Hanamon, while. Yeah, I get the gist. Multiple Familia are attacking this place right now, huh? Heracles cut her off while turning towards the corner. And how about the others? The captain told us to stay inside. Caddy's answer made Helga and Heracles give each other a stare. August was currently engaging with Hyacinthos. Their weapons clashed as red lightning and black flames threatened to consume each other. Ah, Geabulg, how nice of you to join us out here. Hyacinthos smiled as their two weapons pushed off against each other. Hyacinthos, I should have killed you back then. August spoke coldly. No emotions could be heard in his voice aside from anger and detachment. August twirled and blocked an arrow that was heading for his abdomen. Before he could retaliate, though, Hyacinthos charged at him, slashing his sword towards August's neck. August placed the spear in between the sword and his neck, blocking the blow. He then kicked his spear at the end, sending it twirling towards Hyacinthos' chin. Hyacinthos dodged the blow by leaning back, and August didn't give him the time to breathe as he charged forward with his spear, poised to strike. But before he could, another barrage of spells and arrows headed his way. He clicked his tongue and canceled his attack, jumping back to dodge the projectiles. Tisk, 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 you're outnumbered here. Why don't you call the others to play as well? Hyacinthos placed his sword on his shoulder, smiling at August mockingly. August looked around and scowled. It wouldn't have been a problem if it was only Hyacinthos, but not only was he not alone, some of the adventurers with him are level 4 and close to level 5. There's also a legitimate level 5 who is with him. The rest are a mixture of level 2 and 3. What do you want here? The war games are already scheduled. This isn't about the war games. Hyacinthos cut August off before he could finish. Lord Apollo is just simply providing help to his friend Lord Soma in retrieving a traitorous Palom who is hiding here. August looked around, seeing every one of the attackers smiling at him. He then chuckled. Seems a bit excessive bringing this much force just to retrieve someone. That someone is extremely valuable to us. Xannies moved forward with a smile on his face. Greetings, Gay Bulg. I am the captain of Soma Familia, and our quarrel isn't with you lots. We're here for Hestia Familia, but alas, seeing that the goddess and her familia are living with you, it gave us no choice but to engage here. That's smart, saying that they are here for Lady Hestia and not us, knowing full well that we would protect Lady Hestia and, by extension, the one they are searching for. It would give them an excuse for attacking us, reasoning that we were only caught in the crossfire because we got in their way. August's eyes darkened as he gripped his weapon tighter. This was planned. And may I ask who you're looking for? August got into his stance while asking. Lilaruka Ard, Xannies answered with a smile, while Hyacinthos and the others sneered at August. There's no Lilaruka Ard here, August answered coldly, his mana rising out of his body as red lightning cracked all over him. Oh, is that so? Then you wouldn't mind us searching this place, right? Hyacinthos sneered even louder, the black flames coming to life as they surrounded his body. Take one step inside, and I would personally rid you of your head. August's cold voice echoed as he added his killing intent into his mana. That goes for everyone here. I was hoping you'd say that, Hyacinthos whispered and smiled. Very well then, don't say we didn't warn you. Stand down, Gay Bulg, you're all alone here. Xannies held back his laughter. Looks like Apollo's plan is working as intended. He isn't alone. Heracles' voice made everyone pause. They suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure pushing them down. Some adventurers fell onto their knees, Xannies included. While Hyacinthos gritted his teeth, trying hard not to crumble under the pressure Heracles is exuding. They followed the voice and saw Heracles, with his mace in hand, standing at the hole he had slammed August earlier. Behind him is the other members of Heracles' Familia, all with their weapons in hand. Old man, August muttered and then smiled. He turned back towards Hyacinthos, who now has an ugly look on his face. Whoever said that a god isn't dangerous and is incapable of fighting in the lower world is a goddamn idiot. He thought as the pressure the god is exuding grew larger and larger. Our qualms aren't with you. Hyacinthos roared as he stabilized his feet and gripped his sword tightly. So far, everything is still within Lord Apollo's plan. We expected the god to be involved, but nobody said that he'll be releasing such a potent pressure. Yes, I heard. Heracles stared coldly at Hyacinthos, his eyes digging deep into his soul. And like my captain said, there's no one here with that name. Lies, Hyacinthos screamed. We know she's hiding here, along with the little rookie. You really think that with our numbers you'll come out on top if you try to stop us? Then come, Heracles smirked as he took a step forward. Enough, a shriek interrupted and caught everyone's attention. Their eyes moved towards the roof where Lily stood. I'm here, I'll be coming with you. Hyacinthos clicked his tongue. Well, there goes the plan. He looks at Lily with frustration, cursing the Palom for showing up. Their plan was simple. Have multiple familia attack Heracles' manor, with the reasoning that they were here to help the Soma Familia retrieve one of their members who ran off. Knowing Heracles' Familia, they would inevitably take offense to this, getting in the way. This would lead to a skirmish. Then in the skirmish, they would do as much damage towards the members of the Apollo Familia right before the War Games. That's why only Hyacinthos was here from Apollo Familia. His job was to preoccupy August while the others rid off the other members of Heracles' Familia where they aren't prepared for the attack. But if Lily is willing to come with them, then their plan goes down the drain. That bitch just had to show up. Hyacinthos frowned. Lily walked towards Xannies, her eyes glued to the ground and blank. With a monotone voice she said, Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Xannies' eyes momentarily looked at Hyacinthos. He sighed knowing he isn't too happy with this development. We'll be leaving now. We got what we came here for. Hyacinthos turned around, the others following behind him. Lily robotically followed along with them. The members of Heracles' Familia glared at the back of the attackers. They awaited the order to charge, to stop them from taking Lily, but Heracles didn't give an order. Hyacinthos looked back one last time, his eyes meeting that of Froke. He smiled and mounted. Be seeing you soon, trash. It then moved towards August, who was glaring at him. He could feel the killing intent prickling his skin. "And you as well, Guy Bulg." He smirked as he left along with the others. Chapter 145. Well, you might be wondering. Chapter 146. Belle's Resolve. What a mess, Oswald sighed as he plopped himself into the seat, his face exhausted. The other members of the Familia all looked worse for wear. They did not expect an attack, especially from multiple Familias. "Tell me about it, everything's a mess," Jagu answered with a dry voice. "Belle wouldn't be happy when he wakes up." "Why wouldn't I be happy?" A voice made the two jump, and they found Belle limping down the stairs, looking at them with an innocent confusion that made them gulp. "By the way, where is everyone?" "Belle, you're awake?" Jagu couldn't believe it. The healer said that it would take at least a week for him to wake up after the beating he received, much less walk. But here he is, awake and on his own 2 feet. Oswald stood quickly and ran beside Belle, wanting to help him stand straight. He was still on shaky legs, after all. "You shouldn't get out of bed yet." Belle scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Well, I was thirsty. And besides, I feel restless and all cooped up just lying there." Oswald cursed at the timing of things, and Jagu was restlessly fidgeting, looking back at Heracles' office where the gods, Hestia and Heracles, as well as the newly appointed executives, August, Denki, Helga, were having a meeting about what happened today and what to do moving forward. Belle noticed the fidgeting of Jagu but didn't want to comment on it, though he still wondered where everyone is, especially his goddess Hestia. So where are the others? Oswald shared a look with Jagu. The two of them were at a loss on what to tell the young man. But a voice suddenly joined in on the conversation. "Lady Hestia and Lord Heracles are at the office, along with the captain, Denki, and Helga." They turned to see Ira with her usual cold look, standing at the entrance of the living room. "Oh, how about Welf and Lily?" Belle nodded as Oswald guided him to sit down on one of the vacant seats. Welf had gone back to the Hephaestus Familia. He said that he'll be doing something. "As for Lily," Jagu answered, his eyes looking at his 2 comrades, asking for help on this one. Ira sighed and answered straight to the point. "Lily has been taken by her Familia." Belle's eyes widened, while Jagu and Oswald looked at Ira with a blank expression. What do you mean taken?" Belle had clenched his fist. Lily had told him all about her situation inside the Soma Familia. He quickly stood up. "We need to get her ba," Belle grimaced. The pain in his abdomen shot up when he tensed his body to move quickly. "You are in no condition to do so." Oswald gently pushed him back down to the seat. "Look at yourself, your wounds aren't even healed yet." "I'm fine," Belle bit his lips. His voice was more aggressive than what he wanted it to be. "Kid, you need to rest." Jagu sighed while placing a hand on Belle's shoulder. Belle looked at Jagu, seeing the blonde looking at him seriously, something that is rare for the resident goofball. He nodded as he gazed down on the ground, clenching his fist and biting his lips. "What happened?" Belle asked, his voice shaking. Jagu gave Oswald a look. He really wasn't sure how to tell Belle. Oswald had a look that seemed to say, "Hey, don't look at me." The two of them then moved their eyes toward the female mage, but she wasn't there anymore. Oswald sighed. He then sat beside Belle and started recalling everything that happened after he was rendered unconscious. How a war game is set between Heracles and Apollo Familia, how they attack the manor, and using Lily and her connection to the Soma Familia as a reason for their attack, and how Lily voluntarily gave herself up to not escalate the conflict further. Belle listened to all of this while glaring at the ground, ridiculing himself at how weak he was. Because as all of that was happening, he was in bed, unconscious. "I couldn't even protect her, after I promised that I will," he thought to himself, and the two could see that the boy was beating himself up at something he couldn't control. "Belle, don't worry, I'm sure the higher-ups are already forming a plan on how to retrieve Lily." Jagu, ever the optimist, cheered Belle up, but even he didn't believe what he was saying. By now he knew how August is. Lily is practically a stranger to their captain, so the chance of August prioritizing her over the war games is slim to none. But hope is all that Jagu can give Belle right now. Jagu elbowed Oswald and gave him a look. The chubby mage also nodded and smiled, reading what Jagu wanted to do. "Yes, I'm sure the captain and the others are forming a plan as we speak." Bel looked at the two of them and smiled. He nodded and held on to their words. Yes, I'm sure the goddess is also bringing up Lily as well. The two wanted to sigh in relief. They thanked the gods for making Bel a naive and innocent boy. But deep down, they knew that Lily's rescue would not be a primary priority right now, not with the war games coming in. Still, seeing Bel with renewed energy made them not want to burst his bubble. Hope is a powerful tool, and right now it was the only thing that they got. I'm a captain as well, right? And my goddess is present at that meeting. I like to say my piece as well. Bel spoke with determination. The two looked at each other, they scratched their heads and sighed. What Bel said was right. He is the captain of Hestia Familia, and the goddess is present at said meeting. He has all the right to be there as well. Very well, Jagu extended his hand towards Bel. Let me help you go to Lord Heracles' office. Bel bowed and reached for Jagu's hand. Thank you. At Heracles' office. Heracles is fuming, and everyone in the room could sense it. The god wanted nothing more than to march at every familia involved in the attack and personally send the gods of said familia back to heaven. He glared at the window, watching the night sky as he tapped his feet on the floor. He's getting bolder, he snarls. He's playing all his cards to get the upper hand. He turned around and stared at the three mortals standing in front of his table. He got us, even I have to admit, I didn't expect him to attack us, especially after the approval of the war games. Heracles ran his hand through his hair and sighed, but I think that it was a good thing. Denki tilted his head in confusion. With all due respect, Lord Heracles, how was that a good thing? I believe he now had played all his cards. Last time I checked, young Lily is the only mortal in this household that belongs to a familia outside of our two respective ones. And with her coming with them, they are now out of cards to play, Heracles answered straight. How about Froke? Helga inquired. Froke is considered to be untouchable until the end of the war games. Heracles' answer made August and Denki sigh in relief. Denki then realized something. Wait, untouchable, you say, so that means... Heracles nodded and finished Denki's words. She isn't allowed to join in the war games, be it on ours or Apollo's side. August nodded. Honestly, this was the best thing he could have hoped for. He was scared for a moment that Apollo would force her to fight in the war games on his side, but it looks like Heracles had pulled some strings to not allow it. How about Lily? Hestia hesitated before asking. As much as I want to save that poor girl, I can't. Heracles shook his head. The war games would be held 3 days from now, and we need all the rest and members we have if we want to win this thing. But, Lady Hestia, I understand your concern, but right now our hands are tied. August politely cut Hestia off. What Lily did was something of her own volition, and I am thankful for what she did in order to protect us, but as Lord Heracles said, we have our hands full with the upcoming war games. Then I will be the one who will rescue her. A voice made everyone turn towards the door as it suddenly opened, and they saw Bel, leaning on Jagu's shoulder, facing them with a determined expression. Bel, Hestia ran up towards her child, a look of worry plastered on her face. What are you doing up? You should be resting. I'm fine, goddess. Bel smiled at her and faced the others inside the room with seriousness. Like you said, your hands are full for the upcoming war games, then I would be the one who will rescue Lily from the Soma Familia. Heracles ignored Bel and looked at Jagu instead. I thought I made myself clear that we would not be disturbed here. Jagu flinched as he received the stare of Heracles, but before he could answer, Bel took a step forward, his face laced with his determination. I was the one who made him bring me here. I am a captain as well. I am the captain of Hestia Familia. I deserve to be here as well. Heracles glared at Bel, but the mortal did not back down. He stared right back at the god of strength, with fire in his eyes. He's right, old man. August's voice cut through the tension, making the others release the breath they didn't know they were holding. He is also a captain. He has every right to be here. This is Heracles' Familia business. Heracles' eyes moved towards August. And yet Lady Hestia is here as well, August shrugged. And besides, Lily is his responsibility. A tense silence formed inside of Heracles' office. The god of strength continued to scowl. August's pragmatic stance seemed to bring a temporary calm to the room. But the event of what happened earlier played back at the minds of everyone inside the room, except Belle, who was still unconscious at that time. They worried that something like earlier will happen once again. Lord Heracles, I understand the importance of the war games, but I considered Lily to be a member of Hestia Familia. I cannot stand idly by while she's in trouble, Belle asserted, his eyes unwavering. Heracles sighed, realizing the resolve in Belle's gaze. Fine, you can go, but don't expect us to divert resources from the war games for this. You're on your own. Oh, he isn't alone. August's voice once again cuts through the room. Heracles glared at August. Warning you, this is final, we will not be cutting our resources for this. I'm not talking about our resources, old man. August chuckled. Well, since she won't be joining in on the war games, I suppose she could do something else then. Denki caught on what August was trying to say, a light bulb then shine inside his head. Of course. Belle tilted his head, he started at the two who was now sharing a smile between them. Belle, as thanks for what Lily did, I'm gonna lend you my supporter to rescue your supporter. It's up to you to gather the rest of your party, but I'm pretty sure you only need 1 or 2 more members to get the job done. Belle beamed a smile, he bowed his head and with a grateful voice he thanked August. Thank you, I won't forget this. Hestia also put 2 and 2 together, she realized what August is planning, and for her, having her with Belle was the something that assures her. After all, she had witnessed firsthand what she is capable of doing with her bow. Honestly, she was shocked at why Apollo was wasting someone as amazing as her. That's acceptable, right, old man? August chuckled towards Heracles, the god could only sigh at what his child is planning. After all, Froke isn't a part of our familia, yet. Heracles' face remains stoic, but deep down, he was quite happy with that August came up with. Looks like he could act as a captain once in a while. He thought as he released a sigh. Fine. Well, there you go, Belle, take Froke with you, but only go on the attack after you recover. 3 days would suffice. And in those 3 days, I want you to gather enough member to join you in your attack. Hestia then stepped forward. I believe I can help with that. Take Mikazuchi still owes me a favor. Belle happily nods. He was grateful for what August did, and he'll make sure to return the favor when the time comes. Good, now I want you to rest and gather your strength, you'll need it. August's smile turned sinister, making Belle gulp. In 3 days' time, we'll be having our payback, a war on 2 fronts. Chapter 147, Days Leading to War, Vision. Things had become busy inside the premises of Heracles Manor, as the Familia members did everything they could to prepare for the upcoming war games. Denki was probably the busiest out of all. Not only was he training to be stronger, but he was also racking his brain for their strategy in the war games. There was also Helga, who, along with August, was doing everything they could to whip everyone into shape in anti-personnel combat. Helga, with her experience, and August, with his natural talent for the art itself. And to be honest, it wasn't going well. Aside from Lysander and Bors, both having experience with fighting mortals, the others couldn't quite keep up. It was understandable. Being adventurers, their primary target would always be monsters. Fights between 2 adventurers are rare and few and far between. Still, they needed to adjust. August and Helga understood that, for them to win, they had to program into their familia that they wouldn't be fighting mindless creatures anymore. There was also the issue of taking a life. August wasn't sure if any of them had any experience in killing. Sure, being an adventurer means death will always be in the picture, and every adventurer is prepared for it, but taking another person's life, that is something entirely different. Most people don't have the stomach for it. Even August, who killed his fair share of people, didn't find the experience pleasant. It left a bad taste in the mouth, but he knew it was necessary. What do you think? August trained his eyes on his comrades, who were trying their best to adjust their fighting style. Are still fighting as if they are in the dungeon. It couldn't be helped. Helga sighed as she massaged the back of her neck. Given that all they knew is how to fight monsters, it's understandable why they are having a hard time. August nodded in agreement, the 2 of them racking their brains on how to tackle the problem. They watched as Lysander and Bors coached the others into the proper spacing in facing mortals. Do you think they'll be able to adjust in time? August had an idea of how long it would take them, but he wanted a second opinion from Helga, someone who had been with them longer. It depends. Helga folded her arms as she muttered deep in thought. Lysander and Bors are quite experienced in fighting other mortals, and I reckon out of everyone here, Lysander has the most experience in it. So the two of them are good to go. Thorn is surprisingly adept at judging distance, so I see potential in him, and Keys is picking things up rather quickly, which is due to the fact that he doesn't have much experience fighting monsters, so he still doesn't have a habit of fighting like an adventurer. August agreed on what Helga said. Those four stood out from everyone, excluding the three executives. And how about the others? He asked. Well, I'll be straight with you. Helga looked at August seriously. They aren't ready and won't be ready on time. They are too used to fighting monsters, so it would be impossible for them to erase their habits inside the dungeon. But given the situation, it is enough. What do you mean? August raised his brow, looking at Helga with curiosity. Like I said, habits are ingrained in us adventurers. We are too used to fighting monsters. The same could be said for those in Apollo Familia. After all, even high-leveled adventurers have this problem. Helga paused for a moment. Her mind wandered to the fight between August and Eyes. I'm sure you noticed this as well. The Sword Princess isn't adept at fighting against another mortal. The way she moved is polished in killing monsters. The only reason she could keep up with you is due to her superior stats and natural talent with the sword. August had a look of surprise on his face. Helga, no disrespect, but how could you tell? The two of us were moving at speeds far beyond your level, he asked curiously. Helga smiled and shrugged. Experience, you'll get there someday, she answered as she patted August on his head. August had a deadpan look on his face. I'm still your captain, don't treat me as a child. And yet you are a child, Helga smiled knowingly, something August didn't appreciate. Yeah, flaunting your experience, keep on doing that and I might train you extra. August slapped Helga's hand, making the veteran chuckle. He really is still a child. It was refreshing for her, seeing August act his own age. It makes her happy to see that he could still do so even with all the strength that he possesses. How scary, she playfully replied. In the days that followed, the atmosphere within Heracles' manor remained charged with anticipation. Familia members threw themselves into rigorous training sessions, each day bringing incremental improvements, but highlighting the steep learning curve they faced. Denki's strategic mind continued to formulate plans, adapting strategies to the Familia's strengths and addressing weaknesses. The dynamics between Helga and August as trainers evolved, striking a delicate balance between discipline and encouragement. The weight of their impending clash in the war games loomed over the Familia, a challenge that demanded not only physical prowess but also mental fortitude. As the clock ticked down to the designated day for the war games, a palpable tension enveloped the manor. August, ever perceptive, could sense the mix of anxiety and determination in his Familia members. The shift from facing monsters to confronting fellow adventurers posed a unique set of challenges, and the gravity of taking another person's life lingered in the air. Within this charged atmosphere, personal dynamics unfolded. Conversations in hushed tones echoed through the corridors as Familia members grappled with their fears and uncertainties. Lysander and Bors, having experience in mortal combat, became informal mentors to those unfamiliar with the harsh reality of facing skilled opponents. On the other side of things lies Belle and Hestia Familia. They too are deep in planning on how to rescue their comrade from the clutches of Soma Familia. Belle, fueled by a renewed sense of purpose after learning about Lily's capture, approached each training session with unwavering determination. With Keys, Jagu, and Oswald supporting him, acting as both comrades and friends in these trying times. The three of them are the closest to Belle, and though they couldn't help him given their own situation, being there for him is the next best thing they could do. Hestia, though deeply concerned for Belle's safety, respected his resolve to rescue Lily. She reached out to her contacts within the divine community, calling in the favor owed by Take Mikazuchi. The god, understanding the gravity of the situation, pledged his support, promising assistance when the time came. Handling the planning on their side is Froke. Although hesitant at first, she readily agreed once she learned the circumstances behind Lily. She found that the Palom and her are birds of the same feather, their circumstances eerily similar. A kindred spirit, if you will. With it, she had given her best to come up with a plan, discussing it with Belle, Welf, and the members of Take Mikazuchi Familia, whom the god loaned for this occasion. Another thing that happened in the days leading to the war games is Mikoto Yamato, who decided to join Hestia Familia for a year. It was her way of repenting for what her familia did inside the dungeon. And while at first, Hestia said that everything is already forgiven, Yamato insisted that she has to do this for her honor. Take Mikazuchi had also agreed, saying that Yamato is far too stubborn once she made up her mind. And like that, Mikoto Yamato became a member of Hestia Familia. Along with Welf, who, after the attack on Belle, went to Hephaestus to ask for his release, he too wanted to join Hestia Familia, wanting to help Belle and see his journey unfold. At Apollo Mansion, NOO, Cassandra Lyon woke up in cold sweat. She had woken up from another nightmare, something that had always visited her dreams in the past few days. Tears filled her eyes as visions of fire and blood filled her mind. She couldn't stop the shaking of her body. It felt so real. We're all gonna die. Her voice was shaky and full of fear. She fell into a fetal position as she rocked her body back and forth. Her scream awakened her roommate and friend Daphne. She hurriedly stood up and ran beside Cassandra, hugging her. "Hush now, everything is okay, it was all a dream." She ran her hand on Cassandra's hair, trying to calm her down. "It isn't a dream, D-Death is coming for us, he'll slaughter us." Daphne sighed. She was used to Cassandra's erratic behavior and her so-called visions of the future. "Look, it was just a nightmare, you don't have to be so paranoid about everything." "But..." "Look, you're just nervous because we're facing Gae Bulg. It's understandable, even I am having nightmares about him." Daphne cut her off, calming her down with her words. But Cassandra shook her head. She pulled Daphne closer to her. "This isn't a dream," she then whispered. This is a vision, please believe me." Daphne sighed. This is the problem with seers, they become paranoid about every single thing. She would have been nervous about her vision as well, but Cassandra's visions aren't reliable to say the least. She has a 1 in 10 chance of being right, so Daphne didn't pay it any mind. "Look, we are strong and sure Gae Bulg may be powerful, but you saw what happened when we attacked Heracles' Familia. The captain could handle him, enough for us to capitalize against the others as well. As long as we stick to the plan, victory is all but guaranteed." Daphne assures Cassandra, calming her down as she continued to pat her head. "Why you sure?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Of course, when did we ever lose a war game?" Daphne smiles brightly, answering with confidence. "Now get back to sleep. We don't want to wake the others now, do we?" Cassandra nodded and lay slowly in her bed. "Sleep with me?" she asked, making Daphne sigh and scratch her head. "If it'll make you sleep," she answered as she lies beside Cassandra. Cassandra moved closer to Daphne, resting her head on her shoulders. And the moment she closed her eyes, she saw it again. She saw the whole world turning red, the sky darkening as a silhouette of a large predator stared back at her. She saw everyone lying on the ground, dead, gored mercilessly, and in her arms lay the lifeless body of Daphne. She saw the crackling of red lightning, she could hear it booming in the distance, and as she looks around, she saw everything around her in ruins. She couldn't breathe, everything feels real. She could feel the hand of death grasping her heart, clinching it into its embrace. She saw all of it, but she pushed it down, believing what Daphne told her, she was just being paranoid. That everything is just a dream, a nightmare. She pushed everything down, forcing herself to sleep. As the third day approached, a solemn air settled over Heracles' manor. The Familia, though not yet fully prepared, had no choice but to face the challenges ahead. The war games awaited, promising a crucible that would test not only their combat skills, but the very essence of their beings. In the quiet before the storm, each member of Heracles' Familia steeled themselves for what lay ahead. The impending clash would determine not only their fate, but the intricate interplay of allegiances and conflicts within the realm of Orario. The countdown to the war games had begun. Chapter 148, War Games 1. The gods of Orario were in a festive mood. The meeting room where Hiatus is usually held was full of chatter and excited murmuring as the deities enjoyed the rare occurrence that is a war game. For them, this is one of the highest forms of entertainment. Bets had been placed, laughter and booze passed around. Even Hades, as serious as he is, couldn't help but enjoy himself, especially since August is involved. The god had his eyes on August since the tournament. In his mind, he would be a fine addition to the army he wants to create to hunt down the gods of Evelis, especially since he is a Thay Kuplo user. Hades's eyes roamed the room, where he spotted Heracles, sitting alongside Buddha and Hestia. The two of them saw each other and nodded curtly, with Hades raising his glass to Heracles. At the other side of the room sat Apollo. He had a smug smile on his face and couldn't wait for the event to start. Ishtar sat beside him, and the two of them stared at the giant mirror placed in the middle of the room. It was a way for them to watch the war games without leaving Orario, as it would be held in the mountains south of the city. A large mass of land where monsters live, such as trolls and goblins. It was a perfect battlefield, with plenty of terrain that could be seen, a woodland, a small river, and an open grass field. So strategy on how to use it is a must for the two familias. Apollo swirled his glass as he kept his eyes on the mirror. "How's the preparation? I expect everything to run smoothly, Ishtar." Ishtar smiled a seductive smirk towards Apollo. "Of course, everything is in place. I assume Hyacinthos has acclimated to his newfound power." "That he did," he answered with a sinister grin, "but it won't mean nothing if you didn't do your side of things well. As I said, we of Evelis had already done our job, everything is in place. It is up to your familia now." Ishtar shrugged nonchalantly as she took a sip from her glass. "If everything goes as planned, not only would you get your revenge, Evelis would also gain the primal spear." "Good." Apollo's smile became even deeper. He couldn't wait to see the look on Heracles' face once his children become a stain on the ground. The two cheered their glasses, both having a smile on their faces as they awaited the start of the war game. At Heracles' side, there was a tense atmosphere that surrounded their table. Both Hestia and Heracles had a serious look on their faces, knowing how important it is and how much is at stake. Hestia had her mind on Bel. She had heard the plan and knew that the rescue team would move once the war games commence. It is to catch Soma Familia off guard, but it would still be dangerous as they would be attacking them on their turf. Heracles, meanwhile, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease, especially at how Apollo is acting. His eyes were drawn to the god, and he noticed that he is unusually relaxed. Something isn't right, he thought to himself. He couldn't shake the feeling that Apollo has something up his sleeves. "Herc," Buddha's voice snapped Heracles out of his thoughts. He turned to look at his friend, who was looking at him seriously. "You okay, big guy?" "Yeah, just nervous," Heracles answered, grabbing the glass on the table and chugging the liquor inside it. "You think he's too relaxed?" Heracles asked as he gestured towards Apollo. Buddha took a glance at his table and nodded. Yeah, that's unlike him." "Exactly, it feels like there's something. Call it a gut feeling, but I don't like how relaxed he is." Heracles kept his eyes on Apollo, seeing the grin on his face made him sure that he is up to something. But without proof, he could only speculate. One thing is for sure, he doesn't like it. Before Buddha could answer, Hermes made his move towards the mirror. A smile on his face as he waved at the gods who began cheering. "Ladies and gentlemen, settle down, today's event would finally start." Hermes' playful voice sounded all throughout the room, the gods cheering wildly. "Well then, without further ado, Uranus, grant me permission to use my power." A white glow enveloped Hermes. He could feel his arcanum rising in his body. The voice of Uranus then echoed inside the room. "Granted." With a snap of his fingers, the large mirror lit up, showing the forest area south of Orario. At the east lies the familia of Apollo, their numbers reaching triple digits. And at the front stood Hyacinthos, a confident smile on his face, a look of sure victory. And on the west side stood Heracles' familia, their number, a meager 12. They all had a serious look, their weapons already drawn, and at the front stood the trio of August, Denki, and Helga. With another snap of his fingers, a large golden crown, filled with gems, manifested in front of Hermes. It then flew, a trail of golden light following it as it flew to the south of Orario in the middle of the woodlands. It was the goal for them, the win condition in this war game. Whichever familia wore the crown at the end would be declared the winner. A king of the hill. But this is not the standard king of the hill rules. This time, instead of defending a singular area, the familia would have to defend the wearer of the crown until the given time is over. Another win condition is if there are no more able fighters for a familia. This format was specifically made for a war game, with two gods having bad blood. Because even if you don't have the crown, you can win by killing everyone in the other familia. The stage is set, the brave heroes are now ready on the field. Hermes' voice made the gods cheer even louder. With a huge grin, he opened his arms wide, his voice cheerful and excited. Without further ado, let the war games begin. Yeah! The gods stood up from their seats and raised their glasses in the air as they cheered with wild enthusiasm. On the side, Apollo raised his glass along with the gods. He then turned towards Heracles and smirked in his direction. Heracles clenched his fist. If at first he was only suspicious that Apollo is planning something, right now he was sure of it. Buddha, he growled without taking his eyes off Apollo. Be prepared, something will happen. Buddha nodded, a small smirk rose from his lips. Well, can't say I didn't expect this. He then grabbed a dark silver orb from his pocket, placed it near his mouth, and whispered, "Prepare for the worst-case scenario. You know what to do." Yeah, I'm on it." An annoyed voice answered from the orb. Buddha shook his head and pocketed the orb back. At the mountains south of Orario. At Heracles' familia's side. The adventurers of Heracles' familia saw a golden trail of light falling from the sky, heading towards the woodland. Denki took a deep breath, turned towards August, who gave him a nod. He then turned back towards the other members. "Let's move, stick to the plan." The others nodded seriously, pumping themselves for the upcoming battle. But before they left, August turned towards them. "Guys, prioritize your safety above all else. As captain, I will give you one order and one order alone." August spoke seriously, making the others focus on him. "Die." The others answered as they moved to their respective spots in Denki's strategy. Their strategy was simple, using the terrain to their advantage and smaller numbers, focusing on ambush and guerrilla tactics. A pairing system is added to their strategy. Everyone, with the exception of August, would move in pairs. In the linchpin of their plan, their win condition relies on someone the other familia least suspects. Denki knew that Apollo familia would likely think that either he or Helga would be running for the crown. After all, with August unable to wear it, the two of them are the best choice. So Denki opted for another course of action. Someone they wouldn't suspect at all, and someone no one can detect. After all, even August couldn't detect her. The key to their victory would be Kati. Flashback. Denki stood in front of everyone inside the conference hall of Heracles' manor. Laid on the large round table is a map of the battlefield, which was provided a day before the war games. As you can see, we could use the terrain's IR advantage, but there are some risks, and the obvious one would be their superior numbers. Denki then leaned on the table, pointing out the woodland area of the mountain. "This spot would be our priority. We can use the trees to our advantage. Focusing on guerrilla tactics, our main goal would be to create as much chaos in their ranks." He then turned towards Nadia. "Out of everyone in this room, you have the most experience at moving in a tight forest environment, so I'd like you to move as fast as you can to secure this area. But in doing so, you'll have to get out of your comfort zone." Nadia bit her lips. Denki is right. With her being an elf, she is adept at moving in a forest environment, but the only problem is, doing so would make her have to get close to the enemy. Something she isn't comfortable doing. Nadia, as an archer, leans in favor of sniping her enemies from afar. And in a forest environment, she has no choice but to adjust her fighting style in the tight space of the woodlands. Another thing she could utilize well in this scenario is her vision. Nadia possesses a rare skill, hawk eyes. This allows her to see things from extreme distances, and with practice, she could potentially see things from a unique angle, like a bird watching from above. It is the same skill Froke possesses, but unlike the half-breed, she needs to have a clear vision of her surrounding, something she couldn't do in a forest environment. "I know fighting in a tight space isn't your specialty, but the woodlands are an important area that we must control." Denki placed a small flag on the woodland area of the map. That's why I need you to be there and gain control. Your elven heritage would give you an advantage in that terrain. Nadia nodded. She agrees. Being the sole elf in the familia means that she's the only one capable of using the woods to their utmost potential. Denki, seeing this, smiles. Good, don't worry, it'll only be temporary. As soon as the other team arrives, you'll be moving to a different location, so we'll be prioritizing speed. And like I said, our main goal is to create as much chaos in their lines so the captain would be coming along with you. He'll provide the speed necessary to reach the woodlands first. There he'll use his mana as you'll ambush them with your arrows. Temporary? Thorn asked, voicing out what the others are thinking as well. Like Denki said, the elves are adept at using the woods to their advantage, so why is Nadia moving to a different spot after going all through the trouble of taking control of that area? Nadia's biggest strength isn't her ability to use the woods to her advantage, it is her accuracy and vision. So after securing the woodlands, she would move here. Denki pointed to the cliff at the east. It was one of the highest points in the area. Here she can utilize her strength best, having a clear view of the area. That doesn't answer my question. Why go all that trouble in securing the woodlands then? Wouldn't moving straight to that location be more efficient? Thorn couldn't comprehend why Denki would opt for such a complicated plan. Denki smiled and drew an X on the woodlands, because in doing so, they would view the woodland as a dangerous location for them to enter. He then turned to Caddy. This would be beneficial for the next stage of our plan, and Caddy here would be perfect for the next course of action we take. Caddy gulped. She felt like she would be diving headfirst into danger. And she isn't wrong because the next words that came out of Denki's mouth made her want to punch the young samurai in the face. You'll be the one wearing the crown, and you will use your skill stealth to hide with the crown. Denki smiled towards Caddy, a smile that was filled with trust and confidence. But for Caddy, it looks like a smile of a demon. That's fine and dandy and all, but you forgot one thing? Caddy also smiles towards Denki, mirroring his smile, but at the next moment, her face turned ugly as her nose flared up in anger. I use stealth while moving. The others covered their ears at Caddy's loud scream, caught off guard by the Hume Bunny's sudden volatile reaction. Denki waved his hand in a surrender-like gesture as he tried to calm Caddy down. That's why we need to secure the woodlands, as soon as you take the crown. And become a target for everyone, Caddy cut him off, which made Denki cough. As soon as you grab the crown, you'll be running as fast as you can into the woodlands. Like I said earlier, every one of us would be moving in pairs with the exception of the captain. The reason is after we secure the woodlands, me and Helga would be paired up with you, Denki continued quickly, not wanting to be cut off by Caddy again. Helga nods at hearing the plan, continuing what Denki left out. So the three of us would search for the crown. We can assume the enemies would be searching for it as well. So there are two scenarios here. If Apollo Familia grabbed the crown first, me and Denki would team up to grab the crown and give it to Caddy. The other scenario is that we spot the crown first. Caddy would wear it and run towards the woodlands, and if any Apollo Familia spots us, me and Denki would hold them back. Denki nodded, exactly. He then looked seriously. But you forgot two other possible scenarios. One is if Hyacinthos is wearing the crown, or if another pair saw the crown first. Bors nodded in agreement. And we all agree if Apollo Familia manages to grab the crown first, they would do everything in their power to give it to Hyacinthos. In that scenario, we would be playing into their hands, as the captain is the only one capable of fighting him on equal ground. He had a dark look at the end of his words. Yes, that's why it is important that we establish a safe zone and area for us to control. Denki also had a dark look, agreeing with what Bors said. So taking the woodlands is do or die for us, huh? Lysander inquired. He had an uneasy look on his face. After all, their plan revolved around how fast they could control one area. Yes, if Hyacinthos is the one wearing the crown, everyone with the exception of the captain would have to retreat to the woodlands. Denki looked at August, who gave him a nod. He continued. At least here, we can use the terrain to pick them off while they come to hunt us. This is our worst-case scenario. If Hyacinthos grabs the crown, I'll be running towards Nadia. Using my mana dome and her hawkeye, we can provide support all over the woodlands for those who need it. So our best case is me, Getting the crown, running to our safe zone, and using stealth until the time runs out? Caddy asked. She really didn't want to be a target, but she has to admit, this plan is the best possible plan they can come up with. Yes, that's the gist of it. Denki shrugs as he answers. Yeah, about that. If the best-case scenario does happen, then everyone in Apollo Familia would march to the woodland to find Caddy. Wouldn't their numbers overwhelm us in the long run? Jagu raised his hand to ask. The others looked at him funny. Oswald had a shocked look on his face as he poked Jagu on the head. Yo, you do have a brain, he mutters in disbelief. The others nodded in agreement. Even Helga, who is by far the most mature, has her mouth agape at Jagu. Oh, fuck off, Jagu cursed as he muttered something about being bullied by everyone. As much as I hate to admit it, but the idiot is right. Ira was the first to react, earning a loud, "Hey, I'm right here," from Jagu, which everyone ignored. They will put all their forces on us in the woodlands. How are we able to counter that? Look, as much as I want to be optimistic, their numbers are just too much for us, even with the terrain advantage. That's where I come in. August was the one who answered. With their primary focus on finding Caddy, which would be impossible, they would have no choice but to group up. And here is where I would strike. Them being grouped up means that a fight between me and Hyacinthos would involve a lot of collateral damage on their side. Giving them no choice but to scatter, and here lies our advantage in establishing our hold at the location first. Denki continued. Here we would pluck them, aiming for the weaker ones first, those who were isolated from the fight between the two level 6, chipping at their numbers, using the chaos and confusion provided by the captain to our advantage. Helga smirked confidently as she continues. Here we would target them one by one, where their numbers wouldn't mean a damn thing. August then stabbed his spear on the map. He looked at everyone, a dangerous smile rising on his lips, his mana slowly exuding out of his body, making everyone feel a chill run up their spines. Here we shall slaughter them, one by one. The others couldn't help but smile dangerously as well, their bloodlust and anger rising to the surface as they remember everything Apollo Familia did. With a collective voice, they answer, "Aye." End of flashback. At Apollo Familia's side, Hyacinthos faced everyone on his side. He stood with confidence, feeling the power that Apollo gave to him coursing through his veins. He feels unstoppable. He feels like no one can stand on his way. It is an exhilarating feeling, and he couldn't wait to unleash all of this power on August Kaiser. We have the advantage here. Leave no one alive. If you encounter the Gae Bulg, run on sight, he is mine. If you encounter Valkyrie, didn't engage unless you have 5 or more members. The same goes if you encounter the Autumn Blade. Hyacinthos stood in front of his familia, a small smile escaping his lips as he raised his sword up in the air. No mercy. Let's kill them all, for Lord Apollo. For Lord Apollo. Cassandra couldn't help feeling restless. She watched the sky, the clouds, and felt a dreadful feeling rising up her body. She listened to what Hyacinthos said and felt fear. She looked around, seeing the hyped-up member of her familia, but she felt absolute dread. The position of the two families, the location of where the crown headed, the patterns of the clouds, even Hyacinthos' speech. It was an eerie sensation. The feeling of déjà vu crept slowly along with the dread. She had seen it all. Everything is happening as she had seen. In her nightmares. Chapter 149, Wargames 2. The sun reached its peak, signaling the two familias to make their moves. August turned to Denki, and the two shared a nod. He then grabbed Nadia and lifted her over his shoulders. "Sorry about this," he muttered with a chuckle. Nadia's eyes widened. She knew the plan, but she did not expect August to carry her. Before she could protest, August sprinted towards the woodlands, and Nadia could only scream as the scenery blurred past her at extreme speed. Denki, mouth agape, watched August and Nadia vanish from view. Well, I did say they should take control as fast as they can. He scratched his head and turned to Helga, who also gazed into the distance, her brow twitching. "Is she gonna be okay?" Helga asked absent-mindedly. "Well, she's with the captain. I'm sure she's gonna be fine, I think." Denki shrugged and turned around, facing the others. "Now then, let's move. Caddy, you're with me and Helga, Jagu with Thorn. The two of you will act as our main support. Place yourselves where you can reach everyone. Keys, you're with Boars, set up traps. Oswald, get to the high ground. You're with Ira, the two of you will act as our main artillery, and as soon as Nadia is done with her job, she'll replace Ira, and you'll join along with Lysander. Lysander, I know I said that we would be moving in pairs, but I'm confident in your ability to move on your own, roam the outskirts of the wood. Since Caddy would be searching for the crown with us, you will act as our scout. Engage if you see fit, but be careful. I advise you to at least wait for Ira before engaging. Roger. Everyone nodded as they received their orders, and in a blink, they all moved to their respective roles. At Nadia and August's side, Nadia felt the wind slamming against her as August carried her like a sack of potatoes. It was the very first time she ever moved like this, and it wasn't a pleasant experience. Everything then came to a sudden halt. We're here. August's voice entered her ears as she felt her body being placed back down on solid ground. Pretty quick if I say so myself. He smiled, looking happy with himself. Nadia felt her knees shaking. She staggered, and August quickly caught her before she could fall. Never do that again, she said with a shaky voice. August smiled and answered, no promises. He then made sure Nadia was on solid legs before letting her go. But then, August felt a sense of absolute disgust as his monodome rose into action. He could sense the presence of multiple monsters inside the woods. We got company, he said with malice. Apollo Familia. No, monsters, he spat as he gripped his spear tightly. A lot of them. Set things up here and wait for the others, I'll clean up the surroundings. Nadia could feel the coldness in August's voice. She nodded as she couldn't answer due to the slight killing intent that was prickling at her skin. Jagu and Thorn will arrive here first, guide them to their spot in the woods. You know your role. August walked forward while twirling his spear, making a whistling sound as it cut through the air. And don't forget my only order, don't die. Roger, she stuttered, still feeling the oppressive killing intent August was releasing. She knew that it wasn't directed at her, but it still felt suffocating nonetheless. And in a blink of an eye, August vanished from her view. Jagu and Thorn sighed. The two members of Heracles' Familia ran straight to the woodlands, aiming to arrive as fast as they could to set up their positions. The others, on the other hand, took different paths, maximizing their chances of finding the crown first. They could already see some trees along the way when suddenly Thorn pushed Jagu to the side while grabbing his dagger and slashed right in front of them, cutting an arrow in half. Jagu quickly rolled up, grabbing his short sword and getting into his stance, facing the direction where Thorn was facing. What is it? Jagu asked, quickly understanding why Thorn pushed him. Goblins, I sense 5 or 6, maybe more, he answered, grabbing another dagger with his offhand. We don't have time for this, we need to move quickly. Agreed, Jagu nodded, stabilizing himself and crouching low, getting ready to plow through the monsters in their path. But before he could, he felt a shift in the air. He ran towards Thorn and raised his buckler behind Thorn's head, blocking the arrow that was aimed to pierce his skull. It looks like we're surrounded. Jagu clicked his tongue as he stood back to back with Thorn, facing another group of monsters, this time kobolds. Why are there so many monsters here? Yeah, this feels strange. Thorn tightened the grip on his daggers as he glared at the monsters in front of him. But as I said, we don't have the time to waste here. Tell that to those fuckers then, Jagu cursed angrily. Keys and Boar sighed. Arg, Boars roared as he slammed his axe down on an incoming goblin. He then spun around and punched another in the face, forcefully pulling his axe out and slashing at the abdomen of the goblin. Where did these fuckers come from? Keys weaved from side to side, desperately dodging the weapons aimed at him. Being level 1 didn't help. He was smart, though, placing himself between the monsters and Boar's back. Denki did say that this area would contain monsters, he answered as he stabbed his spear forward, only to be blocked by the goblin with its wooden shield. Shit. He then felt a kick at his side, sending him crawling on the ground. He saw a club falling straight at him, which he dodged by rolling to the side. He grabbed his spare knife and stabbed the goblin in the head, gushing out blood all over his body. Fucking hell. Yes, but they aren't supposed to be this aggressive. Boars rushed beside Keys and Shoulder tackled another goblin away from the kid. He then slashed his axe upward, cutting the monster in half with one swing. Get up and grab your weapon. Keys did just that. He picked up his spear and stood behind Boars as they faced a horde of goblins, drooling as they moved slowly towards the two. Ira and Oswald sighed. The two of them ran at a steady pace, which was slow, to say the least. It was expected, as Oswald was not the most athletic in the familia, but they made steady progress towards their destination, which was the cliff on the east, offering an overview of the woodland area. As they made their way, Ira turned towards Oswald and whispered, being watched, her hand moving towards the short sword on her side. Yeah, they are not necessarily hiding. Looks like Apollo Familia had the same idea as us. Oswald nodded as his staff appeared in his hand. The two of them stopped and readied themselves. Facing the trees on the left, Oswald began to force his mana to move at his will as his staff glowed a bright blue hue. Ira unsheathed her short sword and faced the same direction. I'll act as vanguard. Oswald gave a curt nod, not taking his eyes off the trees. Well, lucky us, finding you two here all alone. A smug voice reached their ears as a man slowly emerged from the trees. Besides him were 4 others, all brandishing their weapons at Oswald and Ira. Heading for the high ground as well, huh? Too bad, we have you outnumbered. Ira clicked her tongue. It looked like Oswald was right on the money on this one. Apollo Familia also wanted to get the high ground. After all, it's a strategic location. Can we take them? Oswald whispered to Ira. We must. At least hold them down here until Jagu and Thorn arrive to support us. Ira got into her stance. Her eyes gleamed coldly as she looked at the 5 members of Apollo Familia in their way. The members of Apollo Familia had a high grin on their faces. After all, they had them outnumbered. They slowly moved to circle them, a strategy mainly used in fighting monsters on the same level. Looks like the captain and Helga are right. They are treating us as monsters. Ira's lips slowly rose into a smile. Well, that's a mistake on their part, one we could use to our advantage. Oswald, aim for their backline. Ira screamed as she rushed forward, not giving time for Apollo Familia to finish their encirclement. The members of Apollo Familia did not expect them to attack suddenly with their number advantage in place. This made them momentarily panic, but they are adventurers. They know how to adjust. 2 members of Apollo rushed to intercept Ira, but she expected that to happen. Coming to a sudden halt, she extended her hands forward, where a staff manifested out of thin air. They did not realize that she is also a mage. Gotcha, she smiled as her staff glowed a bright blue light, shooting out multiple laser-like projectiles towards the 2 Apollo Familia adventurers who rushed to intercept her charge. It would have worked if the other party were mindless monsters. Seeing the mana come forth as Ira launched her magic, the 2 quickly rolled out of the way, moving towards the left and right respectively. But the thing is, Ira expected that as well. Being drilled in anti-personnel combat by August, and Helga made them aware that adventurers don't move like monsters. She knew they would dodge as soon as they saw and sensed her weaving mana and using her staff, but that was the reaction she was looking for. She rushed to the right, her staff vanishing into thin air. Her right hand that never let go of her sword was raised to the side. Her aim was right at the moment he recovered from the roll he did. With a practiced motion, she slashed straight for his throat, killing him. He had a look of disbelief as he fell on his back, sending blood spewing everywhere. Fuck, you'll pay for that. The other member of Apollo Familia, who rolled to the left, recovered and rushed towards Ira. On both his hands, he equipped a pair of trench knives. Nico, don't! The man, who they assumed is their leader, hastily screamed for him to stop, but it seems like anger had blinded him at the moment. He never saw the huge fireball that was flying in his path, and to be fair, Oswald wasn't really aiming for him. He screamed in pain as his body was engulfed in flames. He fell on the ground and rolled, trying desperately to stop the fire from burning him. But then a blue beam hit him on his head, which made it explode in gore. The others followed the beam and saw Ira, holding her staff once again, pointing it at the now dead adventurer from Apollo Familia. You were saying about you guys outnumbering us? Ira spoke coldly as a smile rose from her lips, making the 3 other guys shiver as they felt a chill run up their spines. Most people might think that after the executives, Lysander or boars are the next strongest members of the familia. Oswald thought silently to himself as he stared seriously at Ira. When it comes to the stats, they are not wrong, but the thing is, Ira is much scarier than the two of them. He turned towards the three remaining members of the Apollo familia. He's like the captain after all, and though she might try to hide it, most of us in the familia know this already. He sighed as he aimed his staff towards them, the reason why even though she's a mage, she's proficient at using a sword. The reason why she was paired up with me even though two mages isn't a good team. Ira tilted her head and faced the other three with a sadistic smile on her face. Gone is the cold and emotionless look. It was replaced with a sadistic gleam, that of a killer. Oswald couldn't help but shiver whenever he saw that look on her face. She had that look multiple times in the dungeon when they are fighting monsters. Honestly, how many of them are in the familia right now? I really don't get their types. So, shall we continue? She asked as her staff again vanished. She crouched down, lowering her center of gravity as she placed her sword forward. I really don't get battle maniacs. At Apollo's familia side, Hyacinthos stood at the same spot where the Apollo familia started on the mountains. Besides him is another individual wearing a mask. No one knew who the masked individual is. All they know is that they recently joined the familia, 4 days ago to be exact. And Apollo had made sure that this individual would be treated with respect. They were even given an executive spot on their first day in the familia, which irked some of the members. But when they demonstrated their skills and strength, those thoughts died down. After all, they were strong, stronger than their captain when he was in the past, at least. The masked individual goes by the name Kumo. They have a slender build, which made others speculate that Kumo is a female. But none of them were sure since Hyacinthos also has a slender build, and they never speak to anybody aside from Apollo and Hyacinthos. How are things on your end? Hyacinthos asked, not looking at his conversation partner. Good, everything is running smoothly so far, though a slight hiccup is happening at the cliffside area. They answered. Their voice had a magical effect that does not allow you to discern their gender. So some pests are aiming for the high ground as well? Hyacinthos smirked while shrugging. No matter, we can take the high ground whenever we like. I could send some reinforcement to make the job smoother. Kumo asked as she grabbed a black orb from their cloak. The same orb that Buddha used to communicate with his man. It was a fairly common magical artifact after all, one that allows for users to talk with one another from great distance. No need, let them have their victory on that one. Hyacinthos smirked, focus more on our goal. If you say so. Speaking of goals, the Gae-bulg is making his move towards my pets. It looks like the information we received on him is spot on. Kumo pointed their hands towards the area where August is heading. It was the area where a large horde of monsters was stationed. He really hates monsters with a passion, doesn't he? I can't say I like him. Like I said, he is mine. Hyacinthos growled as his mana spiked up in anger. Relax, you will have your time. Kumo chuckled as they stepped forward. But for now, we move to limit the presence of Gae-bulg on the battlefield, and those monsters would do their job well. How did you manage to tame all those monsters? Hyacinthos asked curiously. Even Shakti, who is considered the best tamer in Orario, would have a hard time controlling that many, and yet you are able to do it, as well as give them specific orders. It's a trade secret, one that is best kept secret. They looked at Hyacinthos as dark mana exudes out of their body. I suggest you don't pry on my business. Hyacinthos raised his hands and mockingly surrendered. Oh, how scary. Fine, let Evelys keep their secrets. Kumo nods as they relax their mana. He then turned towards the sky, where multiple flying monsters are keeping watch at the entirety of the mountain. This was the way for them to know exactly where each member of Heracles' familia is moving. Well, I believe it's time for phase 2. The mask individual chuckles as he pointed towards the outskirts of the woodland. And there's actually a stray just moving all along for us to start with? How fun. The flying monsters could see a lone person hiding in the tree lines, while most adventurers or even monsters wouldn't be able to see him. For Kumo, he might as well be standing on plain sight. Kumo has Lysander in their sight. Chapter 150, Welp, it's that time of the year again. Chapter 151, Wargames 3. At August's side. Zhlack. Another monster had met its end as August's spear ripped it to shreds. He looked around and saw multiple broken bodies of the monsters lying all around him, mangled and gored, as the smell of iron perfumed the air. I know that the woodland area around this part is a habitat for this trash, but he gripped his spear as his mind moved to analyze the situation he was in. This is too many, and I can sense them everywhere. It's messing up my monodome. He was getting annoyed by the horde of monsters in the area. Not only were they a nuisance, but they were also clogging up his senses. He could still pinpoint everyone in the woodland area, but it was getting too crowded to tell who was who, especially since the majority of the monsters were at the same level as his familia members. This is getting tedious, he snarled as he spun and beheaded another orc that came charging towards him. He concentrated on his dome, making it more refined to see how the others were doing. His face quickly morphed into a frown as he felt something messing with his monodome. He could still sense them, but it was faint, like looking through a foggy road. It feels like something is masking their mana signature, making it harder for me to sense them inside the dome. He then sensed multiple monsters charging at him. He glanced over his shoulder, looking at the horde of goblins and kobolds moving towards him without any ounce of fear. There was even a troll mixed in. His mind jumped back to 9 years ago. Something about this feels eerily familiar. He shrugged off the eerie sensation and focused on killing all the trash that was coming his way. No matter, they should be fine. After all, they are strong. He smirked as he twirled his spear and walked towards the monsters, a predatory look on his face. At Denki's side, the young samurai had a frown on his face. If August's monodome was like looking through a foggy road, he was completely useless right now. He couldn't sense anyone because of all the monsters in the area. What the hell is happening here? Denki couldn't help but grunt at the situation he was in. Helga and Caddy looked at him confused. "What's the matter?" Helga asked, readying herself in case of an enemy attack. "Monsters," Denki answered, his frown growing larger. "We know that going in. That's why we chose the woodlands as our safe zone." Helga moved closer to August and placed her hand on his shoulder. "We have no time to second-guess your plan because of some monsters. We need to move." "It isn't just some monsters." Denki looked at Helga seriously, his face scrunched up into an ugly frown as he bit his thumb and started to think. "Based on the information I received from the guild, the woodlands are a habitat for monsters such as goblins and kobolds, and as you said, it was the reason why we chose this area in the first place. The monsters would also be a natural barrier for us to use against the Apollo Familia. But the guild never said anything about a horde." Caddy's eyes widened when she heard Denki. "Did you just say a horde?" Denki nodded as he continued to bite his thumb to think, his mind moving quickly, racking his brain to come up with an alternative. "How many?" Caddy asked, her face growing pale at the new information she heard. "Too many to know for sure. It's clogging up my monodome." His answer made Helga's eyes widen. "Shit, we need to move." She hurriedly urged the two to start moving, and her face has a look of panic. "If it's clogging up your monodome, then we won't know where the others are. They might have run into the horde. We need to regroup and reevaluate the situation." Caddy and Denki paled at what Helga said. If that's the case, then they needed to regroup as fast as possible. "I'm afraid we cannot let you do that." A voice made the three of them turn. Denki then clicked his tongue when multiple adventurers of Apollo Familia revealed themselves, coming out of the woods with their weapons at the ready and a taunting smile plastered on their faces. At the lead stood a male blonde elf. He was hiding his face with a red cloak and was wearing a green long-sleeved top. "We have explicit orders to stop the two of you from helping the rest of Heracles' Familia." "Lissos," Helga snarled the name of the elf as she gripped her claymore tightly. "How the hell did they find us so quickly?" she asked herself as she took her stance. "Helga Bladsworth, the Valkyrie." Lissos gave Helga a curt nod. He then turned towards Denki and did the same. "Autumn Blade, Makoto Denki. It is an honor and a privilege to face both of you on the battlefield, but unfortunately, I have my orders." Lissos snapped his finger as more adventurers from Apollo Familia emerged from the woods, but what came after them made the three of them pale. Roar. You gotta be kidding me. Denki snarled as he instinctively took a step back. A Apollo Familia doesn't have a tamer. Helga glared at the monsters, while also moving a step back. Caddy gulped as her hands moved towards her daggers. Her eyes roamed the area looking for a way out. No matter where she looked, a member of Apollo Familia or a monster was standing. Guys, they have us surrounded, she said nervously. Monsters ranging from goblins all the way to a forest troll began to appear, and by the looks of things, the monsters were with the Apollo Familia. Denki couldn't comprehend how this happened. He asked Froke for every bit of information she had on the Apollo Familia, from how many members to the strength of each executive. Never was it mentioned that there was a tamer in the Familia, and a strong one at that, as they were even able to tame a forest troll. A screech from above made the three of them look up and see a pair of firebirds flying directly above them. So that's how they were able to find us so quickly. Helga put two and two together as she returned her look back to Lisso's. I got to say, you got us on the rope here. Who would have thought that there was a tamer in the Apollo Familia? She glared at the elf and continued. Especially since said tamer was not mentioned in the records. That's a crime, you know, possessing an unregistered adventurer. A chuckle escaped Lisso's lips, followed by the others. While that is true, I'm afraid everyone in Apollo is a registered adventurer. You can check the guild after this is all over. If you live, that is. So they are aiming for the kill, Denki thought to himself. Make me laugh, there was no recorded tamer in Apollo Familia. Let me guess, you learned that from the trash. Garen, a level 2 member of Apollo Familia, laughed mockingly as his face morphed into an amused grin. How would she know? The traitor left before Master Kuma joined the Familia. Silence! Lissos glared at Garen, looking at the man coldly, then turned back towards Denki and Bode respectfully. I must apologize for the behavior of my comrades, but what he said is right. Master Kuma joined after the Gae Bulge took Froke away from the Familia. Denki's eyes roamed all around, his mind moving quickly, trying to come up with a plan to get out of this debacle. Helga's eyes met Denki's, and they shared a look. At the same time, they glanced back towards Caddy. The two of them nodded, a plan quickly forming within their heads. Caddy, we will cover for you. Run as fast as you can, head towards the outskirts of the woods. Denki crouched lower as his hand held the handle of his katana near the tip. He took his patented Aijutsu stance. What about the plan? You said TH. Caddy wanted to protest, but Helga gave her a stern look that shut her up. This is an order, Caddy. The plans have changed, especially with a tamer involved. Find Lysander. If my guess is right, he'll be targeted for being alone. Denki then turned towards the Hume Bunny, giving her a reassuring smile. Me and Helga will handle everything here. Don't worry about us. You must find Lysander as fast as possible. Do you understand? Caddy bit her lips and nodded reluctantly. She didn't want to leave the two of them, especially with them being surrounded by Apollo Familia's adventurers and monsters. But she also knew that Denki was right. With Lysander being alone, he becomes a prime target for them to ambush. Denki then turned to Helga, and the two of them spoke with their eyes as Helga sheathed her claymore in exchange for her kite shield. The young samurai then turned towards the elf and the adventurers and monsters with him. On my count. He willed his mana to move as it smoothly molded into his body. A bright orange hue exuding a calm and serene pressure began to pulse all over the area. His mana looked just like a cool autumn breeze. Calm and peaceful, yet everyone could feel the sharpness of it. After all, autumn is the season of death. Helga also began to move her mana, a gray metallic light bursting out of her body. It was wild, you could feel the power in every pulse of her mana. She looked like an impenetrable wall. The grayish metallic mana then moved to her shield, making it look much larger than it really is. 3-2. Denki's feet dug deep into the ground. The adventurers of Apollo Familia also prepared themselves. Lissos unsheathed his sword as he got into her stance, the monsters snarling and growling towards the 3 Heracles Familia members. Now. Denki rushed forward as his mana went from calm and serene to a powerful torrent. His grip on the hilt tightened as he charged his sword with his mana. Aijutsu, Soyakaze. Lissos's eyes widened as he could only see the blur that was Denki. His body moved on instinct as he placed his sword at his abdomen, just in time for him to block the slash that was aiming to cut him in half. Lissos felt his blade being cut. He hastily loaded it with mana to defend against the blow. With their 2 mana clashing, a backlash erupted, causing a large explosion which erupted right in the middle of Apollo Familia's ranks. At Lysander's side, the former gladiator was hiding amongst the trees. So far so good. He thought to himself as he moved carefully in order to not be spotted by a member of Apollo Familia. He jumped down to the ground without making a sound. It looked like the lessons Caddy had been teaching him had been paying off. He stayed low, looking left and right as he continued to move in the outskirts area of the woodland, not staying at one spot for long periods of time. I hope the others are doing well. He couldn't help but worry about the others, especially since he had spotted multiple monsters in the area. He had made sure to take care of them, killing them fast and quietly so they couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, he heard several voices moving his way. The voices weren't familiar, which would mean that they weren't his allies. Lysander had good hearing and memory. He did not forget a voice once he heard it. He hid in the bushes, waiting for the owners of the voice to show themselves. He would then decide if it was safe enough for him to take care of them without causing much of a ruckus to attract the attention of the others. A few seconds later, 2 Apollo Familia adventurers had entered his vision, and from the looks of it, they were alone. Lysander looked them up and down, trying to gauge their strength. His hand slowly moved towards his side, where he kept his throwing daggers. He decided that he could take them out while still maintaining his cover. He took one throwing dagger as he unlocked the sheath of his blade. His plan was to kill the other one with the throwing dagger and take advantage of the confusion as he rushed the other one with his sword. He slowly raised the dagger up, his eyes never leaving the target. Just as he was prepared to throw it, a voice sounded behind him, a literal whisper in his ear. "Hello, what are you doing here?" Lysander's body stopped just as his hand was going down to throw. He felt the hair on his neck stand. He never forgot a voice, and right now, he recognized just whose voice it belonged to. Shit. He cursed it in his head. He slowly turned around, while his hand gradually moved towards the hilt of his sword. As soon as he saw the boots, he slashed the throwing dagger towards the person behind him. His other hand then unsheathed his sword as it slashed at the person's neck. The dagger was dodged with very little effort. His hand then moved to intercept Lysander's sword, catching his attack by his wrist. Lysander's eyes widened, his head slowly moving up, his eyes glaring at the person who was holding him at his wrist. What he saw was the smiling face of Hyacinthos, looking down at him. "Will you look at that?" he said mockingly. He then kicked Lysander in his abdomen, sending him flying into the trees. I caught myself a pesky rat. Chapter 152, Wargames 4. Lysander was slow to get up. He felt his bones rattling, protesting from him trying to get up. He glared at Hyacinthos, his vision was slightly blurry, and he could see red in his left eye. He was bleeding from his forehead and was feeling quite dizzy. The hit took a lot out of him. Just goes to show just how much a level of disadvantage he has against Hyacinthos. Oh look, the rat is trying to get up. Hyacinthos mused with sadistic pleasure as he slowly walked towards Lysander, the former gladiator trying his best to get to his feet. I got to say, I'm impressed. You can take a hit, huh? How about another one? He smiled as he suddenly vanished and appeared in front of Lysander with his hands in the air. He backhanded him, sending him hurtling in the air. The former gladiator could feel his lips burst open from the hit. He landed on the ground and rolled multiple times, finally stopping when his body hit a large boulder near a tree. Hyacinthos waited for him to move again, but was disappointed when the former gladiator stayed down on the ground. "What? That's it," he sighed as he walked towards him. Grabbing him by the hair and raising him, the smile widened Wekuda his bloody face. "Well, what do you know? Seems like everyone in that familia is trash. No wonder that girl went with you. I guess it's true what they say. Trash attracts trash." Yoso talked to Machisu. Lysander practically groaned, his words inaudible. This made Hyacinthos laugh with sadistic pleasure. "Did you say anything? I didn't catch that." He slapped him, making sure to hold back just a bit as blood splashed to the ground. He then pulled him near his ear, whispering with an amused tone. Care to repeat that, trash? Why you talk, too much. Lysander's voice made Hyacinthos smile. He slowly lifted Lysander higher. A trash that could talk? How amusing. The captain of Apollo Familia unsheathed his sword and ran it through Lysander's chest. Let's see you talk without a tongue. Maybe I'll show it to Gay Bulg later, or maybe it's just better to show him your head. Fuck you. Lysander groans shakily. His voice is broken, yet it carries his anger and defiance. Your head it is. Hyacinthos shrugs. He then throws Lysander up in the air as he aims at his neck with his sword. Die. As he was about to slash, Lysander's body suddenly vanished out of thin air. This made him stop in confusion. He quickly looked around, trying to find where his target was, only to feel a sudden sharp pain in his left abdomen. His eyes widened as he stared down, seeing a dagger sticking through him, and a hand slowly materializes out of thin air. He followed the hand and saw a Hume bunny looking at him angrily. It was Catty. Her gaze was full of determination and fire, yet he could sense fear in those eyes of hers. He quickly grabbed the arm and smiled, but his eyes were coldly looking at Catty. What do we have here? He tried to pull her close, but his balance was suddenly gone. He felt slightly dizzy. Poison, enough to even incapacitate our captain. Catty spoke with a shaky voice. She forcefully pulled her hand off and kicked Hyacinthos, making him fall to the ground. Hyacinthos looked impressed. He gave Catty a look from head to toe. Well, it seems like I was wrong. He muttered to himself. He moved his mana all around his body, slowly destroying the poison that was moving through his veins. Looks like Heracles' Familia has some worthwhile members. Catty felt the mana. Her hair suddenly stood as her senses told her to run. And demi-humans, especially those who are beast people, trust their instinct above all else. Just as the poison was burned off from the inside of Hyacinthos, Catty hastily used her skill, stealth, to the max. Hyacinthos quickly got up and moved his hand forward. The smile on his face grew larger. But as he was about to catch her, she vanished out of thin air, just like what happened to Lysander. Hyacinthos' hands grabbed nothing. He looked around, trying to find where the Hume bunny ran off to. He puts his senses to the max, trying to sense where she is. But alas, he couldn't. Interesting, he muttered as his eyes moved down towards the dagger. He grabbed it with his hand and pulled it out like it was nothing. He lifted it to see that it was a high-quality dagger and the poison on it was well made, enough to even incapacitate him, who is a level 6. He chuckled as he threw the dagger on the ground. Very interesting indeed. He chuckled as the wounds slowly closed, with black fire appearing on it. With that, he left, like he wasn't even there in the first place. Catty panted as she fell to her knees. Her mind raced at the thought that she was almost captured. She could clearly remember Hyacinthos' hands inches away from her body. If he had just extended it a bit more, he would have touched her. Especially since she could not move once she activated it. Catty's stealth skill is unique. It activates like magic but does not use mana. Another thing that makes it unique is that it has 2 activation effects. The first is Mirage. This activation makes it harder for the opponent to see her, like a camouflage of some sort. You can still see a silhouette, and if you focus hard enough, you can see right through it. It was perfect for catching someone off guard, especially people who bring their guard down. Much like what Hyacinthos did against Lysander, he brought his guard down. Mirage even allows her to move, but it limits her. Her movement has to be slow, snail's paced even. However, she found a loophole around the skill. She can move quickly while still activating Mirage, but she has to already be moving fast. For example, if she jumps or if someone throws her forward, it wouldn't count as her doing the moving. It is considered carried or forward momentum, something she did not do or was caused by an outside factor. She found a way to use that. Running at full speed and leaping forward, using her Hume bunny trait to her advantage, once she's in the air, she'll activate Mirage, giving the illusion that she was vanishing because of the camouflage and fast movement. She could also use Mirage with other people, as long as she is in physical contact with them. But the downside is that it becomes incredibly risky, since not only does she have to move slowly and carefully, the other party has to do the same. The second activation is True Stealth. This activation makes her completely invisible, so much so that even Auguste's mana dome couldn't perceive her, which she enjoys if she is being honest. It is as if she doesn't even exist. But the drawback is, she can't move from her spot while this is activated. Even the slightest movement would cancel out the skill. She can still do minor things like raise her hand or turn her head, but the moment she lifts her foot off the ground, the skill would automatically deactivate. The reason why this is a skill is because instead of mana, it costs the user stamina. So holding it for too long is out of the question. She would die of exhaustion if she did. Like Mirage, she can also use this skill for others, as long as she has contact with the person. That's how he was able to make Lysander vanish from Hyacinthos' sight. Using Mirage to get closer, while Hyacinthos was not paying attention to her, waiting for a chance to rescue Lysander out of his grasp. As soon as he threw him in the air, she moved, canceling Mirage and jumping with all her might. Using her Hume Bunny trait to the max, as soon as she jumped, she activated Mirage once again. She quickly restrained Lysander, whispering to him not to move. As soon as they landed, she used True Stealth. And she was lucky, she landed right beside Hyacinthos, giving her the perfect opportunity to attack. She should have aimed for the head, but alas, Hyacinthos was just too tall for her to reach. She had to jump if she wanted to do it. This would have cancelled out True Stealth, and she wasn't confident that she could move faster than a level 6 without her stealth. She learnt her lesson when she tried it out against Auguste at his welcoming tradition. A level 6 can move faster than a level 2, even if they are caught off guard. So she opted for a much-neared target, his abdomen. Using the dagger dipped with poison, she stabbed Hyacinthos with all she got. Shocked to learn that the man wasn't even using his mana to shield his body. He was that confident that no one could hurt him. But you couldn't defend what you couldn't see, and Hyacinthos didn't see the attack coming. As soon as the blade made contact, the effects of True Stealth was cancelled out. True Stealth is also instantaneous. Even if someone was looking at her, once she activates it, she'll vanish completely. This is the reason why she felt so much fear at that moment. Her skill was instantaneous, and the fact that someone was able to move just as quickly as her activating her skill made her feel uneasy. If she didn't follow her instinct, she would have been a goner by now. It made her shudder, her face pale as she sat down on a tree. Her hands felt cold. She stared at them only to see them shaking uncontrollably. Catty, she snapped out of her thoughts as Lysander spoke, who was beside her. She shook her head and pushed the fear down. She turned to the side and quickly moved towards the heavily injured man. Rest, you've been beaten badly. You look doubly worse for wear as well. Lysander chuckled, which made him wince in pain. He clutched his ribs and groaned. Maybe I should have let him cut your tongue off, she mumbled, making Lysander shudder. Catty carefully removed Lysander's armor. She winced as she saw a brutal bruise on her abdomen. She was the familia's primary healer and medic, so she was used to seeing injuries. She did not wince because of the severity of the injury. She had seen worse. She winced because Lysander, who in the familia is known for the toughness of his body, was injured to this degree with only one hit from Hyacinthos. 3. No 4 broken ribs. There's also some tearing in his muscles. She moved her hand gently on top of his abdomen. Her hand slowly moved towards his hands, making sure that she wasn't applying too much pressure on her touch. She didn't want him to suffer internal bleeding because she was rushing. Fracture wrist on his right, his elbow is also broken. She clicked his tongue and grabbed her bag from her back, setting it down to the ground as she rummaged for supplies. I would say he's lucky, that bastard was holding back. If he had hit him for real, he would have died on the spot. But this doesn't change the fact that right now, we're down one man. That bad, huh? Lysander spoke with a shaky voice, snapping Catty from her thoughts once again. The Hume Bunny looked at him and smiled. I've seen worst. This is meh, nothing a good rest won't fix. She tried to play it cool, but Lysander saw right through it. Did anyone ever told you that you are a bad liar? Lysander chuckled, and like earlier he winced at the pain, earning a flick in his forehead from Catty. Hey, I'm already injured here. So stop squirming around, geez. She glared at him while she grabbed 2 bottles of mid-grade potion and a roll of bandage. Just relax, go to sleep for all I care. Drink this first. She shoved one of the bottle in his mouth, forcefully making him drink while he poured the other one on his abdomen. Lysander groaned as he spat the now empty bottle on the ground. He then looked at Caddy with disbelief and frustratingly complaint. "Can you be a bit more gentle?" "I am being gentle, now rest. It would take a while for the potion to take effect," she answered while tying the bandage on her abdomen. "No wonder you don't have a boyfriend," Lysander whispered to himself. "What was that?" She spoke coldly while smiled at him, but like her voice, her eyes were far from smiling. "Nothing," Lysander gulped as he shuddered. Right now, Caddy looks even scarier than Hyacinthos ever did. Chapter 153, Shameless Plug-in. Chapter 154, Wargames 5. Bors wiped the blood off his axe, having a bit of trouble breathing as he looked around. The whole area was littered with evidence of an intense fight, with corpses of monsters staining the ground left and right. "Oi, you still alive, kid?" Bors glanced at Keys, who was sitting on his ass with his head looking skyward. His chest moved up and down as he panted loudly. "Could have been, pant better," the kid answered with an exhausted tone, his body covered in blood, both his own and that of the monsters that attacked them. Dinky never said that the area would be pant-filled with monsters. "Well, what's done is done." Bors shrugged as he walked beside Keys, then extended his hand for him to reach. "Can you keep going, or do you want to rest?" Keys grabbed the old man's arm and with a huff, pulled himself up, almost losing his balance due to exhaustion, feeling his knees shaking. "Let's just go. The quicker we can reach our rendezvous point, the faster we can lay these traps and rest." "HHHA, that's the spirit, kid." Bors slapped the young man on his back, which Keys did not appreciate at the moment. "Well, let's go. Like you said, the faster we move, the faster." He stopped and turned serious, his eyes suddenly sharp. His head quickly turned, looking all around him. "Bors." "Quiet, kid." The old man shushed Keys as he turned his senses up to 11. The sudden seriousness in Bors' tone quickly silenced Keys. He gulped and tightly held his spear as he, too, looked around, trying to sense what Bors was feeling. "Whoever you are hiding in that tree, show yourself." Bors practically growled as he kept his eyes on one of the trees. Two girls slowly walked forward, one with short red hair and an intense look on her face, exuding a strong aura, and like most members of Apollo Familia, quite beautiful. The other had long, waist-length blue hair covering one eye, clutching a staff tightly to her chest, with a bow and quiver snugly on her back. She had a nervous look on her face and a timid aura. The two girls were Daphne Laros and Cassandra Ilian. Bors took his stance, keeping his center of gravity low. Keys shook off his tiredness, taking a deep breath. The two of them felt tense, not feeling 100% after the long battle against the monsters. The two girls stopped a few meters away from them, scrutinizing their eyes at the duo. Daphne then sighed and started to talk. "Old man, wouldn't it be better if you surrender right now? Look at yourself, you're too tired to continue." Her eyes then landed on Keys and she pointed. "And he's even worse. Just stay here and tie yourselves up. It would be better for all of us if we can avoid needless bloodshed." Bors scoffed, letting out a chuckle that slightly irritated Daphne. "Young ones these days, I guess it's true what Lord Heracles says. Your generation doesn't have respect for those who came before you." The old man shrugged and then sighed. "Well, I'm afraid surrender isn't an option for us. If you don't want needless bloodshed, then maybe you two should be the ones to surrender." Daphne scrunched her face. "I'm giving you a chance, old man. You really should take it." She unsheathed her sword, Fencer Laureate. "We both know where this would go if we continue." This made Bors chuckle once again, but suddenly his eyes turned sharp as he gripped his axe more tightly. "I guess you didn't know the saying, huh?" Daphne took her stance, and so did Cassandra, who opted to use her bow, nocking an arrow and aiming at the duo of Bors and Keys. "What saying?" Daphne asked curiously. Bors moved his mana all around his body, the ground beneath his feet starting to crack as he gained more weight. His muscles also grew larger, making him look bigger overall. Beware of an old man in a profession where men usually die young. The mana surrounding Bors erupted as his body exuded a dense pressure. Keys, beside him, couldn't help but take a step back, feeling his hair stand on end. The show of power made Daphne excited, though initially disappointed by the assignment Hyacinthos gave her, thinking she was sent to fight off two forgettable members of Heracles' familia. Hermana also rose, and a smile quickly rose on her face. "Not bad, old man." She gave a short glance at Cassandra, who was looking nervous by the show of force from Bors. "Take care of the rookie. The old man is mine." Cassandra nodded, changing her aim toward Keys. Bors also looked at the rookie beside him and patted his head. "Take care of that lass," he pointed at Cassandra with his lips. He then stepped forward, stretching his arms. "I'm gonna teach that girl some manners." The two of them, Daphne and Bors, walked toward each other, their eyes only on one another, weapons held tightly. They stopped a step away from each other. "Ladies first." Bors opened up his stance, giving Daphne a free strike if she wished to take it. This made the fiery redhead scoff, also opening up her defense while smiling at Bors. "Age before beauty, old man." Their eyes met, initially seemingly amused with one another, but in the next moment, as if a switch was turned on, their two eyes turned sharp. "Well, if you insist," the two shouted at the same time as they both raised their weapons in the air and slashed at the opponent in front of them. Their weapons clashed as the sound of metal rang in the air, their hands numb as the momentum of their powerful blow came to a sudden halt. Daphne was the first to recover. She didn't want a contest of strength. Their clash proved that the old man was much stronger than her in raw physical power, but there was no doubt in her mind that she was faster. She spun, breaking the connection between their two weapons, her fencer laureate whistling in the air as she aimed for Bors' left side abdomen. Bors' eyes glinted as he used his armored gauntlet to block the sword, bringing down his left hand in the trajectory of the blade, feeling the muscles in his arms protest at the hit, but paying it no mind. He then rapidly returned the favor, raising his axe high in the air and bringing it down with a grunt, his muscles flexing as veins started to pop all over his biceps. Daphne could feel the danger from the axe coming down from above, giving the illusion of Bors dwarfing her with his size. She twisted her body, narrowly avoiding the axe by inches. It hit the ground with an accompanying loud boom as debris flew all over the forest. But she ignored all of that. Her eyes were only looking at the exposed target, Bors' neck. She positioned her sword into a stab as it beamed straight for the exposed area. Bors followed the momentum of his wild swing, letting his body rotate in the air, a feat that was even more impressive given his bulky build. The acrobatic maneuver allowed him to dodge the blow, making it hit his chest armor instead of his exposed neck. He then landed on his feet and swung his axe upward, like an uppercut targeting the surprised redhead on her chest. Daphne snarled as she placed her blade in front of the blow, choosing to parry it in order to send a counter instantly. But that was the wrong decision. Metal hit metal as their two weapons clashed again, but this time, the blow sent Daphne flying in the air. She had a flabbergasted look on her face when her feet left the ground from the blow. Her whole body could feel the strength behind Bors' axe. Bors moved right away, the ground crumbling under his step as he rushed after the flying Daphne. As soon as the redhead landed, she saw the blade of his axe already inches away from her face. Her reflexes kicked in as she bent her body backwards to dodge, her face reflecting on the metal surface of the weapon. She then twirled and went straight for a counter, targeting the back of Bors' right knee. Her sword sliced through the flesh of the old man like butter as blood gushed out rapidly. "Arghh," Bors growled as he fell on one knee. He turned around, but Daphne was already gone, his eyes widened as his senses screamed for him to duck. So he did, just in time for him to dodge a slash that was aimed at his nape. Following through with the momentum, he rolled to his knees as he gripped his axe with both hands, slashing blindly behind him. "Tusk," Daphne clicked her tongue. She jumped back, securing a safe distance for her to observe the old man. She wanted to continue the assault, but opted to back out due to the uneasy feeling she got when she went for another attack. It was a good thing that she did. If not, her body would have been cleaved in two. Even wounded, that old man sure packs a wallop. If I didn't jump back and continued my assault. She stared at the bodies of monsters littering the ground, most of them cut in half or crushed under a heavy object, no doubt from a blunt hit from the side of his axe. I would be lying with these monsters on the ground right now. His fighting style relies on that heavy axe of his, taking advantage of the momentum of his swing in order for him to move faster than what his body should be capable of. "She's fast, way too fast for me to keep up," Bors judged as his eyes were glued to Daphne's. He felt a stinging pain from the back of his right knee as the warmth of his blood trickled down his calf. It made him take in air with gritted teeth. She's also good at gauging the distance and setting up counters. Her fighting style closely resembles that of Jago, but more aggressive, perhaps a little too aggressive for a counter-oriented style. How can I capitalize on that, though? While that was happening, Keys was busy running around, dodging the arrows Cassandra was raining down on him. He jumped from tree to tree, using them as cover for the arrows. He gripped his spear in his hands and took multiple labored breaths. He was tired. The fight with the monsters had taken more out of him than he cared to admit. It also didn't help that he couldn't get close to the ranged fighter due to her ability to shoot arrows at a rapid pace. "She's not as accurate as Nadia, but she sure is faster." He peeked a little from his cover, wanting to see where she was standing. As soon as he exposed his head to peek, an arrow was sent his way. He quickly pulled his head back into the cover and safety of the tree. "Oh, come on, give me a break," he protested tiredly as he tried to control his breathing. That arrow almost hit him right between the eyes after all. He rested his head on the tree as he took multiple deep breaths to calm himself down. "If I can only get close to her, then I'll have a chance to take her down. But the problem is how? She's got me pinned." Cassandra, on the other hand, kept her bow aimed at the tree Keys was hiding in. She was confident in her abilities to take him on, but that's only if she could keep him at a safe distance away from her. Cassandra might be a level 2, a level higher than that of Keys, but she knows her limits. She knows that she's completely useless in a close-range fight. Thinking about that unconsciously made her think about Froke. Like her, the half-breed was also useless in face-to-face confrontation. The only difference between the two is that she can use magic, which raised her value in Apollo's eyes. She is also a seer, and although her visions are often met with skepticism, her value was raised higher because of that talent. This allowed her to not suffer the same fate as Froke. Truth be told, Cassandra hated the way the Familia treated the hybrid girl. She found it disgusting, especially when the others called her trash. But she was too meek to stop the harassment Froke was receiving from the others. No, she was afraid that if she helped her, she'd become another target for the bullying. That's why she had kept her mouth shut. She was relieved, to be honest, when August marched into the Familia and took Froke with him, thinking that with this, she'd finally be free from the abuse she received from the other members. But who would have thought that a war game would be the result of that action? She wanted no part of it, especially after the visions she had seen whenever she laid in bed to sleep. But she again had no choice. She's a member of the Familia and therefore is required to participate in the war games whether she likes it or not. Another reason why she joined the war games is to protect Daphne, the only friend she has in the Familia. Her eyes momentarily looked towards the redhead, who at the moment is exchanging blows with that old man who looked like a dwarf but is not. That was a mistake on her part. The timing of when Keys took a peek once again coincided with Cassandra, taking a look at how the fight between Bors and Daphne was taking place. "Chance!" Keys screamed in his mind as he hurriedly moved out of his cover to rush towards Cassandra. The blue-haired seer heard the sound of footsteps running towards her. She hastily looked and saw Keys rushing at her, spear at the ready. This made her panic, releasing the tension in her bow hastily, not even taking aim at the young rookie. Keys saw the arrow flying his way, but the trajectory was slightly off. He smiled. "She's panicking," he thought to himself as he swerved to the right, dodging the arrow comfortably as it flew harmlessly to the left. Cassandra hurriedly knocked another arrow while jumping back, but with her being panicked, she failed to see a stone sticking out of the ground. She stepped awkwardly on it, twisting her ankle, and let out a loud yelp. "Kaya." Keys smiled. He aimed his spear at her chest, while Cassandra could only close her eyes while raising her hands to cover herself. It was a poor and desperate attempt to defend herself. The look on her face and her actions made Keys stop, his spear mere inches away from Cassandra's chest. The boy hadn't killed anyone, and he didn't want his first kill to be some defenseless girl who, by the looks of it, didn't even want to be here. He sighed and stabbed her spear into the ground. The sound made Cassandra flinch. She slowly opened her eyes, only to see Keys rummaging something out of his bag. Cassandra voiced out her confusion. Keys took a glance at her and clicked his tongue. He couldn't believe that he was cornered by such a weak individual. He took a rope out of his bag and tossed it towards the girl who looked like a lost puppy. "Tie yourself up," Keys spoke as he closed his bag and placed it back on his back. Cassandra nodded, confusion still plastered on her face. She tried her best to tie herself up but found it hard since she was tying herself up. "What?" Keys looked at her, seemingly annoyed, only to see Cassandra raising the rope up into his face. I don't know how to," she answered meekly, making Keys slap his face. He took the rope out of her hand and proceeded to tie her up, trapping her hands against her body. "Why?" Cassandra asked. "Why what?" Keys pulled the rope tight, making the girl squirm for a bit. "Why didn't you kill me?" Keys stood up and walked towards his spear. Why didn't I kill her? He asked himself. Multiple answers flooded his mind. Perhaps it's because he hadn't killed anyone before, which made him hesitant, or maybe because she looked defeated already. No, those weren't the answers. He sighed and looked seriously at Cassandra. "Because you looked like someone who doesn't even want to be here right now," he answered as he pulled on the rope and headed towards the direction of Bors and Daphne, who by now were reaching the climax of their fight. "You're right," Cassandra whispered, but Keys didn't hear it. Chapter 155, Wargame 6. Daphne was starting to get frustrated. The old man in front of her just wouldn't go down no matter what. Her attacks, which were sharp at first, were starting to get sloppy. It wasn't that Bor's defense was hard to penetrate. That wasn't the case. Daphne had slashed through Bor's flesh more times than she could count, making him a bloody mess. It was just that the old man just wouldn't go down. She was getting tired. Not only did she have to exert herself attacking Bors, but she also strained herself to dodge everything the old man was throwing at her. Why dodge and not parry? Well, because she had learned her lesson on their first exchange. Her body received damage even though she blocked perfectly, and now she knew that the only way to truly negate the heavy blows of the old man was by dodging them completely. But that option was starting to take its toll. Every attack sent shivers down her spine. She knew that one hit from Bors would mean her defeat. Bors, on the other hand, was being patient. He knew full well that he couldn't hit Daphne. She was just that much faster than him. Yet he also saw a glaring weakness in her fighting style. It was her aggressiveness that did not match her counter-oriented style. He knew sooner or later that Daphne would make a mistake due to frustration and fatigue. He just had to hold on until then, matching her aggressiveness with relentless pressure of his own. This, in turn, would push her to think about her every move, as well as pushing her to make unnecessary moves that would push her more over the edge. She's strong, but not unbeatable, Bors thought as he charged forward, using his axe as a momentum booster. He spun around and raised it up in the air, letting the heaviness of the axe carry his body, jumping at the right moment to rise higher than what his body was originally capable of. Bors was a master of using momentum and weight in his fighting style. Daphne clicked her tongue and jumped back, dodging the axe and Bors that was beaming straight down at her. She watched with gritted teeth as the ground where she once stood became a crater from the blow. "Fuck, that's heavy." Daphne covered her face with her hands as debris flew everywhere. Before she could process the whole thing, she heard a heavy object flying through the air. Her eyes widened when she saw the axe heading straight for her. It was hidden really well, blending in with the dust and debris that was sent flying due to Bor's earlier attack. She sidestepped to the left, the axe landing right in front of her, embedding itself into the ground. The earth cracked as her balance momentarily shifted due to the loose soil. Before she could regain it, Bors erupted out of the smoke caused by the dust. His hand extended into a lariat as he charged straight at Daphne like a bull. Daphne ducked down, smiling. "Fool, you have no weapon," she thought to herself as she changed the grip of her sword into a reverse grip. She spun to the left with her blade raised slightly upward, aiming for the underarm area of Bors. "Just like I thought, she's way too aggressive." Bors had a neutral look on his face, his eyes not leaving the redheads. He continued the momentum of his lariat, spinning to the right. The fist, which was closed, opened up. His hand grabbed the handle of his axe that was embedded in the ground. He then used his big toe, making a dent in the armored boots, which dug into the ground as he spun like a top with the axe at hand. Fuck, Daphne widened her eyes. She was way in too deep. If she stopped her move to jump back, it would be too late then, she would still be hit by the axe. So she opted to push through. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, old man. She gritted her teeth as she tightened her grip. Oh ho, you're planning to take me with you, huh? A noble choice. Boar's eyes sharpened as he forcefully moved his axe into an uppercut motion, aiming to cleave the redhead in half. Bring it, lassie. Old man, Daphne screamed as her mana rose at her will. Follow blindly the sun in the sky. Blossom, armor of laurel, so that all will flee from thee. Raumure? She chanted her magic quickly, thankful that her magic had such a short chant. Her eyes glowed with a red light as her blade moved slightly faster than before. Like butter, it penetrated the chainmail armor that Bors was wearing, stabbing straight into his underarm. Bors gritted his teeth in pain but pushed on. His muscles tensed up as they bulged even larger than before, continuing his momentum, slashing upwards towards Daphne. Daphne, with her magic activated, pushed herself to move to the side just in time to dodge the swing of Bors' axe. A smile crept onto her face. I won, she declared. Bors saw the smile on her face and chuckled. You really are still quite young, he muttered, as the axe stopped instantly right in front of Daphne. And like clockwork, inexperience always is the downfall of youth, he thought to himself as he changed the trajectory of his axe. He spat blood as he strained his body to the limit, but he did not care. He finally got her where he wanted her to be. Daphne's eyes widened. She tried to pull on her sword but found it stuck inside of Bors as he tensed up his muscles. And before she knew it, the side of Bors' axe was already in front of her. Shi. The blunt side of the axe hit her right in the abdomen, sending her flying through the air. Her hands let go of the sword that was stuck inside of Bors. She could feel her bones cracking from the hit, her internal organs bursting and bleeding. She spat out blood as her eyes started to turn blurry. Her body landed on the ground like a rag doll. She let out a silent scream, unable to even form words as the pain assaulted her all over. As she had feared, the old man only needed one hit to end the fight. She tried to move, but to no avail. Everything felt too heavy. The world seems like it was spinning. Bors fell to his knees, clutching his side while coughing up blood. That was a gamble, knowing full well that he couldn't touch her when her guard was up. And what better way than to bring someone's guard down than to make them think that they won? She really coughed. She really did a number on me, huh? His eyes moved toward the sword that was sticking out from under Daphne's arm. Such accuracy under pressure, she was able to keep her strike straight, aiming for a vital, lethal strike. He reached out to it, only to see that his hand was shaking. He lost his balance momentarily as his vision suddenly went black. He shook his head, shaking off the drowsiness. I lost a lot of blood, he mused to himself. He looked around, trying to find keys. I wonder how the kid D. He didn't get to finish as he fell face first, his body unable to stay conscious anymore due to the blood loss and injuries he had sustained. I hope he won. Keys arrived just after the battle, with Cassandra in tow. His eyes widened at the devastation surrounding the battlefield where Bors and Daphne fought. Holy shit, he muttered as his eyes scanned for any signs of life. Bors, Bors, he called out while Cassandra gulped, fearing the worst. There, Cassandra pointed to a crater where the light seemed to shine bright due to reflecting on a metallic surface. The two ran toward it and paused when they saw who it was. It was Bors, bloodied and battered, his body full of wounds, with a sword sticking inside his underarm. Bors, Keys felt a lump in his throat. He shakily walked toward the old man, kneeling down. He turned him around to see that his face was starting to pale from the blood loss. Shit, Bors, wake you pee? He hurriedly took the bag on his back and rummaged for supplies to treat the wounds he had suffered. Cassandra, on the other hand, was looking all around for Daphne. She couldn't spot her, and her blade, Fencer Laureate, was stuck inside Bors with her absent in the area. Cassandra finally spotted a silhouette a great distance away from the old man. Her eyes scrunched up, trying to see who it was. When her eyes saw the familiar red hair, she panicked and tried to run, only to fall to the ground as Keys pulled the rope that was tied to her. "Where do you think you're going?" Keys spoke coldly, making the timid girl shudder. She could feel the anger in his voice, understandably so, since the old man he was with was down on the ground, battling for his life. "Please let me go," she begged, her voice desperate. "I need to help Daphne." "No," Keys answered coldly. He turned his attention back toward Bors as he racked his brain on what to do. He had no knowledge of healing someone, much less someone who had received a fatal wound. But he must do what he must. He was debating inside, should he pull the sword out or not. He really was clueless. I can help them both if you'll just allow me to." Cassandra stood up and pulled Keys by his shoulder, a look of pleading and desperation plastered on her face. "I can save them both. I know healing magic, please." Keys was taken aback. He did not expect the timid girl to have such resolve. Maybe it was born out of desperation, but it was still resolve nonetheless. But he also didn't trust her. How could he, when she belonged to the Apollo Familia? The same Familia who treated Froke like she was trash, the same Familia who left Belle, his friend, for dead. He was about to refuse, but before he could, his eyes landed on Bors. He saw how the old man's breathing started to falter. He was on his last legs. He bit his lips and pulled out a small dagger. Cassandra widened her eyes as she watched helplessly, Keys walking toward her with the dagger at hand. Keys stood in front of Cassandra. He raised the dagger up in the air. The timid girl closed her eyes, waiting for the worst. But then she felt the rope loosen up. She slowly opened her eyes and saw Keys looking at her straight. "Heal Bors first, then you may help your friend," Keys muttered as he turned around, walking back toward the old man. Cassandra took a second before the words could register. When they did, she quickly ran toward the two, her mind moving quickly. "Perhaps there is a way for us to not incur the wrath of the Gay Bulg," she thought. Perhaps she and Daphne would be safe from her vision, safe from the massacre that would happen. But first, she must heal them before ever thinking about that. Chapter 156, Wargame 7, Clash of the Captains. August twirled his spear as he cut another monster in half. It was the last of the horde he had run into. He was feeling tired, not physically. The monsters, no matter their numbers, weren't a threat to him. No, he was mentally drained. He had been fighting monsters since the war game started, and the way the monsters moved, it was as if they knew where he was at all times. Not only that, but it seemed like they were organized. Sure, they were still mindless creatures, but the way they moved and charged towards him made him feel like it was planned. August did not like this feeling. He did not like the thought that he was dancing on someone's palm. And to make things worse, he couldn't shake the feeling like someone or something was watching him. He glanced up and saw monsters flying in the air, but they weren't coming down to attack him. No, the monsters were only circling him, like vultures waiting for a meal. No, if they thought of him as a meal, they would have come down by now. They were observing him, watching him at a safe distance, away from the dangers of his spear. "I see now." He let out a dry chuckle while bending down, picking up a medium-sized rock from the ground. The moment he did that, the flying monsters all flew higher, as if knowing his intentions. "So that's how it is. A tamer, huh?" He tossed the stone back, knowing that they would all scatter the moment he targeted them. August took a deep breath. While he might not be as good as Denki in formulating a plan and strategy, due to him not really needing one in the first place, he could still understand and even come up with one if needed. And right now, his mind was moving quickly, trying to run through every possible scenario that may happen now, knowing that a tamer was present on the battlefield. We have to assume that every monster here is tamed by the enemy, which means that aside from fighting the Apollo Familia in these war games, we would also be fighting hundreds or more monsters, he thought to himself. He slowly walked towards a nearby tree and rested his back on it. That means when it comes to numbers, they would absolutely obliterate us. Denki's plan would no longer be valuable, as it originally includes the monsters who call the woodland area home for defense. But now we have to assume that they are as well under control. If that's the case then, wait, August jumped up. His eyes widened as he stared back into the sky. Shit, those flying monsters. What if those aren't the only ones they have? Panic started to set in as a horrifying realization filled his head. They're targeting the others. He quickly boosted himself with his mana, and like a beam, he plowed through everything in his path, his eyes moving nonstop, trying to find the members of his familia. The realization that everyone might be endangered made him lose focus momentarily. His eyes, which were searching through the forest, saw a bright light of sunlight reflecting on metal, directly right in front of him, mere inches away from his face. His reflexes kicked in, leaning back and digging his feet into the ground, the momentum of his speed carrying him forward. He watched as a black metallic sword passed above him, seeing his own reflection on the blade. His move allowed him to dodge the sword that was aimed to decapitate him, but due to how fast he was moving, he lost control of the momentum, crashing into the tree as a thundering thud echoed throughout the area. August slowly got up, his eyes glaring at the silhouette right in front of him. Hyacinthos. He growled as he tightened the grip on his spear. His eyes gleamed dangerously, like that of a predator ready to pounce on his prey. How scary, Hyacinthos let out a sarcastic chuckle, an amused smile on his face as he twirled his sword in the air. That eye of yours is fitting for your moniker, the Gae Bulg, the spear of mortal death. He slowly got into a stance, not leaving any openings while also keeping his center of gravity on the ground, prioritizing defense and mobility, something August expected. But watching you now, I gotta say, I'm not impressed. Hyacinthos didn't even get to finish his words as August suddenly vanished in front of his eyes and reappeared right in front of him. He could feel his hairs standing all over his body as the air started to pause, as if to give way to August and his attack. August slashed his spear vertically, making a whistling sound as it sliced through the air, heading straight for Hyacinthos' neck. The captain of Apollo Familia quickly raised his sword to block August's spear. The two metals clashed with their mana battling for dominance, sparks of red and black flying all over the air, the very space itself protesting at the power the two were releasing right now. Hyacinthos clicked his tongue. He could feel himself getting pushed back by August. He quickly pulled his sword back and spun left. His goal was to use August's momentum to get him off balance. August, though, had full control over his body. He could feel the loosening of Hyacinthos' sword in a fraction of a second, so instead of pushing forward, he gripped his spear by the end and spun right. Hyacinthos widened his eyes at the move. Not only did he fail in making August lose his balance, he also spun right into where August unleashed his next attack. The blade of August's spear, heading straight for his eyes. He tilted his head left, dodging the slash, yet the blade still nicked him on his left cheek, a crimson line appearing as a drop of blood trickled down his face. August did not stop. He continued his attack, following up the slash with a powerful front push kick straight at Hyacinthos' abdomen. The captain of Apollo Familia raised his right knee to block the blow, and, using his still free left, he jumped up, allowing himself to be carried by the momentum and gaining space away from August. He skidded through the ground, stabbing his sword on it, using it as leverage to stop his momentum. As soon as he came to a halt, the ground beneath his feet cracked as he charged forward towards the spear user. August stared coldly at him, calculating his trajectory like a hawk. He moved his right grip to the middle of his spear while the left stayed at the end. He stood low to the ground in a wide stance, prioritizing his stability and core strength. Hyacinthos smiled and raised his sword above his head. Within the next fraction of a second, he brought it down, his sword whistling, slicing through the air straight for August's head. August took one step forward and swerved his whole body to the right, dodging the slash by mere inches. He then stabbed his spear forward, aiming for Hyacinthos' throat. The sword user parried the blow. He then countered with a vertical slash. August kicked the flat of his spear's blade, which made it twirl in the direction of the slash. Metal hit metal once again, their eyes locked as they continued their mutual assault. Their weapons clashed over and over again as they tried to rid each other of their lives. Every blow was a death sentence waiting to hit, lethal at every strike, their blades glistening under the high noon sun that passed over the tree lines. The air seemed to move with their every strike. Their slashes were so sharp that every second, a wild slash would cut off a tree or mark the ground where they were fighting. A deadly stalemate between the two captains quickly formed, with neither one giving an inch. Yet slowly but surely, one of them could feel like they were being pushed back. Hyacinthos could feel that the longer the fight went on, the more he was pushed onto the defensive. It was as if August had this sort of premonition of how he would attack next and had a counter ready for it, which made him lose balance momentarily. Hyacinthos clicked his tongue, frustration starting to creep in, as his every attack was returned with 2 or 3 times the intensity, until the only thing he could do was defend against the relentless onslaught of August's spear. He couldn't even get a chance to form a counter of his own. Slowly but surely, he was being pushed back. "Damn it," he cursed to himself, "our levels are equal, and I could feel that my strength is even above his, yet how am I getting pushed back?" Hyacinthos couldn't understand how, theoretically, he should be the aggressor here, especially after catching August off guard earlier. His stats should be even greater than August's, as the orb pushed him near level 7 in stats alone. But what he failed to account for was the skill level between them. How August was the much better fighter than the two, and it wasn't even close. The only reason he could keep up with him was due to his superior stats because of the orb he had consumed. If they were equal, he would have been a stain on the ground by now. He's lucky August just reached level 6, so his stats didn't even reach 100 yet. With agility being his highest stat right now at 22i, yet despite all that, he was being pushed back and slowly cornered. And they made another miscalculation. They sent a horde of monsters to tire August out. It was a mistake, especially since August has the skill Beowulf's Call, a skill that allows him to grow stronger the more blood Beowulf consumed. And right now, August had killed over 100 monsters using Beowulf. Their tactic to tire August out with multiple hordes of monsters had, in fact, boosted him, making him even stronger than what his stats may suggest. But that's not all. Lethal tempo is also at play. The more hits he dish out, the faster he becomes. To put it shortly, Apollo Familia's tactic was a huge error on their part. And who can blame them? They have no idea of August's skills. The guild never made them public. And Heracles had strictly ordered August to not reveal his status to anyone, not even towards the other members of the Familia. For the public, all they know is that August grows stronger the more he fights. They attribute that to a skill, but they do not know the specifics of said skill. As famous as August is, he is still a mystery for everyone in Orario. 5 months. August arrived in the dungeon city 5 months ago, and with that short of a time, he had made a name for himself as one of the strongest adventurers in the city and the hero of Orario. Yet even with all of that, he is still an anomaly and unknown. His skills, status, etc., none of that is known to the public. Hell, 3 months and a half ago, only his name and alias are known. His face only became recognizable after the tournament, and after he became the hero of Orario. So it's understandable how Apollo did not know that feeding August's endless monsters would do them more harm than good. But still, a mistake is still a mistake, and right now, they still aren't aware of it, but they will, soon. They will learn that sending a horde of monsters towards August to tire him out will do more harm than good. Chapter 157, Wargames 8. Hyacinthos jumped back just in time to dodge another devastating blow from August. He was starting to take deeper breaths as he could now only defend from the relentless assault and pressure August was unleashing on him. His mind couldn't fathom how this was possible. Not only was he getting pushed back, he was being outclassed like he was nothing. This shouldn't be possible, given that the two of them were on the same level at 6, and that the orb gave him stats that would rival those at the peak of the level. "What kind of monster are you?" Hyacinthos growled, anger and fear mixed in his voice. He was sweating, his body full of minuscule wounds and slashes. August had been peppering his body with cuts, and they grew even more by the seconds. August did not answer, his eyes cold and predatory, fueled by the singular goal of ridding the life of the man in front of him. He feigned left, which made Hyacinthos react and raise his weapon to counter, only for August to spin right and slash horizontally. Hyacinthos widened his eyes and hurriedly dodged, jumping back, but the blade of August's spear reached his chest, slicing through the armor he was wearing like it was nothing and shredding his skin into a bloody mess. "Argh," he scowled loudly, stopping on a dime. He moved forward and lashed back with a slash of his own. His sword, glowing black as miasma-like fire, enveloped his blade in a sinister shine. Die, you piece of shit. August calmly raised his spear, and with a look that could only be described as boredom and contempt, he parried the slash, red lightning coiling around his spear. The two weapons collided as the flames and lightning battled for dominance, or at least that was what was supposed to happen. August pulled his spear back, making Hyacinthos trip due to his momentum, falling forward, his eyes glued to August, a look of fear running through them. Everything moved in slow motion for Hyacinthos. He watched as August raised his spear above his head, his eyes looking at his with detached coldness one would find in a person staring at a pebble on the streets. Within those eyes, he saw that he was nothing. August didn't view him as a threat. He was an annoyance. Cold, emotionless eyes told him all that, filling him with anger. How dare him look at me with such eyes? Those thoughts filled his head, watching as the spear fell slowly towards his neck. It was a slap to his face, a spit on his pride. But most of all, deep down, those eyes filled his heart with fear. He tried to move his hands, but found that he couldn't. The momentum from his swing was too much. His senses allowed him to see what August was doing, but he wouldn't be fast enough to put a stop to it, much less defend it. You fucking thr. Shlack. Hyacinthos didn't get to finish his words. He suddenly felt a lump in his throat. No, a more accurate reason is he felt the absence of his throat. His eyes watched as the world spun, glued to the now upside-down image of August, who now had his spear by his side. His eyes were still cold, emotionless, staring at his own, like the abyss staring straight at his soul. He then felt himself falling. He couldn't the second of how long he was falling until he felt that his momentum came to a stop, his eyes glued to August, watching him from below. He found himself on the ground. And then something fell in front of him that blocked his eyesight. It was his now headless body. Tower of Babel. The gods all had their mouths wide open. They couldn't process what they saw. The fight ended just like that. They couldn't take their eyes off the mirror that was broadcasting the fight, how Hyacinthos' head had a look of disbelief, how his body was twitching uncontrollably, and how August looked at him until the end. A look of a man who is assured of his victory from the start, as if Hyacinthos wasn't even a threat to begin with. They felt shivers running up their spines, some gods even held their necks, a sense of phantom pain making them gulp. The news of Hyacinthos reaching level 6 had been circling Orario for days now. While some gods don't believe it, those who are close allies with Apollo saw how Hyacinthos held his own when they attacked Heracles' Familia just a day before. Other gods started to believe it when the fight started. He was able to hold his own indeed, even fighting August to a stalemate for a few minutes. So now, they couldn't comprehend how. How is he beheaded and killed like he was nothing? They felt awe, admiration, but most of all, the gods felt fear. If Apollo is to be believed, Hyacinthos had reached level 6 the same as August, yet he was beaten, killed, just like that. It felt too easy. The god's eyes automatically looked towards Apollo, and words can't describe the look on the deity's face. It was as if he had swallowed an extremely bitter bug. Eyes plastered on the mirror, fists clenched, his face red from anger and confusion. Gone was the arrogant demeanor he was carrying at the start of the war games. Apollo felt cheated. After all that was promised to him by Hecate, he now had to watch Hyacinthos, his most prized adventurer, die in the most anticlimactic way. His eyes were glued towards the face of his captain. He couldn't believe how pathetic his death was. He turned towards Ishtar, eyes burning with rage. What is the me? Ishtar quickly placed a knife on the side of Apollo, her eyes staring at him with coldness. She then looked around, observing if the other gods were still looking. I suggest you keep your mouth shut, or I'll shut it up for you, she whispered, her voice seductive and charming, yet it filled Apollo with fear. I know you have questions, but we don't want them to hear about it now, do we? Apollo growled. He wanted nothing more than to choke Ishtar from where she stood. What is the meaning of this? He asked, his voice filled with anger and a sense of betrayal. No, Evelys promised that they have given my child power, enough power to kill that fucking imbecile. So why in all the realms is my child dead instead of him? Ishtar chuckled. She then removed the knife from Apollo's side and pocketed it. She faced back on the mirror, a smile on her face. And that we did. What do why? He stopped as Ishtar's eyes looked at him again. He felt his hair standing all over his body because of the look she gave him. He shook his head and kept his voice low. What do you mean you did? Hyacinthos is dead, and that mongrel is still alive. Ishtar returned her usual seductive smile. She leaned closer towards Apollo, a seductive voice then whispered in his ear. We needed him dead for the orb to take its full effect. Apollo's eyes widened. This wasn't part of the deal. The deal was that he'd join Evolus in exchange for power, for revenge. Not this. He did not want his child to be dead, no. He wanted him to be strong. As cruel as Apollo is, he still cares for the members of his familia, especially those who are loyal and faithful towards him. He gritted his teeth and looked at Ishtar with rage and disgust. He thought he was the one playing Evolus. Now he realized Evolus had been the one playing him. What now? Apollo growled. The look on Ishtar's face said it all. He now doesn't have power to go against them. All he could do now is to go along with their plans. He realized he had now become a pawn for them to use. Yet his pride won't allow that. What now? Do you really think I'll take this lying down? He grabbed Ishtar by her hand, gripping it tightly enough for it to be painful. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. I'm gonna tell everyone here that you're a member of Evolus. Ishtar smirked. She then chuckled and pulled her hand out of Apollo's grasp. Like I said, Apollo, we did what you asked. We gave Hyacinthos the power to rival, even surpass August. His death is necessary for him to achieve the full potential of Erebus creation. Apollo paused, his eyes asking a magnitude of questions. He opened his mouth to speak, yet Ishtar used her index finger to shush him up. You don't want to miss this part. Apollo gulped. He felt a sense of dread filling up his soul. What is Evolus planning? He asked. Well, let's just say things are moving according to schedule. As soon as Ishtar uttered those words, the mirror which showed what was happening on the wargames suddenly cracked. Slowly, the crack moved towards the edge of the mirror, filling the whole thing up. The gods all rose from their seats. Confusion which turned to anger could be felt from them. Their voices started to echo all throughout the room, voices of displeasure, confusion, and anger. The gods started to murmur amongst themselves, asking for an explanation on why the mirror cracked. Hermes, who casted the spell, assured them that he didn't know anything about this, that this wasn't supposed to happen. How about the other mirror? One of the gods quickly pointed out. And then, like clockwork, the mirror shattered into pieces. Not just inside Babel. Every mirror in the city that was used to watch the war games between Apollo Familia and Heracles Familia shattered, destroying the only device that allowed them to see what was happening. Apollo gulped. Just how much was he played by Evolus? How far is their reach? Questions started to form inside his head. He turned his attention towards Ishtar. What did you do? Ishtar smirked. She then shrugged and took a large crystal ball out of her pocket. The crystal ball turned murky as it slowly showed the mountain where the wargames are taking place. The plan. Apollo's pride took a hit. He was not aware of the plan. All he knew is that the orb would give Hyacinthos power to rival. No, to downright kill August. He saw the stats when he updated Hyacinthos' status, and seeing it made him believe that was always the plan. Yet now, he learned that he was only a pawn to the real plan of Evolus. He felt used. He wanted to scream in anger, yet he was afraid. Afraid because of the show of influence Evolus had demonstrated. The mirrors were but an example. How they did it he does not know. All he knows is that if they were able to reach Babel, then they could reach him as well. He watched with bated breath as the crystal ball slowly became clearer, showing what is happening in the ongoing war games. And his eyes widened when he saw a black flame erupting out of Hyacinthos' severed neck. Back at the wargames, August turned around, walking away from the lifeless body of Hyacinthos. He felt nothing when he killed him. Honestly, it was disappointing. He expected so much more, especially after the fact that he was able to catch his spear when he threw it at Apollo Familia a few days ago. He thought he could go all out, but expectations are often far from what reality truly is. Suddenly, the spear in his hand started to vibrate. His instincts screamed at the same time, ringing alarm bells all over his head. He quickly snapped into fight mode, gripping Beowulf with all his might. He jumped forward while turning his body midair. creating as much of a distance away from that sinister feeling he felt. The air was filled with a powerful and violent magic, brimming with dark intention, hate, and killing intent. And he could feel it all, directed towards him and him alone. It felt suffocating, like something was pushing him down to the ground, sending chills all over his body. His eyes widened when he saw the corpse of Hyacinthos. It was the epicenter of the sinister magic. Black miasma-like flames erupted, and he could feel the heat emanating from his body. The flames danced around, slowly forming a tendril of black, disgusting-looking flames that protruded from his neck and slowly attached itself to his head. August watched with bated breath as the head was slowly pulled back towards the body, witnessing Hyacinthos' lifeless corpse rising up awkwardly, like a puppet being pulled up by strings. He heard the crackling of the black flame as it enveloped Hyacinthos' body, his wounds closing until it looked like they weren't even there in the first place. August wasn't sure how this was possible. He had made sure of Hyacinthos' death, and that strike was lethal no matter how you looked at it. His mind raced, forming countless theories until it landed on one he had suspected right from the start. It explained how Hyacinthos was able to climb towards level 6 despite being a level 3. And that magic, that sinister magic, the sensation it gave. It felt familiar, he had sensed it before. Although weaker, it didn't change the fact that the magic was the same. As I thought, he muttered. He willed his mana to rise as red lightning started to coil all over his body. Apollo, you fucking idiot. His mind quickly jumped to one answer, and that answer is Evolus. Chapter 158, Temptation Rescue 1. A few moments earlier. The streets of Orario were mostly quiet, as most of the population watched the war games in their favorite pub or at the central plaza. The usually busy streets were now devoid of people, with only a few civilians here and there who were either heading towards the two hot spots, which are the central plaza or the hostess of fertility. And for Bell and the adventurers he gathered, it was perfect. Most people were watching the anticipated clash between the Apollo Familia and the Heracles Familia. It is safe to assume that everyone in Orario held great excitement for the clash that was about to happen, especially since August, the hero of the city, is involved. So it's safe to assume that no one would be expecting something to happen, especially not the lots of Soma Familia. They were enjoying the festivities, with some members even going out and mingling with the rowdy crowd at the plaza. This meant that only a handful of them were left in their home base, Xanni's being one of them. The captain of the Soma Familia had no interest in the war. He only values one thing, and that thing is power and wealth. He was lucky, for him, joining the Soma Familia and becoming its captain was nothing short of a goldmine, especially since the god has no interest in leading the Familia and was only ever interested in making wine. This had led him to the opportunity to control the Familia, amassing a mountain of riches due to the legendary brew the god Soma created. The alcohol was like a drug, and people who tasted it, be it mortal or god, clamored to get more of it. It formed an addiction, and for Xanni's, that addiction means more profit. Yet despite that, it still did not quench his thirst for more. More power, more wealth, he craved it like a drug. That was his addiction. This led to other businesses, those that would be on the darker side of the spectrum. Businesses like loaning, trafficking, blackmail, and the most taboo of all, rookie hunting. Xanni's had crossed that line multiple times, targeting unsuspecting rookies and exploiting them, taking their hard-earned work in the dungeon, and killing them, whether they cooperated or not. It was essential. They didn't want to have the authority breathing down their necks. And killing inside the dungeon would be the quickest way to erase the evidence. An adventurer, after all, isn't a safe job, so death was a norm in Orario, plus the body would vanish as monsters would rip the flesh and gore on it. Quick and easy, with no trace going to them. And Lily was their golden goose when it comes to this part of their business. She was, to put it plainly, cute and innocent, a face many would trust. Make no mistake, Lily wanted no part of this. She finds it disgusting, but she didn't have a choice. She owed them a debt. No, it is more accurate to say that Soma Familia owned her. She blames it on her weakness. She had developed an addiction to the spirit Soma created, amassing a large sum of money just to have a taste of the brew. one of the favorite schemes of Xani's. With the amount she owed, she had basically become a slave to Xani's and his whims, having no choice but to follow. And she admits she had done things she regretted. She had witnessed how Xani's laughed as his men tormented, tortured, robbed, and killed the rookies she led into the dungeon. Sometimes they would use monster bait and let the mob do the deed, having sadistic pleasure as they watched monsters tear them limb from limb. As the years passed, Lily grew numb to it. She learned how to turn off her feelings to detach herself. She now had a singular purpose, and that was to pay off the debt and to get out of the disgusting familia. Yet she finds out that Xani's had other plans. Why would he let go of his golden goose? This made Lily take her fate into her own hands. She decided to run. And that she did. She had successfully escaped the horror inside Soma Familia. She had even met an old couple who took her in. The old couple ran a small business of selling flowers. She was happy, finally happy. But that happiness was plucked in an instant. Xani's had somehow found out where she hid, and he had made sure that Lily would receive a message. A message that she cannot run from him, from the familia she didn't choose. Soma Familia trashed the small business of the old couple, even going as far as burning everything they had, and making sure that they knew that it was all because they took Lily in. The couple who used to look at Lily with loving eyes, like that of a parent to their child, morphed to that of blame and apprehension. That was the moment she learned that she can never really run away. The hope she once held that maybe she can have a normal life, away from the dark and lonely familia that treated her as nothing more than a money bag, had completely vanished. She returned back to Soma Familia, surrendering herself to the unfair life that was given to her, until she met Belle. Belle had given her that hope again, and at first he was only supposed to be a target, yet the young adventurer had shown him kindness. Kindness which she didn't deserve. The young white-haired adventurer showed her that life is worth living, that her life is her own. And with renewed resolve, she once again found the courage to live for her own sake. Belle had given her a purpose once again, and once again she had found a semblance of happiness in her life. They even came out with a plan to get out of the clutches of Soma Familia, faking her own death and using her magic Cinderella to change her appearance. The only problem is that tattoo on her back and the connection she has with Soma. Luckily for her, Soma had no interest in anything outside of brewing his spirit, so she's pretty safe in that aspect. And as months passed by, everything was going according to plan. Until it didn't. Somehow, Xani's kept on finding her, and everything came back, all that trauma, the fear, the resignation. It all came flooding back. Hopelessness had once again filled her heart. And before things went to the extreme, she decided to go back, much to the dismay of the adventurers that tried to protect her. And right now, she is currently being tempted by Xani's, a glass of wine created by Soma placed right in front of her. The smell alone made her heart beat faster, as the temptation of the divine drink filled her mind. "Why are you stopping yourself? Come on, Lily," Xani's voice whispered in her ear, making her gulp in response. "I know you want to. The wine Lord Soma made, you do remember how amazing it felt once you drink it, right? So why are you holding yourself back?" "And no," she stuttered as the smell filled her nostrils with the sweet scent and rich aroma of the brew. I don't want it." Xani's smiled at the attempt of restraint Lily is showing, for he knew that sooner or later the girl will break. "Just a sip, it will make you feel so good, and deep down you know this to be true." He pushed the glass closer to the palm, smiling sinisterly as he did. Lily's hand momentarily reached for the glass. She pulled it back and bit her lips, blood trickling down the side of her chin. "No," she said with force, trying to convince herself not to fall down that hole once again. Xani's clicked his tongue, his eyes momentarily faltering with annoyance, yet he tried to hide it. He looked back and saw his god, Soma, not having a care in the world, only interested in his winemaking, not even sparing a glance towards them. "This wine is the new product that Lord Soma created. It's even more amazing than the last one." He calmed himself down and once again spoke to Lily, tempting her to take the plunge. "You of all people know how amazing Lord Soma's products are. Imagine just how good you'll feel once you taste this one." Lily held her breath as those words entered her ears, her hand shaking as it slowly moved to the cup, her mouth filling with saliva as her brain imagined just how good the wine would taste. She tried to stop herself, but the temptation was too much. As Lily's trembling fingers grazed the chilled surface of the glass, a shiver ran down her spine. The enticing aroma of Soma's divine wine enveloped her senses, clouding her thoughts with a seductive allure. Each breath she took seemed to deepen her longing, her resolve weakening with every passing moment. Her hand quivered as it hovered over the glass, her heart pounding in her chest as if urging her to succumb. The memories of past pleasures intertwined with the fear of returning to the dark grasp of the Soma Familia, creating a tumultuous storm of emotions within her. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, the pull of temptation was undeniable. It whispered sweet promises of euphoria and escape, coaxing her closer to the brink of surrender. Her fingers, guided by a primal instinct, finally closed around the vessel, their touch sending a jolt of anticipation coursing through her veins. With bated breath and trembling lips, Lily brought the glass to her quivering mouth, her senses ablaze with anticipation. Each sip was a bittersweet symphony, tantalizing her palate with the familiar taste of indulgence and despair. As the liquid fire danced upon her tongue, Lily felt herself slipping further into the abyss of temptation, her defenses crumbling with each passing moment. It was a dangerous dance, one that threatened to consume her entirely, yet in that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to resist the siren song of desire. Her eyes lost the shine it had as her face turned black, her cheeks turned red as blood rushed up her head. And as all of that was happening, Xannies was looking at it with a smile growing bigger with every gulp Lily took. "There's a good girl," he whispered in triumph. Before Xannies could bask in his success, the door of Soma's workshop flung open. A bald-headed man with a long scar on his face entered hurriedly. He was sweating and panting, trying hard to catch his breath. "What's the meaning of this, Belto?" Xannies roared in anger. He explicitly ordered not to be disturbed with his talk with Lily. "See Captain Pant, he stopped momentarily, trying to catch his breath as he forced the words out of his mouth. "We are being attacked." Xannies' eyes widened as he stood up from his seat. "What? Who would dare?" He spoke with fury as he slammed his fist on the table, making the wine fall and shatter on the ground. "It's the little rookie," Belto answered, frightened by the reaction of his captain. "He came here and demanded that we hand over that girl." He pointed his fingers towards Lily. "The others are currently outside trying to stop them, while I sent Coco to." "Wait, them?" Xannies cut him off. He walked towards the door, then pushed Belto out of the room and slammed the door shut behind him. "What do you mean them?" he whispered, not wanting Soma to hear what's happening. "From what I could see, he has the Take Mikazuchi Familia with him. Our forces are currently engaging with them as we speak. And I sent Coco to gather the others who are currently at the Central Plaza selling booze or watching the war games." "That fucker," Xannies growled as he marched towards the front of their home base, with Belto moving closely behind him. "I want them dead by the end of the day, do you understand?" "Yes, Captain." Belto nodded as the two of them made it out of their base, seeing the chaos that is happening outside. "What the fuck? We have the numbers, why the hell are they pushing us back?" Xannies roared as he saw his members hiding out, not even peeking out of cover. "Captain, get down!" One of them screamed towards Xannies, but by the time he was able to finish his sentence, it was already too late. An arrow pierced Xannies right at his left shoulder. It would have hit his heart if not for Belto pushing him down. "Arghhh!" Xannies roared in pain as he gripped the arrow that was stuck inside him. One of his men quickly dragged him towards cover and tried to remove the arrow, which he quickly stopped. "Idiot, get the potion first. Do you want me to bleed to death?" The man quickly pulled a red potion out from his bag. He gave it to Xannies, who proceeded to pull the arrow and splash the wound with the potion, gulping the rest of it to ease the pain. "Fuck me, what the fuck is happening?" "They got us pinned down, boss. We don't know where the shots are coming from," one of the men answered. "Then fucking use your numbers." "We can't, the little rookie is too strong. Whenever we came close to the archer, he and the members of the Take Mikazuchi Familia would meet us in the middle, where the archer would pick us one by one." One of the men pointed out the 4 bodies lying motionless on the ground. "We already have casualties on our side." "Gods damn it!" Xannies could only curse in frustration as he learned the circumstances they are in right now. Meanwhile, Belle and the others are slowly moving in, inching closer and closer. Belle was in awe of what Froke did. She was all alone, yet she was able to pin all of Soma Familia's adventurers in place, so much so that approaching the base felt like a walk in the park. And she was doing it at a much greater distance than what most archers would be comfortable with, maximizing the effective range of her weapon. Her shots in theory is doable, but the accuracy of it was something unheard of. And she was doing it without the aid of magic. He failed to understand how such an amazing individual like her is stuck on level 1. The way she shoots was so awe-inspiring that he shudders even thinking about going against her. She was shooting from a good 250-260 m away, yet her accuracy was still on point. It was as if her arrows had a mind of their own, finding its target with deadly accuracy and precision. "What the hell?" Yamato muttered, a sense of disbelief plastered on her voice. Being an archer herself, she could somehow gauge the skill level required to pull such a task. Yamato even saw how Froke shot when they rescued Belle in the dungeon. She had thought that Froke's skill was enough to push her as one of the best pure archers in Orario, but now she understands that her estimation of Froke's skill is grossly inadequate. Belle shook his head, trying to focus on the task at hand. Right now, their main goal is to rescue Lily, and they must not waste the opening Froke had given them. "Let's go, this is our chance to reach their base in one fell swoop." The others nodded as they rushed forward, weapons at the ready. A singular goal in mind, with Belle leading the charge. "Wait for me, Lily, I'm coming." Belle gripped his daggers, his eyes blazing with a determined fire to rescue his friend. Chapter 159, Leap of Faith, Triumph. Lily Pav. Drowning, everything felt heavy yet light at the same time. The world felt like it was spinning as a sense of euphoria filled my veins with every sip of the divine brew that is Lord Soma's concoction. Yet again, I was too weak. Yet again, I was tempted by the sweet allure that is promised by the wine. The red liquid pulling me deeper towards the darkness of no return. I know in myself that I must resist, that I must stop myself. But could I? How many times have I tried? How many times did I convince myself never again? How many times have I hoped? I don't know the exact number. All I know is that it's one too many. I heard the muffled sound of grinding inside the room. It had rhythm in it like a polished tune. My eyes followed the sound and I saw him, Lord Soma himself, doing what he does best, creating the wines meant for the gods. My eyes stared blankly at him, watching him move as he ground up high-quality grapes and other various herbs for his wine. This might be the first time I ever saw him, maybe? I can't quite remember. There's also the sound of screaming and metal clashing with metal coming from outside, but I paid it no mind as my eyes yet again returned to the glass and the bottle of wine that was placed in front of me. "One more sip," my mind urged me, as the liquid pulled me in. My hand automatically moved, grasping the chilled bottle. I must stop myself. I need to stop myself. But can I really do it? A chuckle mocked me as I already knew the answer. I can't. I am forever trapped in this brutal cycle, and I can't do anything about it. I know right now that I am indeed hopeless. "Lily," my hand stopped as I heard a muffled sound coming from the outside. Everything seemed dull, but I could swear that I heard it. It must have been my imagination, I told myself as I returned my gaze back to the wine. Li, there it was again. I feel like someone is calling me. "Lily," my name. I hear my name being called. That voice, it sounded familiar. Li. My eyes widened as the sound became clearer, although not by much, but enough for me to recognize that voice. "Be Belle," I muttered as my vision slowly returned to me. I tried to stand up but found that I couldn't. My legs felt like lead, and my vision kept on spinning. Be Belle. I pushed myself up, trying desperately to stand, yet my body just won't listen. I tried to flail my arms to no avail. Everything felt too heavy, like being drowned in the deep ends of the ocean. Then I felt my hand push the bottle off the table. A loud cracking sound echoed inside the room as the bottle shattered into pieces, spilling the liquid inside. The sweet aroma wafted through the air as my senses became much duller than before. The smell was intoxicating, pulling me deeper into the drowning sensation that I was feeling. Then I heard a footstep coming towards me. I groggily looked up and saw Lord Soma, a bottle in his hand. Lord Soma? I muttered his name, my voice shaky and uneven. A tear formed in my eyes. The fighting outside became clearer as Belle's voice continued to call out to my name. Please, I don't care what happens to me. Please help them, please keep them safe. I begged, that was the only thing that I can think of. I'll do anything, just save my friends. I pushed myself up from the table, trying my best to sit up straight. Even with the world seemingly spinning, I kept my eyes straight towards him. He looked at me blankly, his eyes felt like they were looking at my very soul, his gaze judging me. He picked up the glass on the table, his eyes still on mine. Shallow words from a child who lost herself to the temptations of alcohol. His voice was cold and lazy, his words stung my heart. What meaning could they possibly have? I clenched my fist, his words spoke truth, I know it deep down that he is right. I bit my lips, drawing blood as I looked down, not knowing what words to say. He sighed and poured the bottle he is holding into the glass. The sound made me look up, as the smell wafted inside the room. The wine he is pouring was different from the one earlier. Instead of the red liquid, it was transparent, almost shining like that of clear diamonds. Divine wine? I muttered under bated breath. The smell alone was intoxicating, filling my senses with euphoric release. I gulped as my mouth started to salivate. He didn't answer, instead he placed the glass on the table, right in front of me. My face reflected on the clear surface of the liquid as it danced inside the glass. Drink. I gulped at his words, my eyes staying at the drink in front of me. If you can say the same thing after this, then I'll listen to you, he continued. He then sat in front of me at the vacant seat. His eyes stared straight towards me, even though I'm only staring at the wine, I can feel his gaze. I have to drink this, but can I fight myself after doing so? Can I still say those same words? Can I truly trust myself not to fall into temptation again? My hands shakily reached for the glass. The cold touch sent shivers down my spine as anticipation filled my very being. My mind went blank. Can I truly do this? Li, Belle's voice echoed once again, and with it, a newfound resolve filled me with determination to face the challenge the god had placed in front of me. For Belle and the others, I must do it. I must take a leap of faith, faith that I can do it. I closed my eyes and grabbed the glass, moving it to my lips, slowly yet surely. I steeled myself for whatever may come. I felt the sweet taste of the wine enter my mouth. I could feel my mind going out with every sip. It was even more powerful than the last one. I chugged it down until nothing was left from the glass, not even a drop. Everything started to feel good. The rays of the sun that entered the window felt like the most serene sensation in the world. The blow of the cool air felt like sweet whispers, lulling me to relax. The world felt like it was spinning as my body slowly started to shut down. And before I knew it, everything went blank. Third-person POV. Lily felt herself floating and drowning all at the same time. She couldn't explain the sensation, yet all she felt was a serene happiness. Like as if all her problems were washed away by the calm serenity of the wine. Right now, there was nothingness, and for Lily, it felt good, bliss even, like being stuck in an extremely pleasant dream. Everything was right in the world, until she saw a familiar face in the vast nothingness. The face of Belle, looking at her with a smile. A smile that felt like it was telling her that she could do it. Do what exactly? She thought to herself. It's probably nothing. She pushed it out, as all she could think of right now was the pleasure she was receiving from drinking the wine. Lily, she heard her name being called. I'm always here for you. Belle's voice sounded inside her head, snapping her out of the trance. Soma, who sighed in disappointment, returned back to brewing his wine. That is until a small movement could be seen from the Palom girl. She's fighting the effect, he thought to himself, as he walked closer towards Lily. PL please, Lily spoke in a shaky voice that caught the god off guard. Please stop the fighting outside. She begged with tears in her eyes, her face red from the effects of the alcohol, yet he was holding on to what little remained of her consciousness. I want to help them. Please help them. Soma looked at the young Palom who was looking at him with so much sincerity and determination. Her voice had a fire that seemed to fight off the effects of the wine. I don't need a god to tell me. I don't need the word of a god to know. I was born for this very moment. I have lived a life full of mistake and regret, all for this moment. Her voice gained power as she cried in front of her god. And that moment is for me to help my friends, so please, Lord Soma. Her voice softened as she looked down, her head bowing to the ground in a doja pose. Please stop the fight outside. Soma looked at Lily, his face unreadable, yet a small smile slowly rose from his face. Before he could speak, the door of his office flung open as Xannies entered with an angry look on his face. He stopped momentarily as he took in the image inside the room, seeing his god standing in the middle of it while Lily was bowing low. He quickly put two and two together. Lord Soma, whatever she is saying, don't listen to her. We are under at. Shut up, Xannies. Soma's voice was cold as he glared at the captain of his familia. He then grabbed the bottle of wine and walked towards the window. With a grunt, he threw it out towards the fighting down below, which made the adventurers stop as the sound of shattering filled their ears. Enough! His voice cut through the tension as everyone looked up and saw the god looking down on them. Stop the fighting. Xannies had a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes morphed with different emotions as he processed what was happening. No, he muttered as his face slowly morphed to that of anger. She got the apathetic god to move? He glared at Lily with hate-filled eyes. He then pulled his sword out from its scabbard. Fine then. He bellowed in anger as he charged towards Lily, fully intending to kill the Palom. He might have lost, but at least he'll get to kill the reason why. I'll fucking kill you at least. But before he could even take a step forward, an arrow whizzed past his left cheek, drawing blood. His eyes stared at the arrow with fear, especially since tied to the arrow was a rope. His eyes followed the rope and saw a figure scaling up. It was Belle, glaring at him with his two daggers at the ready. Fucking bastard! It's all your fault! He screamed as he swung his sword at the incoming adventurer, only for Belle to dodge his sloppy blow. Xannies was never really a fighter and was more of a schemer. His sword didn't even touch a hair on Belle, and before he could react, Belle reversed the grip of his dagger as he pummeled Xannies with the butt of his weapon, straight to his glasses and nose, breaking it in one strike. He then swept his legs with a powerful kick to his calf and finished him off, striking down his elbow at Xannies' abdomen. The captain of Soma Familia didn't even see it coming. Lily watched it all happen in an instant, her eyes glued to Belle's back as the young man stared down at the unconscious antagonist. Belle. Belle looked behind him and saw Lily. Her face was red, eyes swollen and puffy. She had been crying. Belle thought to himself and bit his lips. He glared at the man he had just knocked out with hatred, and then back at Lily. He then walked towards her and kneeled down to her level. His hand rose as he patted her head. Sorry I'm late? I'm here now though. Lily's eyes began to fill with water as tears started to stream down. She moved forward, hugging Belle and bellowing out loud cries. Cries of relief, thanks, and hope, as once again, the young adventurer had filled Lily with hope. At a distance too far to see, Froke stood on top of a building with a relaxed stance. She took a deep breath as she placed her bow snugly behind her back. She smiled at the reunion between Belle and Lily and the victory they had achieved in today's mission of rescuing Lily. She then turned towards the mountains, where the war games between Heracles and Apollo Familia were happening. I've done my part, August Denki, she muttered as she leaned on the wall. Now make sure you two come back safe with everyone. Chapter 160, August versus Hyacinthos, True Motives. August gripped his weapon while keeping his eyes glued on Hyacinthos. He couldn't understand what he was feeling right now. While it was true, the sensation of the mana the captain of Apollo Familia was releasing was similar to that of the abomination. He could still feel the mana of Hyacinthos mixed in with it. But that wasn't all. His eyes gleamed at the flames that started to flicker around Hyacinthos. Starting from his sword, they slowly crawled towards his body, enveloping him with black miasma-like flames. Ha 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 ha. A maniacal laughter erupted out of Hyacinthos, making August flinch. He raised his guard as Hyacinthos stared at him with crazed eyes. Sorry ha ha ha, we ha ha ha, where are my manners? I completely forgot that you're still there. Hyacinthos couldn't contain his laughter as he slowly took a step towards August. Evelys, really? I didn't know Apollo would stoop so low. August spoke coldly, willing his mana to move towards his spear, the crackling of red lightning coiling all over Beowulf. Oh, August, You didn't give us a choice. And to be perfectly clear here, everything that's about to happen is completely your fault, hhhhha. Another fit of maniacal laughter echoed throughout the area, then suddenly stopped as Hyacinthos glared at August. He then vanished, making the spear user's eyes widen. Within a fraction of a second, he arrived in front of August, his weapon raised, black flames coiling at it, releasing an overwhelming amount of heat. And that's Lord Apollo for you. Learn some fucking respect. Hyacinthos slashed his sword, aiming for August's neck. August moved instantly. While Hyacinthos' speed shocked him, he was still slightly faster. He raised his spear to intercept the blow as their two weapons collided. August's hands felt numb, which made him do a double take at Hyacinthos' face. He saw him smiling crazily. He did not expect that level of strength from that blow. He skidded a few meters away, which frankly shocked him. Hyacinthos' blow felt heavy. He pushed the thought down as he saw Hyacinthos dashing at him with lethal intent. August took a step forward, brandishing his spear and stabbed his weapon, maximizing his superior range, aiming for Hyacinthos' chest. The captain of Apollo Familia turned his body to his left while moving his sword near his chest, letting the spear pass by him while also preserving his momentum forward. He then completed the turn, spinning while also slashing at August's abdomen. August judged that pulling his spear back and blocking the blow would take too much time, so he opted to go for the attack as well. He shifted the weight of the spear to his right, using his left hand to flick the body of the spear, making it curve towards Hyacinthos' head, performing a picture-perfect sparrow. Hyacinthos clicked his tongue and cancelled his attack. The longer reach of August's spear meant it would reach him first. He leaned back, dodging the blow. He then grabbed August's spear and pulled it towards him, pulling the captain of Heracles' Familia along with it. He then aimed his sword to stab him in the head. August kicked the ground, the force propelling him up while also pulling his spear free from Hyacinthos' grasp. It also allowed him to dodge the blow, flipping through the air in a front flip. While doing so, he slashed his weapon downwards, aiming for Hyacinthos' shoulder. Hyacinthos hurriedly blocked the blow, their weapons clashing again with the black fire and red lightning threatening to devour one another. The ground cracked beneath Hyacinthos' feet, his eyes completely focused on August. August grunted as he shoved more mana into his spear, the red lightning growing larger. With a violent boom, it sent Hyacinthos flying through the trees. August then landed on his feet and quickly turned around towards Hyacinthos' direction. His feet dug into the ground as a sonic boom sounded. He beamed straight towards the captain of Apollo Familia with Beowulf hungry for its prey. But suddenly, a large black fireball came hurtling towards him, leaving him no other choice but to jump to the side. Dodging the ball of inferno, the scorching heat made him wince as even with him dodging it, the heat was enough to burn his skin. Those flames are no joke. He thought to himself as he watched the fire explode and lay the area barren, the trees turning to ash and the ground a molten mess. He turned his eyes back to Hyacinthos, who had an ugly snarl on his face. He groaned tired of this. He roared as the flames erupted out of his body, August shielding his eyes from the heat. "August, move!" A voice sounded in his head, snapping his instincts to the extreme. He jumped back just in time to dodge Hyacinthos' sword. The moment it connected to the ground, a loud, violent boom shook the entirety of the woodlands as August stared wide-eyed at the destruction Hyacinthos left in his wake. The ground he once stood on cratered and charred, a pool of molten stones puddling below. Witness true power. Hyacinthos stood with a crazed smile, staring at August, his eyes maddened as the black flames danced all over his body. August could even see that even he wasn't immune to those flames as his skin boiled and popped, but the crazy bastard couldn't feel the pain from those. "What the hell did Apollo do to you?" August asked, his instincts telling him that right now, Hyacinthos was extremely dangerous. The heat he was releasing was something he couldn't take. Even moving close made his skin burn. "He made me into a weapon capable of killing you," Hyacinthos answered. He then chuckled and held his stomach as it slowly morphed into hysterical laughter. "Now then, shall we continue?" He dashed towards August, his speed faster than ever before. Denki and Helga were both bloodied and tired, as bodies littered the area they were resting at. The two of them had just faced a whole battalion of Apollo Familia adventurers, and although they won, it was not without consequences. Helga had a huge gash on her chest, and a dagger was embedded in her calf. Her hands shook with the fatigue of dealing with multiple monsters and adventurers at the same time. Denki wasn't faring well either. He lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes facing the sky while panting hard. Cuts and bruises covered his body, and a chunk of his left bicep was missing, replaced by a bite mark. "Oi, Denki, you good?" Helga limped towards Denki, using her claymore as a cane. "Go dying on me now." Denki chuckled through gritted teeth as he slowly pushed himself to sit using his one good arm, still alive. He took a glance at Helga, who was offering him a hand. "You don't look too good yourself." Helga pulled him up with a grunt. She could feel her bones shaking as she did so. That's no way to talk to a lady." She stuttered a bit due to the pain. Truthfully, it was a miracle that the two of them could even move right now. They had lost count of how many they killed, be it monsters or adventurers of Apollo Familia. Denki took a deep breath, trying to straighten himself up. He felt a little dizzy, due to blood loss or fatigue he didn't know. All he knew was that the world seemed to be spinning. "So much for planning everything out," he said sarcastically, aimed at himself. Helga shook her head and patted him on the shoulder. "You should have realized by now that not everything goes as planned. We did not account for a tamer in their ranks. Don't kick yourself up." Boom! The two of them felt the ground shake, their eyes quickly meeting as a wave of sinister mana assaulted their senses. Denki stared in the direction of where the explosion came from. He expanded his mana dome to the extreme and felt two massive mana sources coming from that direction, one of them being his captain. The captain is fighting something in that area. Something not Hyacinthos. Helga's eyes widened. She asked curiously, staring at the area where Denki pointed. "No, I don't think so. The mana I'm getting from his opponent." Denki gulped and looked towards Helga. "It does not belong to a mortal." "Pardon?" Helga did a double take on what Denki said. "What do you mean it does not belong to a mortal?" "It feels sinister." "No, vile is a more precise way to put it. That mana, whatever it is, it's vile and disgusting." He did another gulp and continued. "I don't know what it is, but I'm pretty sure it's not Hyacinthos. No mortal should have that type of mana." Clap, clap, clap. The two of them paused as the sound of slow clapping came from behind them. They slowly turned around and saw a lone figure in a mask. Well, that's a convenient ability if I do say so myself. The masked individual spoke, their voice distorted, which made Denki and Helga draw a blank at their gender. They also wore a cloak, which hid the proportions of their body. "Who the fuck are you?" Helga took a step back. She glanced at Denki and saw that the young adventurer was as shocked as she was to see this person. They had bypassed the mana dome, allowing them to get close without her or even Denki sensing them. "Oh, who I am isn't that important." The person shrugged and leaned on a tree. They then pulled something out from behind them. This action made Denki and Helga tense up and grip their weapons tightly. "Relax, don't be so jumpy. I don't bite, I'm just grabbing this." They pulled the object playfully, twirling it around their finger. "The crown." Denki glared at the figure and crouched low, his mana moving into his katana as he sheathed it back, assuming an aijutsu stance while releasing a thick killing intent. "Oh, how scary." The person then stood straight and playfully raised their hands in a mock surrender. "I gotta say, you two really didn't spare anyone, huh? Pretty heartless if you ask me." "I won't repeat this again. Who the fuck are you?" Denki growled, his stance crouching lower and lower to the ground. To be completely honest, Denki was nervous. His mana dome was raised to the max, yet he couldn't sense whoever this person was, so much so that they were able to march willy-nilly behind him and Helga without the two of them noticing. "Like I said, who I am isn't that important. Not to the two of you, at least, but if you insist, I am called Kumo." They shrugged and pointed towards the dead adventurers from the Apollo Familia, or at least that's what those lots called me. "There's no one named Kumo in the Apollo Familia." Helga raised her claymore, readying herself. She then willed her mana and took a standard balanced stance. "Which means you are the tamer." "Bingo," Kumo amusingly clapped their hands. "Wow, you folks from the Heracles Familia sure are capable. Those guys from Apollo should learn a thing or two from you. To be completely honest, they're fucking useless." "Aren't you part of them?" Denki began to shift to the left, his eyes briefly meeting Helga's. She gave a barely perceptible nod, understanding his intent. Mirroring his movements, she slowly edged to the right, their actions synchronized through months of fighting side by side. Oh, gods no. I'd rather be dead than join a narcissistic god such as Apollo. Completely useless lot, I tell you. Kumo shook their head, even appearing insulted by the very idea of being part of the Apollo familia. I'm more of a loan, a reassurance, if you will. A loan? Loan from who? Helga clicked her tongue. The possibility of other gods being involved in the war games with them, loaning their adventurers, did come up in the strategy meeting, but with the no-interference rule in place, they quickly scratched that idea. Still, they made some contingencies if the possibility did arise. They just never expected the loaned adventurer to be a tamer. Wow, the two of you sure are good. Using small talk to get information out of me while also moving to flank me. The two halted their steps. Sure enough, the person caught up to what they were doing, but as far as they were concerned, they had already succeeded, surrounding Kumo with Denki on the left and Helga on the right. They also exposed the fact for every god to hear. Apollo had broken the no interference or assistance of any shape or form rule set in the war games. This meant their victory was assured. Too bad the two of them didn't know that the gods had no idea what was happening right now because of Evelyn's machinations. Very well, I'll play along. If anything, consider this me being a good sport. Kumo shrugged. Apollo loaned me from Lord Erebus. Helga and Denki's eyes widened. They were familiar with the name of the god Kumo had mentioned. After all, it was the very same god who attacked Orario 3.5 months ago, Erebus of Evelys. So it really is true. Denki gritted his teeth, his eyes darting towards the area where he felt August was fighting. Even right now, the sound of explosions and the ground shaking could be felt from there to here. Apollo did shake hands with Evelys. Shook hands got used as a pawn, who knows? Kumo once again answered playfully. It doesn't make a difference either way. Why tell us this? The gods would certainly hear this. Helga glared at Kumo. Right now, an uneasy feeling filled her stomach. Something was amiss. Why would this person reveal everything with all the gods watching the war games right now? Unless, her eyes widened once again. Fuck. Kumo's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration beneath the mask. Impressive, they said, clapping slowly. It's not often I encounter opponents who can see through the layers of deception so quickly. You two might actually be fun to kill. Denki also realized why Kumo was easily sharing information that would make all the gods in Orario march their familias here without a second thought. He bit his lips hard enough to draw blood from frustration. This was never really about the war game, huh? Oh, don't get it wrong. For Apollo, this was always about revenge, and what better way to do it than by winning the war games? Kumo once again took the crown off their back. They then tossed it towards Denki's feet. Denki stared at the crown only for a moment, then returned his complete attention towards Kumo. But for us in Evelys, these war games are simply a means to an end, just like Apollo is. And I'm guessing you're telling us this because you're not letting us get out of here alive. Denki took a deep breath and calmed his heart, fully focusing on the fight ahead. Yes, after all, like they said. Kumo reached behind their back once again, pulling out a dagger. Dead men tell no tales. They released their mana, making both Denki and Helga take a step back. For the first time, the two of them could feel the mana that surrounded Kumo. Fuck me. Helga sheathed her claymore and opted for the large kite shield on her back. She took a more defensive stance as she let her mana run wild. Sweat dripped from her face as she tried to fight off the nervousness that threatened to take over her body. Denki paled, his mana momentarily staggered as he felt Kumo's mana. It was overpowering. His heart raced as he gritted his teeth. Even without the aid of the mana dome, he could tell that the two of them were completely outmatched. After all, Kumo was a level 5. Boom. Crash. Tichumamem. The ground shook as August dodged another one of Hyacinthos's devastating blows that rendered the ground barren and burned. Everything the black sword touched was burned to ashes and swallowed by the miasma-like flames. August clicked his tongue. He couldn't even get close to Hyacinthos as he was now. Even at the distance he was maintaining, his skin could feel the heat that emanated from Hyacinthos' body. The spear wielder dug his weapon into the ground, plucking a large boulder and kicking it towards Hyacinthos. It didn't even reach him as it turned to dust mid-flight. That's fucking annoying. August cursed to himself as he jumped back, dodging another blow that cratered the ground where he stood. He's getting faster. His eyes held a hint of shock as Hyacinthos quickly appeared in front of him with his sword slashing horizontally, aiming to cut him in half. August reacted instantly. He twisted his spear and shoved it forward, meeting Hyacinthos' blade head-on. He could feel his skin boiling from being this close, yet paid it no mind. Boom! Their two weapons collided, and August grunted as he was sent flying through the trees, his body smoking as he felt an intense heat all over. He's getting stronger as well. He crashed on his back, skidding on the ground. His eyes stayed on Hyacinthos, who was giving chase. He slammed his spear into the ground, pushing himself up with a flip. As he got to his feet, he jumped back, just in time to dodge Hyacinthos, who stabbed his sword into the ground. The hotter he gets, the more powerful he becomes. August quickly made his assessment. I have to finish this before he gains more power. He gripped his spear tightly as his mana ran wild inside his body. Red lightning coiled all over him. Endless battle. He chanted his magic as the space suddenly shook, his mana exploding and covering the entirety of the woodland area. He took a step forward as his body suddenly vanished and appeared in front of Hyacinthos. It seems like you're enjoying yourself, he muttered as the captain of the Apollo Familia looked at him with glaring eyes, his face charred and blackened by the very flames he commanded. My turn? August roared as he raised his spear high and slammed it straight towards Hyacinthos. Chapter 161, Apologies. Chapter 162, August versus Hyacinthos, a fair trade. August's spear crackled with violent lightning as it sliced through the air, heading straight for Hyacinthos' throat. His eyes gleamed with a violent, sinister light, single-mindedly aiming to kill. Hyacinthos was caught off guard by the newfound speed August displayed. He tried to raise his blade to intercept, but was too slow. August quickly exploited this, his spear ripping through the captain of Apollo Familia's throat with a bone-chilling squelch. Blood splattered and misted through the air, turning into red vapor due to the crackling heat of the lightning and the fiery inferno of his black miasma-like flames. Hyacinthos' eyes widened. He hadn't expected August to possess such speed. He knew of his body enhancement magic, endless battle, but had thought the spear user had already used it. The pain was mind-numbing, his muscles tensing as thousands of volts of electricity tore through the fibers of his throat like tiny blades. Squachgie? A gurgling sound of blood escaped from his mouth as the red substance quickly pooled down his throat. But August wasn't done. As soon as he finished his cut, he turned to the left, his spear leaving a trail of red lightning in its wake as he slashed at Hyacinthos' abdomen. Another bone-chilling sound accompanied the flying blood and guts, quickly evaporating from the spear's energy. A gnarly, shredded wound appeared on Hyacinthos' stomach, his intestines falling to the ground, smoking from the heat. Blood splashed onto August's face, burning and boiling his skin. Hyacinthos' blood felt like hot molten magma, but August paid it no mind. The look of pain and horror on Hyacinthos' face put a brief smile on his own. Then it changed to a crazed grin. As Hyacinthos' eyes met his, a maddened gleam replaced the azure blue, now turned obsidian black. Just kidding, Hyacinthos sneered, slashing his sword forward, black flames enveloping the blade. August sensed danger as all the hair on his body stood on end. He jumped back but was a tad too slow. Overconfident in his victory, he hadn't expected the counterattack. Hyacinthos' sword cut through August's left shoulder, making him grunt and wince in pain. His blood felt like it was boiling from the inside. He quickly turned mid-jump, mitigating some of the damage and creating space between him and Hyacinthos' burning black inferno. He glared, gritting his teeth as he watched the wounds on Hyacinthos' body close, his flesh bubbling with a black substance as it mended. Got your hopes up, didn't I? Hyacinthos mocked, his tone hysterical. A fit of laughter followed as he held his stomach like a madman. Why, you should have seen the look on your face. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? He wiped a tear of black sludge from his eye as his laughter died down. August glared at Hyacinthos. He tried to move but stopped, feeling the stinging pain in his left shoulder run down towards his elbow. Glancing at the wound, he saw black veins bulging on his shoulder, running down his arm and up his neck. He could feel the corrosion in his flesh, an infection slowly eating him from the inside. "Shit," August cursed as he returned his attention back towards Hyacinthos. He had a huge smile on his face as his eyes looked at August's shoulder. "I've got to say, as much as I despise those Evelus bastards, they do know their stuff." Hyacinthos playfully twirled his sword as he circled August, whose eyes tracked him warily. Such a shame. Once this is over, Evelus will be next. August stood straight, he then stabbed his spear on the ground, ripped a portion of his clothing, and tied it tightly on his left shoulder where the black veins stopped. He grabbed his spear with a chuckle. "Next, huh? Apollo is more of a fool than I thought." This made Hyacinthos stopped. He looked at August with an angry glare. "Excuse me, a fool you say?" "Yes, a fool." August rested his spear on his uninjured shoulder, smiling at Hyacinthos. Did he really think Evelus wouldn't expect his betrayal? If so, he's truly stupid. "Mind your tongue, boy." Hyacinthos raised his sword and pointed it at August. The flames that coiled around his body flared up in anger. "I will not have a dead man insult my god." "Fuck, you're as stupid as him if you think this would go your way." The smile on August's face grew larger, and finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore. A laugh escaped his lips. "Wait, did you really think your plan would succeed? Holy shit, you lots are so fucking stupid." Hyacinthos gritted his teeth at the insult. He couldn't take the insult, especially the one thrown at his god. "I'll kill you," he roared as he dashed towards August, his sword raised up high. So fucking predictable. August had a smile on his face. He took a step forward as his right hand moved towards the edge of his spear's body. He then loaded mana into his feet as it dug deep into the ground. In a blink of an eye, he beamed towards Hyacinthos. The two of them met at the middle, but August was faster, and now he had an advantage against Hyacinthos. His mind was clear, while Hyacinthos was filled with anger, clouding his judgment. And that is a fatal mistake against a fighter, as experienced as August. That was his plan all along, to rile Hyacinthos up. He knew the type. People like Apollo and Hyacinthos tend to flock together, those who have big egos, a narcissistic belief in themselves, and an unwavering confidence that everything they do is the right answer. Once you question all of that and made a fool out of them, they would inevitably snap. Case in point, Hyacinthos, who is running straight for August, with a singular purpose to kill him for the insults he had thrown his and his god's way. August could spot multiple openings in Hyacinthos' swing. He cringed as he remembered a moment where he would let his emotions get the better of him in the past. "Is this how I looked like to my enemies back then?" he asked himself. With all the openings available, August chose the one where he could inflict the most amount of pain. He had learned from experience. Hyacinthos seemed immortal, but he knew it had a limit. He didn't know how long it would take for him to truly kill the bastard, but he knew he could. After all, no one in the world is truly immortal. Even the gods themselves can be killed. His very weapon and partner, Beowulf, is designed to kill the seemingly immortal gods. That's proof enough. He didn't care how long it would take or how many times he would kill Hyacinthos. At the end of the day, his objective is still the same: to kill him. And to do that, he must inflict the most amount of damage in the most lethal and painful way possible. As Hyacinthos charged forward, August met him head-on. The reach of his spear gave him an advantage in leveraging space, especially since he is holding it at the very edge. Before he could even enter inside Hyacinthos' effective striking range, he stabbed his spear forward, straight to Hyacinthos' roaring mouth. His spear pierced through, exiting through the nape. He then sidestepped the slash, dodging it by the skin of his teeth. Hyacinthos' slash left him off balance. It was too wide of a swing, with too much power put behind it. It wasn't a well-thought-out attack. Instead, it was a wild slash filled with his anger. And August took advantage of it, down to the last-minute detail. He kicked Hyacinthos in his shin, making him lose his balance even more. He then stepped to his side as Hyacinthos' body was bending forward in a clumsy way. He gripped his spear on both sides. It was still stuck inside Hyacinthos' mouth, going through his nape. Grabbing the two sides, he pushed with his left and pulled with his right. twisting Hyacintho's neck in a violent crunch. Just when you thought it was over, he twisted more, making Hyacintho's head do a 180. He let go of one side and forcefully pulled his spear as he once again created distance. He learned from his mistake earlier. He knew Hyacinthos would heal, and like clockwork, Hyacinthos did. As his neck twisted back, the bone crunching as it did, the hole in his mouth bubbling with black miasma-like liquid flames as it slowly closed the wounds. August smiled wryly at that. He watched as Hyacinthos healed his wounds, his eyes red from anger at what August did to him. While he does heal, that doesn't mean he couldn't feel the pain. Hyacinthos wanted nothing more than to rip August apart. "I'll fucking kill you." Hyacinthos was like a mindless beast. He roared at August and charged at him with reckless abandon. "You can try." August smiled with amusement, adding fuel to the fire that was Hyacinthos' anger. August jumped back to evade Hyacinthos' blade, his red lightning-clad mana protecting him from the heat that exuded from the Apollo captain. While doing so, he continued to mock Hyacinthos while also making sure to send lethal strikes his way, piercing him in the head, cutting his stomach open, even aiming an uppercut-like strike down his groin region, cutting up to his chest, and retreating before Hyacinthos could retaliate. August lost track of how long he had been doing this. He couldn't care less. He knew he was causing damage. Hyacinthos winced here, groaned there. Even his healing was slowing down. He knew he was making progress in ridding him of his pseudo-immortality. As August dodged another slash, he jumped back. Upon landing, his knees buckled. The stinging pain in his left shoulder now enveloped his entire hand. It felt numb, with annoying pain pulsing every second. He coughed a couple of times as he took a knee, spitting out black blood that corroded the ground. He stared at his injury and found that his left side was full of boils that spat out black pus-like substance. The infection had almost reached his chest. The tourniquet was doing its job, but he knew it wasn't enough. He could feel it. He now had a time limit. He raised his spear just in time to block Hyacinthos' blow. His feet dug deep into the ground, cracking it under the force of the attack. He pushed forward, kicking the ground to create space away from the madman. August was breathing heavily. He knew his system was compromised. If he wanted to kick himself for what happened earlier, it was such a rookie mistake, one that he had preached to his familia members over and over again. "Do not let your guard down, do not assume victory unless you have made sure of it," were the precise words he used. Oh, how ironic that the one thing he had always preached would be the same thing he failed to uphold. "The old man would fucking kill me if he finds out," he thought to himself with a chuckle. "I need to finish it. Bulg Beowulf would take too much time. He won't let me finish the chant." He pondered on what to do. To be honest, even with the power-up Hyacinthos received, August was still the superior fighter. Be it in experience or martial prowess, he was head and shoulders above Hyacinthos. But the problem was the injury he had received. He could feel it slowly killing him inside, and he knew once it spread more and reached his heart, he would die. He could already feel his body deteriorating. He knew it was only a matter of time. He could stall it with his mana, but by doing so, his focus against Hyacinthos' assault would be divided with controlling the mana. He needed to control the mana inside his body to combat the infection, and that would require his attention. By doing so, the chances of him making a mistake and getting cut again would rise, and he was not willing to risk another slash from that sword of his. Another, more radical idea entered his mind, and to be honest, he was considering it. Considering it was an understatement. It might just be his only option right now. "Fuck it," he cursed as he stood up. He moved his hand near the blade of his spear, and with gritted teeth, he placed it at the joint of his left shoulder. Hyacinthos stopped in his tracks. He had a general idea of what August was planning, but he couldn't believe that he would really go for it. Squelch. Blood splattered in the air as August grunted in pain, his spear bloody as he cut his left arm completely off. He gritted his teeth as the pain assaulted him. Then he used his spear charged with lightning, pressing it into the open wound to cauterize the flesh to prevent bleeding to death. Hyacinthos stared at the process with shock on his face. A chuckle then emerged, slowly morphing into a maddened laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, you crazy bastard." August winced and smiled at Hyacinthos through gritted teeth, his smile sinister and full of predatory intent. Maybe I am. He gripped his spear with his right hand and got into his stance. You're a fucking madman. Do you really believe you can beat me now, in the state you're in? Hyacinthos returned to his former arrogant and egotistical self. Seeing August with one arm made him assured of his victory. He might not be as versed as August within the realm of martial prowess, but every adventurer knew that losing an arm was a death sentence. It meant losing your sense of balance, leverage, and even coordination. It was even harsher for a spear user like August, since a spear is a two-handed weapon. You seem proud, August spoke, his tone a bit jovial. Adrenaline kicking in to numb the pain of losing an arm. You should be. You are the only opponent who has been able to injure me this severely. A smile formed on his lips. This smile made Hyacinthos feel uneasy, especially with the way he seems to be ignoring the pain of losing a limb. He felt August should be rattled. Losing an arm was a huge blow, but why did he feel like he was staring death right in the face? You could feel it, couldn't you? August continued, his voice sending shivers down Hyacinthos' spine. That pseudo-immortality of yours, that magic that is protecting you against me, you could feel it starting to wear off. Hyacinthos turned serious. His eyes glared at August as he too got into his stance. A rambling of a dead man, he muttered with venom laced in his voice. Maybe so, August shrugged and smiled. But I'm not the one bleeding over here. He pointed towards Hyacinthos' right leg with his spear. A minuscule cut, was there, and it wasn't healing, at least not as fast as it once did, black blood trickling down Hyacinthos' leg. The magic that was healing him had been drained to a point where it ignores small cuts and priorities lethal damage. In short, it's running out of juice. That small cut made Hyacinthos' hair stand on end. He could feel a chill run up the back of his head. It's a fair trade, if you ask me. August's voice snapped him out of his stupor. He looked at August and saw a predatory smile. He felt his heart beat fast. He could feel the hand of death grasping his heart, its scythe placed at his neck as he stared into August's eyes. You took my arm, I'll take your life. August's words filled Hyacinthos with fear, a primal fear of death, one that every being had. Right now, he realized that August had truly earned his alias. The Gae Bulg, the mortal spear of death. He was death incarnate himself. He could see a silhouette of a wolf behind August, staring at him with snarling mouth, looking at him as if he were prey. Hyacinthos stood amidst the chaos of his chest, heaving with each ragged breath. The evidence of their intense battle surrounded him, the scars of their clashing steels and crackling magic. Yet, above it all, he could hear it, the mournful toll of funeral bells echoing in the hollow chambers of his heart. Badumpt. Hyacinthos stood before August, his breath ragged, and his heart thundering in his ears. Each beat echoed like a funeral bell, tolling his impending demise. Badumpt. The sound filled him with dread, reverberating through his soul. Badumpt. With each toll of those invisible bells, Hyacinthos felt a chill crawl down his spine. It wasn't fear. No, it was something deeper. A primal recognition of the inevitable, a reminder that life's fragile thread could be severed. Badumpt. Every thump intensified the fear, clutching at his heart. Badumpt. He felt the weight of death looming over him. Badumpt. August advanced toward him, a predator closing in on its prey. Unconsciously, Hyacinthos took a step back, his breathing quickened and panic gripped him. Badumpt. Death approached, inevitable and menacing. Badumpt. And it was coming for him. Badumpt. The wolf stalks its prey. Badumpt, 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 badumpt. It dropped. This book has been on hiatus since chapter 162.